Chapter 761 Uninvited Guests at Night. Crisp footsteps echoed in a deserted corridor. The chill of the autumn night and the north wind penetrated into the house from time to time through the gaps in the open windows, causing people who had not yet put on winter clothes to cover their open collars and mutter about the unpredictable autumn weather. Sometimes, I would shiver all over and sneeze. Close the windows again, and adjust the window frames to reduce air leakage. The girls couldn't help but think of the rubber the teacher used for car pressing. Maybe it would be nice to get some to make the windows more airtight. Rubbing their hands together to warm up the fingers that had been blown cold by the night wind, the two girls prepared to move to the next location. Tonight, only the faint moonlight shines into the house through the windows, and the corridor still looks dim. In fact, with someone's attainment in the lighting technique, he was able to make the lights in the house brighter as people walked a few years ago. But this function was shut down because the two fat boys stayed up in the middle of the night and used the excuse that it was still bright outside. So when someone becomes ruthless, they return the house to its original condition and let those in need move forward with lights. By the way, I used this darkness to scare those two boys. But the effect was not effective. The dark corridor only made the two fat boys more and more bold. The only change is that everyone has to walk with a light at night, compared with the ordinary oil lamps used by others. What Kai is holding is an eternal fire made by Finn, and the fire is fueled by many sinful souls. As a legendary creation, the only use of the eternal fire is for lighting, and most people think so. But after actual contact, I realized that it is much more than lighting. How could a soul that was burned for eternity be content with the status quo, even if they cannot escape from this predicament? It does not prevent them from cursing others all the time. Therefore, not everyone can use the oil lamp that contains the eternal fire. Most people may go crazy if they hold it for too long, or even if they stare at the flame for too long. In this family, the person who can use the eternal fire, apart from the Lich who is the creator, is Kaya. As for someone, does he still need to carry an oil lamp? In addition to the problem with the flames, under the flickering light, the illuminated areas will also look a little weirder, with strange colors flashing from time to time, revealing an ominous look. Of course, maybe this ominousness and strangeness are not entirely brought about by the immortal fire. More and more intruders are sneaking into this home, an unprecedented number. What's especially weird is that the detection magic from inside the house constantly sends warnings to Halloumi and Kaya through the first coffin. But the girl on patrol could not find any sign of the intruder in reality. There was just a lingering stench lingering in his nose. Not a human creature? The two girls thought of this answer at the same time. But they remained calm, walking in this corridor that seemed to be filled with crawling flesh. The front becomes increasingly dark and unpredictable, as if it is about to swallow people up. Is this an illusion? Or was he really in a hallucinatory state, walking into the belly of some kind of creature? Under this powerful interference, not only the vision of the two girls was affected, but also the distance that the eternal fire could illuminate was shortened a lot. The lamp that Kaya carried before could not be said to illuminate the entire corridor very brightly, but at least it could still see the environment more than 10 steps away. But now, the light cannot go beyond 5 steps. If the two girls hadn't known the layout of the house very clearly, they might have bumped into each other while walking. In such darkness, there was a place that was quite bright, and there were voices of conversation. This of course attracted the two girls to come forward to see what was going on. Just when I wanted to go straight towards the light and conversation place, I bumped into an unknown wall. The two girls groped for a while before confirming that they were still in the original room, but saw a different scene. And that light is the small reception room in the original layout, apart from his own room. This is the most comfortable place in the mansion. Now that they knew what the situation was, the two girls followed the pattern in their memories and walked towards the light that seemed to send out an invitation. The two people talking were a bit unscrupulous in their voices, chatting like old friends for many years. One of them is an old acquaintance of the two girls, the demon Prince Azad, one of the diners. Another one was wearing quite exaggerated aristocratic clothing. The most eye-catching thing was the large brimmed hat with one side rolled up and fluffy feathers on it. She also wore a bright red cloak that was not suitable for indoors. The two of them were unscrupulously opening one bottle after another of the good wine collected by their teacher. But they only drank one glass, or even put it down after just one sip. "Oh, you are here!" Azad greeted the two girls enthusiastically. "Your Highness." The two girls bowed at the same time and asked, "I wonder who this guest is." "Ha ha. It's my first time meeting him, so I don't know who he is. But I guess This should be the supreme leader of the secret party. The Emperor of Vampires. One of the true ancestors of the blood descendants. A notorious assassin. And a virgin. The nemesis of women. The underground emperor of the Northern Territory. The dirty vampire Huberberger. If I guessed it wrong, I can only ask you to die until I guess it right. That person appears. Azad asked the person in front of him. The man in gorgeous sky blue velvet clothes stood up, took off his hat, turned around, bowed and said, "Okay," and said, "Ladies, Huberberger sends his regards. I seem to have heard of this name?" Halloumi asked the friend next to him. The former commander of the 11th Legion of the Dark Legion was the vampire Huberberger, Kaya added. The blonde girl suddenly realized, then turned to look at the vampire who came late at night, and asked, "Are you coming to see my sister?" The former demon King Fanatical. As soon as the name was mentioned, the expression of disgust on the face of the vampire Huberberger could not be more obvious. He said, as if he was evil, "Your Majesty, the great demon king who came to the world and brought terror to the land, is not such a delicate woman. Please don't slander my lord's name. Later, I will naturally go find the impostor. Or, let her clearly understand how unforgivable it is to make this mistake. Before that, I have something to do with you. Looking for us?" Halloumi asked loudly. But he looked at the black-haired and brown-skinned girl next to him with confusion. Both of them also had doubts on their faces. "Is there a problem? Someone wants that magician and everyone related to that magician to die. So they want to use your lives. It's a pity. It's a pity. You are no longer virgins. You were taken by that magician. Have you eaten that sweet fruit? If you were still a virgin, maybe I would consider making your death more comfortable. As sweet as a dream. But if not, please die in peace and pain. Of course, the premise of all this is that His Highness will not come forward to stop it. That means that even if His Highness does come forward, it will only be a small obstacle and delay the time," Azadeh said with a dead smile. "Originally, I just wanted to watch the show. After hearing what you said, I was suddenly very interested in trying what you said to see if it would only delay the time a little. Practice?" The vampire Huberberger met Azad's provocation with a fearless look. The original peaceful atmosphere between the two disappeared, and conflict was about to break out. The two girls, who were naturally ignored, looked at each other and Kaya said, "They are vampires. It seems they are all." Halloumi was referring to the terrifying number of intruders still lurking in the dark. Although there has never been an example of an intruder succeeding in this home before. But with the demon Prince Azad being able to escape, no one can guarantee whether there will be other special cases. Besides, the quantity we are facing today is also unprecedented in the past. The defense system in the house could not cope with it. But the two girls were not so confident. But after knowing that his opponent was a vampire, his nervousness became less tense. However, the relaxed appearance of the two people made Huberberger, the intruder, dissatisfied. Wherever he went, there was either fear or reverence. All he brought was terror and death. There was a time when I was so despised. He released his own unique terrifying aura without hesitation, intimidating everyone. At his level, it doesn't make much difference whether he attacks by sneak or not. As long as he is the prey of his eyes, he will never survive. But how could two girls, who already regarded Lich and Black Dragon as daily life, take the pressure of a true ancestor of vampires into consideration? They still looked at the nobles in front of them with contempt. Kaya asked, "How can you be sure that they are all? You'll know if you try it. If it's dead, it's real. If it's not dead, it's fake," Halloumi replied. "That's right," Kaya agreed. With such an attitude, how could he not anger the true ancestor of the vampire? The cloak lifted up, and the fangs appeared, pulling the air around him, and a black mist suddenly rolled up, as if to cover up the only bright spot again. Huberberger made up his mind to suck these two fools dry. The vampire's attack should have elicited screams from the noble ladies. But the two girls remained calm. After looking at each other, they snapped their fingers in unison. Light_on. In an instant, the whole room, both inside and outside, was as bright as day. Light sources are everywhere. Up, down, left, and right, with no blind spots. Not only did it drive away the fog that caused hallucinations, it also exposed all the vampires lurking in the dark. The vampires bathed in Tripwood's special version and illuminated by the sunlight-like light technique, no matter what form they were in, were driven back to their original form, rolling and roaring like fire. But such a tragic situation lasted only a moment. and most of the vampires were burned to death, leaving only ashes. In front of everyone, the powerful true ancestor was still struggling. Chapter 762 Vampire Nemesis. Huber Berger is worthy of being a strong vampire. Even under the sun, he does not turn into ashes in the blink of an eye like other vampires. But even if he covered himself with a bright red cloak with light blocking effect, he still couldn't block the light coming from all directions, especially the light coming from the floor. Right now, this powerful vampire just wants to escape and has no other thoughts. Although I considered killing the two girls quickly to stop this damn magic that was lighting up everything. But this conclusion is not certain. The first priority is to escape from this ghost environment. But two girls who believed in their teacher's teachings and either didn't do it or did it absolutely. How could they easily let go of such a powerful enemy and leave it as a source of trouble? Today, I stayed at this home and had the right location to achieve such results. If they were away from home, with the strength of their magic apprentices, it would be impossible to force a powerful man known as the true ancestor of vampires to such a state. Kaya quickly pulled off a necklace from her neck and wrapped it around her right hand. She suddenly pulled out a small lunge, clenched her fists in front of her, and screamed with passion that was completely different from her painting style, shouting, "My hand is shining, and the light that defeated you is roaring! Kill! Flash! Light fingers!" Amid the passionate roar, the lights in the room dimmed and then restored, as if echoing the roar. At the moment when the magic preparation was completed, all the light seemed to be sucked into Kaya's right hand. In the darkness, his right hand shines like the sun. I saw this palm on the back of Huber Berger's head as he fled. A burst of fire burned the vampire's skin in an instant, then ignited the muscles, and finally the bones turned into ashes. After the skull in her hand was reduced to ashes, Kaya grabbed it with her right fist, feeling the unreal touch. At the end, he cursed and said, "I hate vampires the most. Do you remember being bitten by a vampire again?" Halloumi lovingly hugged her companion, who grew up together to comfort him. But suddenly the conversation changed and he asked, "It's the first time I've seen you use this special magic for vampires that your teacher taught you. What's up with that extremely shameful spell? It also has actions." "Well, the teacher said that you have to do this to be powerful." Kaya flattened her mouth and said a little aggrievedly, "But I remember that the magic created by the teacher rarely uses spells. At most, it is a prompt to start, maybe a snap of a finger, or a keyword. This is the first time in my memory that I have seen someone who needs to recite a spell. Are you sure this is really needed, and not just a ploy by the teacher?" The girl with black hair and brown skin looked even more aggrieved, looking at the necklace wrapped around his hand. He tied it back around his neck, and tied the broken part into a random knot. He mumbled and said, "I'll ask the teacher tomorrow what that spell is all about." After the chat ended, the two people turned their heads to look at the bright room, and couldn't help but sigh in unison. At this time, because the room suddenly became extremely bright, most people woke up and left their rooms one after another. Looking at this mess, vampires turn to ashes when exposed to the sun. The issue is, those ashes will not disappear by themselves. There are more than 200 vampires in total. If they stand in a row, they can crowd this mansion so much that heads can be seen everywhere. And then all of them turn to ashes in one breath. As a result, the whole house is now filled with piles of dead ashes. If there is any movement, even if it is just someone walking around, it will stir up a little bit of wind, causing the pile of dead people's ashes to fly around, and contaminating all the furniture and decorations in the house with dust. What's more, the dust also has a bit of a smell. If it gets everywhere, the house will be uninhabitable. Gritting his teeth and looking at the few servants of the Marquis who entered the small reception room to check the situation, Halloumi made a decision quickly and said, "It seems that they have all woken up. Let's start cleaning up now." Kaya also nodded in agreement. At the end, he added, "I hate vampires even more." This time Harumi nodded, instead of the two girls chatting nonchalantly. Azad, who expected to see a good show of torture and killing, unexpectedly saw a counterattack with a huge disparity in strength. I really don't know whether to say it's interesting or boring. It's interesting because it's counter-killing, but it's boring because it's too easy. It was the whole process that made him feel too bored. So Azad was drinking for no reason. A vampire clan that was hated by the nobles and high-ranking officials of the empire, but had no choice but to specialize in assassination and handling all kinds of dirty things, including its true ancestor, was wiped out by the mere magic apprentices without any resistance. And it still looks like a dead one, with no possibility of escaping. The two girls who did this probably didn't realize how appalling what they were doing was. It was a pity that the opponent, who relied on his own recovery ability and was barely qualified to fight with him, was gone. Azad offered wine as a libation to his opponent, who was not worthy of admiration at all. Even to this extent, he understood. Vampires' irresistible weakness is sunlight. So they choose to act only at night. Because this magician or his apprentice had suffered at the hands of vampires, they developed targeted magic to target this weakness. It can be said to be the nemesis of vampires. And it is the kind that has no solution. For a true ancestor to be so strong and defeated at the hands of an apprentice is undoubtedly the best illustration of the various possibilities of magic. But it's still boring. A huge vampire clan attacked with all its members. But they couldn't even force out the two magicians. Such a result was too ridiculous. Bah. 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 Azad spat a few times. Wine mixed with the ashes of the dead is indeed very unpleasant to drink. It seems that tonight is not a day for drinking. Early the next morning, when someone woke up, it was rare that he was not disturbed by the two apprentices. I really don't know where they learned this bad habit. They always like to pull people's quilts early in the morning. As I walked downstairs, I saw two girls in full clean gear. Not only are they wearing big aprons, but they are also wearing gloves, masks and hair covers. Especially the two dark circles under my eyes, which are extra conspicuous. Lin was startled when he saw it and asked, "What's wrong? He looks like he hasn't had enough sleep." Putting the clapper into Kaya's hand, Halumi looked like a zombie, with red eyes and shuffling her feet. She grabbed her teacher's cheek and rubbed it hard with dissatisfaction. Pfft. Wrong. This looks like he hasn't slept at all. Let go, you little girl. Someone directly used the flash technique to retreat 3 steps away. Question. What's going on? Could it be the guest in the middle of the night yesterday? I have a vague impression that the reaction record is a vampire. It should be easy to solve. The girl who gritted her teeth and planned to continue rubbing her face said viciously. Yeah. It's easy to solve. It doesn't mean it's easy to deal with the aftermath. Why don't you burn them thoroughly, without leaving even ashes? Opening the girl's hand, Lin tried to show his dignity as a teacher. But he said weakly, "This is beyond my control. Let them die cleanly." Well, isn't breakfast ready yet? The voice that interrupted the blonde girl's intention to rush forward came from the lich, who had just walked downstairs. Even early in the morning, she would take care of herself at home and look attractive. If it weren't for the fact that there was only one set of 4 spirit uniforms, Thun would probably wear it differently every day. Even so, she occasionally wears clothes other than the 4 spirits' clothes when she is at home. As soon as they saw this person coming down to ask questions, the two girls immediately bowed obediently and said, "Sisters, let's go get ready now. We'll have breakfast soon." Then they hurried away. Hateful. Whose apprentice are these two little bitches? Following them were naturally the army of servants belonging to Marquis Balin, as well as a certain rookie apprentice who had just joined. Judging from the 2 characteristics alone, he is a male and a strong man. So there is no possibility that he will be spared the hard work. These people looked as bad as 2 apprentices, and some even felt like they were floating when they walked. However, those who are customary servants perform better in this regard. He can still maintain a little composure, maintain the dignity of the host family, and not lose his composure. Although breakfast is rich, it is relatively simple to prepare, so it can be made quickly. In addition, people who had stayed up all night had little appetite, so the portions prepared for breakfast were not that large, and they were quickly served on the already clean dining room table. During the dinner, Halumi suddenly mentioned, "Sister, the vampire who died called himself Huberberger. Is he someone you knew in the past?" "He is dead." "Huber?" When the key name was mentioned, Fern raised his eyebrows, then curled his lips and said, "If anyone comes up to you and claims to be that name, he is definitely not the one I know. Huber, if he is not an imposter, he is using one of his blood descendants to act on his behalf. If it is him, he cannot be seen unless he goes to his lair." "Why?" asked the curious blonde girl. "That guy is a coward with more serious symptoms than your teacher. The reason why he learns necromancy is not only to ensure that he is difficult to kill, but also to have a lot of shields and thugs. He doesn't like ordinary skeletons or stitched corpses. So I chose a vampire, and also transformed myself into a vampire, becoming the true ancestor." Regarding the reason for this transformation into a vampire, everyone could only laugh or cry. But Halumi asked again, "But the weakness of vampires is so obvious. So it is not wise to choose to become a vampire. Because if you do it this way, you have an excuse to not do anything for half of the day. When you hear this reason, does it sound familiar to you? The three women couldn't help but turn their eyes to someone's position. This of course caused dissatisfaction from someone who was biting the bread. And he glared back and said, "Would I use such a stupid reason to be lazy? Yes. If the teacher wants to be lazy, just leave it alone. He won't find an excuse." The blonde girl explained to her teacher. Some people were suddenly enlightened, while others nodded in agreement. Hello. Is it necessary to break things up like this? Chapter 763, The Mystery of Vampires. Please wait a moment. Both of you. Adil, the Marquise's butler, is responsible for managing various general affairs. So when encountering any situation, he would not remain silent like ordinary servants. Especially when there is a very important piece of information that needs to be confirmed. You two just mentioned that last night's intruders were the true ancestor of vampires. Huberberger and his clan. Are you sure that's right? Well, my sister just said that Huber is not the Huber of the true ancestor. The blonde girl tried to clarify. No, that doesn't matter. In short, it was the vampires from that clan who invaded. And they were repelled by the two of them. So that's right. Well, we didn't fight back. They were all dead. Unless some of them didn't come in the first place. But as long as there are people who came, no one can escape. Halloumi corrected again. They are all dead. Are you sure? Adil asked cautiously. At least we spent most of the night cleaning. So we weren't cleaning up fake ones. Halloumi muttered. Miss, this matter is very important. So I must confirm whether they are really dead? Adil asked seriously. No. Actually, they are all fine. I was the one who lied just now. So from today on, please live in fear. Because they will come back for revenge at any time. Of course, the best situation is to leave this home. Anyway, you were not the target from the beginning. Why should you lose your life over a dispute that does not belong to you? Halloumi, who was already looking impatient, started to speak ironically. It was just these inconsistent words that, of course, confused and angered Adil. He turned to look at someone watching the show and said displeasedly, Your Excellency Tripwood, maybe you should teach your apprentices that magicians do not need etiquette. The melon eater was suddenly named, and Lin's eyes widened as if something was wrong. Swallowing the bread in his hand and sucking his fingers in an awkward manner, Lin said, If the deacon is unwilling to believe what we say from the beginning, then we can only say what you want to hear and end it as soon as possible. It's a pointless question, isn't it? Your Excellency, think clearly about your identity. Adil said sharply. Lin said easily, I am not obligated to answer any of your questions. Is this the one you want to emphasize? In the past few days, someone's easygoing and lack of temper would be complained by his apprentice at any time. This kind of weak character in the eyes of outsiders made him completely looked down upon by others, especially those servants from the Grand Duke family of Kalway. Staying in such a big family has long trained their eyesight, and they know how to distinguish who can be messed with and who cannot be messed with. This is why Adil dared to be so bold today, but he didn't expect to hit a soft nail. Just when he was still about to argue, Halloumi nudged Marquis Balin with his elbow and said, Your housekeeper is not very clever. Do you want to ask your grandfather to replace him? Otherwise, I think he won't live long. Maybe in a few days, he will be killed by my teacher like those women. Now that he has fallen out with him without any warning, I feel troubled. Why has this man become so troublesome? Faced with Halloumi's intimate conversation trying to close the relationship, Marquis Balin had no reaction. He just raised his head, glanced at the butler sent by his grandfather, and then continued to work hard on his breakfast, ignoring others. Halloumi didn't feel dissatisfied with this attitude, but shook her head helplessly and said, Ah, it's so cold. Adil, the aristocratic deacon who originally wanted to gather arguments and fight even if there was no reason, suddenly remembered the deeds of this magician. I won't go into the two bizarre parts. The Black Gauze army that originally guarded Marquis Balin lost many people under the hands of this magician. Even those women with noble blood dare to attack. It is hard to imagine that as a servant in the eyes of others, this magician will have any scruples, even if he is really a noble. Even though he is only a lower-level noble and a vassal of the Grand Duke of Covey, the deacons of the Duke's family have corresponding titles. Adil does not think that this status can suppress the daughter of a noble who dares to kill him. Magician. Thinking of this, Adil couldn't help but shed a large amount of cold sweat behind his back when he thought about his previous attitude. All the things I wanted to say in my mind were either unspeakable or forgotten. On the contrary, Lin asked his apprentice with a strange expression. Am I really so emotionally unstable lately? Halloumi nodded vigorously and said, It's weird. Kaya then nodded and said, It's weird. Marquis Balin nodded inexplicably and said, It's weird. I blame your sister? What does the one at the end, who came to arrange flowers, mean? Are you familiar with me? But I ask this question because someone is somewhat self-aware. Ever since the last Xuanwu robe incident, when he killed Chuji's incarnation with a Hakakiri within the confines of the Dream Tower, he has really stopped appearing. The only ones chatting next to the Dream Tower now are Hataku Avatar and Hikiri. The changes that have happened to me, apart from the real disappearance of the second incarnation, are changes in my behavior. There are some things that, in retrospect, are decisions that I would not have made before, but at the moment, I do it without any sense of disobedience. Just like when I was studying, I hated heaven and earth, hated evil as much as I wanted to, and was decisive in killing, never considering the consequences of doing things. So when it comes to sword slashing oneself, is the second incarnation really gone? Or has it returned to itself? Just when someone was worrying about unanswered questions, Leonardo, who had also been busy all night, looked at his teacher with admiring eyes and asked, Teacher, have you mastered the sacred power of sunlight? That's why you can easily defeat vampires, the evil that only exists in the dark. The boy crossed himself. Although it is a very pleasant thing to gain the admiration of one's own disciples, one still has to make it clear whether it is right or wrong. If this kid calls him something like Sun God, he won't be chased by Finn with a knife. That guy will kill the old gods on sight. He will show no mercy. Leo, we must have a scientific and realistic spirit, and don't push all unexplainable things onto the sacred or mysterious. Vampires are afraid of the sun, which is a phenomenon. And what is the reason behind this phenomenon? Are we looking for it? After coming out, we can control such phenomena. Sunlight, moonlight, firelight, candlelight, fluorescence, etc. What are the differences between them? If we can find this difference, is there any way to reproduce it artificially? A certain kind of light. If you understand this, there is nothing to fear from vampires. At first glance, it sounds very simple and easy to understand, but who can do it? Everyone in the audience shouted wildly in their hearts. Although Leonardo didn't like using magic, he liked all the answers to why. So he continued to ask. What the teacher means is that it is not the sanctity of sunlight that can defeat the darkness of vampires. It is that some kind of substance that makes up sunlight can destroy the physical composition of vampires. Is that so? Lin smiled with satisfaction. You have almost understood it. And it is much faster than your two senior sisters. Invisibly, someone took a step towards killing the young man of Florin Ross, and the two girls stabbed him in the back. The knife in his eye almost pierced a young man, causing Leonardo to break out in cold sweat. But he didn't realize it and continued. The people who were reborn as vampires from the human group can already be called a supernatural group. But they are different from those truly strong people. These people pursue a level beyond the original life, and each of them has blazed their own path. Therefore, every transcendent is unique. But in order for vampires to easily access that realm and pass it on in a special way, which is the first embrace ceremony, they are like inferior replicas of the transcendent, while restoring abilities, body functions, and being close to power. The fear of sunlight is like a maggot attached to the bone, which is unavoidable. The person who spoke above didn't care at all whether there was an audience, and said directly, As for why there is such a result, according to the inference made by my research, because vampires cannot be born naturally, they can only be produced through rituals. And this in my eyes, the ritual is more like a contagious disease than magic, and everyone's infection symptoms are different. So there are unconscious blood slaves and vampires with normal human intelligence. To treat a disease, of course we have to find the source of the disease. Lin used whiteboard skills to show a strange-looking thing in midair. Most people didn't know it, but Finn knew it was some kind of biological virus. This is what I found. The culprit that causes ordinary humans to mutate into vampires. I named it the hemophilic virus. They added a special DNA segment to the existing genetic sequence of humans to obtain various extraordinary power. But this connection happens to be interrupted by visible light energy of a certain wavelength. Just like the lock opens when it meets the right key. And this special visible light is just contained in the sunlight. In the composition, we get the result that vampires are restrained by sunlight. If this series of coincidences can be regarded as the malice of a certain god, then I think it makes sense that vampires are cursed. Not many people actually understood what someone said. Even Leonardo, who asked the question, didn't understand. But to the ears of an expert, it was deafening. Especially since she was currently busy with DNA compilation work. Regarding the work she was doing, of course she asked with concern, "Why is this happening? Do you have an answer?" Someone didn't notice the Lich's increasingly ugly face at all, and just kept talking to himself, saying, "I don't know much about the biological field, but if you understand it from the perspective of programming language, I think the truth should be similar. Every time when a piece of program code that runs normally without any errors is put together, errors that were not originally considered may occur. This is the same even in life. Multiple correct decisions and results may not necessarily occur due to interaction. It will bring about a happy ending. It is the lack of comprehensive consideration from a higher level that allows the vampire group to inherit individual advantages, but also inherit disaster." Chapter 764 Origin? Why haven't I heard you say these things? Then said angrily. This was research a long time ago. At that time, we only discovered the virus, and that was it. The rest is just my guess. And there is no sufficient evidence to prove it. Because I don't understand biology. Make a team that can be observed looking at the virus microscope. I already feel that I am very powerful. I can't think of any way to verify the relevant files. The file name is vampire. Someone spoke naturally, as if mentioning a trivial matter. Only then did he notice Finn's face, which was as dark as the bottom of the pot, and asked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Drink more hot water. Drink hot water. If you have a cold, drink hot water. If you have menstrual cramps, drink hot water. If you feel unwell, drink hot water. If you are about to die, drink hot water. Your hot water can cure all diseases." Finn said in a rage. She even flashed angrily, appeared next to someone, grabbed his ears, and said, "Why didn't you tell me what you just said earlier? Do you know how important it is to the work I am doing? Thanks to you, I guess all the plans I made before will have to be re-examined. If I'm unlucky, the whole thing may be scrapped and redone. In terms of pure physical force, even 100 Lin tied up would not be a match for Finn, because the Lich's body is specially made. Unlike someone who is just a middle-aged man whose physical fitness has begun to decline. So after his ears were grabbed, Lin of course begged for mercy loudly, saying, "Let go. Let go. It's not like I didn't think about it before I met you. What's more, my research level is so low. How do I know I will treat you? It's helpful. Besides, my document database is completely open to you. If you didn't notice it, or you noticed it but didn't care, how can you blame me? I have something to say again." The willow eyebrows were raised, which was a sign before a certain Lich exploded. Suddenly his face softened. Then let go of his hand holding his ear, and patted someone's cheek instead, saying, "Hey, it's not hurt. I was too impulsive just now. Although it is just a gentle touch. It feels like being licked on the cheek by a Tyrannosaurus Rex. And the head may be bitten off at any time." Lin fearfully said, "Sister, if you have anything to say, just say it. Don't do this. I will be scared." "What are you afraid of?" Fan Wenyan said. "Look, since my work needs to be re-examined and may have to be redone, all of this requires human help. You won't refuse my request easily. You must do it. Don't do this. The consequences will be serious." This is an old liver with symptoms of cirrhosis being targeted. Thinking of the people Fan asked for help. Every time I saw them, they had expressions of ecstasy. Someone shuddered and said nonchalantly, "Look, I still have some unfinished work for the World Tree Uncles. If I put aside their affairs and come to help you wholeheartedly, that wouldn't be the case. Something's wrong. Do you think it's worse if something goes wrong later? Or if something goes wrong now? Even if this job is threatened, is it still possible to refuse?" But Lin still made a final struggle and said, "But I don't know anything about the work you're doing. This won't help. It may even be a disservice." Regarding someone's death struggle, then directly gave the final blow and said, "Don't worry about this. I need to use calculations more than you think. Many times. I am waiting. Only after the calculation results are released can we decide whether to use this adjustment or make the next adjustment. So in addition to optimizing the calculation process, your job is to help me think of any different calculation methods that can get it faster." Answer. Although Fan's mathematical knowledge is comparable to her own, at the application level, she is not as experienced as someone. Therefore, in terms of calculation efficiency between the two, Lin was far superior. Apart from anything else, Then can't do many of the ways of using the flash spell. She can only do the most basic teleportation, or teleport with people. So it's perfectly normal to turn to others for help with calculations. But it also gives someone a reminder. Lin asked, "Have you not considered asking those world trees for help? If your calculation amount is really so huge, and you also put forward the demand, I will have more reason to help them on their side." Seeing Neptune was silent, Lin asked again, "Are you worried about something? Are you worried that the compiled DNA sequence of Stone will be leaked, and it will become a flaw for him to be exposed in the future?" Shaking his head, Finn said, "It's not that I'm worried about that kind of thing. Even if I know it, I can only make some targeted plans. But that stubborn Stone is not someone who can be knocked down so easily. What I'm worried about is the key lies in the understanding of the participants. Let's not talk about the helper I originally hired. Even if you keep insisting that you don't understand what I am doing, you at least have an idea and are not ignorant in this situation. Under the premise, no matter what request I make, you will at least not make too outrageous results. But do those world trees have such prerequisite knowledge? It seems that they may be held back by asking me to teach them again. It will be relatively large. If it is just a simple calculation, I have already used the computing power of the world trees through the first coffin." Understanding the Lich's worries, Lin smiled and said, "I don't think you need to worry so much. Although I don't know what methods the world trees use. But maybe they are not completely familiar with the matter of transforming life. Nothing. Remember our previous speculation about the origin of the Homo sapiens species." Only then did Finn remember that when he first learned about biological DNA, he had spent some time building up a DNA library for the creatures in the land. The most surprising discovery among them is not how complex the DNA of Warcraft is, but that the number and type of chromosomes of all Homo sapiens species are the same, including humans, elves, dwarves, gnomes, goblins, orcs, ogres, etc. The number of chromosomes of all Homo sapiens species is 22 pairs plus 2, and the sex is determined by the XY chromosome. This also explains why there is no reproductive isolation among the many species of Homo sapiens, because the origin of all Homo sapiens species is the same. In biological classification, they can at most be regarded as subspecies. In order to explain why the same species can be divided into so many subspecies with hugely different characteristics, an unconfirmed rumor came to mind. That is the theory that the elves were introduced to the lost world by Yggdrasil, the ancient of the world tree, and the dark elves were introduced by Fasnas, the ancient of the world tree. As for the truth behind it, is it guidance, manufacturing, or something else? It's unknown. But in that distant era of the First War, there were more than just these two world trees. But most of them have been forgotten in the torrent of history. Only Yggdrasil and Fasnath have survived to this day, and have been given the title of Ancient One. If every world tree of that era did something similar, it might explain why there are so many Homo sapiens races in the mysterious land now. But these were just speculations at the time. There is no strong evidence to support such arguments. Could it be that you have found confirmation from those two ancients?" Finn asked. Lin smiled and said, "That's not true. But we can ask. In these days of getting along, I found that those big guys don't pretend to be arrogant. It's just that no one talks to them. If you have any questions, they don't hesitate to give answers. Of course, whether the answer is what you want to hear is not the consideration of those big guys." Seeing that Finn was slightly interested but still unable to make up his mind, Lin continued, "Maybe they are also interested, so we can trick them into doing their work for free. Anyway, in the process, they will get everything they want to see and learn. Yes, wouldn't it be a pity not to use such a good help? What's more, with their height, they won't easily get involved in worldly disputes. So there is no need to worry about them turning against us after they learn it." "Well, what about asking?" Finn said uncertainly. Lin said confidently, "Well, let me ask." Because the conversation between the two people did not explain all the content. Others could only hear it in confusion. But when it came to the unattainable existence of the world tree, the two of them casually talked about the names that ordinary people rarely heard as if they were gossiping, which made this group of servants of the Grand Duke family who thought they had seen the world feel incredible. Lin Yufan was not a person who was good at socializing and entertaining. After making up his mind, he hurriedly finished the breakfast in front of him. As a teacher, he said to his apprentice, "I have to be busy. I leave it to you to clean up here. After saying that, he flashed away. Although the Lich took a step slower, he still used the same method to leave. The two girls had become accustomed to their sudden disappearance. Halloumi even pouted and cursed. Even if it's not busy, there is no time when it wasn't us. But the movements of clearing the table were as smooth as ever, without any ambiguity at all. At this time, Adile, who was sent to serve as the deacon of the Marquis, could not help but speak again. Asked, Miss Halloumi, is what your teacher, Mr. Tripwood, just said true? Although he didn't want to deal with this half-aged housekeeper, his teacher's teachings about treating others with courtesy still made Halloumi ask, which thing? It's about Lord Tripwood being able to enter the high-level meeting of the Ikaruga Alliance. At the height of Adile's contact, he certainly knew the existence of the high-level meeting and what the real top leaders of the Ikaruga Alliance were like. Emperors or kings will rotate, but in terms of human life, the high thrones of the Alliance seem to exist forever. So after hearing the relevant information, he couldn't help but be careless. But the news told by the blonde girl shocked him even more. Halloumi said casually, Teacher is not entering the High Seat meeting to meet me. The teacher is a member of the High Seat. As a member of the Turtle Dove Alliance blessed by the World Tree Waldwo, Halloumi is not ignorant of the affairs of the upper echelons of the Alliance. It's just that she doesn't quite understand the secular meaning behind it. Is this vision too low or too high? Caused by such shocking news made Adile surprised and asked, Is this true? No. It's actually all fake. The teacher was bragging just now, hoping to show off his wealth in front of big shots like you so that you don't look down on his country bumpkin. The impatient Halloumi said something sarcastic again. Then he whistled and left. Chapter 765, Lost Breed Improvement Plan. Want to get our help? In the high seat meeting space, the incarnations of the World Tree looked at the Lich standing in the center. Then stands tall and straight, with a heroic demeanor, and is quite ready to start filming if she disagrees with her. Because she was an invited guest, she didn't have a seat. Regarding this, someone sitting on a high-back chair realized that the chair under his butt was not that easy to sit on. Facing the problems of the World Trees, Finn was not afraid at all and said bluntly, Yes, I hope to get your help. But the premise is that I confirm that you are qualified to assist me. Oh, that's really interesting. Do you want to test us first? Your Majesty the Demon King. The reason for the cessation of war between the World Trees is of course that today's lost land is full of magic towers. But in the beginning, the reason why the war was stopped was when King Finn came to the entire lost land. The soldiers swept across, and many unyielding World Trees were cut down and burned, becoming materials for the Dark Legion to make something. Therefore, Finitical is a familiar opponent to Yggdrasil. Not to mention that Wadwo, Lottie and others have recently received Lin and his party, so they are certainly more familiar with them. They obviously want to ask for help from others, but they arrogantly say that they want to test others. The World Trees are not interested in this attitude. In other words, the thoughts and thinking of these plants are different from human beings. In the eyes of outsiders, the World Trees are aloof and mysterious. In fact, this is just because most people are not qualified to talk to these old antiques who have lived for a long time. But if they are recognized as qualified, the World Trees are actually very talkative. Who told them that their lives were too long and they were so busy that they became panicked. Finn doesn't talk nonsense either. After spending some time brewing, with a bang and high fives, I used whiteboard writing skills to display the 4-stranded DNA message I had compiled in front of the trees. The huge amount of data really shook the high seat meeting space. Even several younger World Trees were lost in the huge information for a while, and it took a moment to escape. Most of the World Trees are unclear, and a few ancient World Trees are thoughtful. Only the two ancient ones suddenly changed from their initial confusion to excitement, and then showed excitement. Yggdrasil said, Demon King, could it be that you have mastered the secret of this? Don't ask what it is, but ask how much it is. Finn had a feeling that this trip would not be in vain. Said, What I want to ask for your help is to compile a most suitable ideal body. Raising his hand, the Lich showed a series of body function parameter lists. The reason why she didn't say perfect but ideal was because she had been arguing with someone for a while about whether perfect actually existed. In the end, Finn also admitted that there will only be the most suitable, and it is impossible to find perfection. Even her own body, she agrees, has shortcomings in certain areas. She could just use other methods to make up for this shortcoming. Although he put forward his request, Finn did not discuss it with the World Trees immediately, but said, Lin and I once studied all the Homo sapiens races in the Lost Land, and found that all races seem to have the same origin. But I don't know why. But they have developed into different races with different appearances, different habits, and different cultures. Does this matter have anything to do with you? Faced with his questioning, all the world's trees turn their attention to the two ancients. To outsiders, the obscure history is just a part of the inheritance for World Tree. So all the trees know the answer to this question. Yggdrasil and Fastnäs did not hesitate and directly started a secret record. This special symbol, which is similar to words but not words, is a special inheritance method among the world trees. It allows viewers to immerse themselves in a past memory from a third-party perspective. Although it cannot be interfered with, it can be fully experienced, which can be called the best embodiment of 1,000 years of dreams. In the memory, there is a creature that is very similar to humans, but shorter, has hair all over its body, and walks with a stoop. The world trees call it the element body. These bodies will act according to the orders of the world tree, but they are rather clumsy, slow, and weak. Then the memory screen changed, and countless tree vines captured the bodies and dragged them into a mire that emitted strange fluorescence. Some bodies will weaken and die, and some will undergo irreversible mutations. These mutations are both good and bad, and the world trees eliminate the bad ones and keep the good ones. Or in other words, the ones that mutate in the direction they want. Then it reproduces, and is transformed from generation to generation for who knows how long. The initial changes were of course quite subtle, but as generations of mutations and reproduction occurred, there was a considerable gap between them and the most primitive bodies. Some have become taller or shorter. Their ears have become pointed. Their skin color, hair color, and pupil color have changed. And some have even gained several pairs of arms. Or their feet have merged into a snake's tail. Their lower body has become similar to a horse's body. And their heads have changed. A cow-headed one. In the end, the mutated body groups left behind are the many Homo sapiens races in Lost Land today. After breaking away from his memory, Flynn immediately asked, "Could the swamp that caused the body to mutate be the legendary Roy soil?" "Oh, Demon King. You know Roy. Fastnäs said with appreciation. "I learned it from the mouths of some old gods. The origin of gods is said to be the mother of the gods. And there is also the origin of the earth. The mother of the gods, Gaia, is actually the original consciousness of the Lost Land. I destroyed it once. I didn't kill them all. That's it. Even though I wanted to really destroy the world at that time." People eating melons were shocked. By playing this way, the end of the world didn't happen. It means that people in this world have a strong will to survive. However, I have only heard of the name Rue, the origin of the earth, and can't find any trace of it, even if it penetrates the memories of the old gods. They only know its concept, but not its whereabouts. I never thought about it. Rue is just an item, and does not have a soul. Where can I find Rue now?" Yggdrasil said. "It's a pity that the Demon King is no more. The people I created have that amazingly talented and beautiful person who knows the magic of Rue, monopolizes it, and achieves his own success." Not only did they become heroes, leading their people to conquer all directions, but some even used the power of the mountains, rivers, sun and moon to achieve their own mysteries. The first thing these gods accomplished was to no longer let their people suffer from the strangeness. Turn the pain into a reason and destroy all the Rue. There will be nothing left. That's right. Now that he knew the result, then stop delving further. Maybe she wasn't familiar with the world trees, but she at least knew that lying had no meaning to these plants. On the contrary, Lin asked, "You just stood by and saw those first-generation gods destroying your so-called Rue soil. Your Excellency, everything has its destiny. We were caught off guard by those gods. So it's not a big deal. But it's not an opportunity for those weird things to exit the stage of the lost world. There is no point in regretting what has happened," Yggdrasil said in a matter-of-fact tone. Lin knew that there was really no point in continuing to discuss this statement that was full of destiny. So he asked another question that was bothering him. "Since all the Homo sapiens species in the Lost Land were transformed by you, why are the tribes in World Tree now dominated by elves? Humans, war is the best touchstone. The wars of the past have proved that elves are the best controllable tools for us, compared with the indifference of dwarves, the inability of goblins and dwarfs, and the betrayal of orcs and ogres, the elusiveness of human beings, the transformation of these races, and the inevitable outcome of the world tree they rely on, will eventually become the basis for our advancement and a piece of memory," Fastnäs said from the side. "Oh, The implication is that these seemingly wise and long-lived bosses also create things that are beyond their control. Then some trees played themselves to death, and some trees survived by luck. It seems that self-destruction and seeking death are not the exclusive rights of humans. Let's not talk about whether the material named Rue is some kind of radioactive substance that someone imagined. This entire process of the birth of the Homo sapiens race sounded to Lin like a lost version of agricultural and animal husbandry breed improvement. But on Earth, this is dominated by humans. Most of them are used in foods such as vegetables and fruits, and a small part is used in animals such as pigs, sheep, and cattle. But at best, breed improvement is achieved through crossbreeding and partly genetic modification. But in MIDI, it became dominated by plants, and destructive and mutable substances were used to speed up the entire process of variety improvement. Perhaps from a human perspective, this behavior would be considered cruel. But it's like when people on Earth carry out breed improvement or even genetic modification. They don't ask about the feelings of the target plants and animals. How ridiculous it is to expect Yggdrasil to stand on a humane footing and sympathize with the people or the so-called element bodies they play with. In other words, the word humanity is inherently full of human arrogance and arrogance. In the face of nature, what is the difference between humans and ants? After living in the lost land for such a long time, someone has long forgotten the pride of human beings as the spirit of all things. There are too many things here that can completely defeat those so-called geniuses. So he didn't want to discuss with the world trees what they did in that distant era. Then didn't care about this kind of thing even more. If Yggdrasil played tricks on an entire ethnic group, it was something that happened a long time ago, as a lich and necromancer. Her previous actions were more cruel and inhumane. And the time was even closer. So if you can't even control the person next to you, and you don't want to control it, how can you control the behavior of more than 20 world trees? When it's time to eat, when it's time to sleep, when it's time to burst into tears, just obediently offer up your liver and live the life of a social animal to the end. There's nothing to discuss. Now someone only cares about one thing. So, do you think there is still a problem with their qualifications? This question was asked to Fun, curbing back his original arrogance. Fun greeted all directions with the ancient etiquette of a magician and said, "No problem. I believe you can play a great role in my research." Then the second question is, you guys, are you interested? Chapter 766 Cooperation. Liches don't have to be humble and ask for help from other beings. Instead, use this question to seek opportunities for cooperation. After all, the positions of the two are different. For Fun, without the help of World Tree, she just needs to spend more time and take a longer detour, so that things will not go forward. In this case, there is no need for her to lower her profile and ask for help. In contrast to the high posture of the Lich, the heads of the World Trees nodded, while the headless ones swayed somewhere in their incarnations. All the trees responded in confusion, and they all agreed. Lin was quite surprised by this and asked, "Are you really just too idle to do this? And that's why you agreed?" On behalf of all World Trees, Yggdrasil said, "Your Excellency, after losing Rui, we have not given up on making our people stronger. Therefore, only recognized strong ones are allowed to have the qualifications to inherit their children. But this process is too slow. Maybe there is no need for war between the World Trees, but it does not mean that there is no threat from the outside. So the cooperation with you is to make the entire group more powerful. Powerful. The same goes for cooperation with the Demon King. To put it bluntly, you can no longer engage in breed improvement and genetic modification. You are still secretly engaging in eugenics. Right? Sad Elfuhu. But generally speaking, the Lich and the World Trees hit it off. Different from Lin's cooperation with World Tree, which focuses on strengthening the overall strength of the World Tree group. The cooperation with an aims to enhance the strength of the affiliated groups, which is to strengthen the group of Wood Elves. But for this purpose, Lin has reservations. After all, what Finn is going to do is not to improve the species, but to create a completely new creature. Lin could had no idea how much the World Trees could learn from during the whole process. Or maybe there will be trees that are too dry? That means some Wood Elves will be in bad luck. But think about it seriously. It's none of my business. Someone knows that he is not a hero who saves the world from fire and water. And excessive compassion for others is just hypocrisy. It is the best that one can do to prevent the technology of war weapons from leaking out. If you really want to be worried about what you have done, then committing suicide as soon as possible is the solution. It's a pity that someone doesn't want to die yet. Therefore, The first meeting with the World Trees ended successfully after the two parties exchanged their intentions for cooperation. For these impatient World Trees, there is no reason to start work directly because they need time to digest the information they obtain from Finn. The same goes for liches. The information given by the two ancients was not a formal experimental data report. I want to find something she can use in it, but I have to sort it out. And she attaches great importance to creating a new body for Suture Corpse Stone. Although it is impossible to achieve a perfect state, she also wants to try her best. Instead of complaining later, it would be better if I did more. Someone who had appeared at the high seat meeting fled away after the lich and the World Tree failed to reach an agreement. Lin, who was left behind, of course continued to plan his next actions. And because of the addition of Finn's elements, the content has been slightly modified. At least, this time it is imperative to send special envoys from each World Tree to a certain magician. Just like Fasfaz's Mire. The focus of the special envoy is not on the content of the cooperation with Lin. Someone who can freely enter and exit the high seat meeting space does not need an intermediary to contact him at all. But the former Demon King is different. She is not qualified to enter and exit freely. So she can only rely on an agent carrying the incarnation of the World Tree to communicate with the World Tree itself. As for why the lich is not qualified, who knows? At night, someone's home in the holy city of Estali was not as peaceful as it seemed. Adil, the deacon of Marquis Balin, sent a piece of information to his master through the forum, but received a stern reply. Your duty is to serve my granddaughter with all your heart. Not such chores. If you don't understand, someone will take your place. Duke Ricardo Carvey. Adil's status in the Kawi family is not as high as those of the Duke's cronies, and young people from his own family are rushing to catch up. It can be said that it is not stable at all. So being sent to this magician's territory this time was an opportunity that he valued very much. Maybe the magician himself doesn't understand it yet, but his every move has entered the eyes of the Empire's senior officials and attracted much attention. So staying in this position, for the sake of the family, Adil certainly believes that while serving Marquis Balin well, he should also try his best to pass back valuable information and seek benefits for the family. But Duke Kawai's reply made him understand that his task was just to take good care of the girl. If you can't do this well, you will have to give up. Affiliated to the Kawai family, there are many small families who have served as attendants for generations, and there are many people who can replace him. So Adil quickly corrected his position and concentrated on being a housekeeper who managed the house's internal affairs, and no longer dared to meddle in others' affairs. Another news that came back at night was about the report of the team that collected materials. The dark-haired, brown-skinned girl was responsible for managing her teacher's schedule and receiving various simple replies. After reading the report sent back via online mail, she went to convey it to her teacher. It's just that what the girl said was quite her style. Teacher, Yuzov sent a letter to inform you that all the materials have been collected and will be back soon. Also, we encountered an earth dragon on the way, and it has been wiped out. Oh, Lin responded casually, burying himself in documents related to the World Tree. There were many things that Finn was not sure were useful or useless when he got them from those two ancient men. So bringing someone here, in addition to being a coolie, also gives you a different perspective. But after hearing the key words clearly, Lin suddenly raised his head, raised his eyebrows, and asked, Earth Dragon? What's going on? Is anyone injured? Except for a few who tripped and suffered bruises. There were no casualties. William took action? He doesn't have a good weapon, so it's difficult to break through the Earth Dragon's defense. Lin thought of the white swordsman William Greco and said this. For a strong man of his level, if he didn't have the weapons or tactics at his disposal, facing a giant creature with rough skin and flesh like an earth dragon, he would be able to protect himself but not attack well. Sister Xiaomai solved it with little crickets. Little, Lin choked and said. When did you give her that thing? Before departure. The girl was as economical as ever. After sighing, Lin said, Forget it. It's just fair to use it to deal with the earth dragon. It's just a bit wasteful. After sighing, Lin no longer struggled. Now he has two big projects on his plate and has no time to spare. Besides, that trial product was originally meant to be eliminated and was ready to be consumed. If Yuzov and the others had no casualties, that would be the best result. We couldn't expect more. In the next few days, the progress of Finn's project progressed just as she feared. With the addition of different levels of scrutiny, Stone's original body-shaping plan became full of flaws. There are many defects that were not originally expected. And due to excessive pursuit of perfection in small areas, the overall coordination has turned into a disaster. Although I haven't seen any fatal flaws yet, I can't sell a work of this level. You must know that no matter which lich you are, making stitched corpses, or even various undead creations is not for fun or sadness. The most important purpose is to protect yourself as a producer. If the creation cannot protect itself, how can it protect its master? Someone still couldn't be of much help on Fan's main subject. However, in the past few days, she has also been busy with things related to her. That is, arranging special envoys for each world tree. In view of the fact that the West Wing is under construction, more than 10 people have already booked to stay. The originally empty room was happily divided up by another group of people and became a single room. If more than 20 people were squeezed into this home at once, and everyone had to squeeze into one room again, then everyone would be dead. So the compromise is to establish a two-way transmission array. Allow both parties to move freely and communicate. And it is not a traditional form. The cost is very expensive, and the more expensive kind is used. Instead, it is a new teleportation array based on someone's flash technique. The characteristic is that it cannot be used by ordinary people. The result of forcing it through is, at best, vomiting and diarrhea. And it is normal to go crazy, at worst. It is transformed into an evil spirit, and the entire person's mind is captured by unknown existences in higher dimensions. Therefore, if you want to use this teleportation magic circle, you must prepare your own protection measures. For example, equipment with added protection against high-dimensional energy erosion magic, or its own ability to resist. The purpose of deliberately choosing this magic, which is not safe at all, is to train soldiers. In the plan, all the Wood Elf tribes will organize a coalition to defeat the Elf kingdoms that are still enslaving the World Tree and force them to liberate the World Tree. Using Lin's flash technique to teleport a large number of troops and launch a surprise attack is a very important part. If this trick doesn't work, then you have to pay dozens or even hundreds of times the price to achieve the original goal. Therefore, the World Trees attach great importance to this aspect, in addition to weaving a large number of equipment called Elven Holy Robes among the Wood Elf tribes. It is necessary to select the same number of elite warriors as the Holy Robes, who are accustomed to being teleported by the flash technique. They know better than anyone else what kind of impact energy from higher dimensions will have on the creatures in the Lost Lands. However, this impact can be mitigated through training and adaptation. There was a time when certain world trees that no longer existed were quite keen on sending their subordinate Wood Elves to explore the high-dimensional world, thinking that by doing this you can find valuable things to strengthen yourself or the tribe you belong to. The result is that I can't find any items or knowledge that are useful for advancing to the World Tree. A few rare materials can be transformed into props and equipment that the Wood Elves can use. But compared to the number of damaged Wood Elves, these rare materials are nothing at all. The few World Trees that were keen on this also lost too much due to the combat power of the affiliated tribes, and eventually turned into ashes, and became the basis for the promotion of other World Trees. Such a lesson can certainly be taken as a warning to other World Trees. But if there is a meaning to doing so, the World Trees will not begrudge the lives of the Wood Elves. In their hearts, cultivating such a group of warriors means they must contribute to themselves and even make sacrifices when necessary. And now is the time when it is necessary. Of course Len knew what these plants were thinking, because they didn't hide anything. All someone can do is to tell the Wood Elves as much as possible about the self-protection methods they must pay attention to when traveling through high-dimensional space. As for improving the flash technique, it is impossible to make the flash technique more friendly to the person being transported. It would be better to use a traditional magic circle. Chapter 767 Preparing to Reshape the Body. The time sequence is winter. Mathab, the tower owner of Estali Tower 3 in the Holy City, had long ago acquired magic equipment made of silk. Of course, it has become her regular equipment, and it can even be said to be the most luxurious set. It is suitable for weddings and funerals, showing off, and going out to fight monsters. She wished she could wear the entire set of robes, including the underwear, in rotation several times. It's a pity that the only magician with the ability to make it now is unwilling to let go. Even the promised rewards have not yet been fulfilled. It was not until a few days ago that the great magician Fanatical asked him to borrow the energy pool of the magic tower. There was a lot of criticism about lending the energy pool of one of the 6 core towers of the Holy City to an unrecognized outsider. Other people who were also the owners of the 6 towers, and even some elders who had lived in the Holy City for a long time, even if what is lent is the energy pool on the 3rd floor of the 5-story magic tower, which is the least important. But this is not important, and is only compared to the energy pools on the 4th and 5th floors. Putting it outside, and being able to access the energy pool of the magic tower is a big deal. Not to mention ordinary people. The vast majority of magicians may never have such an opportunity in their lifetime. Every time Dharma St. Mathab recalled this incident, he felt a little regretful, but as soon as he put on that silk robe, he wished he could borrow it a few more times, and bring back a few more sets of silk robes. It is difficult to describe my conflicting feelings to outsiders. Now that the other party really came to borrow it, the Dharma Saint could not help but seriously consider the possibility of defaulting on the loan. Use the same method used to deal with demons, and find loopholes in written contracts? No. No contract was signed at the beginning. It was just a verbal agreement. Because it's a verbal agreement. Why don't you admit it? No. It feels like he will really be beaten to death. Mathab carefully analyzed the gap in combat power between the two sides. During this period of time when she was in contact with the Demon King, she did a lot of testing of the other person's depth. However, the conclusion is disappointing. Looking for reasons to stall and delay? No. The reason is the same as before. He will be beaten to death. Decline to the request of the other 6 tower owners on the grounds that they don't agree? Very good. The number of people killed will increase to at least 6. Is this supposed to make you happy? The most reliable method is probably to help the other party find a magic tower that is willing to lend an energy pool. That person once said that she just needed a lot of power to perform a ritual. It doesn't matter where it is. And it doesn't have to be held in the 6 towers of the holy city. But, as the most important part of the magic tower, my face is not big enough that other tower owners are willing to lend it out. The tower owner of every magic tower is like a local emperor who will enter the tower whenever he disagrees. If others want to attack or force them, they have to pay a price. The only magic tower that Mathab can really master is his own. The Starry Tower 3. In the end, the Dharma Saint, who had already accepted the price, could only choose to try his best to watch from the side during the ceremony to reduce the possibility of the other party causing trouble. But if the other party really wants to cause trouble, will the speed of launching traps or attacking magic inside the magic tower be enough to stop the other party's behavior? The magic tower's combat method has always been a defensive tactic of waiting for work, and it is not very good at handling internal emergencies. Although the 6 towers of the holy city have considered this strategy, they are not sure whether they can deal with enemies of the level of the former Demon King. Therefore, Dharma Saint Mahatab welcomed the promised guests in a nervous mood, because they were accompanied by others. Fen and Lin did not directly use the flash technique to go to Tower 3. The 3 apprentices plus a self-confessed slave, Merle, happened to serve as 4 drivers, driving 4 732A cars, including the Great Priest of Life from the Church of 3 Holy Lights, the helpers that were recruited in the life class. Let's drive to Tower 3 together. The student of Dharma St. Mathab, the charming female magician with aristocratic status, was standing in front of the door on the 1st floor, welcoming everyone. Also covered under a black gauze robe, the tight-fitting silk tailoring allowed her figure curves to be unreservedly exposed. This one actually wanted to ask Fen for a set of silk robes of the same level as his own teacher. Unfortunately, in terms of strength, she couldn't threaten anyone. In terms of financial resources, she couldn't pay the price that the lich might ask for. So she could only get some ordinary silk clothes to wear to satisfy her cravings, especially the designs of intimate clothing. She and her teacher couldn't put it down. So whenever she saw the lich, she would be particularly attentive, regardless of whether it is useful or not. There is nothing wrong with being familiar and leaving a good impression. This is the rule of social survival in the aristocratic circle. Fen didn't feel disgusted by this either, although he didn't relent. It wasn't like he couldn't give some pointers. After all, despite his identity as a magician, the man in front of him is also a member of the imperial aristocracy. Even though the social occasions for men and women in the Guana Empire are separate, it is still inevitable for women to compete for beauty. Except for Fen, who is the focus of the group. The rest of them are not the ones who are sought after and fawned over everywhere. The great priests of life in the Church of 3 Holy Lights will have all kinds of strange and stubborn illnesses, amputated hands and feet, and people who were resurrected from the battle. As long as the donations are in place, there will be no dead people in front of them. Just by looking at these old men in white robes and long beards, wherever they go, all the magicians or warriors retreat to both sides and bow their heads in salute. You can know how high their status is in the world of the holy city of Starry. But don't think that they are respected just because of their ability to save lives and heal the wounded with one hand. Sometimes it happens that someone who saves an enemy will come looking for him. At this time, these great priests of life can put on heavy armor, hold maces, and hammer until no one dares to have an opinion on who they save. By the way, they can ask people whether they want to convert to the Lord of Life. This is the real reason why they are respected. The protection of the God of Life allows these high-level priests to maintain their vitality even at an old age. And they are capable of tearing apart tigers and leopards, and tearing apart bare bones with their hands. So no one dares to look down upon them. And even if they are torn apart, no one will seek medical treatment. However, a person with such a high status is just a follower walking behind Fun. And he doesn't dare to have any emotions. Because not only the knowledge part is crushed, but the strength part is crushed. And it is crushed even more than age. Especially those who mention the last point will suffer great misfortune. Finn showed everything she could to tell these people that the title of Demon King she once held was no fun. As for Guy Black Stripwood, who is wearing a black basalt robe and looks like a living skeleton, he seems to be a marginalized person. He lowered his head and walked at the outermost edge of the queue without saying a word. If someone else didn't know about it, they would think they were just on the same road. But the magician responsible for the reception knew very well that this man's energy in the team was definitely not as low as outsiders imagined. Even the technology of making silk robes. This man has mastered a very important part. It's not that easy to get close to him. The most important thing is his appearance. For a daughter of a noble who followed the Dharma saint and learned magic, she knew that appearance really didn't matter to a truly strong person. But from a physical level, this proud woman is really unable to stand in front of the other person and say a good word. Therefore, every time when they see this magician, the students of Dharma Saint Mathab can't help but turn away, just to avoid tarnishing their eyes a few times. But in just a blink of an eye, there seem to be many more people behind the magician. Did you miss it before? But to miss more than 20 elves at once is to be blind. The female magician couldn't help but rub her eyes, trying to see where the more than 20 elves that suddenly appeared should come from. First of all, it couldn't be delivered by one of the most popular cars in the holy city these days. For cars cannot carry that many people. It would be okay if there was a truck from the technical guild. It would be no problem to fit 20 or 30 people into such a big truck. As for those who came, for more than 20 elves wearing holy robes, it was difficult not to be the center of attention. Especially the things they carry exude extraordinary aura. Whether it is a long staff with antlers, a colorful parrot perched on a certain elf's shoulder, a white lotus holding water, a pure vase willow branch, etc. They are definitely not ordinary objects. How could such a team miss it? But they seem to appear out of thin air, suddenly appearing in front of Tower 3. And if you take a closer look, you will find that these more than 20 elves wearing holy robes actually belong to more than 20 high-ranking members of the Turtle Dove Alliance. In other words, there are more than 20 kinds of three-feathered bird shapes on their bodies, and they probably have all the high seats in the alliance. What are you doing here? Cold sweat broke out on the forehead under the female magician's veil. In fact, what she didn't notice was that the magician she didn't want to see also had the symbol of the three-feathered bird, which was black with gold threads. It is very similar to the black background silver thread of Fasnas. But as long as there is one difference, it means a different meaning in the alliance. The most special thing is that Lin's three-feathered bird logo has dots for eyes that are aqua blue mixed with dots of brown. That's exactly what the earth looks like. And the brown is the land mass on the Asian side. It is by embroidering this eye that the symbol of the three-feathered bird can be stabilized on the Xuanwu robe. Otherwise, if I had asked those two girls to embroider a three-feathered bird with pure gold thread on a black background, the bird would have disappeared when I woke up. If you don't know, you might think that you were eaten by that snake and turtle. After all, this piece of clothing can no longer be viewed with common sense. This group of elves are the wood elves who disappeared silently from all over the land, relying on the coordinate parameters temporarily provided by Lin. They were teleported here from their respective world tree tribes using Flash. This set of practices is also the tactic that will be used to raid the Elf Kingdom in the future. As the Forerunners, this group of wood elves are not only the best in their respective tribes, in the Lost Land, they also stand in the order of the strong, overlooking most people. Most of them are extraordinary beings, and a few are also great druids. This is because the Dharma Saint's student was blind, and did not recognize this group of elves who were famous in the adventure circle of the Lost World. Otherwise, with their combat power and the incarnation of the World Tree in their hands, it would not be impossible to attack a 5-story magic tower in a surprise attack. If you really recognize this group of elves, It won't be something that can be solved by breaking out in a cold sweat. You have to prepare for war immediately. But of course they are not here to attack the tower. Instead, they came here to assist the Lich under the instructions of their respective masters. But it's none of their business to say it's assistance. Their main job is to place the incarnation of the World Tree in the correct position. And then, they can wait aside. Yongfin's way of saying it is, you are too stupid to be useful. The elves grind their teeth. Chapter 768 The Envoys of the Wood Elves. Since it is a group of people, even if there is no leader, there will always be someone who speaks on behalf of everyone, so as to avoid making noise, and nothing can be discussed. As the special envoys of the World Tree, this group of strong wood elves have the extraordinary person of the Wadwo tribe, Kalama Harang, as their main contact. There is no other reason than that Kalamaharan is the most familiar with that magician. A strong man with a strong body, who would definitely make more people believe him if he told others that he was an orc than if he called himself an elf. His thin elf robe was about to explode. When Lin first saw his old friend, he couldn't figure it out. Since the robes are all tailor-made, why should they be made in such a super tight style? Is Walwal deliberately trying to mess with his own people? Or has Kalamaharan awakened to something? In any case, Lin was quite happy to see his old friend whom he hadn't seen for a long time. It was this friendship that made other wood elves from the World Tree tribe leave the job of dealing with this magician to Kalama Harang. Of course, not everyone is convinced by this super brother level wood elf and the magician who is called to see him by his boss. It's just that these thorn heads were removed by someone using flash magic on the first day they met, and they are still hanging on the front porch of that home. And it was also made into a famous South American product on Earth, the shrunken human head. In this regard, the World Tree behind it was just the successor sent, and the elf holy robe recovered, as if nothing had happened. When it comes to the dead wood elves, the only thing the World Trees can say is, please don't consume them too quickly. The quantity is also limited. Now all the wood elves understood, and said emotionally that their boss had put this magician in the same position as them. All wood elves know very well that to World Tree, they are just tools, and all they care about is quantity. There were even times when, except for specific objects, the World Tree had no direct contact with the wood elves at all, and even its incarnation would not appear. Like today. Once again, all the World Trees in the world, except those controlled by the Elf Kingdom, revolve around a human being. This is something that has never been seen before, even though the Turtle Dove Alliance has been established for a long time. The High Seat meeting has also become a platform for the World Trees to communicate with each other. But the World Trees have never been together, and it is not even known whether the meeting has been attended by everyone. At most, they just don't argue. Now integrated by a human being. As long as you get rid of your stereotypes and seriously think about the reasons behind it, it is not difficult to understand that the importance of this human being by the World Trees is definitely far higher than that of the Wood Elves. After recognizing the reality clearly, as the special envoys of their boss, this group of extraordinary beings or archdruids quickly corrected their positions, and no longer tried to challenge the magician. Anyway, that person was talking directly to his boss, and he was just escorting the World Tree clone around. As in the past, people who follow instructions and act, no matter how powerful he is not qualified to get involved among such big bosses. However, as a tool person, you still have to ask questions about what you should know. Otherwise, the matter will be ruined. My boss doesn't know what pity is. So Kalamaharan was pushed out by the elves again and asked the magician what he thought. Just look at the extraordinary elf walking towards him. He is taller and stronger than the average elf. He is holding a deer antler staff that is taller than himself. He has to dodge the deer branches from time to time when walking. It seems that quite joyful. Lin smiled and said, "Friend, I have always wanted to ask. Did Walwal give you such a big cane on purpose? Did he want to deal with the enemy? Or did he want to deal with one of his own people?" After coughing dryly, Kalamaharan said, "Your Excellency, you should know that His Majesty will hear these conversations. So how do you want me to answer?" He touched me back neither softly nor hard. Lin didn't care. He just laughed. This is because the antler staff has no expression. Otherwise you would probably be able to see 3 black lines. The tacit understanding between the World Trees is that they will never speak when there are too many outsiders. Anyway, they can communicate directly with the holder. If the identity is revealed, the coveted person will most likely find a way to kill the elf he trusts, and then steal the clone. People who can do this usually have ways of making themselves powerless. In the end, the clone that was created with great effort will only become a magic material for others. That feeling of powerlessness is not pleasant. The sturdy elf, who greeted this human, couldn't help but feel a little emotional when they first met, except for the former demon king who made him feel threatened. The other words used to describe him as weak were correct. But today, this man is enough to walk side by side with the world trees. No matter what the reason behind it is. It cannot be an ordinary person who can talk to his boss. Not to mention that what he did in the holy city brought a lot of convenience to the comrades of the Turtle Dove Alliance. So Kalamaharing still respected this person. But you still have to ask. Kalamaharing stepped forward and said, "Your Excellency, I originally thought you would call us inside the magic tower. But I didn't expect you would call us outside the tower. This will expose the ability of the flash technique." "Okay. You mean you're afraid of being seen by others?" Lin thought for a while and said, "Actually, I don't think you need to worry too much. Because we have to use the same trick to deal with 4 elven kingdoms. Unless we kill people and silence them. This trick will tactical leakage is bound to happen. If this is only a one-time kill, it is of no value to us. So I don't think it matters whether it is exposed or not. Besides, you shouldn't take your surroundings too seriously. People who see it, the vast majority of people will only choose the explanation that is beneficial to them, rather than choosing the truth. So it doesn't matter how much they see, they will naturally think of other situations, and no one will guess the right answer. Well, how should I put it? Do you really have confidence in human nature?" Kalamaharing couldn't help but mock. Lin didn't take it seriously, and said after a ha-ha, "Discussing those things is not our focus today. Let's go. Let's go. We are very busy today, and we don't know how many days it will take to start the construction. It took more than 10 days last time." "Oh, this kind of ritual has been done once before." Kalamaharing raised his eyebrows and asked, "Can I know who it is? Who else could it be?" "That one. Didn't you even notice it?" Lin asked doubtfully. "Extraordinary beings shouldn't have keen senses. From time to time, their eyes will flash. Their sixth sense will burst out. And they can point out the murderer with just a finger. It turns out to be that Your Majesty. I just said that her impression of me when we first met is quite different." "I see." Kalamaharing rubbed his stubble-covered chin. Suddenly he asked again, "Since we have succeeded once, why do we need so many helpers for such a big battle?" "Well, this question is not what I asked. It is, you know." The sturdy wood elf pushed the antler staff forward slightly, and Lin knew that this question should be asked by World Tree Walled Wall. So explain. "I also asked Fan this question. She said that in the first process of reshaping the body, because the leading person and the reshaped person were both herself. So throughout the ceremony, she was constantly making adjustments to the design flaws. In fact, the final result was very different from the original plan. But only she could sense and calculate it in real time. Today's protagonists don't have the ability to come up with adjustment methods. So they have to rely on external help. That is, us." "I see." Seeing that this old friend had no other questions, Lin urged everyone, "Let's go. Let's go. That person will be very busy today. So don't waste her time. Otherwise, I won't be able to stop her if she gets angry." Fun, who was walking at the front, heard someone talking nonsense from behind, and couldn't help but turn around and glance at him. It's a pity that someone's thick skin can withstand this level of damage. Seeing that he acted like nothing was wrong, Finn just gritted his teeth and let it go. He didn't stop. And of course, he didn't look back to settle the score with someone. Just like he said, she will be very busy today. The Dharma Saint Mathab, who was waiting on the 3rd floor to greet him, was wearing a silk hanfu made by Lin and others. It was a suit of clothing with azure as the main axis, which was in obvious contrast with Finn's 4-spirit suit, which was mainly red. The two met in a harmonious atmosphere and exchanged a few pleasantries. Basically, the magician's polite remarks will not take too long before getting to the point. Finn said, "Your Majesty the Dharma Saint, today I will borrow the energy pool on the 3rd floor of your pagoda according to the previous agreement. The relevant requirements have been notified to you the day before yesterday. However, during the ceremony, are there any matters that we need to pay attention to? Please explain." "It's just like the previous agreement. It's just the process of the ceremony. Can I just watch it?" Dharma Saint Mathab asked. In response, Finn just shrugged and said, "If you are curious and have nothing to do, just take a look. Just treat it as a way to kill boredom. I hope you won't be bored." After the routine greetings between the two parties, the Dharma Saint, as the owner of Tower 3, of course had to say hello to the group of 3 Holy Light Church and Life Priests who were following the Lich. When they reached their status, no matter whether the opponent's faction is useful or not, one more friend means one more path. This saying also applies to the Lost Land. After greeting several high priests, Dharma Saint Mathab saw a large group of elves wearing traditional holy robes walking into the third floor. Considering that the lifespan of elves is longer than that of humans, even if Mathab is already graying at the temples, all the elves she recognizes must be called Senior, even if she has been conferred the title of Dharma Saint. And she conflicts with any of these elves. Who will die and who will live is still undecided. And there were quite a few familiar faces inside, especially the elf who looked more like an orc than an orc. A man who no one could forget after just one glance. Kala Maharang. What are you doing? Mahatab asked with a complex expression. Hey, this isn't Mama. Long time no see. Has it been 100 years? Damn it. It's only 50 years. You damn long-lived people. What are you doing in my magic tower? Hey, don't be angry. The adventure we took together back then was a perfect cooperation. Have you forgotten all about it? Yes. I haven't forgotten anything. He sighed softly, as if he had let go of many things. Dharma Saint Mahatab said, You came to see me after so long. Not just to reminisce about old times. Moreover, you brought such a large group of people. Dressed so formally. Chapter 769 Ceremony Preparation. Because he saw the big elf at first sight, Dharma Saint Mahatab didn't think much when he saw a large group of elves wearing traditional holy robes walking in. But when she saw that all the elves had different three-feathered bird symbols on their holy robes, her expression changed drastically. After confirming again that it was correct, Mathab looked at his student angrily. The appearance of a large number of strong-wood elves from one tribe has absolutely different meanings than the appearance of strong-wood elves from multiple tribes. She should tell herself this kind of thing first. He would not face such a situation of insufficient preparation and run into a place where strong people gathered, even in his own magic tower. But now that he has run in front of the opponent, it is too late to make any further moves. If there are too many small moves, and the other party regards them as hostile, it is not impossible to take action first. After all, the power of life and death in the magic tower truly threatens everyone who enters the tower. However, for the people who enter the pagoda, their psychological activities are not as complicated as those of the Dharma Saint. The purpose of Lin and others was very clear: to use the energy pool to get rid of Sherdong's body and call it a day. They did not think about any small tricks. Not to mention that the sage was worried about whether the guests entering the tower would try to seize the tower. Lin and others were also worried about whether the old man would suddenly have a cerebral blood vessel obstruction. So they made a judgment that was different from ordinary people and opened all the traps in the magic tower. Everyone is finished together. Therefore, everyone acted conscientiously and kept their eyes open, for fear of causing any misunderstanding. This is a situation in which both sides are afraid. To be fair, a certain magician didn't want to get involved in this muddy water. But if you want to create a physical body, this seems to be the only chance. Infant's previous situation, he only had flesh and blood when he already had bones. And he ate an entire vein of magic stone, although he didn't know whether that vein was rich or poor. Lin didn't think he could find a second vein so extravagantly. As for why, he didn't use this only opportunity to shape his own body, but instead helped the Lich's stitched corpse to create a more ideal body. This was simply because someone didn't want to be a lab rat. Lin will have to wait until this method becomes more mature before he can consider it. But there may not be many opportunities to play like this, which means basically there is no need to think about it. However, Thun was so persistent and fought for this opportunity that Lin still came to help. It was better than watching her digging around to gather the materials to reconstruct Stone's body. Since you have to do it, you should try your best to do it to the best of your ability, instead of doing it half-heartedly and failing. It's someone's belief. So ever since he got involved, as long as it was a task assigned to him, Lin would always show no secrets and use all his unique skills to complete it. Of course, that is also trying to squeeze someone to his heart's content. It is different from the simple magic circle arranged in the magic stone mine in the first time. This time, led by Lin, no one was carving magic array runes on the floor in the magic tower. He was just commanding the 21 wood elves to carry the clones of their respective bosses and stand at the designated position. Then he asked the 3 apprentices holding large boxes to bring the specially made sesame oil lamp stand to the designated location. According to the rules, 1 person is in the north, 6 oil lamps, 6 people in the south, 2 oil lamps, 3 people in the east, 8 oil lamps, 7 people in the west, 4 oil lamps, 4 people in the middle, 10 oil lamps. Next, let Fen and Show Coffin take up the position in the west. 1 person and 1 thing. He moved the messenger of Yggdrasil to the central position. Lin himself booked the position in the south. In the center of the formation, a wooden box containing Stone's head was placed. This form of stance has never been seen before in MIDI. The magic array in MIDI places great emphasis on balance and symmetry. But the array in front of you has no balance and no symmetry. So the Dharma Saint Mahatab on the side sees it in confusion. After taking Shur Dong's head out of the wooden box, Lin shook it and asked, "Hey, are you awake?" The dead head opened its eyes, and looked at the person holding him up with indescribable eyes. Of course Lin didn't take it seriously. In this situation, Shur Dong couldn't even fly and bite someone, unless someone stupidly puts a finger, or a third foot, or something in his mouth. Seeing the head open its eyes, Lin said, "Just do what we practiced before. Remember." Without waiting for a response, he put down the head, and threw the empty wooden box to the apprentice standing outside. Nodding to the surroundings, all the wood elves put the things in their hands on the ground knowingly, then exited the formation and stood beside the wall with the great priests of life. All the World Tree clones were seen standing firmly against gravity, and faintly echoing each other. Dharma Saint Mahatab knew from the beginning that the things in the hands of the wood elves were extraordinary. But I didn't expect it to be a divine object of this level. A clone of the World Tree. This is also what Dharma Saint noticed when they started to contact each other. Are all 21 high seats here? The Dharma Saint's second question is, does the Turtle Dove Alliance have that many high seats? What is happening in this world? When everything was ready, Lin came to the stunned Dharma Saint. He bowed and said, "Your Majesty the Dharma Saint, I would like to temporarily borrow control of the 3-layer energy pool from you." "Ah, yes." Mathab, as if he had just woken up from a dream, hurriedly took out the things he had prepared from his brocade bag. It was a small statue, a subsidiary imprint of the core of the magic tower. "I only have the ability to use the energy pool and cannot control the magic tower. Is this okay?" After all, he was facing an old man. Lin carefully took the statuette with both hands. At the same time, he said, "It's enough. We originally only borrowed the energy pool." Someone who has been a tower owner knows that this control authority is divided into several levels, and the specific classification depends on the tower owner's wishes. But as he said, he just needs this nearly infinite power, and the goal is not the magic tower. Taking the statuette, Lin said, "Thank you." Basically, the methods of using this control core are similar, so Lin can master it quickly. The reason for using such a convenient design is actually the selfishness of the Magicians Association, so that after the death of the original tower owner, they can master the magic tower as quickly as possible without turning it into a tool of resistance for others to privately possess. But on the other hand, this also makes it possible for other magicians, who know how to use it to quickly take over the magic tower as long as they touch the core mark. Therefore, most of the tower masters would give their students accessory marks like those in Lin's hand, which only have partial control capabilities. For Lin, the subsidiary mark is enough. Feel the flow of power from the small statue in your palm, which is closely related to the energy pool in front of you. Lin immediately opened his hands and swung his hands, and the energy pool abnormally poured out a large amount of silver-white liquid power, like a net, covering the entire magic circle and the people in it. This extremely concentrated liquid power is harmful to the human body, so as long as they are normal creatures, no one would want to enter an energy pool or the like to take a bath. The change caused by Lin actually made everyone watching scream in surprise. Dharma Saint Mahatab even wanted to stop it by force. But in the end, not a drop of power can be splashed on anyone. They only do 2 things. First, they light the wicks on the lampstand, emitting a bright and warm yellow-orange flame. Second, it is divided into several snake-like water flows, flowing continuously and surrounding the object, connecting the clones of the World Tree with Lin, then and others according to each group. The lampstand, the World Tree, and the people standing in it form a strange formation, the river map. The reason why this formation was set up was not only to prepare a preview for the Luo Shu that the World Trees would use in the future, but also because they found it helpful in everyone's calculations during previous tests. So Fen agreed to use it. In the formation laid out, the sky number is the World Tree and several substitutes, and the ground number is the 30 special lampstands. As the center of the core is the main target of this ceremony, Stone's head. Don't think that the lampstand is just for collecting numbers. They have another important function, which is similar to Lin's enchanting method when reeling silk. They use dragon language resonance, which is actually the method of sonic resonance, to add magical effects to items. The process of manufacturing the entire body from amino acids requires the stimulation of a large amount of plasma flow, which is very easy to cause damage to the outside world. And the scope is also difficult to control. This was also the time when Finn was doing this in the past. And the magic stone veins were almost emptied, leaving no one inside. Dragon language resonance can play a stabilizing role, limiting the scope, limiting the destructive power, and controlling the entire process, making the ceremony safer. This allows personnel to monitor and make appropriate adjustments in real time. At the same time, using dragon language resonance method also has a very important purpose, which is to induce the original stem cells to transform into the cell types required by various parts of the body. This set of techniques was named life-shaping by Finn. Regarding the naming rights being snatched away inexplicably, someone could only rub their noses and admit it. In the past, Finn relied on his own willpower and knowledge to do this. And there is already a complete skeleton as a reference. So the difficulty is not that high. As long as Stone gave it orders, his willpower would be absolutely fine. But he didn't know what to do. It is too difficult to ask a warrior of the dead, who is nothing like a magician, to understand DNA, cells, organs, etc., and even to control the power and shape them. Therefore, external guidance and control are very important. During the process, you can also perform cell-level enchanting operations, making Stone's entire body a more pure magical creation. From the beginning, Finn had no intention of creating a mere physical body. And because the whole technique is not complicated, it does not have to be expressed in high-frequency rapid sounds after being translated into dragon language. Instead, the sound frequency must be slowed down to be suitable for use in this ritual of reshaping the body. Just after Finn nodded to activate the magic circle, 30 lampstands made a majestic unison sound at the same time. This is followed by a broad broken chordal bass. And then, there are repeated high-pitched fuzzy harmonies. After a pause, the voice that came out again seemed harmonious, melancholy, but still solemn. The main theme of the entire first part is light and energetic. Under Finn's compilation, the dragon language used throughout the ceremony was like a piece of music. And it's a classical symphony that someone is somewhat familiar with. Beethoven's Symphony No. 3, Eroica. Is this a coincidence? Or is it some kind of different paths leading to the same destination? Chapter 770 Calculation Method Upgrade. During a violent and conflict-filled climax of the music, Stone's head in the center of the formation floated upward into the air. Suddenly there was a flash of strong light, and like a star explosion, a disc-shaped blast of wind with a little bit of blue light erupted in all directions, and then converged in one place. The Dharma saint who was watching from the side thought he had failed when he saw this. But for others, this is just the beginning. Several great life priests unfolded their own water mirror screens and used new methods to monitor the situation where the head disappeared. Their duty is to report all situations to their biological mentor, the former Demon King, so that Finn can make the most correct adjustments in real time. On top of the 25 stations, a ball of lightning was condensed, continuously shooting plasma towards the center. In the stimulation of plasma collision and sparks, the most primitive living matter gradually took shape. The dragon language music ensures that everything follows the original arrangement. Amino acids and carbohydrates in the air form synthetic precursors, which are then transformed into four-stranded helix nucleotides. The process of birth of life, accelerated by magic, unfolds before everyone's eyes at an unimaginable speed. It's a pity that Lin has no time to appreciate all this. The duty of World Tree is to calculate all possible changes and pass the massive results to the first coffin, who is also calculating. In addition to calculations, Finn was also responsible for adjusting the original design based on the data in the first coffin and the reports given to her by the life priests. Lin was also calculating, adjusting the dragon language music emitted by the 30 lampstands so that it could echo the adjustments made by Finn. To use a simple metaphor, Lin is like the conductor of a symphony orchestra, controlling the strength and changes of all instruments. But the composer was sitting next to him, handing out new music scores from time to time. It might be the next chapter, or it might be the next section, and changes had to be made immediately. There was no time to complain at all, just trying to follow the rhythm of other beings. Lin could be said to have no room to think. All operations are like mechanical actions. When something comes into hand, corresponding changes must be made immediately. At this time, the lamp oil placed in the sesame oil lampstand played a considerable role. This is used in the primary meditation ritual of magicians to allow meditators to concentrate. It is considered the most commonly used magic material. Of course, if it would be used in a place like this, it wouldn't be a second-rate product filled with impurities. But now Lin needs to concentrate more than when meditating. The melodic theme intersects with the first theme as the chord volume gradually decreases, in a subtle place that no one can detect. The initial life form has been synthesized at the place where Sherdong's head disappeared, and it is also the location where several plasma currents collide. The rhythm of the timing is reproduced there, but it is reiterated in an uncoordinated way. The scene in front of me, accompanied by the sound of the incantation, was so beautiful, which no onlooker had ever imagined. They couldn't help but indulge in it, and behave like they were intoxicated. But this is not about enjoying magnificent music in a concert hall. This is an out-and-out spell. And it is dragon language magic. The one who felt uncomfortable first was actually not the lowest-ranked apprentices, or even Leonardo, who could be considered unqualified in magic skills, and could not pass the first apprenticeship test, but the Dharma Saint Mathab, that female aristocratic student. To become an official magician, a female noble must of course have a certain level of knowledge and strength, but it doesn't mean that she is not protected by others, and has the ability to bear the ups and downs on her own. She was so protected that she never faced all kinds of weird attacks in magic. So she fell into the trap of poison-wrapped honey, like dragon language Lane. Fortunately, this magic is not about killing. So the female noble magician is just feeling unwell. Her teacher found out, and immediately sent someone to take her to rest. Mathab approached the wood elf he was familiar with and asked, "Karama, do you know what your majesty and those others are doing? How come there is such a sound that is almost like music?" "Huh? Maha. If you don't think I know, you don't have to stand here." Pointing to the man who was waving his hands and directing everything, the wood elf Kalamaharan said, "That is someone I am not qualified to intervene in." Circle. Dharma Saint Mahatab also looked back at the ceremony. With her knowledge, she couldn't understand anything. To be granted the title of Dharma Saint, one must be recognized by enough magician associations and their regional branches in the lost world. Traveling enough places means you have rich enough knowledge. Only those who can effectively convert what they see and hear into fighting power are qualified to be called Dharma Saints. This is the reason why the Dharma Saint is at the top of the magician world. Therefore, every Dharma Saint must be a learned scholar. Even if you don't know how to use a certain kind of magic, you can still tell the approximate origin and find a way to counter it. But for the ritual in front of him, Mahatab only felt that he had no idea how to start. Whether he wants to destroy, want to help, or deal with emergency situations, this Dharma Saint can't find a suitable entry point. Recalling the Lich's attitude before the ceremony began, he agreed to his request to watch without thinking. Looking back now, it's not that this person is generous enough at all, it's that the other person is very confident. Even if he looks at it clearly, he will definitely not be able to figure it out. The little episode that happened next to this paragraph will certainly not affect everyone in the formation. The processing of huge amounts of data put them all in an unspeakable state. The calculation work that was originally completed in a few nanoseconds seems to have been extended infinitely. All calculation processes appear in front of your eyes and are completed step by step. Each step is extremely clear. But this is not because the data processing speed has slowed down, but because my thoughts have become faster. And it's so fast that your body can't adapt. Even if you just blink, you'll feel like you're in a slow-motion movie. The same situation does not only happen to you. The two people who were in the Hichu formation and the world trees all noticed this abnormality. The advantage of this change is that everyone has more room to process this massive amount of data, and can do more things at the same time, and the efficiency has more than doubled. However, some people are still dissatisfied. The thrill of using a programming language is to watch complex work be completed in front of your eyes in an instant. If you want to read them one by one, you can just calculate by hand or use a calculator. What programming language should you write? If your thoughts have caught up with the speed of the program, it means that the latter must be improved. So during this time of distraction, Lin did not choose to handle more work at the same time, but instead picked up a problem that he had neglected for a long time. That is the problem that the 8-bit mechanical language designed based on the 8 powers is actually not very efficient at all. The reason why Earth's calculators use 0 and 1 as the most basic calculation units is actually due to many considerations. One of them is the efficiency issue, and the other reason is that it is limited by the logic circuit of the hardware. Open circuit and closed circuit are the simplest judgment designs. As for a certain time-traveling crowd in the Lost Land, the Lost World version of the programming language designed with 8 powers. In fact, to put it bluntly, it is still binary behind it. A certain capability is present or not. And then a byte contains 8 bits. That is, 8 capabilities. To do this, you actually need to perform an extra conversion at the machine language level to calculate the result using the Earth version of the method. The results are then converted into a programming language version that is recognizable to MIDI, and finally presented. In a program, each additional step means that the operation must take more time. The more unnecessary calculations, the more time is wasted. This means that, in fact, a certain programming language that many people are proud of has always used very inefficient methods to perform calculations. Just because there is no so-called computer host in MIDI, and is not limited by hardware. The general processing speed difference is only the distance between nanoseconds and microseconds. There is a difference from a data level, but the actual experience of general use will not feel it. However, when processing a large enough amount of information and a large number of calculation steps, it is difficult to satisfy a time traveler from the 21st century Earth at the speed of being caught up by one's own thoughts. We must come up with better methods, more concise program syntax, and speed up the work process. A good life should not be wasted on waiting. As for the solution, in fact, the Earth has already had relevant theories, but there is no technical way to implement it yet. That is, quantum computers. What restricts the Earth's progress in this regard is not actually the theory of calculation, but how to design circuits to control and convert quantum states, and reduce errors caused by observing quantum states. The theory of quantum computing is actually not complicated at all. That is, each bit is no longer just 0 and 1, but a matrix. The basis for processing all operations is not binary methods, but direct matrix operations. Of course, there are more and deeper theories behind quantum computers that one would not want to discuss at this time. All he has to do is to take one of the concepts and completely complete the basic machine language of P language in a matrix manner. This matter is not easy to say simple, but it is not difficult to say difficult, because on Earth, machine language is limited by the inherent limitations of integrated circuits. It is most convenient to do it by turning it on and off. That is, 0 and 1. But in Midland hardware, is there such a thing? The most original version of the MIDI programming language was created in the Tower of the Great Sage. The main access and calculation medium was not the magic tower itself, but the energy pool in the magic tower. Why the energy pool can do this kind of thing, someone still has no conclusion yet. And outside the energy pool of the magic tower, the only thing that can be used as a carrier of programming language is the world tree. But no matter how someone often left a backdoor in world tree and secretly borrowed their computing power, world tree was still able to do it with ease. So they never complained to anyone. Doesn't this represent the programming language that someone is proud of? To Yggdrasil, it is just a little thing that is dismissed. This also shows that the calculation method designed by Lin still has considerable room for improvement. Therefore, someone who has made up his mind puts 10% of his mind into the ceremony and his own calculation task. Use 20% of your mind to direct and coordinate all the world trees and the lampstands that emit dragon language music. Finally, use 70% of your attention to make the super major revision of the P language, which can be said to be a huge blow to the bottom of the pot. Chapter 771. The Dream Tower Collapses. Someone's failure to do their job will naturally attract the attention of other beings in the same situation. But Lin didn't explain too much. He just gave Fan a look and threw a large number of temporarily edited demand documents into the other person's field of vision. Because it was plain text, not an encrypted file. Lin didn't know how other world trees intercepted the file packets. Everyone knew it anyway. The world trees are as always. Their values are very different from the worldly world. So they rarely pay attention to things that have nothing to do with themselves. But as the main editor of the underlying grammar expansion of the P language, Fan can certainly understand the benefits of such improvements. And at the same time, he has a refreshed understanding of someone's laziness. This guy must be impatient with this kind of calculation result step by step. So he thought of using this method. But since it is a good method, there is no reason not to use it, even if it is just to sharpen one's skills in battle. The Lich is already familiar with all kinds of mathematical methods. What he lacks is just someone to remind him where and what method to use. It should have been a tedious and big project. But in this state of transcendent thinking, everything seemed to be helped by God. As soon as your eyes scan the question, the answer becomes clear to you. And the more progress the two of them accumulated, the faster they improved. In the end, The two of them seemed to have put aside the transcendent thinking that World Tree could easily wander around, and entered another level of realm. In this realm, everything moves very fast. For the first time, someone thought that things must be reversed when they reached their extremes, and he fell into an opposite realm. After taking a closer look, Lin realized that what he was seeing was the movement of particles everywhere, something that was originally impossible to see with the naked eye. Immersed in the thoughts of the second level of transcendence, Lin and Fin collaborated and completed the revision of P language in one go, and renamed it P+ language. It seems like 100 years have passed in between, or 200 years. What surprised someone the most was that during the process, he would not be hungry or thirsty, nor would he have any desire to eat, drink, or relieve himself. The only explanation is that such a long time did not pass in reality. When the P+ language was completed, Lin replaced the underlying programming language used in the physical reshaping ceremony. It was a program that calculated items step by step. Suddenly, like a torrential rain, the calculation results poured out. In the first level of transcendent thoughts, the World Trees also discovered that the two people's computing power had increased abnormally. And because all the beings in the Hichu formation are one and the same, it is not an exaggeration to say that they are one and the same. So they quickly knew the content of the programming language improved by the two. All the big guys who have been obsessed with it for a long time use it without hesitation, without worrying about whether there are traps or the like inside. The World Trees were able to obtain P+ language so easily and trust it because it was agreed at the beginning that all knowledge in the process would be open and exchangeable. This is a condition for the World Trees to join. And for Fun, the higher computing power of the World Trees is also beneficial to his own goals. So it is impossible to deliberately cover up the P+ language. The attitude of the World Trees towards the P language, although they can use it, is not deliberate. That is to say, when there is something related to someone, and the other party provides file data based on P language, or uses the forum to contact, the World Trees will use tools based on programming language. In normal times, whatever they did in the past, they still do it now, because using my own old method is not only a habit, but also more efficient and faster. However, after replacing the underlying P+ language with the current calculation method, the computing speed is vastly different from that of past programs. Even if for some reason, they are in a transcendent realm of thought that can only be entered when the World Trees advance. The output of the calculation results can also be described as violent. So while they were doing a lot of calculations, they also spent a little bit of effort on deducing themselves. After all, what the World Trees have done the most in recent times is to modify their core magic formations. It's quite rare to enter this wonderful realm. There's no one who doesn't have a little bit of Xiao Jiujiu in their heart and brings some private goods to themselves. But even if everyone is a little selfish and does their own thing secretly, it has no impact on Fin's work. Because Lich is facing a situation that it has never imagined before. With redundant computing power, even if all participants focus on their assigned computing work, the revised P+ programming language can still digest all computing needs in an instant, then get some free time. And as long as someone is idle, Fun, as the leader, will feel irritated and want to find something to throw into the opponent's hands. If someone could speak, he would definitely say that this habitual boss attitude that does not allow employees to relax is a disease that needs to be cured. But in this state of transcendent thoughts, Lin had no intention of gossiping. Countless thoughts and ideas popped up in his mind at this moment, competing for the redundant computing resources, trying to put them into practice, or else they had to perfect the plan. This statement seems to personify the fantastic ideas that only exist in someone's mind, as if they all have their own thoughts and are focused on their own plans. But people who don't have any emotions and look at everything that happens from a third-party perspective really feel like this, as if they have nothing to do with it. Lin was caught in some kind of strange change. Of course, it couldn't happen just to him. But the dream magic tower was calm and calm. The fat man carrying a long sword was standing in a dream space ravaged by countless whirlwinds. The original 5-story magic tower has long since collapsed, and every brick and tile has been blown from all directions, and blown away in all directions with the wind. The long sword being carried was naturally Hagiri, and it said worriedly, "James Fatty, are you going to die? Otherwise, how could there be such a big battle? Don't worry. As the saying goes, good people don't live long, and bad people live for thousands of years. Although our family is not that bad, we are not good people either, and we won't die so quickly. As for the current situation, you also know that the original version almost The number of times I've been beaten to death is no less than this time. So it's hard to say whether I can pass the test this time. The avatar of Fei Zhai shook his head that was messed up by the wind and said confidently, I'm not worried that no one will take me flying in the future. Then I will be beaten back to my original shape, which is helpless. Hagakure said regretfully. Suddenly he said, Is there anything we can do to help? I want to help. Okay, let's add some fire. The incarnation of Fat Mansion threw up the box in his hand and summoned his true body into the dream space using the flash technique. After it fell firmly into his hand, he wiped the sword with his greasy, fat palm. The place where it was applied seemed to be corroded by strong acid, and the blade of the imitation holy sword Endurial was riddled with holes. Hagakure explained, What are you doing? Boy, you can't stand without breaking. Use your whole body and mind to experience it. How much you can get from it depends on your own opportunities. Ha ha ha. After saying that, he threw the box of Kiri into the wind, and amid the laughter, Fat Mansion transformed like wind and sand, being blown away by the strong wind from top to bottom and swept into it. But the laughter didn't stop, and the wind scroll faintly formed a huge human-shaped outline, standing tall against the sky and touching the edge of the dream space that seemed boundless, but actually had its own boundaries. The moment the wind giant touched the edge of the space, this boundary seemed to be corroded and began to collapse, revealing the appearance outside the dream tower space. It was a colorful dreamland, sometimes very magnificent, sometimes strange and dark. Suddenly the sound of heavy rain and thunder was heard, and the next moment it turned into the chirping of birds and the chirping of insects. There are also bubble worlds belonging to the dreams of countless people, floating in them one by one. There are beautiful worlds like fairy tales, and there are also H.L.-like scenes. Some have people singing softly or loudly, some have demons, who go up to heaven and earth to chase and kill the people in their dreams. Outside these bubble worlds, the residents of the dream realm are a group of demon species prefixed with the word dream. Nightmare beasts, dream demons, etc. These demons who can travel through the maze, abyss and dream world, saw the collapse of a certain bubble world, and thought this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They all used their own instincts to travel towards the place of destruction. Come! But what awaited them was a torrent of power, which in turn drowned and swallowed them up. At the forefront of this torrent is Hakiri, which has been corroded to the point where only half of the sword's blade is left. Although it is broken, it is still indestructible and sharp, piercing through all the dreams and nightmares in its path, piercing through all the demons blocking the way, and even demarcating the boundary between the dream realm and other dimensions, and escaping into it. The surviving demons had no idea what had just happened. They only knew that those who stood in their way would die, and those who stood in their way would be swallowed. No one was spared. The only good thing was that the strange wind seemed to have run away on its own, running into a place where no one could catch it. The wind of power that enters the dimensional gap no longer has the self-centered attitude like in the Lost Land and Abyss. Instead, it struggles to resist the ubiquitous multidimensional and violent energies that flood the environment, constantly being compressed and weakened. The free parts will be eroded and assimilated in an instant. Under this external pressure, the 8 powers that were deliberately guided did not spill over, but were continuously refined. While the wind of power works hard to maintain its existence, Hagiri is like a fish in water. It absorbed the chaotic energy here to its heart's content, but was not in a hurry to reshape Andural's appearance because it still remembered what the fat man said. The previous corrosion of the sword body was not caused by external forces, but after the theory of quantum computers was taught to it, it has been able to transform into a box-cutting blade of a single molecule, trying to further change its own characteristics, find controllable elementary particles, and find methods of correct observation. But to do this, the cost of doing it is unimaginable. It can be said that no matter how long Hagakure sleeps, as long as it is still stranded in the Lost Land, it will never be able to try to contact this realm. Even after following that man for a long time, he had accumulated enough capital for himself through his flash technique. However, in order to achieve its own quantum architecture, it must still obtain enough energy and change its own structure by detracting from itself. Now that it has entered the gap between this dimension, it will not take this opportunity to make up for its previous shortcomings. There is a powerful vacuum cleaner-like box cutter nearby, so the pressure is slightly relieved after breaking away from the wind of power in the dream realm. A planned change is quietly taking shape. Chapter 772 New Life. Maybe someone in the main plane noticed the changes in his dream tower, and even found that his power was losing, even if it was not obvious. but without past confirmation. He certainly didn't know what the change was. Of course, neither Higiri nor Hataku's incarnation had time to inform. I had just deserted to upgrade the P+ language. And now I was secretly using the redundant computing power to do my own things. If I gave up my choice again and went to confirm the situation in the Dream Tower, I would probably be hunted by liches all over the world. So for the sake of his own life, Lin chose to stick to his post. In the ceremony, the music of dragon language, such as the Heroic Symphony, progresses to the second movement of the original song, a very slow adagio. There is a solemn beginning with a drum-like bass, although there are brighter fragments. It then enters a dark theme, and the music is urgent and mournful. Although the theme reappears at the end, only fragments remain, amidst the sadness and shouting. The music gradually fades out. In this funeral-like music, there is a new life. To create a life from scratch. The scene that most people think of should be like the process of female pregnancy. Life begins to divide from the fertilized egg. And 1 becomes 2. And 2 becomes 4. Then comes the embryo. Growing arms and legs. Growing up. And finally taking shape and giving birth. Of course, after someone reminded the lich of this process, she found other pregnant mammals to confirm it, and then taught it to others. This approach was also the method Fa originally planned to use. Since there are already many reference examples of this method, she just needs to find a way to recreate the natural process of production. But in order for Sherdong to be reborn and go through the process of being produced again, many questions have yet to be answered. For example, how to induce stem cells in different parts of the body and convert them into the tissue cells that should be present in that part of the body. Then these tissue cells will correctly form organs, and liver tissue will not appear in the lungs. These growth results are actually compiled into the DNA sequence. Under the stimulation of different hormones, stem cells are induced to make the correct conversion. But this process is not absolute. Otherwise, identical twins should be exactly the same. But in reality, even identical twins will have slight differences. Not to mention some abnormalities such as abnormalities. This is the randomness and diversity of life. But this is exactly the part that Finn does not need. She made a plan that she thought was the best. And all she wanted was to reproduce the plan completely, instead of letting randomness ruin everything that had been arranged. So at the beginning, she and the group of life priests thought of many ways to control the growth of embryos. But none of them was truly safe. This group of people even went so far as to want to find a bunch of women, observe their processes from fertilization to birth, and conduct experiments. Don't think that those white-robed bearded men are so merciful. In the history of Lost Earth, only 1 or 2 of the 10 magicians who created magical plagues were from the school of the undead. And they were not necessarily aiming for mass murder. The rest were all the magician of the school of life. Their ideals and paranoia led them to cross the uncrossable red line, and then made things get out of hand. Lin's participation provided a different way of thinking, and also stopped them from thinking about finding women or pregnant women. Specifically, it refers to the suspected godhead woven by power in the dream during the Xuanwu robe incident. Since Finn has made a complete plan for the new body, why not just do it all at once, and let the cells go through the process of transformation and growth? Just like a programming language. The more conversions and steps there are, the more likely it is to make mistakes and waste time. Such opinions break everyone's rigid thinking and take a big step towards controllability. Therefore, in this solemn, sad, and uniquely beautiful dragon language music, in the center of several intertwined plasma currents, living matter is constantly being created, like silk threads, winding and weaving into tissues, and then organs. In that blue-white light, the first thing to take shape was the heart. The pulsating heartbeat is like a drum beating on music. Every move, attracts the minds of Fun and the surrounding life priests. All the previous planning and simulations are now about to be put into practice. Everyone was excited. But the one thing that differed from the original plan was the speed at which the first organ was formed. It was originally estimated that the first visible organ would be visible to the naked eye around the 6th hour after the ceremony began. It would take about 10 to 12 hours for the first organ to be fully formed. But from the beginning of the ceremony to the time when the heart appeared and started beating, it only took more than 10 minutes. It's just that the life priests don't understand that they should be worried about the difference in calculations. They are only happy about the time saved, because under their monitoring, all the data appeared normal, and because they were standing on the periphery of the Hichu formation, they did not notice the big changes in the formation at all. In other words, they were too focused on the data on the screen of the water mirror, so their sensitivity to abnormalities had decreased. The sound of dragon language is still continuing. And the speed of heart formation is not an isolated case. The subsequent progress is like a chicken blood. One is faster than the other. From this point of view, the method of knitting the body is not only accurate, but also fast. However, as long as someone cooperates with Yggdrasil, big things will always happen. This time, all members of the high-level meeting were present. So how could everything be completed calmly? Not to mention whether the outside world is aware of what is happening here. Although Dharma St. Mathab cannot understand what the former Demon King is doing, she can at least understand what the changes in the energy pool mean. The energy pool of the magic tower has semi-infinite power. With such great benefits, there are corresponding risks. The most common reason for the destruction of a magic tower is not the trampling of soldiers, but the loss of control of the energy pool. Therefore, stability can be said to be the most important item for every energy pool. Most of the time, no matter how much energy is drawn from the energy pool, it is difficult to make even a single ripple on the surface of the pool. The mobilized power is just a sliver of it drawn from the pool and trickling into the magic array to activate the array and exert its effects. But if the energy pool seems to be dumped, and a large amount of power liquefied like mercury is drawn out from the pool and poured directly into the magic circle in the form of a water column, the meaning behind it is expressed in this way. And any tower owner should do it, trembling, because it only means two things. Either a powerful enemy is coming and the magic tower is attacking with all its strength, or it is a sign that the energy pool is out of control. At least Dharma St. Mahatab had never seen such a scene in her lifetime. Whether it is other magic towers, or Tower 3 in the holy city of Estali, whether it is the 3rd, 4th or 5th floor here, there has never been such a scene. If this energy pool were not on the verge of losing control, would it have been drained? Semi-infinite energy means that it still has its limits. If a large amount is extracted in a short period of time, it is theoretically possible to drain the energy pool dry. And the reason why I say theoretically is because I have never heard of such a thing. It's much easier to blow up an energy pool than to drain it dry. So, is this recognized impossible thing about to happen before your eyes? Fortunately, the Dharma Saint's worries did not come true. The consumption and natural recovery of the energy pool are all under someone's control. Someone who is accustomed to reading digitized information knew the details of the energy pool on the 3rd floor of Tower 3 as early as the first time, including its total amount and recovery amount. The power consumed now is far less than the level of the pool's natural recovery. Secondly, no matter how fast he reassembles Sherdong's body, there is a limit, because this is not mathematics. Just look for the result, and it will be as fast as possible. The process of shaping your body involves a lot of necessary waiting. Waiting for the cells created to activate, waiting for tissue adhesion to be established, and waiting for the organs to function as they should. This is why under the leadership of Fun, there will be redundant computing power. It's not that she doesn't want to speed up. It's just that she can't go faster even if she wants to. So hard acceleration will only cause problems. Fun's coordination and control, coupled with Lin's control of the rhythm, the two of them cooperated with each other, making the entire ceremony proceed smoothly without any hindrance. Just like the classical symphony of dragon language music. It is so smooth, harmonious, melodious and pleasant to the ear. The 3rd movement, lively allegro. The internal organs, plus the brain, brainstem and spine, are completed one by one in the solemn 2nd movement. It would be no exaggeration to say that the entire process was meticulously crafted. But starting from the 3rd movement, the pianissimo suddenly becomes stronger, and the characteristics of the scherzo forcefully promote the progress of the entire ceremony. As for the progress of reshaping the body, it is planned to start rebuilding stone's bones, covering muscles and skin. These tissues are not like the internal organs and the brain. Each has its own function and an irreplaceable position. Bones, muscles, and skin tissues, from a cellular level, are, to put it bluntly, the same thing. But the shape and position of the aggregates are different. Since it is the same thing and the demand is huge, there is no need for single-line operations. Anyway, everyone is currently fishing. As soon as this idea came up, then immediately assign multiple tasks to everyone, as if he had a tacit understanding. With the same needs and different parts, everyone was divided into several groups to shape different parts of the body at the same time. In the eyes of onlookers, they saw that the human body was originally composed of one internal organ and one internal organ in the bone and flesh parts. The limbs, trunk, and head grew outward at the same time. When the music comes to the finale, The fast-paced music suddenly slows down. After the bass harmony outlines the framework, there is a series of virtuosic changes, reaching a small climax. Another soft and calm melody alternates, gradually ushering in a magnificent epic. So soft and strong. It seems to be telling the hero's magnificent journey of ups and downs. And finally there is a glorious ending. In this final piece of music, the establishment of the three major systems of circulation, lymphatic and nervous system, is carried out. You can see that the tissue parts woven by power penetrate into the body from the eyes, ears, mouth and nose, the gaps between the nails, and even the pores on the body. The flow is endless, seemingly endless. Just when the last music sound settled, floating in the midair in the center of the Hichu formation, a complete human body suddenly opened its eyes. The two pupils in his eyes were looking in different directions at the same time. Chapter 773 Emergency Situation. The long-term resistance war that was originally expected to take half a month to a month was completed in just 1 hour. This was something Lin and Finn could not imagine beforehand. As for other people's feelings, they have the attitude of it sounds serious at first, but it doesn't matter when it comes to practice. And they can't help but despise this ceremony. Especially the Dharma saint, Mahatab, who was always on tenterhooks. But everyone present did not want to think about what a luxurious lineup was in front of him. The 21 Turtle Dove Alliance high seats are also the 21 world trees. On Earth, this would be like having 21 supercomputers forming a computing cluster. And even Google wouldn't dare to spend so much money. Coupled with the P+ language that replaces the underlying logic, the computing power has leapt hundreds and thousands of times. Wintham was shaping flesh and blood for himself before. He had to fight alone, stumbling and groping forward. And it took so long. Not to mention the power and time wasted due to midstream modifications during the process. Also benefiting from the previous experience, it can be said that reshaping Sherdong's body this time was much smoother. It's just that there is no relevant part in the entire ceremony as to which soul lives in the created body. Only at the beginning. Stone's head disappeared in the center of the body's reshaping. Except for Finn, who was full of confidence. No one knew whether the commander of the Stitched Corpse Guard Corps, who had been loyal to the Demon King, took control of this body. In an uneasy mood, he watched the petite male body fall to the ground. He doesn't have the strong body and muscles like an orc. Nor is he as thin as an elf, giving him the impression of being agile and flexible. His figure is just quite well proportioned. His appearance cannot be called handsome. But he is just good looking. Not crooked. Naked. He didn't care about everyone's gaze. He walked straight to Finn, knelt on the ground and said in an ancient language, "Your Majesty, your loyal servant will do his best to serve you." Only then did Dharma Saint Mathab notice this resurrected man. In her perception, although this man is made of power rather than the mysterious thing most commonly used by necromancers, the soup of life, he is not like a magician and exudes a unique sense of oppression belonging to power. So, is it a warrior type? It just doesn't feel too strong. The feelings of Dharma Saint Mahatab are actually the feelings of most people. They didn't feel at all that this newly awakened warrior was worthy of the grand scene that had been used to create his physical body. If he didn't have only one head left, maybe a life priest could be invited to directly perform the resurrection spell. And he would be stronger than his current body. However, no one in the Hichu formation will look down upon this man who has just reshaped his body. The Hichu formation has not been lifted, which means that the formation is not a space for people to come and go. All those who enter by mistake seem to have to deal with 21 world trees, a demon king, and a magician at the same time. But the man in front of him not only left his position, but also seemed to be in no one's land, coming and going freely. How could people not be surprised? But it was a surprise. What happened next to this man was not of concern to the world trees. The clones present gathered their divergent computing power and eliminated the connections between all the celestial digits. Lin noticed such an action. How could he not know what Zhongshu was thinking? He raised his hands up like a cauldron, and all the liquid power coming from the energy pool and arranging the entire Hichu formation floated upward. Then he danced a flower on his head with both hands, and the floating power gathered in one place like mercury flowing out, and was then sent back to the energy pool by someone. At this point, the Hichu formation was lifted, and no traces were left. The Wood Elves wearing holy robes stepped forward one after another, and took back their majesty's clones. Then also summoned two girls, put an extra set of clothes on Sherdong's body, and ordered him to wear it. Only then did Lin discover a characteristic of this corpse with front sutures. Without orders, he didn't know what to do. Perhaps it was such a passive character that allowed him to regain Finn's trust. I don't know if this passivity is due to his personality, or if all undead creatures are so slow. After all, I haven't really met a few necromancy people. It's just that this thin boy, who is estimated to be in his early 160s, has such a young man beside Finn. And someone has mixed feelings in his heart, especially after looking at it just now. Even if I didn't want to look, I could still see clearly that the other person's body was complete with all parts and without any defects. Forget it. I can't control the sister's affairs even if I want to. The body reshaping ceremony that was originally expected to take a lot of time now took about an hour to complete. I had to arrange the extra time well. Take advantage of this free time to see what happened to your dream tower, and why you feel that your power is constantly being lost. Just thinking about it. Someone was surrounded by a bunch of wood elves. Perhaps the eyes of these living elves are a little calm, but the objects in their hands do not have the same calmness. The brainwaves eager to communicate are almost materializing and rushing towards someone. It seems I can't run away. On the other side, the Lich and several life priests she brought were surrounding Stone, who had regained his physical body, doing various inspections. Dharma Saint Mahatab stood aside and watched the excitement. To become a Dharma Saint, no one is not curious about new knowledge. After all, the Lich is the leader of this ceremony. As a facilitator, he has to say something before leaving. So Lin stepped forward and said, "If there is nothing to do with me here, then I will leave first. The big boss over there looks like he can't sit still." Then didn't look back and said, "Okay, do you want to use the car? I don't think so. There are so many people, and the car can't fit in it." Lin replied casually, and then walked towards the master of the Tower of Estali III in the Holy City, Dharma Saint Mahatab. At the same time, he took out the emblem attached to Tower 3 in his arms, held it up with both hands, and said, "Your Majesty the Dharma Saint, hereby return control of the 3rd floor." After a slight bow, Dharma Saint Mahatab took the statuette from Lin's hand and said, "Okay, I have taken back the seal." When she wanted to ask the magician questions about all the things she couldn't understand today, the person standing in front of her covered her mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood on her hand. Unable to hold herself up at the same time, half kneeling on the ground. The sudden change certainly attracted everyone's attention. A certain magician's eyes, ears and nose were bleeding, and there were several blood stains on his face. He looked very scary, then immediately left everyone behind, appeared next to Lin, and asked, "What's wrong?" "I just heard someone curse." "That damn fat man. What kind of plane are you doing?" After saying that, Flash disappeared directly from where he was. Although he took a step slower, that inexplicable feeling came to his heart again. She knew exactly where someone was going, and with just a thought, she could follow them in a flash. Just when Finn was about to leave, that feeling was disturbed. At this moment, she lost track of someone. This discovery made her extremely irritable. "Your Majesty Finn," Kalamaharing, holding an antler staff, approached. Before he could say anything, the upset Lich yelled, "What?" Rao was a member of Kalamaharan's ranks among the top experts in the land, but he was still almost distracted by the roar of the former Demon King. But it was an edict issued directly by his boss. Even if his life was in danger, he still had to bite the bullet and say it. "Your Majesty, my lord wishes. Please bring us with you. We can also be put to use. I don't know if it will come in handy. I only know that I have lost his whereabouts now, and I can't help even if I want to." The complaining Lich subconsciously rubbed the ring of fire on the ring finger of his left hand. Suddenly remembering the function of this ring, he raised his hand and asked, "Is there any way for you to trace the main ring in reverse?" This sentence, of course, was not about the elf whose muscles were as big as those of an orc, but about the antler staff in his hand, which was the clone of Waldwo. The World Tree. The World Tree that was asked did not answer, and observed the ring on Finn's finger with great interest in their unique way. He said directly without being passed on by others, "Well, this design is really interesting." The extremely impatient Lich approached the antlered staff directly. The branch, which was obviously hard enough to pierce a person, actually seemed to soften and shrink when the fierce and beautiful ghostly face came close to it. I only heard Finn say viciously, "I want to study it, but I will study it later. Can you trace the reverse and tell me something? Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I will chop you down and use it as firewood." "Sister, you are too close. You are too close. Keep your distance." "Yes, there is a way, but it will take some time for me to do it alone. If you want to rush, you have to ask everyone to come together so that you can get the answer as soon as possible. So, say, take us with you. We will be useful, said Wadwo. When he cooperated with these two people before, the psychological shadow brought to him by the former devil has not dissipated. He didn't want to get into trouble with this woman when her anger level was off the charts. Following the Demon King's glance, the trees consciously began to connect in series, trying to find the location of the main ring through the ring. The reason why the world trees are so positive is of course because of that man. While he was still valuable, the trees couldn't just watch him fall into danger. The original function of the ring made in the past was to allow the unique ring on Lin's hand to sense the position of other rings. When a preceptor is in danger, Lin can support him as soon as possible. But such induction is one way. In the original design, there is no way for horizontal communication between subrings. But just like Fin's guess, since there is some connection between the rings, this connection can be used to confirm the location of the other party. It's just that this kind of bypassing the original design is not that easy to do. The world trees played a guest role as hackers in the mysterious magic network. With the cooperation of the 21 trees, the flash parameters leading to the location of the one ring suddenly appeared before their eyes. Chapter 774 Survival. Sisters, we asked the two girls who were worried about their teacher, but were directly rejected by the Lich, saying, "This is not something you can interfere with. Help me send the priests back. And sure too. Just follow the two of them. You are of no use now." Because the incident happened suddenly, then Chow Chow gave other people instructions on the follow-up matters. Then he turned to look at Mahatab and said, "Your Excellency, I would like to borrow the power to use the energy pool once." "Okay. Need." Without waiting for the Dharma Saint to finish his words, Fine, who had agreed, shouted at the Wood Elf and said, "Stand with me if you want to go, and everyone else should stay away." Regardless of whether others had completed their actions, then put the ring of fire back on her hand, and she sensed the location of the main ring located through the world trees. The induction is quite weak, but you can still detect that the other party is moving. It wouldn't be a surprise when contact would be lost again, so there wasn't much time left for her. With his free hands, he quickly formed several seals that were quite rare in the modern magic of Lost Land. On Fin's four-spirit suit, the totems of the four elemental spirits light up in sequence. In someone's perception, this set of Hanfu only has one enchantment effect, which is protective magic with super defensive power. In fact, it's not just that. It's even said that this suit has not been truly completed yet, although it requires further processing to fully function. At this stage, as long as there is sufficient power support, 70% to 80% of the design strength can still be used. So under everyone's surprised gaze, Fin activated the projection of the four spirits on his body, causing the four spirit birds of earth, water, fire, and wind to be thrown into the energy pool in sequence. When the spirit bird appeared again, it had merged into one and turned into a huge silver-white elemental spirit. It used its wings to cover the gathered wood elves and Fin standing in the center. Flash activate. From the time when the Lich finished explaining the follow-up to when she flashed away with more than 20 wood elves, it took less than an hourglass, which shows her resolute attitude. The people left behind could only look at each other, with no time to consider the pros and cons, to make any reaction, and even to stop that person. The two girls still remembered their elder sister's instructions, and Halumi, who was used to dealing with others, handled the matter properly. And Sherdong, who had regained his human body, obeyed their instructions like a puppet on strings and returned to his home in District 6. Then, worried, Stone, who had recovered his body, was even smaller than Leonardo. So I took Leo's old clothes and put them on this front-sewed corpse. It means that because of Kaya, Halumi was used to seeing Stone's original shriveled head. After suddenly returning to their normal appearance, the two girls were not only worried about their teacher, but they also couldn't help but become interested in this boy who looked younger than them. Although they also knew that the man in front of them was enough to be their ancestor, let alone their grandfather. But it still couldn't reduce their curiosity. Halumi asked, "Stone, aren't you worried about my sister?" "Worried?" Sherdong's slightly delicate face turned to one side. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head and said, "I won't be worried." Hearing this, Halumi was a little unhappy and asked, "Why?" "My lord is omnipotent, and there is no point in worrying. That's why I have to pursue with all my strength to repay my lord's trust." Sherdong's tone seemed to be that he believed in what he said. which made Halloumi lose his temper. He spread his hands and said, "Yes, yes." However, the highly trusted group of people is now facing an unprecedented test. Finn led the Wood Elves and his party, and their destination was a dilapidated building. Moreover, the entire building is moving at a speed that is unimaginable to ordinary people. Up and down, left and right. Such violent and irregular movements directly caused the people who appeared here to fall into a rolling gourd, which was very embarrassing. The Lich, who had worked so hard to stabilize his figure, was shocked by the omnipresent power mixed with alien energy that filled the air. In addition, he and the entire building are moving at high speed. Let her have no clue about her situation. Fortunately, there were two familiar figures right in front of her, which kept her from being at a loss. A flash appeared between the fat man and the thin man. He grabbed their shoulders with two hands, one on each side, and asked, "What's going on now? Why are you here? Hey, you're here too." The original and Feijai replied at the same time. The fat one even pretended to say, "My journey is the Sea of Stars." "Ah, no. It is the Sea of Dimensions. How about you join me on the adventure? Beautiful lady. Are you sure this is an adventure and not death?" The original complained. "Even if you die, you will die with your consent. Now don't say you never thought about it. It will be very sad." The fat man shot back, not to be outdone. "I admit that I have thought about it. But I should be fully prepared before doing so, rather than being so sudden and catching me off guard. Because when moving at high speed, it is not easy to stabilize one's body, and it requires the words were audible. So Lin roared at the top of his lungs. In comparison, the incarnation of Fat House appears calm and unhurried in the midst of crisis. What is complete preparation? How can there be complete preparation in life? The so-called preparation is daily accumulation. When the opportunity arrives, you will do your best to achieve your goals. There is never any a perfect statement. If you wait until you are confident before taking action, either you will never wait until that time, or the opportunity will be gone. Do you understand? The incarnation of the Fat House, who loves to talk nonsense, did not stop, but turned around and continued. "Oh, and little girls, you are so lucky. If you had come here so early, you would have been all over the place the moment you showed up. Destroy. So please remember to thank me for my hard work in rebuilding the magic tower so that it can have a place to stay." This. Finn looked around at his surroundings. "You mean this tattered thing that looks like it's about to fall apart is your magic tower? Hey. Hee hee. Don't underestimate it. Although it is indeed shabby compared to before, the foundation is very different. If you ask me, this broken tower now can beat the 10 before. Yes, provided we won't be killed by this environment." The original roared. From the pores in the building's exterior wall, Finn can clearly see the outside world, and naturally knows what kind of environment he is in. Just, why does this tower come to a place like this? Isn't it in your dream? Could it be that it was exiled to the gap in the dimension? Hey, it's not accurate to say we were exiled. We escaped on our own initiative. Just like when a boyfriend and girlfriend break up, I will always be the one who dumps them. I am the only one who doesn't want others, and no one else wants me. Feijai turned proudly said. Of course. Someone complained without hesitation. It's like we have a chance to break up with someone else. After saying this, for no reason, both of them felt very hurt. But the Lich, who was tricked and didn't pay attention to these little thoughts, he grabbed the two depressed people by their collars and asked, "So what should we do now?" Facing a powerful enemy, Finn was not afraid at all. But the current predicament cannot be persisted with courage. You have to find the right method, and it has to be done before it is destroyed. Time is limited. At this time, the original version, who knew more about speaking seriously, stood up and said, "To put it simply, we are now in turbulence. If we can determine the source of gravity, dimensional gap, exit, entrance or two-way mouth of the environment we are in, you can find a way to calculate a translation point similar to a Lagrangian point, or a dynamic static equilibrium channel. In addition, you can find a way to collect more resources and complete the construction here. Now that we have a place to stay, it won't be a surprise when we are dispersed by the dimensional tide again." He glanced at the Wood Elves who followed Finn. In fact, Lin was looking at the World Tree clone they brought. "Anyway, it's really great that you guys can come over. Although I'm fine by myself, I can do it faster with your help. Shall we start now?" When it comes to things like drawing tolerances, someone is already pretty good at it. Seeing how calm he was, he planned to assign tasks to everyone. At this time, Dark Elf Meyer lowered his body, almost crawling, and stepped forward with difficulty and said, "Master, your Majesty wants to make a proposal to you." In fact, it's not the fault of the Dark Elf's lack of manners. Behind her, no one could stand firm in this crazy environment, whether it was the extraordinary beings among the elves or the great druids. In this environment, Lin certainly had no intention of bargaining, so he asked directly, "Tell me, what does he propose?" "His Majesty hopes to establish a direct communication channel with him here. In exchange, in addition to helping you calculate what you just said, he can also help build this magic tower." Meyer was not convinced. Looking around with too much certainty, he finally followed what his boss said, and simply stated the proposal conveyed by His Majesty Fastness. Why couldn't Lin see what Fastness had in mind behind this proposal? The World Tree is limited by the innate limitations of the Lost Land, and cannot communicate with more than 8 worlds. But if they really establish an outpost in the gap of this dimension, and just establish a window here in the World Tree, it will be equivalent to them not having to fight for promotion. But they will have an additional source of nutrients. In this case, why not give it a try? For someone, even if World Tree intervenes, this place is no longer exclusive to him. But considering that this group of plants has nothing to do with intrigues, they shouldn't interfere too much in their decision-making. As long as their basic interests are not harmed, there shouldn't be several people talking here appearing out of nowhere. Since it is a win-win situation, and it can save the current situation from fire and water, there is nothing to disagree with. Lin Sui said to the trees, "Who else wants to get involved? I only asked this once. This opportunity cannot be missed, and it will never come back." Chapter 775, In the Dimension Gap. Not surprisingly, all the world trees present agreed. Growth and evolution can almost be said to be the instinct of living things, and World Tree is no exception. In addition, this is not something that any tree has the means or necessity to monopolize, because they just need a passageway to connect here to get what they want. So cooperation becomes the best option. What they did was surprisingly simple. They simply abandoned the clones they brought, threw themselves into the broken magic tower, and began to repair the flaws and holes in the tower. Of course, the role of the World Tree clone is not just to repair the tower. The original Dream Tower will become what it is now, in addition to resisting the erosion of alien energy in the gaps between dimensions. The bigger reason is that under the leadership of Hagari, a master of materials engineering from another world, the original integrated circuit was used to record and calculate information. It has evolved into a structure that controls the state of small molecules to record and calculate information. Simply put, it is to evolve the Dream Tower from a traditional computer level to a quantum computer level device. Although the relevant mathematical theory has not yet been completely perfected, it cannot be resisted that Hagari itself is an expert at molecular level control and can directly solve the difficulties of controllable particles and observation methods. With tools like the P+ language, it can allow itself to evolve by leaps and bounds. The clones invested by the Dream Tower and World Tree are changing their structure and properties according to Hagari's plan, so that they can reach the level of calculation using quantum logic. In order to meet such requirements, not only the autologous materials need to be further concentrated and refined, but also the unqualified parts are eliminated, or become fuel and auxiliary materials, and are consumed during the transformation. This is a process of eliminating the unnecessary and retaining the essential. Although the situation in front of me seems to be almost complete, the accumulation in the past, whether it is the energy tide obtained when Wall was promoted, or the 8 pure powers that were initiated by the 8 masters of power not long ago, or even the intermittently killed within the scope of the Dream Tower during this period, there are not many demon remnants left after this time's torment. This is why the magic tower became riddled with holes after moving into the dimensional gap. However, the clones of the World Tree that were thrown into various places grew rapidly, filling the gaps and breaches. And they don't use the form of plant bodies to grow randomly and fill up the holes. If you really do this, you will be cut off by Fat Man with a box cutter and thrown into the turbulent energy flow outside. Strictly follow the box cutting standards and strive to be as perfect as possible from the molecular and stacking levels. Only qualified parts will be retained. For this request that was so arrogant and unreasonable in the eyes of the Wood Elves, the World Trees complied, because for a long time, the World Trees have only focused on transforming the magic patterns on the tree, making them as complex as possible, and squeezing as many patterns into a small area as possible. The reason why the wood named after the World Tree is so powerful is that, in addition to the magical effect brought by the magic lines, The wood itself has been immersed in a powerful environment for a long time and has produced benign mutations. This is the preciousness of the wood of the world tree. Reason. But the world trees never thought that they could start from the molecular level, directly changing its own structure, and not just stacking molecules randomly, but doing it in a planned manner, embedding magical effects, thus strengthening both physical and magical properties, although doing so has no direct impact on their growth. But the long life of World Tree has made them understand that all growth and breakthroughs have been accumulated bit by bit. What you do today will be useful someday in the future. After all, they are different from creatures with limited life. The World Trees have plenty of time and can afford to wait. So it's no wonder that they rarely communicate or explain anything to the Wood Elves. Only give orders. Looking at a group of people with limited lifespan, generations of people ask the same questions and make the same mistakes. Fortunately, they are plants. If they were carnivorous animals, they would not eat up the entire group. Just like how the Dragon Clan treats the subordinate servant clan. They are really either grumpy or impatient. Lin left it to Agiri and Yggdrasil to take care of repairing the magic tower. He had no way to intervene in that part. And he had more important things to do, which was to mathematically model the environment he was in. What kind of environment is the dimensional gap? New gravity sources are born anytime and anywhere, and old gravity sources are destroyed anytime and anywhere. The gravitational channel formed between the gravity will be affected by other gravity sources or changes, and then be pulled and deformed. Sometimes I think it is a passage, but it may fall into other dimensional worlds in the next second, or appear in other places in the gap. If we want to use a more specific description, it is that this is not a complete space, but a place made up of countless fragmented spaces. In other words, it is very possible to take a walk and end up with the upper body appearing in the first place, and the lower body staying in the same place, which can be said to be extremely dangerous. They also had no involvement in the actions of Haikiri and Yggdrasil. Of course, they did not care about the life or death of the group of Wood Elves who were brought here. Fen and Lin, including the incarnation of Fat House, could not wait for a stable working environment. So Icon began to carry out the outside world observations and calculations. Even if their bodies were swaying from side to side, the three people who entered the working state also concentrated their energy to the extreme. Even though he was as powerful as the Demon King, Finn knew that it would be easy to just walk away if he wanted to protect himself. But wanting to gain a foothold here is not something she can do alone. Even if I help someone gain a foothold here, it doesn't seem to be of any benefit to me. But life is one challenge after another. Just like seeing a mountain and wanting to climb to the top. In the process of challenging, you will also gain something. A certain lich convinced himself so. But for someone, this is a challenge that there is no turning back. Who asked that fat man to cause trouble? If this magic tower cannot be saved, it will be like in a martial arts novel where the dantian is broken and the martial arts is useless. I definitely don't want the final stage of my life to end like this. Fortunately, I want to find a safe passage in the dimensional gap. This goal is very close to my major in astrophysics. At least you can calculate the results yourself, instead of staring at a large amount of observation data without knowing where to start. Moreover, there are many formulas that can be directly transferred to and used based on previous calculations of astronomical calculations on Mystery Island. Some of them only need to modify the parameters, and only a few of them require rethinking the program solution. Relying on the computing power supported by the world trees, some mathematical models belonging to the dimensional gaps were quickly established. I say partial because it is easy to parse a single fragment of a small space. But how to connect all the fragments to form the space in front of me? I couldn't find a clue for a while. Once you want to expand the mathematical model to the entire scope, you will be overturned by a series of contradictions and errors. In front of his eyes, there seemed to be a flash of light in his mind. Lin stared blankly at the image sent back from outside the magic tower and murmured, "Eyes can deceive. Feelings can deceive. But mathematics cannot deceive." Something that can be observed with the eyes or any observation method. Someone habitually uses the Earth's observation method to record its data, but has never thought about whether the two have the same reference object and are located in the same reference time and space. Just like when people watch a video of Su Feng. If they press fast forward, Su Feng will look like a storm. This is due to the different flow of time in the film and in reality. With this understanding, re-examining each fragmented space, someone was pleasantly surprised to find that in the dimensional gaps, all the rules still follow the most basic physical principles. But not all places are located in the same time and space. And in the same space, time flows at a low speed. It is this asymmetrical state that causes all kinds of dangers here. The most difficult part of solving a problem is not understanding the problem or not seeing the pitfalls. But when the problem has been analyzed and understood, it is only a matter of time before the answer is obtained. What's more, someone is backed by more than 20 supercomputers and can quickly build a mathematical model. There may still be some flaws, but for immediate emergency use, there is no time to think about it. Using hot mathematical models to reconstruct the environment model. What is presented to everyone is a world of dimensional gaps that is completely different from what is seen with the naked eye. The most important thing is that the point that is relatively balanced with the forces from all aspects has also been found. And there is more than one such point. If this calm point is fixed, then as long as you find a way to move the magic tower to that point, the tower will be safe. However, the dimensional gap is constantly changing. That is, the static point will change its position, thus forming a dynamically balanced channel. What is very surprising is that no matter how the dimensional gap changes, this channel will not be interrupted for no reason. And all the calm points that form this channel are continuous. From the moment the calculation results are calculated, there are only 5 minutes left for the magic tower to enter the nearest calm point. In other words, everyone has to find a way within these 5 minutes to make the magic tower change its trajectory and enter a position that should be calm in the calculation. Regarding this issue, Lin of course went directly to Agiri, the foreman, who is currently solely responsible for the transformation of the magic tower. I don't know where this weapon that has become tattered got the bad mouth of a troll. When I see someone, I will spit. You are a pig. Ask me about such a simple matter. Someone resisted the urge to grab a piece of junk and shoot it out of the window as a dart, and said, I came to you for help because I ran out of ideas. I want to say that you should be familiar with this environment, and do you have any ideas? The situation of the space shuttle moving forward in the universe is different from that in the atmosphere. When there is no wind to borrow, the space shuttle can only use methods such as burning jets to actively abandon something outward to obtain reaction force. Come and push the space shuttle forward. You know this method better than me. And you came to ask me? But you just want to know what we can spray out. Yes. Yes. Lin nodded hurriedly and said, If you ask me, the most useless thing here is the group of L's. How about throwing them out? According to my calculations, one will be thrown out from the gate on the first floor after a minute and a half. And another one will be thrown out after another minute. 1. When there are 30 seconds left, throw ahead and you can just enter a stable orbit. If you think throwing ahead is too cruel, just throw something of similar mass, such as a hand or a foot. Chapter 776, Secondary Plane Lord. Hagiri's speech did not evade anyone. The collapse in the hearts of the Wood Elves is of course nothing to mention. Any one of these Wood Elves would be a powerful figure outside. But as long as he is in front of this magician, he is not as good as his younger brother. Even if you want to resist, it will only happen for a moment. Then he died. They didn't just listen to some specious rumors to judge the strength, but they saw the magician in action with their own eyes. The height they reached also allowed them to accurately judge the gap between the enemy and ourselves. In short, the conclusion was that they could not win. The opponent's ability is unsolvable at this stage. Unless more characteristics are tested, there will be an opportunity to design targeted tactics to defeat the opponent. But will this person, who is so insignificant that no one has seen his full capabilities, give others such an opportunity? When did this world become so strange? This is a man who doesn't even have the title of Great Magician. Actually, someone was awarded the title of Grand Magician of Lazigian Division, but it was not recognized by other divisions. Although the Fes branch in the holy city of Estali has considered granting it, the proposal has not yet achieved consensus among the branch's top leaders. Regardless of the psychological activities of the Wood Elves, Lin carefully considered Hagiri's proposal for 3 seconds, and then rejected it. This is not feasible. In terms of cost performance, using living people to push the magic tower forward is too much. That's a bit exaggerated. I just wanted to ask if there are any tables and chairs. Hagiri complained. Brother, I appreciate that you thought about it for 3 seconds before rejecting me instead of saying no directly. But you also saw the situation we were in at the beginning. Everything was smashed into pieces. Even the place where we stand now was built with great difficulty. Why do you think there is still some garbage that can be thrown out? But without any injustice, I can't do such a thing as throwing a living person out. Someone begged and said something that the Wood Elves strongly agreed with. That's why I said you're a pig. How did you get here? Hagiri said in disgust. Use flash. Is it possible to walk on 2 legs? Lin realized something and asked. Can the flash technique work? If you doubt it, don't use it. Shoo too. Agiri continued to speak mercilessly. But if I want to move the entire magic tower completely, I'm afraid that I don't have enough magic power to push it. You know, the reason why I flashed in the dream is because of this tower in the dream. Now it is almost unable to protect itself. Is there any way to support my magic? Lin's analysis of his own weaknesses was met with a chorus from Finn, Agiri, and all the world trees. You are a pig. Someone who was stunned by the scolding looked at everyone in surprise. The Lich gestured outside with his thumb and said, Where do you think this is? Why would the world trees give up a clone to help you take root here? Ah! Someone who realized it later wanted to defend himself again and said, Actually, the reason I didn't consider it outside is because it can't be used directly. If I could use it directly, wouldn't I be invincible here? Anyway, it needs to be transformed. Just like the world trees only use this place as nutrients. And they have to be transformed before they can use it for themselves. This time, Luinfin agreed with someone's opinion and said towards the tattered long sword held in the avatar of Fat Mansion. That's the truth. It's useless no matter how much things can't be put to use directly. You guys go up to the 3rd floor and take a look. Agiri's provocative statement will certainly arouse people's curiosity. Thanks to the repairs by the World Tree clone, many gaps in the Magic Tower have been filled. The internal bumps of the Magic Tower are better than at the beginning, so the people inside can still barely walk. In addition to Lin and Finn, including the incarnation of Fat Mansion, of course, who used the flash technique to reach the 3rd floor. The Wood Elves who were anxious for their own lives also filed onto the 3rd floor of the Magic Tower. The original appearance of the Dream Tower was a 5-story round tower. After this round of weight loss surgery, which was comparable to liposuction and flesh cutting, the Magic Tower that was rebuilt in the dimensional gap became an octagonal tower with only 3 floors. Regardless of the shrinking size, the power it contains and the energy from the dimensional tides are reduced. But the power it can exert is not the same as in the past. What people who come to the 3rd floor see is not a traditional energy pool. Generally, the energy pool of a Magic Tower is really a pool design. The difference is that the pool is on the ground, on the wall, or in midair. But the scene in front of them could be described as an hourglass. But no one could understand what it was. They could only vaguely guess that it was related to an energy pool. But in the eyes of a certain time-traveling audience, what is in front of them is a proper science fiction style. The upper and lower sides are force field generating devices, which extract the violent energy outside the tower into the opposite nature and inject it from above and below. The injected energy particles each appear in the shape of a curved funnel, converging into a small point at the upper and lower intersections. In the very center of the upper and lower force field devices, there are 4 needle-shaped devices on the front, back, left and right. The 4 needles face each other and are divided into blue group and red group. The blue group is the ignition device. When particles of opposite properties input from the upper and lower force fields intersect, the blue group probe will ignite them, not really burning, but inducing a reaction. The probe in the red group is an extraction device, which collects the power that can be used after the reaction and injects it into the Magic Tower. Because this tower is not like the Magic Tower in Lost Land, which is made of various magic materials. It is itself made of solid masonry condensed by power or other energy. When someone uses magic, it is actually like extracting the foundation of the tower. It's just that when the amount consumed is averaged over all the masonry, it becomes very small, and the change is not obvious. Although the power has the characteristic of naturally recovering towards the storage upper limit, and will slowly increase the upper limit after reaching the upper limit. This process is very slow, and theoretically it is still possible to exhaust the entire tower in one go. The endless infusion of power means that this Magic Tower is still growing and has amazing potential. One of the advantages in front of you is that there is a source to support someone to perform any magic, including the flash teleportation that includes the Magic Tower and everyone in one breath. Now that he has enough aid, Lin no longer has any worries and can start the mathematical model he established before. As soon as he saw his stance, a Wood Elf asked worriedly, "Sir, are you sure there is nothing wrong? Don't worry. With this mathematical map, even if a pig comes, it can take us to a safe location." This sentence of someone was naturally a self-deprecating response to being called a pig more than a dozen times before. But to other people's ears, it's a bit harsh. Just when others still had something to say, they suddenly stabilized, and the entire Magic Tower entered a relatively stable state. It is no longer easy to stand up straight like before. Then turned around and looked around, and asked doubtfully, Have we entered the passage you mentioned? Yeah. It's very smooth. Although I don't think it will be that smooth. Someone's crow mouth had just finished speaking. And it immediately came to fruition. The entire magic tower shook violently. And it looked like it was about to enter the previous turbulent state. When everyone was in a panic. Even Finn asked, "What's going on? Didn't I just say that this is a balance point of all forces? In a very delicate state. What do you think will happen if a foreign object is suddenly added?" Lin did his calculations calmly. At the same time, he explained to everyone, feeling that the vibrations were getting bigger and bigger. Someone suddenly yelled hysterically, "Ah! We are going to die! We are going to die! What should we do? What should we do? We are going to die! We will be thrown into the outer space and be alienated by alien species. The energy is like tentacles, going in and out all over my body. To experience that feeling, I would rather die than, well, maybe it would be interesting to not correct the trajectory. How about we try?" The person who said this was naturally the fat man who transformed into Fat Man. He was afraid that the world would be in chaos. So his interference would make other unstable would elves restrain their emotions that were about to explode. After they calmed down, they finally understood that they were powerless in such an environment. The only thing he can rely on is the magician whom His Majesty trusts. Compared to the wood elves who knew nothing, then immediately heard the key words mentioned by the incarnation of Fat Mansion and asked, "Correct the orbit? Is this the solution?" "Yes. It's a very simple solution." "Right. Since adding a tower will affect the balance here, then just add the magic tower to the elements that will have an impact and recalculate the calm point. There is no difficulty." Someone flicked his fingers, and the rumbling sound of the entire magic tower stopped immediately. At the same time, he said, "You see? It's so easy." Everyone was in shock, looking around, trying to confirm. Only Finn was staring at the dimensional gap map established by the mathematical model. The current location of the magic tower was also marked on it, and the formulas or models used in this part were explained in the form of comments. Then he said in a tone of disbelief, "Does this mean you have a firm foothold? Otherwise you think it's so complicated, but it's so simple." Lin laughed. "On the way, I started to check to see what the new magic tower had been transformed into by the Fat Man and Hikuri. Someone has never had much confidence in himself." Of course, he did not forget to comfort the group of wood elves who looked worried and frightened from beginning to end. And it was really difficult for them to take their respective majesties to the sky and the sea. So Lin said, "And this time, thanks to everyone for sending your majesties here. We can stabilize here. But this is my most confidential place, so please don't publicize it to the outside world. Next, I send you all back to your respective tribes directly. Or do you have other plans?" The wood elves looked at each other. And finally Kalamaharing stood up, bowed and said, "Your Excellency, Lord of the Secondary Plane, are you sure you don't want to publicize your achievements here? Can you own a piece of land outside the main plane? Territory, no matter where it is placed, is a miracle. If you promote it well, you will lose a lot of enemies in the maze, and you will gain many more friends who are interested in it, as long as you firmly master the methods of entering and exiting." Chapter 777, The Reason for Moving the Tower. Although plane lords and subplane lords seem to be different, to the people of Midi, the meanings they represent are almost the same, with a plane or a secondary plane at his back. Such a magician is not something ordinary people can defeat. And as long as you firmly grasp the coordinates of the plane, or the method of entry and exit, even if there are people who covet it, you can only choose to cooperate instead of taking it. Didn't look at the 21 World Tree boss, and he offered his clone as a brick, just kneeling down and licking it. It is conceivable that by mastering such a place, someone's status will rise. However, this kind of understanding only exists among these long-lived wood elves. After all, the power of a plane lord is not so easy to produce. Therefore, in the world of human magicians, records about plane lords are not accessible to some time traveler who has been hanging around at the bottom for a long time. This also causes someone to have an unclear understanding of their own situation and just want to hide it for fear of being known. Now that he was awakened by someone, he himself was surprised and said, "Oh, you can still play like this. But is that subplane lord suitable for use on me?" Lin was more concerned about that statement. So he looked at the lich beside him, then looked like he hated iron and said angrily, "You have been qualified to call yourself this since you were sitting in the Dream Tower. No matter how small this place is, as long as you can come here and move around here. So that's it." After getting the answer, Lin turned to the sturdy wood elf he was familiar with and said, But old friend, you're talking very well. Just call me like before. As for here, please help me keep it a secret. Rather than letting some high-minded people fear me, avoid me, or fawn over me at the expense of exposing my secret, I prefer being underestimated, so that I have the opportunity to do something unexpected. Anything. Someone still follows the code of conduct of not revealing his wealth. Just a few of his chuckles only caused a chill in the ears of the Wood Elves. Emotions say that this person has been working tirelessly to dig holes and deceive people along the way. I don't know how many lives have been deceived by this guy pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. Although no one said any dejected words, and even pretended to be strong on the surface, the Wood Elves felt that their long-held beliefs seemed to be shaken. They just want to leave here quickly. The most dangerous thing is not the devil or the dangerous environment outside, but the scammer in front of them. Even Kalamaharing, who thought he was familiar with this magician, felt strange at this time, and did not dare to say that he knew this old friend. He sighed slightly, thought for a moment, chose the same honorific as before, and said, "Your Excellency Tripwood, if there is nothing going on here without us, can you please send us back? Besides, it seems that things here are not going to work for us. Not much help." Not only did Lin have no reason to object to such a request, the Wood Elves even more wished for it. Lin did not emphasize confidentiality again. In fact, as early as when it was exposed, he knew that sooner or later the existence of this place would not be covered up. As I said before, it was just a brief introduction to human affairs. He asked everyone, "Are you ready to leave?" After getting the reply, he clapped his hands, and the Wood Elves were immediately sent back to their respective tribes by flash magic. Seeing someone sending more than 20 people away in an understatement, Fun, who had been checking the situation of the magic tower, finally turned around and asked, "I don't understand. You are staying well in the dream world. Why do you come here like this?" "The place is messing around. The mouthful of blood you spit out earlier shows that the situation here has no impact on you." Fun looked at someone who was already out of shape and looked a little haggard. The magic tower was moved here, although in terms of results, it was considered complete. But the process of destruction and restoration did not leave any traces on him. Lin explained, "That's not possible in the dream world. The physical laws there are just what I think are the physical laws, not the rules that the entire world will follow. If there is any power of demons or gods, it can overturn my knowledge in that world. Then I'm done. It's better here, although it's a bit confusing. But physics is still physics, so I have nothing to be afraid of." Someone's worries are actually the crisis of the dream tower for a long time. The physical laws of the dream world are just laws established virtually under someone's knowledge. At any time, due to stronger mental power, free falling will become free floating, and inertial motion will become irregular motion. When it comes to fighting in that kind of field, someone is not good at it. So someone who is prepared for a rainy day has been thinking about ways to avoid it. The best way, of course, is to move to a place where the laws of physics work, which is why we are doing what we do today. "Just saying. Do you need to put two things together?" Then said half complainingly. As for the other thing she mentioned besides moving, of course, it was the renovation of the magic tower itself. You have to ask him about this matter. Someone kicked the ball to the incarnation of Fat House. It's just that this fat man acted like a normal person, picking his feet and then picking his nose. As soon as he found out that he was named, he just opened his mouth and said with an imageless smile, "It's not because you came up with the P+ language. So the transformation work is imperative. Since the tower has been demolished 7 times, it's 7 or 8. Then moving is something that can be done easily. Anyway, it's all about doing it first. So it's normal for the two things to come together. Is this normal? You almost called yourself normal? No wonder you have a normal brain, a normal body, do normal things, and speak normal words. This world cannot be more normal for you." Original version complained. But Feijai was not creepy at all, and immediately sarcastically retorted. The two of them were going back and forth, and without the middle one to take charge of the silence, the fight would be endless. Ignoring the two people who said they were addicted, then twisted the broken sword like a sieve with his index thumb and asked, "What's going on with you? Have you also transformed yourself? Or are you stained with the body fluids of that fat man who committed suicide? Wow. Sister, you also care about me." Hagiri is so touched. Woohoo. Listening to a talking rag crying, Finn immediately wanted to throw the things in his hands out. Sensing this thought, Hagiri immediately stopped talking and said shyly, "Sister, Don't throw it away. Don't throw it away. I was just happy to see you. So I made some small changes to myself. But the energy reserve is not enough. So I moved some mass to make up for it. Don't look at me. I look a bit bad. If you want to kill people, I'm still as sharp. After pondering for a moment, Finn said, I want to ask you a question. Although I really don't want to answer you, I still ask. Finn was silent for 3 seconds before asking. Since you know what I'm going to ask, why don't you just answer it directly? That person said before that it is polite to listen to someone until they finish what they say. Even if I know what the other person wants to say, I should listen to what the other person wants to say before answering. Because sometimes what people say is different from what they think. It may be more tactful, or it may be more hypocritical. It is also interesting to compare the difference between what he said and what he thought. Finn was silent again, this time speechless. After a long while, he said, Don't learn that guy's bad habits. Since you already know what I want to ask, I will tell you directly. Is there any way to erase the consciousness of your Hagiri clan, but keep your body? Actually, you already know the answer. I will say it again here. There is no such method. According to that person, the Hagiri clan is actually a creature of some kind of high-dimensional world. And consciousness is the main body of our existence. The human form is just a SHL used to retain our consciousness. This body does not belong to any known mineral. But it can also change into all minerals, and is completely controlled by our consciousness. The power that holds this body together will also dissipate, and Hakakiri will no longer exist. Then how can I shut you up? Then asked further. To paraphrase what the person said in his head. I think. Therefore I am. It is impossible to shut up. But you can discuss and see when you need to be quiet. For example, when sleeping. After all, it makes people mentally exhausted. Weakness is not our intention. Why don't I really thank you all? Finn mocked. However, Hagiri still said, if you just want to have a handy weapon that is about the same level as me, I can't tell you about other people. But you should be able to make that weapon. Finn's interest was piqued and he asked, Oh, what weapon? For details, you should ask that person. After all, this is something in his mind, coupled with the research you have recently completed. If the two can be combined into one, they should be able to exert no less power than mine. Power. And the key word is lightsaber. Hagiri sold it out. Although a certain sword did not explain clearly, Finn knew that instead of questioning the sword, it would be better to question the man. And maybe he could squeeze out something else. Well, squeeze out all kinds of stuff. The Lich, whose mood had improved inexplicably, asked with a smile, How long do you plan to maintain this appearance? You are not afraid of being treated as rags and sent back to the furnace. Tatters also have the pride of rags. What's more, don't you think it's very interesting to use a handful of rags to cut those bright weapons and armor into scrap metal? Doesn't this prove that the things in those people's hands are not connected to each other? Worse than rags. My mood seemed to be getting better, but it suddenly hit rock bottom. Then stared at Hagiri gloomily and said, I've warned you a long time ago not to learn that man's bad habits. How about, I'll give you another chance to answer my question. No, don't be angry. I'll just change. The situation in front of her proved how unstable the woman's mood was. Hagiri no longer dared to contradict the former demon king and simply changed his appearance. The quality that has been lost cannot be regained in a short time. The remaining parts are not only more powerful than before, but the difficulty of making the sword body has also risen sharply. However, these difficulties are not real problems for Hagiri. It just needs to be reduced in size and no longer appear in the form of a long sword. In this way, you can use the modified parts to change it into the shape you want. The new shape chosen by Hagiri is a double-edged short knife. The blade is about the length of a palm, thick and solid. The back of the blade is serrated near the handle, and the tip of the blade is slightly curved, forming a hook shape. The most special thing is that there is a blood groove on the front end of the blade. This is a very rare design among MIDI swords. In my hometown, the shape of this knife has a famous name, the Blue Wave Knife. Chapter 778 Undead Creatures. The people who returned to the main plane were very secretive about what happened after a group of people left in a flash. Dharma Saint Mathab Chufan came forward in person. After a secret conversation unknown to outsiders, one of the most powerful people in the holy city chose to stand firmly behind the two magicians. In addition to Finn already possessing the title of Grand Mage of the Feist District, the Magic Saint also changed his position and became a supporter of Gablesh Tripwood's acquisition of the title of Grand Mage. in terms of granting titles. Except for the tower owner of Tower I, who occasionally expresses his opinions because he is the president of the 1st District chapter. The tower owners of the other 5 core towers of the Holy City will not express any opinions to highlight its transcendent status. But today, Mahtab once again broke the rules, which also caused her to attract a lot of doubts. And then, nothing. Anyone who can sit in that position, whether male or female, is a determined person, unless there is some ambiguity in the matter itself. It will change due to different positions, and it has no stake in these big guys. Of course, they know how to protect themselves wisely and maintain a transcendent status. But as long as it is something they have decided on, their stubbornness is beyond the reach of 10 dragons. Force coercion? Who is so impatient that they would use force to coerce the Dharma Saint who lives in a 5-story magic tower? Other tower owners did not dare to be so arrogant. But after all, it is just an opinion, and Dharma Saint Mahtab has not yet made the decision. So this incident ended quickly and was forgotten. Just like the Earth's gossip, it rarely lasts more than 3 days, and no one cares about it after that. The disturbances from the outside world, as always, have no effect on a time-traveling magician and the people he regards as family. Their lives have not changed much except that they have one more living person. On the contrary, this new member made a lot of jokes in the first few days. Starving, being thirsty to the point of dehydration, being drowsy at night, even peeing or having diarrhea in your pants are all kinds of strange situations that arise one after another. Although 2 girls helped to deal with the aftermath, Stone remained the same as if he had no shame. In the end, Thun couldn't stand it anymore and stepped in to teach his subordinates a lesson. Your body is different now. It needs food, water, rest, and even excretion. You have to learn it yourself and get used to it. And in terms of efficiency, you have to do things before you face the limit. It's much easier to deal with it than to deal with it afterwards. Don't let me see this kind of thing again. Yes, master. No one can teach this guy, but a certain lich can do it with just a few words. Then used to evaluate this guy as stubborn. But Linko has seen this. However, this also made someone have doubts and asked, does Stone not even have any memory of the past when he was a human being? It is impossible for these trivial things in life to have no impression at all as long as he has been a human being. Bar. Who told you that he was once a human being? A certain lich who was eating dessert said vaguely while biting the spoon. Lin was surprised and said, he is not a human being? Then what is he? Well, I can probably guess what misunderstandings you have about undead creatures. So I will show mercy and help you learn more about it. Although she said this, Then still casually ate the red bean glutinous rice balls, a dessert carefully made by Halloumi, 1 spoon at a time. Eating this thing in this winter is really heartwarming. While talking, undead creatures, as the name suggests, are things that resurrect from the dead and regain most of their biological characteristics. They retain some of their habits in life, but they are also different from those in life. To be more precise, all creatures have both spirit and flesh. 2 parts, the soul and the body, are complete when either part is lost. Although he was eating dessert, Then still imitated someone and used the whiteboard pen technique to draw some schematic diagrams in midair, and even made simple annotations. In short, it is explained with pictures and texts. Most forms of death are that the soul dissipates first, the body slowly decays, and then the soul and body completely disappear from this world. If there is an accidental death, the body has been destroyed, but the soul has not dissipated. Next, the soul is called a ghost, which is a major type of undead creature. It is difficult to create this kind of undead man-made. Most of them are born naturally due to chance. And then the necromancer uses various methods to restrain them, to enslave them, or to protect them. Then showed a series of ghost types in her memory, from weak to powerful. They have one thing in common. That is, they all look like they are filled with hatred and bitterness. The other is that the soul has dissipated, and the remaining body is used by the necromancer to resurrect into a ghoul. Or the parts that are still intact are sewn together and then revived by casting a spell. This type is called a stitched corpse. At most, the type of bone that is most difficult to decay is the skeleton soldier. Then shows the 3 basic types of undead forms. This type of undead creatures have one thing in common. That is, they only have instincts and no wisdom, because there is no so-called soul in their bodies. Just an empty body. Ghouls will be driven by the instinct of hunger and devour everything. The flesh and blood you see. The stitched corpses and skeleton soldiers are just puppets. Their bodies may still remember how to move, but they will not move when there are no instructions. So what about the intelligent undead? Do they have souls? Since they have souls and bodies, why are they classified as undead creatures? Lin asked. This question is a good entry point. Finn praised. Smart undead creatures must have experienced death once. Sometimes it is a ghost full of obsession that retrieves his body and regains control of a body. The representative creature of this type is the lich. But for liches, death is deliberately pursued. Sometimes ghosts find free bodies, or they are stuffed into ghouls, stitched corpses, and skeleton soldiers whose bodies are strong enough. Souls. These undead creatures have intelligence similar to that of the soul. And intelligent undead creatures are usually classified as high-level undead. Then showed many diagrams of undead creatures. It's just that these creatures not only look more powerful, but also look like humans. They know how to use equipment, props, and dress up. But then placed a creature that clearly looked like a vampire at the very edge, clearly distinguishing it from other undead creatures. At the same time he said, By the way, strictly speaking, vampires are not undead creatures. However, their fear of sunlight is the same as that of most undead creatures, especially ghosts. In addition, they belong to the chaotic evil camp. So vampires are often compared with the undead. But in fact, vampires can be regarded as evil creatures. But they should not be classified as undead creatures. Then put a big X on the image of the vampire with disgust and threw it away. Lin was thinking doubtfully and murmured, Are these the only ones? Of course not. There is also a very special type of high-level undead. Those low-level undead who only rely on instinct or instructions to act without wisdom. When they have experienced enough wars and grown to a strong enough level, they have accumulated the experience will form an instinct that can be called wisdom. In other words, undead creatures can learn, but the learning period is longer than that of Homo sapiens. However, don't expect this kind of undead to be much smarter than those. Those who have no intelligence can still be regarded as fools if they show a little more autonomy. When Finn said these words, his eyes never left Stone, and the meaning was quite obvious. So, these kinds of undead have no experience of being human. So they don't understand the daily necessities of life? Lin asked smoothly. That's not necessarily true. The characteristic of these undead is that they know how to learn. If they deliberately learn and imitate human actions, they can imitate similar behaviors even if they don't understand those things. But they will also have the kind of disdain for those actions. The stupid undead still living like the past. The sharp words of a certain lich were pointed at a guy who had just received a new body. I don't know whether Sherdong really didn't understand or didn't care. Anyway, this guy just stood there quietly with no expression on his face. If Stone was just a stitched corpse like before, then wouldn't think anything of it. But now that this guy is considered a living person, he still has such an attitude, which makes her, the master, so angry that her teeth itch. Stone! Finn suddenly shouted, when he was called this familiar name again. Sherdong just tilted his head and looked at the speaker as he had done thousands of years ago. Not much is said. The reason why Finn called him was because he remembered something very important and needed to be reminded. And said, You are different now from the past. There are no replaceable parts in your body. Just this one. If you lose a lot of blood, your body will be damaged, function decline, or even death. No matter what kind of injury it is not easy to repair. So the most important thing for you now is to protect yourself first, and then protect others. Do you understand? Protect others? In Sherdong's memory, the order given by His Majesty was always to annihilate or kill anyone. This is the first time I have heard the word protect. How could Finn not hear the questioning tone of his old subordinates? So he said bluntly, In this era, I don't have anyone to take revenge on. So there is no need for you to go out to kill. I am just used to getting along with the people here. If anyone is missing, I will feel it is a pity. So try your best. Stone. Yes, my lord. Sherdong bowed and agreed. Okay, I'm done. After finishing speaking, Fun, who also finished her red bean glutinous rice balls, sat back on the sofa. He bent his long white legs to his side and was rubbing them by himself while his beautiful eyes glanced at someone. Lin thought that this sister had that intention at night. I just heard her suddenly ask, I've said so much. It's time for you to say it. Come on. Tell me. What is a lightsaber? Someone spit out a sip of coffee from his mouth. Where did this completely inappropriate word come from? Chapter 779 Lightsaber. Courtyard. a temporary training ground. Because all kinds of misfortunes will happen if you do something at home. People who stay in this home know not to do anything within the confines of the house, under any circumstances. It's not okay to spank children. Someone wants to delete this condition. The two sides facing each other are the demon prince Azad and the original stitched corpse Sherdong, who has had a new body for more than a month. The main spectators were White Sword Master William Greco, Lin and Finn. The rest of the people who were interested or watching the excitement stayed further away to avoid being affected. It is said that Azad and William will stay in this home for such a long time. In addition to being attracted by someone's otherworldly cuisine, each other's presence is also a major factor. The two people may have very different personalities, but their desire to fight is similar. Both of them were in a spontaneous fighting style, using a few or two moves at will. The more important point is that if you face other people, you won't be able to withstand their 2 or 3 moves, but facing each other, this kind of confrontation is just the right sparring. At their level, there is no need to shed blood and sweat to improve, but more of a breakthrough with a flash of inspiration. As a new warrior member of this family, Sherdong was once the commander of the Guards Corps under the Demon King. So of course, he aroused the interest of the two diners. It's just that he has just obtained a new body, and he still needs some time to get used to it, so that this body can grow to the designed limit. When Finn got his new body, he was weak for more than a year. No one dares to guarantee how long Sherdong will spend on this. Azad is certainly not the kind of person who just obeys when others say no. As early as when Sherdong got his new body, he wanted to test the strength of the commander of the guards of the Dark Legion thousands of years ago. Then came his second conflict with the Lich. This time, the conflict was more dangerous for Azad than the first time. It can be said that as soon as they fought, he found that he was suppressed by this Lich in all aspects. It took all the effort to escape from the so-called cheat-pulling state in the warrior-type confrontation. If he was a step too late, and Finn launched an offensive with great momentum, he would not stop until he was beaten to death. The Demon Prince, who retreated, was neither angry nor frustrated. Instead, he asked curiously about the man watching from the sidelines, still talking arrogantly. "How do you, who are as slow as you, manage to completely control my actions? But don't say it's because your food is poisonous, poisoning my IQ to the same level as yours. If I really want to poison you, I would rather poison you into silence first." After replying first, Lin replied seriously, "Do you know what is the difference between a warrior and a magician? For a warrior, victory is the outcome is decided after life and death. For a magician, victory is decided before the fight begins. The things that can be collected and the data that can be collected have been recorded by us for a long time. As long as you don't have breakthrough growth such as transformation, your abilities are within our predictions. So today's results will not be surprising. A surprise, isn't it? That is to say, you have seen through everything about me, up and down, inside and out? No evil intentions?" Azad asked in an uncertain tone for the first time. "Why should I have bad intentions for a man? And this man is still you." At that time, someone held up the Hakakiri that transformed into a blue wave sword with a look of disgust on his face, turned around and left angrily. This move actually made Hagiri even more dissatisfied than Azad, saying, "Boss, you don't need to keep putting on a bad face. Right. I changed my look. And you're not satisfied? You don't change anything. Just change it into the appearance of a Rambo knife. Do you think I look like a guy who can be shirtless, with a red band on his head, a body full of tendons, a machine gun in one hand, and a bullet belt in the other to spray people? Have you ever considered that this style of painting is completely wrong? Don't worry. It's probably not too late to start practicing now," Hagiri said seductively. "I'm going to train you. Besides, I can't put you in a scabbard or use something to hold you. You have to be held in someone's hand. It doesn't matter if you take a long sword. Who can take a dagger? I don't dare to let it go casually when I have it in my hand." After that, Lin waved his hand and threw the box. Tulu stuck a knife on the wall and screamed. In short, Azad's attempt to sneak attack Sherdong and test his opponent's skills failed. Even if he uses words to provoke, the original stitched corpse is like a dead person, indifferent and helpless. To this day. Today, Finn will agree to Stone's fight with Azad. In addition to Stone's body recovering to a certain extent and needing to do some rehabilitation exercises, he also needs to test the new weapon lightsaber in Stone's hand. Of course, no one has either the fictional Kyber crystal or the technology to restrain plasma flow. But when Hatsukiri mentioned the term to Finn, He also mentioned the technology they had recently developed, which was a hint. There are many technologies that have been developed recently, but the only magic that Lin could think of that could be used in this area were the two self-created magics of the same origin, the God-being whip and the immortal binding rope, as well as the magic gun used to kill gods. Techniques for sniping I Have No Life and Little Cricket. Both involve the mysteries of the divine power of the lost earth. The former is to arrange 8 kinds of powers in a small unit to simulate divine power, so as to give various magical effects. At the same time, a large amount of intensively condensed power will also produce a nearly substantial effect, forming a semi-virtual body like a whip or a rope. Not only is it visible to the naked eye, it can even be touched, thereby injuring or restraining powerful enemies. The latter takes into account the arrangement of divine powers, similar to low-level computer programming languages. So, what kind of effects will computer viruses have? A product designed out of such curiosity. The result was scary. However, the possible impact of doing so is not yet fully understood. There are quite a few unpredictable parts, so someone is not afraid to use it on a large scale. I only built a heavy sniper that has not been officially used, and some little guys for testing. The technology that can be used on lightsabers is the relatively mature magic whip magic. In fact, this is also the direction that someone has imagined. There was just no urgent need. So I didn't try to make a lightsaber until Finn mentioned it. Unlike the sci-fi version of the lightsaber that uses high-temperature plasma flow to cause damage, the Midland version of the lightsaber is an artifact with a very high threshold for creation and design. The part of the beam sword body is the powerful semi-virtual body formed by the magic of God whip using divine power. The damage does not come from the power itself, but from the magical effect it creates. Then the part to consider is how to limit the length of the whip body formed by the magic of hitting the divine whip and make it hard. Let it be wielded like a sword, or at least like a stick, rather than whipped around like a soft whip. The other part is the same divine whip magic. The only people who can use it now are Lin and Finn. But the killing effects of the whip created by the two are in completely different directions. In other words, this is based on the understanding and design of each magician, and will produce different effects. It is a magic with very distinctive personal characteristics. But if you want to turn it into a prop, you have to consider the difficulty of making and obtaining materials, as well as the power consumption. With the magic of hitting the divine whip, someone's original limit is to swing 2 whips. After 2 whips, he would never be able to use the third whip with his remaining power. If you insist on doing it, not only will you not succeed, but you may also cause headaches, behavioral disorders, and other adverse effects due to excessive use of your own power. Now if we want to turn this magic item into the shape of a sword, we can't use it for 3 minutes. We have to charge it for a whole day. Therefore, how to achieve a balance between power and energy consumption is a topic. After several modifications to the original design, Lin and Finn chose the branches of the world tree as the main material. Although it is a branch, it is almost as thick as someone's arm. Then combined with a small piece of purple level magic stone, he created the first lightsaber in the land. The reason why world tree is used as the main material is of course because it is the most adaptable and tolerant material for magic formations among all the magic materials known to someone. It is necessary to convert the spell model of the God Whip into a magic array pattern, and then engrave it on a 20 to 30 centimeter cylinder. Even if ordinary magic materials can be engraved on it, they may not be able to carry the magic array on it. Texture effect. Although purple level magic stones are rare, someone has a stock in addition to those used in the first coffin. Since it can be expected that the lightsaber consumes a lot of energy, Lin knocked off a small piece and used it regardless of the cost. On the one hand, it is also because when it comes to converting into divine power, magic stones below the purple transformation level will directly disintegrate and cannot be used at all. So they have to be used. As for the reason behind this, I don't have time to think about it yet. Now this lightsaber, crafted by Lin and Finn, is in Stone's hands. The lightsaber's power can be increased if used by either Finn or Lin. But apart from these two, although others can also use it, they only have the power of the original design, including Stone. It was only the first time that Yuan Suiji had used a weapon like a lightsaber, and he looked at the thing in his hand curiously, sliding the nail plate to activate, watching the beam-like blade extending out. Dong, who had always been expressionless, couldn't help but be moved at this time. Then he cut it into his hand. Too late, but not too long. Then flashed behind Stone and slapped him on the back of the head. He cursed. "I've warned you a long time ago. Don't learn the old habit of always testing weapons with your own body. Also, you are not allowed to bite with your teeth, or tear off your arms and use them as sticks when the weapons are gone. Don't just fight for injuries. In the past, others would die. But now you will die. And I can't guarantee whether the resurrection or healing magic will work on you. It works. So don't do this kind of worrying thing again. Chapter 780 Sword Test. At this time, Azad, who was carrying the famous sword in Zadu of Shikiri, spoke dissatisfiedly. Hey, don't treat me as transparent. You said this as if he could escape unscathed in front of me. Should I let you down and experience the feeling of sewing this guy together again? Fun, who had always been polite to this cynical emperor's son, told Stone. You can tear this guy's mouth apart, and it doesn't matter if he kills him. If he loses, just kill himself. I don't need to even kill him. All the subordinates can't win. Yes, my lord. Sure, Dom casually held a sword flower in his arm. During the rapid dance, the beam-shaped sword blade formed by power made a buzzing sound that disturbed people's minds. This design is not someone's deliberate imitation of the movie, but the sound made by the semi-incorporeal power that interferes with the atmosphere when it dances. At first, Lin planned to find a way to eliminate the sound. However, according to Stone's suggestion, this sound will create a sense of oppression for enemies who are not used to it and is conducive to combat. So this was retained. Facing a weapon like a lightsaber for the first time, Azad didn't feel any panic. In addition to his inherent skill and boldness, Azad also treats the lightsaber as a blade of magical elements. That magic also creates things out of thin air. But the weapons created are only slightly better than ordinary weapons made by ordinary blacksmiths, and are no match for Enzedu. What was the signal that ignited the fighting? Lin couldn't figure it out. Anyway, after both parties finished explaining their affairs, they seemed to be making preparations when they suddenly got into a fight. There was no sound of gold and iron clashing in the battle between the two, and there were even few sounds of wind and whistling. Only the buzzing sound of the lightsaber was so ear-catching that it was difficult not to pay attention. The lightsaber was not swung very fast. It could even be said that Stone's movements were not fast. He just stood there and defended, just like the countless battles between Azad and William in the past. The White Sword Master guarded himself tightly. Stone, who had watched the two fight, learned that style thoroughly. Whether they were people in the battle or bystanders, they all had the illusion that the person fighting Azad was William. But such a battle did not last long. And Azad, who could not attack, retreated quickly. He looked at the Enzedu in his hand carefully, and the collision with the lightsaber actually left irreversible damage on the edge of the Hakiri sword. Before the demon prince holding the sword had time to speak, there was a gloating, laughing loudly. Ha ha ha. It's exactly what I thought. Compared with hardness and sharpness, even if you are in the box, it's also top-notch. I admit that. But there are still ways to destroy you. In this world, a sword condensed with pure power will indeed cause magical damage to you. The one who made the sound was, of course, the most talkative Hakakiri. In order to avoid being abandoned, Hagiri of the Hagiri clan made a decision that was not Haikiri at all, and that is to be sheathed by someone. Lin designed a shoulder strap with the scabbard opening downward, just hidden under the small shawl, and only half of the handle was exposed. When you need to use it, just pull it down to take out the box cutter. In this way, it will not hinder someone's actions, nor will it affect Hakori's ability to see the outside world and communicate with other people. Oh, pure power. The information inadvertently disclosed by a talkative Hagiri was accurately captured by Azad, and he quickly reevaluated the weapon that he looked down upon. Although there are still many things that I don't understand, the battle just now was more intuitive than any information obtained beforehand. Azad quickly started communicating with Enzedu in his consciousness. The first point of confirmation is that it is impossible for the opponent to make any technique to grasp the blade. The blade is like a beam of light. There is no difference between the edge and the back of the sword. All parts will cause similar damage. The reason why we say they are similar is because according to what Enzedu said, the damage properties of different parts of the lightsaber are slightly different. It's just that such differences do not constitute a so-called weakness, so they can be ignored. The second point of confirmation is that the light pillar-shaped blade is indeed formed by the compression and condensation of a high concentration of power. Weapons or equipment made of any material are difficult to compete with it. To fight against it, only the same level of power is needed. So Azad did something he had not done for a long time, which was to pour his original fighting spirit into Enzedu. making the plain blade glow with light blue light. A warrior's fighting spirit is a very advanced skill that only a few people have mastered. It consumes the energy of the origin of life in exchange for unimaginable huge destructive power, or drives powerful sword skills. For Azad, there has never been an opponent in the past where it was necessary to use this power. Now we encounter an enemy who has to use this power to counter the weapons in his hands. Such a situation only made him exclaim that it was interesting. The bunch of hair on his forehead turned bright red, and his murderous intent suddenly rose. Using this power that had not been used for a long time, his body also experienced a corresponding improvement. The reason he didn't do this in the past was because it would make it a lot less fun. The reason for doing this now is to maintain the fun a little longer. Otherwise, if the weapon in your hand is broken, it will be no longer possible. The second round begins. Since the opponent is using William's routine, Azad will of course have corresponding offensive methods to deal with the almost impenetrable defensive skills. Azad figured out a single-point intensive attack method, but instead of using the same force and the same angle to find a way to break through a point very accurately, each blow will be slightly different. If the opponent does not notice this difference and stupidly uses the same method to defend, at the moment of losing balance, even a slight deviation of strength will become a breakthrough, and they will usher in the Demon Prince's violent offensive. But this move failed to work on William, all because the Master Sword Master was better at controlling the details than Azad. However, Azad was very curious about whether the former commander of the guards of the Dark Legion could achieve this level. In the blink of an eye, 10 swords stabbed out. The speed was so fast, it was as if one person transformed into 10 people. And the 10 swords only sounded once. Sherdong didn't panic. He swung his lightsaber and neutralized 10 attacks at once. This vision and skill showed a strength above that of the white swordsman William Greco. Without enough time to express his appreciation, Azad's offensive continued, getting faster and faster. Each strike was extremely powerful, moving up and down, left and right, and was more subtle than the previous attacks against the magician, Lich and Sword Master. Sherdong still acted as if nothing was wrong. He swung his lightsaber and easily defused Azad's confident offensive. Inzadu, who was supported by Fighting Spirit, was only temporarily qualified to fight with the lightsaber, but he could not compete with him. On that beam-like sword blade, there was not only power that was condensed to a near substantial level, but also so many magical effects that even the two designers didn't know the complete details, because during the production process, the two of them added a little bit of magic as they thought of it, without leaving any records or informing each other. But such a stupid account has turned into a nightmare for the opponent. After successive offensives were blocked, Azad just planned to retreat and regroup. He saw Sherdong's eyes moving with the tip of Insadu's sword, suddenly looking at the place where his right foot rested. Then he took a step that he would never take before, put the sword behind him, and prepared to swing hard. What seemed like a prelude to a powerful attack actually destroyed his elaborate defensive lightsaber net. In the flash of lightning, Azad handed the sword to his left hand, straightened the sword and attacked again. This sword is bold and dangerous, trying to take the life of the person in front of you. But what he didn't expect was that there was only the sword body of the lightsaber in front of him, and no one could be seen. I was confused by that dazzling green light. Azad didn't have time to think about it, buried his head, gritted his teeth, and rushed forward. Although he turned sideways to avoid the light of the lightsaber, several wounds were still opened. Compared to the pain on his body, the blow from the fist behind his head was even more frightening. Rolling on the ground, Azad had never been so embarrassed except when dealing with the Lich. But he didn't even have a chance to speak. All he saw was that the 5 fingers of Sherdong's right hand were spread out, grasping and retracting, and still stayed in the air. The lightsaber that had not yet landed turned around several times, and the hilt of the sword fell directly into Sherdong's palm. The lightsaber swung at his side, and the battle resumed. It's just that this time Azad was at a disadvantage. With one hand on the ground and unable to regain his footing, there was no mercy in the lightsaber being struck down, and the burning wounds on his body showed that this weapon should never be underestimated. At this moment, Azad understood that the opponent's fighting style was more similar to his own, full of aggression, and not obsessed with weapons, moves, and other foreign objects, rather than being like that guy William. A sword is more respected than a person. Even if there is no sword in his hand, it is better than having a sword. It is precisely such a person who will be revered as a sword master. But neither I nor the person in front of me. The hand that was on the ground retracted its fingers. The huge force made Azad seem to bounce off the ground. He used his shoulders as a forward thrust and crashed into Sherdong's arms. The battle between two people will no longer be limited to swords. Sherdong was not polite and kicked Azad's thighs, upper arms, and shoulders 3 times. Although he failed to kick the person in front of him away, he at least pushed himself away from the battle circle. The fighting stopped suddenly. Azad crouched low, like a leopard, ready to explode at any time. In contrast, Sherdong stood casually, his lightsaber hanging at his side, and his dead fish eyes showed no thought. But Azad knew very well that although the muscles in the opponent's body were relaxed, he could be ready in an instant. Created by that lich, the body that is most suitable for close combat lives up to its name. The reaction speed of the pure body is already comparable to that of the extraordinary and holy myself. Azad was in a state of embarrassment, with a bunch of hair on his forehead turning pink, and his heart was filled with uncontrollable joy. I thought that the next round would start soon. But a certain magician suddenly appeared and got stuck between the two of them. Of course, he didn't care whether the person was injured or not, but he cared about how the lightsaber felt when used. In a man's romance, the lightsaber definitely ranks high. If you can, you should help yourself even if you are trying to sell the pot. It's a pity that someone's questions fell on deaf ears. It wasn't until Finn came forward that Stone began to answer the question seriously. After all, this lightsaber is what this lich wants to use, and she cannot ignore it. Seeing his opponent surrounded by 2 magicians, Azad suddenly lost interest. He put away his posture and said impatiently, "I thought it was time for me and him to be intimate. Are you coming out now to fight for love? I don't mind everyone coming together. What do you think?" Chapter 781 The Secret of the Demon Prince. How did a certain cynical and talkative prince hit a brick wall for the first time in his life? Normally, don't talk about 1 versus 3, or 1 versus 30,000. It's not like Azad has never done it before. But to do this kind of thing, you have to choose your opponent. With Sherdong as the vanguard, he is responsible for melee combat, then takes command from behind, and also provides various auxiliary and long-range attack magic harassment. Lin took advantage of the flash technique and the box-cut version of the Rambo knife to play the wretched assassin style. The 3 of them worked together to teach Azad until he lost his temper. Fortunately, this person stopped quickly today. Otherwise, even if he didn't die, his hands and feet would have been amputated. Azad, who withdrew from the battle circle, looked at the gap in Insadu's sword. In his mind, the sword was howling and cursing. The thumb of his left hand wiped away the blood on his cheek. The lock of hair on his forehead turned light blue, fully showing his mood. The previous confrontation could be said to be the most dangerous one in memory. Especially the magician. His elusive magic combined with the Hakiri weapon in his hand is troublesome enough. If there are other people restraining and assisting him, if he makes one mistake, he will be blocked in the most uncomfortable position, and he will be forced to fight hard. This is how the gap in Sadu came about. This is because he didn't cut deeply, and slightly deflected the opponent's strength. So he drew his sword and passed him. If he had used just a little more strength, Inzadu would have been cut off by the dagger in the magician's hand. They are both weapons of the Hagiri clan, but they are completely different. Azad was very interested in such a difference. But he was talking about another thing. "It's so interesting. I originally thought you could just predict my movements and make countermeasures. But now you can actually stop me in the process. Could it be that there is something that I don't even know about that you guys saw? People just want to strip each other naked and look carefully inside and outside to find out." Someone who was using a blue wave knife for the first time was playing with the knife and trying out the feel. Although his style of painting doesn't quite match his own, I have to say that fighting with a blue wave knife will give him a feeling of excitement. A bow and a barrel of explosive arrows would be perfect. Among the young people of that era, who didn't have a blue wave dream, or a Mengbo dream, Demon Prince Azad's question brought someone back to reality. Seeing the 2 masters and servants beside them, they were talking seriously about lightsaber-related topics. If I were to ignore this kid, who did whatever he wanted, he would probably be in trouble again. So Lin said directly, "Your Highness is referring to the fact that as a transcended person who transformed into a demon bloodline, why was his talent for Qixing decrypted, and he was killed in the process of traveling?" Although he is not that gossipy, the white swordsman William Greco also pricked his ears and listened to someone's answer. The mystery revealed explained many situations that he had encountered in past confrontations with Azad, but could not explain. Azad, who was exposed, did not look angry, nor did he look carefree like he had in the past. He rubbed the tuft of yellow hair on his forehead and said, "I should sigh. As expected, I was discovered by a group of foolish men and women. I am still planning to kill someone and silence them. Lin replied simply. Considering that you can't kill anyone. Just sigh. Don't think about anything else. I've always been curious. What exactly do you see in your eyes? It was a rare word without sarcasm. Lin said in surprise. I brought up this question again. Do you plan to know the answer this time? Thinking back to the previous times, when Azad brought up this topic, various things would interrupt it. And in the end it would be nothing. And this His Highness did not ask further questions, as if he planned to find out the answer himself. This time I mentioned it again. But the tone was different from the past. And the mentality was obviously different. So this time, Lin Jingse replied. All along, your movements are filled with too many cues. Remind others where you want to go next. Remind others where you are going to hit. And remind others what your thoughts are. At this time, Lin pointed to his head, in front and to the right, where Azad's tuft of color-changing hair was. It's just that your speed is too fast. So fast that most people don't have time to react. So these obvious flaws have probably not been exploited a few times. The demon prince, who was rarely quiet, was thinking about the content of someone's words. Of course Lin would not wait for anyone, and continued, from the perspective of wanting to deal with you. Of course, I have to study the reason behind your unreasonable speed. The human body's motor function is not only affected by the development of muscles. In addition to the degree of limitation, it is actually also limited by the reaction of the nervous system and the interaction between various substances and movement behaviors in the environment. However, most people will fall short of the first limitation if they cannot touch the other two. It's stuck. But you are different. Your Highness. Using whiteboard techniques, Lin presented a sketch of Azad. At the same time, various numerical annotations were added to various parts of the body. His Highness's body, whether in terms of explosive power or endurance, can be said to have reached the upper limit of what a body of this size can reach. It is extremely difficult to make any progress in physical terms. But as a warrior, there are various ways to use life energy and perform various explosions. However, no matter what method you use, you will still succumb to the environment when you hit the upper limit of the environment. Because if you don't do this, the interaction with the environment will usually occur. Catastrophic consequences. Using whiteboard techniques, someone gave a classic example that has been attempted on Earth. What would happen if a baseball pitcher threw a ball at 0.9 times the speed of light? As for the formulas and theories of the process, someone is not going to popularize science here. In short, the conclusion is that a small and intense nuclear fusion will destroy everything within a radius of 1.6 kilometers, including pitchers, relievers, hitters, and spectators. No one will be spared. Although Azad's movements have not yet reached the speed of nanoseconds, under normal circumstances, with his movement speed at least breaking the sound barrier, the storm it generates should be full of disasters wherever it goes. But in fact, this physically reasonable situation does not occur. Apart from causing trouble to the enemy, His Highness's abnormal speed has no other adverse effects. Therefore, it is reasonable to infer that this method of movement is not a conventional movement method, but mixed with some kind of the movement method of the effect. At first, I looked for possible methods from the known warrior skills, not to mention special inheritance. As far as I know, there is no combat skill that can increase the speed to such a degree. It's only when you live in this home that you can solve it. Oh, what did you do secretly like little thieves again? Azad asked sarcastically. You see, I'm very interested in why you can do these things. So I naturally want to know all aspects of your body's data to support my inferences. This is a normal thing. Dinfin has been confused for a while. I'm studying DNA, perfect genes, etc. to do research in this area. Of course you need a lot of reference objects, both strong and weak. You just happen to live in this home, and you left all the chores to my apprentice. Processing. It is inevitable that dandruff, hair and other things will be left in the clothes to be washed. So Fin took them for analysis. After analysis, one thing was confirmed, and that was you. You have entered an otherworldly realm. This is not surprising. But what is more surprising is your transformed bloodline. Someone stopped talking when he felt his mouth was dry, and then went back inside to get a large pot of water to drink. Then, in the eyes of others who were frowning and thinking hard, he continued, Your Highness, you said it yourself. Your mother is a succubus. So there is no doubt that you have demon blood. But the characteristics shown in the blood are different from the succubus characteristics we have learned. As far as I know you know. after crossing the threshold of becoming a saint. The only possible explanation is that in your demonic bloodline, the bloodline of the high-level demon species from several generations ago is there. Resurrection in you. Atavism. Well, it means that if your ancestor was a monkey, you might become a monkey. Right. Azad's metaphor makes someone want to complain. But they can't say it, just because it is indeed explained in this way. So Lin had no choice but to ignore this guy and continued. This demon species is not a succubus. His talent is to switch the body between reality and reality. This magical effect is directly compiled into the DNA sequence, in a way that fans can understand. This is a talent derived from blood. Skill. Since it is just a talent, the method of use developed by everyone is not necessarily the same. You use this ability in assault movements, using the characteristics of virtualization to increase the speed to a level that is difficult for ordinary people to achieve, forming a unique style. It's a very smart approach to adopt your own system's fighting style. But no matter how smart I am, I can't defeat you. Do you want to say this? Azad said sarcastically with an indifferent expression. Talking to take advantage will not bring you any benefits. Lin shrugged indifferently. When dealing with you magicians, you really can't relax at all. Even leaving a hair behind will be a problem. But you have said enough about my situation. What about William's situation? Don't say that you didn't use the same method. Test him. Oops. This guy just wants to shift the focus and cause himself a little more trouble. Right? Lin thought so. Although there is no concept of privacy protection in MIDI. No matter what era or what kind of world it is. No one likes to be exposed in broad daylight without any cover-up. So Azad tried to drag William Greco, who was standing aside to watch the show, into the water and stand with him on the same side to deal with a certain magician who was good at making his own decisions. Faced with such a plan, Lin just smiled and said, "Oh, our prince also wants help from someone. Is this showing weakness?" Chapter 782, Further Opportunities. Demon Prince Azad's efforts to sow discord were not completely ineffective. At least the white swordsman William Greco, who had always thought he was watching a show, suddenly stood on the stage and cast his curious eyes on someone. Without intending to avoid the question, Lin said to William bluntly, "As for your situation, we have done the same thing. The first thing to make sure is that you are still an ordinary human being. This surprised me. I thought you had also crossed the border. You passed that threshold. But it's not like you haven't noticed it from your physical condition. But are you interested in hearing it?" Maybe someone is pretending to be reserved. But admitting what he has done and publishing what he has seen about other people's privacy to the world are two different things to Lin. What if the other party doesn't know and doesn't want to know? Then what's the point of being a big talker and exposing people's wounds in front of others? So Lin asked to see what the person involved thought. Fortunately, William is not a petty person. In other words, he is very indifferent to victory and defeat, but is very persistent in the quality of life. During their time as diners, the demon prince was no more troublesome to the two girls than the sword master, knowing that the magician in front of him had mastered the secrets of his body. Leaving aside the issue of privacy, William Greco would be lying if he said he was not curious. In particular, I once got the opportunity to make progress through the other party's suggestions. So what will you know this time? Lord Tripwood, please tell me. It doesn't hurt. Because if you want to talk, it will be a long speech. So Lin first ordered his apprentice to move a set of tables and chairs from the house, get some drinks and food on the way, and immediately started having afternoon tea. Who knows that the sunshine in the winter afternoon is so warm that it makes people reluctant to go inside. Picking up a cup of elf-scented tea to moisten his throat, Lin Kai said, "Although William hasn't taken that step yet, his physical characteristics are already very different from those of ordinary people. His body temperature is relatively low. His heart rate is relatively slow. And his constitution is cold. This characteristic also affects your personality. You are always lazy and don't want to move. But you prefer to take a bath in warm places. It should be the same reason. Speaking of which, the sword master would be willing to stay in this home. And I am afraid that the rare large bathhouse is also a very important reason. Someone's particularity about the bathtub. If you put it outside, it is already a king's level of enjoyment. And ordinary nobles would not be willing to do so. But regarding his own affairs, the first sentence of William Greco, a strange person, was to ask himself doubtfully, "Am I lazy?" Everyone who was listening, including Finn who was talking to Stone, had their faces turned dark when they heard the sword master's words. Everyone slandered, "If you are not lazy, then There are all hardworking people in the world. Lin, of course, ignored a certain unconscious swordsman's soliloquy, and instead showed two pictures of the human body. One is the chakra diagram of India, and the other is the meridian diagram of a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Each key point in the two pictures is marked with numbers or mathematical formulas. Lin then continued, whether it's the 7 chakras, or the acupuncture points in the 12 regular and 8 extraordinary meridians. William, the energy data you radiate at these locations is already what I can observe among normal people, including elves and dwarves. The one with the highest statistics. Of course, the person next to you is clearly filled with, well, energy, fighting spirit, whatever you want to call it. You are already approaching the limit of ordinary people. Wait a minute. Where did these come from? William asked in confusion. Although I really want to say directly that this is the essence of 5,000 years of Chinese culture. I guess no one will understand. The explanation of acupuncture points in traditional Chinese medicine is actually not very mysterious. So Lin explained. In addition to bones, muscles, and internal organs, there is also blood flowing in the human body. You have no problem with this. Right. As professional human butchers, Azad and William could certainly understand what someone said. Blood carries oxygen and various nutrients to every corner of the body for consumption by cells. In addition to blood, the human body also has other circulatory and exchange systems throughout the body, which interact with various parts of the human body. Of course, the details of this part are very complicated, but you can have a general idea for now. Since blood flows in the body, it naturally forms a force, and this force will follow the path of the blood and other systems in the body. Flow. These nodes are the gathering points or turning points of qi and blood in the body. Someone tried to explain the acupuncture points in traditional Chinese medicine in his own unprofessional way, but it was just a superficial concept that I don't know whether it is correct or not. The truly profound knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine is the impact each acupuncture point has on the body and the relationship between them. At this part, someone just rolled his eyes and stared. However, based on the known parts, plus the knowledge of Midi, a very interesting chemical reaction occurred. At least bluffing people is not a problem. So Lin faced William and continued. Although I don't know how you train yourself and whether you follow any special methods, from my observation, the energy and blood flowing in your body is not only huge. Compared with ordinary warriors, your balance in all parts of your body is better than anyone I have ever observed. But you seem to have hit a bottleneck despite being quite good in all aspects. This is the limit of physical training. So I turn to the mental aspect. That's right. Although William did not respond to the question, it could be seen that he was already thinking about it. Lin then went a step further and merged the two pictures into one, and let the marked blood flow. At the same time, he said, although the coordination of your qi and blood in various parts of the body is very good, in fact, when it is running, it is blocked, especially in the Tianling and perineum areas. Lin specifically marked the two places he mentioned. To the soldiers present, this was just a serious academic discussion. As long as you find a way to open these 2 points, the qi and blood in your body will be able to flow through the whole body without any hindrance. Instead of like now, when the qi and blood flow to these 2 locations, it will be like a torrent of water. When you encounter a small exit, you can only hold your breath and let it go out bit by bit, which is almost like being blocked. What someone said is actually a particularly resounding saying in martial arts. That is, opening up the 2 channels of Ren and Du. Although I don't know if this method will work in Lost Land, but for the white swordsman in front of me, this method is indeed a possible breakthrough point for the difficulties that his body faces in training. There was no expression of too much surprise, but William still nodded seriously and said, I do feel this way, but I have never thought about this problem. So, do you have any thoughts on how to bridge these 2 points? Knowing that this person is just a magician and not good at physical training, William only asked for ideas, not methods. However, this white sword master's consideration was both right and wrong. Although Lin didn't know how the strong warriors of Midi train themselves, he had seen enough martial arts and could still talk nonsense. As for whether this person will have problems with training, in order to punish him, Lin made a Mobius strip. And this person was able to practice the Tai Chi swords. Tongzi Jin. If he can practice problems because of his own prompts, then Lin will only feel that he has great merits. There is no other reason. This guy is too evil. So when someone opens his mouth, it is full of martial art style. As the saying goes, if the sun does not grow, the yin will not grow. You will like to soak yourself in hot water because subconsciously, you think it is good for yourself. This idea is correct. But just doing this it's not enough for you. Maybe you can consider starting with food or medicine. Or entering a more extreme environment. In order to introduce more hot blood to yourself and break through the level in one fell swoop. The warriors of Midi are not like the practitioners in martial arts. They not only have to choose good exercises, but also eat good food, so that their martial arts and internal strength can improve. If you get stuck, take drugs to fix it. Therefore, he has the reputation of being poor in culture and rich in martial arts. Because refined grains and medicines are too expensive. The soldiers of Lost Land have always made progress in the actual battle of life and death in order to survive. Therefore, if what Lin gives is placed in the world of martial arts, it is estimated that a 3-year-old child can tell a deeper truth, but in the lost world. It is like opening a window for the warriors and guiding them to a clear path. The same way, however, when it comes to the specific situation, Lin scratched his head and said, as for what you can eat or what kind of medicine you can use to achieve a breakthrough, what's more, where can you go to have such a breakthrough? Chances are, I don't know about these things. You should know better than anyone else what works and what doesn't. Of course, if you really don't understand anything, then I will. There is a master in this field whom you can refer to. As he spoke, the hand held by someone pointed at the Lich, who was also attracted by someone's topic and stopped talking and looked over. But Lin doesn't count on William Greco. He will obediently seek help from the Lich. As long as you are a normal person, you will not find creatures from the evil camp, like Lich, to help you train yourself. That's just like a free experiment. William is lazy. But he is not stupid. Fortunately, William Greco is not the kind of person who relies on others for everything. It was enough that the magician in front of him could give an idea that sounded feasible even to him. You have to find the rest by yourself. So, someone can be considered as escaping. If William had turned against him from the beginning, or asked questions at this time, and asked more deeply, the fact that someone had no idea would be exposed. Oh, since you gave William a hint, for the sake of fairness, I will reluctantly listen to what kind of advice you plan to give me. The person who said this so righteously was of course the demon Prince Azad. Chapter 783 Three Realms. Judging from the expression on the speaker's face, it is difficult to guess whether he is serious or just trying to ridicule his own behavior. Lin squinted his eyes and stared at the grinning prince for a long time before he said, "It's not that I haven't considered your situation, but do you really want to know?" Long-term social experience has made Lin understand one thing. That is, not everyone needs the advice of others. Small talk is okay, but it should be like a parent or teacher giving respectable teachings to others, which usually only arouses disgust. So unless the other person takes the initiative to ask for advice, someone should never meddle in other people's business. In addition, he couldn't tell what Azad's real thoughts were. So he asked this question. "Say, I'll pick what I want to hear, and if I don't like the rest, I'll treat it as if you're farting. There's nothing wrong with that." Well, it should be said that he has the style of this person. However, someone had not thought about Azad's situation, and did not intend to hide it. So he said, "If ordinary people gave you advice, it would probably be to improve your movements and reduce unnecessary preparations. Speed up the attack. Now that you have said it, this is just advice that ordinary people would give. But it sounds reasonable to me. But our great magician thinks it is not worth considering. Why? This guy is ironic. This guy is ironic." Rubbing his temples, Lin had to admit that in order to have a normal conversation with this demon prince, he had to be very well educated. However, he still said, "The reason why I don't suggest this is just because His Highness moved too fast. Making such corrections will not be so easy for you, who are already operating under the limit. If you can't adapt in a short time with new actions, returning to the peak state, and if this matter is exposed again, will His Highness be sure of survival? Besides, will the sudden change of his habits bring about good results or bad results? Own characteristics? These two contradictory options are a choice with no correct answer. If this is something that His Highness himself wants to achieve, the reason why it has not changed yet is that he has not encountered an opponent who can take advantage of this flaw. Maybe because His Highness already has his own considerations. What a load of nonsense." Azad sighed, but didn't say much. He just nodded his chin and raised his eyebrows, signaling someone to continue. No longer planning to argue with the demon prince about etiquette issues, Lin continued, "I can't give you any specific advice for a warrior of your highness's level. So I will mention 3 realms to you here. It's up to you. How far can you achieve? The first state is to think first and then act. In the battle, you have some idea. Whether to attack or defend, where to attack, how to defend, and how to defend. Whether to raise your left hand or your right hand. To dodge backward or to roll on the spot is to act. After you decide on your method, your body will act accordingly. This is the normal way of action for most people present. It's the same. Well, it's still bullshit. Please continue. Although he got the word, please, from the demon prince's mouth, someone only felt that the irony was even stronger. I had no choice but to pretend I didn't know and continued. The second state is to move forward with thoughts. When I have a certain idea in my mind, the weapons in my hands will be swung out at the same time to kill the enemy. The thoughts and actions happen at the same time. Your Highness, although your situation seems to be a state of simultaneous advancement, it is actually just because your speed is too fast. So it gives people this illusion. In fact, your state is still at the first level, where the intention is first. To reach this state, in addition to moving quickly, you must also be able to get the best answer without thinking and act at the same time. Only when you reach this state can each move be as natural as a natural one. There is no trace of deliberateness. Because if you can't do it to this extent, you won't be fast enough. In my opinion, only Sherdong has reached this level. The reason why the named original Stitch corpses were able to reach this level should be that they grew up as low-level undead creatures. And this is how they fought. Even if they increased their intelligence, they may not necessarily change the way they fight. They still rely on instinct. Although he only talked about the second realm, it already made several people present think deeply. Even Azad rarely showed a serious expression. Thinking about the realm, someone said. But Azad didn't think for too long. He raised his head and asked, You said before that there are 3 realms. So the third one is? Your Highness has already thought of it. Then I won't give in. The third state is to act before thinking. At this state, it has nothing to do with thoughts. Everything is just instinct and reaction. It seems that some are more sensitive. When someone taps his shoulder from behind, he will attack backward as soon as possible. But the level of thinking first is even higher. When someone wants to tap his shoulder from behind, he will attack first. Out. Similarly, when someone has the intention to kill me, my sword will kill his head first. All this has nothing to do with my will, but depends on the opponent's will. If you have murderous intentions, you will fall to the ground before me. If you are hostile, your body will suffer before me. As long as you reach this state, your Highness will not have to worry about your intentions being discovered, because there will be targeted actions among those with evil intentions. His Highness dealt with it properly before anyone knew your intentions. Among the people you know, is there anyone who has reached the state of thinking first? William spoke at this time and interjected to ask. Well, I've never encountered it. Just think of this idea as a magician's imagination. If you don't think it's feasible, just think I'm farting. A loud fart. Someone said bachelorly. He waved his hand and said so. At this time, Azad, who was supposed to be the person involved but said nothing, suddenly raised his head and stared at someone with sharp eyes. Said, What I am more curious about now is, what is your reason for telling me these 3 realms? You don't think that after you talk about these things, I will be stupid enough to do nothing? Oh, Your Highness, you think I have bad intentions when I say these things from the bottom of my heart? Oh my, this is really sad. Lin said, pretending to be innocent. Well, it's true. I was only 30% sure at first, but now I'm 100% sure. When you are pretending, you are just as hateful as when you are understatement. It's not good to show such obvious intentions. You really treat other people as being as imbecile as you. Can't tell the difference between showmanship and lies. Being complained about so harshly, Len could only shrug. Speechless. Azad was not the case. He squinted his eyes, rubbed his chin, stared at someone and said, For you, the biggest advantage of telling things about the 3 realms is that you can control my progress. Compared with me heading towards to develop new abilities in your unknown direction, or to make improvements, or find ways to break through your defensive limitations, it is better to take control of my progress direction from the beginning. When conflicts arise, I still cannot escape from what you said. The following framework. So, my inference is correct. Then Your Highness, will you adopt my suggestion or not? Lin did not respond directly to Azad's question, but asked this question. Someone was watching with anticipation, but a certain prince looked like his teeth were itching with hatred. Unexpectedly, Azad's frowning frown suddenly relaxed, And he smiled brightly and said, "Do you have a mirror? You should really see this disgusting face for yourself. How disgusting it is." After speaking, he put on a smile. He waved his hand and left. It has to be said that Azad's conspiracy theory is indeed someone's plan, whether it is a magician or a time traveler. The most troublesome thing is not that the enemy is too strong, but how strong is the enemy? The unknown is the most troublesome. So when Lin throws such a fragrant bait, it depends on whether the fish will take the bait. But Azad's reaction undoubtedly ruins someone's calculations. I can't tell if he heard it or if he just thought it was fart. This result, I have to say, has not yet reached the perfect ending in someone's mind. The suspense left behind, what will become in the future, slipped out of someone's grasp. Looking at someone's remorseful expression, then watched from beginning to end and said, "What you just said should not be said. Oh, as great as you are, will you feel troubled by that, prince?" Someone put aside unnecessary emotions and teased the talking Lich. "Are you worried? What are you worried about?" Lin asked after cutting off Lich's words, then was stunned for a moment and asked himself, "Yes. What should I worry about?" Lin said at this time, "No matter what level that person reaches. For magicians, the routines that can be dealt with will still be useful, and the useless ones will not become useful. So for us, there will be no what a change. What's more, don't you think it would not be a bad thing if Azade really mastered the state of promoting your thoughts first on?" Facing someone's prompt, then thought about it carefully, suddenly raised his head and asked, "You mean the third realm, which is actually a defensive one?" "Yes, that's it," Lin said emphatically. "When someone has the intention to kill him, he will kill him first. But if he doesn't have the intention to kill, will he still take the initiative? Can he still take action? Regardless of whether the person is still the same person, there should be no change. In fact, it is a matter of recultivating the fundamental mentality and changing it to a new way of thinking and a new method, so that it is possible to reach the state I mentioned. For that person, I believe that no matter how he changes, he will not be better than he is now. Worse. So, was he fooled?" Fin's question made a previously confident guy suddenly become depressed. Lin gritted his teeth and said, "It's not that I'm incompetent. It's that this guy is too cunning. I don't know if he will follow the method I mentioned. Just guess." Chapter 784 Elf Kingdom. The Elven Kingdom of Armenia. Among the existing Elven kingdoms in Lost Land, it is the most powerful country. This kingdom claims to have inherited from the former Elf Empire, and according to its Jingshuo, who possesses the artifacts of the old empire, it should be the co-lord of all the elf in the Lost World. This sentence is both correct and incorrect, because the 5 existing kingdoms all claim this, and they all have their proofs. In fact, of the 5 existing elven kingdoms, except for one that has been changed, the other 4 kingdoms trace their origins, and their royal bloodlines are indeed derived from the imperial bloodline of the Elven Empire. The artifacts each possesses are indeed one of the proofs that the Elven Empire ruled the world in the past. However, the disintegration of the Elf Empire was slightly different from that of the Dwarf Empire. The Silverbeard dwarves were betrayed by all the clans, and the dwarf royal family thought very highly of themselves. They packed up their belongings and ran away with an attitude of, "I won't play with you anymore." This was the end of the Dwarf Empire. The situation of the Elf Empire can be simply described in 4 words. That is, brothers, separate families. Everyone wants to take the lead, but no one accepts the problem. So they simply break up the team. After this dismantling, the elves no longer had the greatest strength. So various races took advantage of the opportunity to rise up and escape from control, forming the subsequent pattern. The empire is no longer an empire. Then the former younger brother wanted to become the master. How could the elves endure it? And years of war began, although not all of them were necessarily the protagonists of the war. In the end, only 5 elven kingdoms were left that could survive to this day. The arrogance of the elves and the covetousness of outsiders have made the national policy of the Elven Kingdom tend to be closed in order to protect its people. But the Armenian Elf Kingdom is more open than other elf kingdoms. On the Lost World, in addition to the Elf Kingdom, there are also many countries that choose the policy of seclusion. But Sogwe is not completely cut off from contact with the outside world. After all, some materials may not be produced in our own land and must be imported from abroad. Without these things, it will cause trouble for specific powerful people, such as magicians, nobles, etc. So they still have to trade with outsiders. Therefore, the foreign trade method of such countries is to do transactions with designated people in designated places. Basically, foreign trade is dominated by countries that implement seclusion policies. However, the Armenian Elf Kingdom allows outside chambers of commerce to enter, and these merchants each select trading partners to cooperate with. The attitude towards travelers is also much more relaxed than other elven kingdoms. But for adventurers and mercenaries who travel around and are lawless, the entry permit system of the Elf Kingdom and the inspections that may be encountered at any time within the country will be quite troublesome and inconvenient. At least, for someone who wants to obtain legal status in the Armenian Elf Kingdom. Waiting at the border post seems a bit helpless. Lin, wearing a black Xuanwu robe, was sitting alone outside the checkpoint on the border, looking at the long queue of people, his face full of impatience. Although I say I have a net worth of less than a few $100,000 a minute, I have a lot of things to do at hand, and this is not the time to leisurely wait in line. But so what? If you don't want to cause trouble, you have to obey the rules. Although doing this is not the most efficient way for me, but if we consider it from an overall perspective, it takes up a little more time for everyone, and the result is a more efficient overall result. So it is not difficult to understand how these people in power will make choices. Although someone was lining up calmly, he had not considered how conspicuous he was among the general crowd. A formal magician and the peculiarity of the Xuanwu robe are difficult for adventurers or caravan guards with a little knowledge to ignore. Especially the face. The skinny appearance that resembles a skeleton cannot be explained by being regarded as a necromancer. Sure enough, someone who was lining up peacefully was invited by a small team of elf warriors to wait in another quiet room. Although there are no windows around, there is only one guarded door. But at least there are seats here. Lin sat down with peace of mind and waited for the outpost officials from the Kingdom of Armenia. As for the slight magic fluctuation, it is probably a remote surveillance magic similar to the arcane eye. Lin ignored this level of monitoring, opened the water mirror screen, and continued his unfinished algorithm design work. As long as it is related to the World Tree, nothing is simple. The same goes for the algorithm used for World Tree. There are too many special cases that need to be handled in order for it to work smoothly. The waiting time was not long, and the program code had not been typed for more than 2 paragraphs. An elf wearing a robe and appearing to have a higher status came into the room with 2 soldiers and sat face to face with Lin. As for the other 2, they stood behind that one like the second general of Hinga. The visitor was quite polite. After bowing, he took out a pen and paper and asked, "Your Majesty the Magician, please give me your name." "Gavriosh Tripwood, Magician rank," Lin said, pointing to a golden thread on his chest. Upon first hearing this name, the elf in front of me thought it sounded familiar, so he asked one more question. "The inventor of the browser?" Lin smiled and said, "It's me." There was no imaginary scene of the celebrity meeting his fans, and he didn't surprise the elf opposite. He just went about business and recorded the data from the inquiry. He continued to ask, "Excuse me, your destination for coming to the kingdom?" "Sending letters of credence on behalf of the king of the Elf Kingdom of Pythame. Written 3, maybe thousands of years ago. The elves separated because of the bad blood between brothers. But things are not what they used to be. In order to resist various means of aggression from humans, the intimacy between the elven kingdoms is now quite high. Therefore, the credentials from Pythame are more useful than anyone else's letter of introduction. However, it is not true that anyone who claims to send credentials will be treated politely, at least as a human being. When he sent something like this, the first thing Lin got was 3 suspicious looks. The leader of the elves said respectfully, "I'm sorry, Your Excellency. It is not the norm for the kingdom to use a human as a messenger. Do you have any proof? Or can you allow us to see the seal?" Lin took out a small silk bundle from his arms. After opening it, he took out a letter. The material of the letterhead is a kind of straw paper made of special material, which is not damaged by water or fire. But after pouring a unique potion or activating some kind of magic, the letter will melt away in the blink of an eye. This is the unique method of sending messages to elves, because it is used by the royal family. There is a faint royal pattern mark on the letterhead, and a gentle and elegant fragrance can be smelled. The fire paint on the letterhead is a kind of sealing wax mixed with perkin, which is a magical material. The formula of sealing wax is different for each elf family, and the slightly emitted power perception is therefore different. It can be said to be a very special method of distinguishing families. If the elves had not used the special techniques to open the letter, the magic attached to the fire paint would have destroyed the letter to protect the secret in the letter. As for the marks on the fire paint, it can be regarded as a very conventional identification method. The letterhead brought by Lin had the imprint of cross mimosa on the paint, and was surrounded by a circle of elven secret texts. The content of the text is translated as inherited to this day. The Golden Seal of Destiny. The Golden Seal is the artifact of the elf kingdom of Pyajani, inherited from the former empire. As soon as he saw this letter, the elf official opposite immediately believed it. This thing is not so easy to copy. He took the letter respectfully, turned over the back, and checked the mark on the lacquer. From time to time, he whispered to the warrior behind him, and whispered in Elvish, "Is this true? It should be true. I saw the mark of Jamie Pyatt when I was younger. And that's exactly what it was. Don't know what the content is? Don't worry about things that aren't our business. Why should a human deliver the message? Did he steal the letter? Did he have other intentions?" The three elves were chattering, and Lin pretended not to understand the elven language and just sat across from them and giggled. Although the three people opposite had many doubts, they did not dare to open the letter and read the contents. Not to mention whether you will see some secrets that you shouldn't see. It has nothing to do with knowing how to open letters. If this letter is a trap, magic will be activated the moment it is opened, and they will be fooled. They don't want to be regarded as a scapegoat. After it is returned to the country, there will naturally be specialized people checking for such traps. Their mission at the border post is just to check the authenticity. Seeing that there was nothing suspicious about the letter, the elf officials turned to someone and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Magician. Although we can confirm that this letter should be authentic, but human beings or the messenger thing is too weird for the kingdom. I wonder if you have any other proof that you are indeed the messenger of Pyajani." Faced with such a request, Lin was a little helpless. Just because I have neither good looks nor pointed ears, I should be questioned about this. However, considering that he planned to be polite before fighting, it was impossible to fall out here. Thinking of his other identity, he didn't know if it was useful. But Lin still showed his behind and said, "I am still a member of the Turtle Dove Alliance. Can this prove it?" On the back of the magician's shawl, in addition to a three-headed monkey totem representing Tripwit, there is also an additional three-feathered bird totem with gold thread and black background and blue eyes embroidered to represent someone's core membership in the Turtle Dove Alliance, which is different from the black line colorless three-feathered bird totem of ordinary members. It's just that the height of this core is as high as Gozo himself. This is the part that outsiders cannot know. As for the identity of the core member of the Turtle Dove Alliance, although it can explain that someone has an unusual relationship with the elves, at least he is appreciated by a certain high-ranking member of the Alliance. And it is also proof of trust. But the elf official in front of him still couldn't help but frown and murmured in a low voice, "Ikaruga Alliance." Chapter 785 Royal City. Only then did Lin remember that although the Turtle Dove Alliance was a very popular mutual aid organization among the elves at the bottom and in the outside world, it did not mean that the official elves had the same attitude. No official organization would like such an uncontrolled and powerful organization. If it can be incorporated or subordinated, then so be it. The problem behind the Turtle Dove Alliance are 19 world trees. Most people in the fandom don't know that the number of high-ranking members in the Alliance has increased to 22. Boss, in terms of strength and seniority, even the Elf Kingdom is not qualified to recruit the opponent. You must know that the Elf Empire of the past could not surpass the World Tree, let alone the Elf Kingdom of today. In any case, it is not incredible for a core member of the Turtle Dove Alliance to send credentials to another Elf Kingdom. Moreover, no matter what national policy they want to discuss or what matters they want to notify, it is not the responsibility of a border official. So the elf official in front of Lin quickly issued the pass certificate. The pass handed over to Lin clearly had no expiry date. This means that Lin can stay in the kingdom without restriction and will not be deported due to the time limit. This is acknowledging his identity as the special envoy of the Elf Kingdom. Lin so thought to himself. Under the escort of the elf official, who is responsible for questioning him, and a team of warriors, Lin passed the border checkpoint of the Kingdom of Aimlon and officially entered the territory of the Elf Kingdom. He went on the road alone, lightly dressed and without even a horse. Although they were puzzled by the magician in front of them traveling in such simple clothes, the elves did not ask any questions and just sent someone off respectfully. After he was far away from the sight of the group of elves and confirmed that there was no tail, Lin of course used his special movement method of flashing to leave the border of the kingdom and come to the vicinity of the royal city. In fact, if he wanted to, he could go directly into the palace's bedroom and scare the elf king who had just entered his old age. However, I hope to be polite first and then fight, so that I can talk. So I don't intend to use the sword. And in order to gain legal status, one has to do a full set of tricks, starting from entering the country. Now that he had obtained the border pass permit, Lin was not going to waste time on the road slowly, and arrived near the royal city in a flash. If we follow the average person's footsteps, it would take less than 3 or 4 weeks to walk from the border gate to the royal city. But for Lin, it was a blink of an eye. The next step is to officially enter the city and submit the application for appointment. This set of procedures was learned from the elf sword dancer Lena Tidov, the special envoy of the elf kingdom of Pia Jamie. The situation in several elven kingdoms is similar. As long as the application is approved, a ceremonial officer will naturally come to teach you what to pay attention to when meeting His Majesty the King. But at the city gate, we have to queue up again. There is nothing I can do, no matter what. The reason why the royal city of the elf kingdom is so lively is because the population of the kingdom is concentrated in the royal city. In other areas, there are only farms or pastures here and there, not even villages or towns. This is because thanks to the help of the druid profession, the elves can feed a large number of people with a relatively low proportion of the agricultural and animal husbandry population. Therefore, for foreign businessmen, a visit to the royal city is almost equivalent to doing business throughout the entire elf kingdom. Therefore, the caravans and adventurers who pass through various checkpoints on the border all gathered in the royal city, waiting to enter the city. This formed a spectacular scene of huge crowds of people in front of someone. However, no tents or temporary residential areas were seen outside the city gate. This means that the number of people in front of us can be digested in one day, and we will not sleep outside the city gate and wait until the next day to enter the city. Someone comforted himself in his heart. While waiting, Ling carefully observed the walls of the Elf King city. Its architectural style and layout are somewhat different from the aesthetic style someone imagined. After being tempered by the flames of war, the city walls of the Elf King city are the same as those of humans. They are in a practical style without too many ornaments. However, under the thick shielding wall, traces of some war machines could be vaguely seen. The special thing is the faint magic pattern on the wall and the heavy feeling of oppression. It comes from magic, the heaviness of the city walls, and the vicissitudes brought about by history and war. Outside the city wall, even the nature-loving elves still cleared a large area of white space from trees and grass to protect the view of the people on the city wall, prevent anyone from using the shelter to get close to the city wall and try to destroy it. In this regard, most of the cities in Lost Land have the same approach. Isolating the city from the forest can not only target incoming enemies, but also provide early warning against the invasion of wild beasts and monsters. Because he was waiting in line and was too bored to sit around, Lin originally planned to start analyzing the walls of the royal city and what kind of magic was added to them, when another group of people came to find him. This is discrimination. Wearing black clothes and having a face as thin as a skull, he must be a bad guy who needs attention. The only good thing is that the soldiers who came forward knew the etiquette and did not shout to kill at the beginning. Instead, they invited someone to a small room. Is this standard operating procedure for elves? He always invites strange people into small rooms, and so on. The wait this time was not as long as the wait at the border checkpoint, and the elf civil servant in charge appeared quickly. It looks like he is of a higher level from the costume, and there are more soldiers accompanying him to protect him. Then he followed the familiar routine again. After a brief salute, he took out a pen and paper to prepare notes, and asked, "Can I ask for your permission certificate?" Well, finally there is something new. Instead of asking about the name again, if you always do this, someone will think that you are in a situation where ghosts are beating the wall. Since the other party made a request, Lin of course also cooperated obediently. Then he took out the small silk bag, took out the pass issued at the border post, opened it, and handed it over. This pass will clearly record the name, identity, origin, and simple purpose of the permittee. But there is no date. The elf civil servant who held the pass spent a long time identifying the authenticity, but various signs proved that this thing was real. This made him feel a little embarrassed when he came out to catch the traitor with full confidence. But the attentive elf civil servant still noticed something strange. He wiped the writing on the paper with his hand and whispered doubtfully, "Why does it seem like it was just written not long ago?" A man with a poor sense of appearance smiled and said, "I am a magician. I always have some unique methods of collecting things and keeping them original." Of course, it is impossible for someone to say that the license certificate was indeed from 30 minutes ago. Just written. Don't think too much about it. May I ask, is this passing permit certificate a forgery? This certificate is indeed not forged. But, interrupting the other party's doubts. Lin said, "As long as it's not forged. Or do you also want to check my identity? Magician qualifications? Proof of membership in the Ikaruga Alliance? That's not necessary." With some lingering doubts, the elf civil servant put down the general document in his hand. He looked at another letter in the silk bundle and asked, "Is this the credential of the Kingdom of Piat Jamie?" Of course. The purpose of someone delivering a certificate of credence is also recorded on the document proving the passage permit. So the elf civil servants asked this question. Seeing Lin nodding in recognition, he reached out and picked up the credential letter. And while checking it, he said, "Confirmation of paper. Confirmation of imprint. Confirmation of aroma. Confirmation of power fluctuation." Everything that could be checked was still flawless. As he said that, the elf civil servant murmured, "What on earth is it writing?" He immediately took off the paint. The moment before the fire paint was removed, he stopped, stared at the guy who claimed to be the messenger with sharp eyes, and asked, "You don't seem to be worried about me opening the credentials to read?" Lin looked indifferent and said bluntly, "Why should you worry about that kind of thing? I'm just a messenger who helps me, and I'm not a citizen of the Kingdom of Piat Jamie. I will be punished if the task is not completed. Besides, if you saw something you shouldn't have seen, do you think it would be me or someone above you who would choose to kill and silence you?" Having said it to this extent, it is of course impossible for the elf civil servant to actually open the credentials and check the contents. He stopped his movements and pretended to be serious. After checking once again whether there was any trap magic attached to the letter, he respectfully put the letter back on the silk bundle. By the way, this small silk bag sewn with different fabrics is not a vulgar and cheap thing. If the other party was just an ordinary human businessman, he would have found various reasons to accept the silk scarf as a gift. But he was not sure what kind of attitude he should take towards this kingdom messenger of the Turtle Dove Alliance. Putting aside his love for rare treasures, the elf civil servant returned the relevant documents to Lin. After standing up, he said respectfully, "Your Excellency, because of your identity, please wait here for a moment. The official responsible for the reception will come over later to arrange your accommodation and visit to His Majesty. If these things still require you to injure yourself, if you think about it, that's our country's indifference. So please wait a moment and I'll arrange tea for you." "Oh, this is really great. I haven't had a drink of water since breakfast. I wonder how long I have to wait," Lin asked. "Please wait a moment. My officials handle matters very quickly." The elf civil servant showed a professional smile, said falsely, and left with the warrior team. Of course, someone was guarding the door to avoid any accidents. And someone was also sent to bring tea and snacks. The scented tea you drink in the Elf Kingdom is completely different from the tea you can buy through the Human Chamber of Commerce. The processed petals have a calyx and a green leaf. After brewing with hot water, the taste is not a simple aroma and elegant taste, but a slightly astringent but sweet aftertaste. Speaking of which, it's already a bit like tea in someone's memory. Although no one talked to him, someone guessed that the reason why the exported elf flower tea looks like mixed spices, fried and dried, is probably the result of the arty human nobles learning half of it. The elf flower tea in front of me was much smoother than anything I had ever drunk before. I don't know what level this kind of scented tea is in the Armenian Elf Kingdom. Maybe buy some on the way back. Chapter 786, Kingdom Hospitality. Never believe that the so-called processing speed of longevity species is as fast as human beings can understand. In particular, a certain time traveling came from an era and society where the pace of life was really fast, and they were even more uncomfortable with the so-called fast movements of these damn elves. Lin waited a whole day for the reception officials from the Kingdom of Armenia. Originally, I was going to use flash magic to go back to the Kabamba Academy in the holy city of Estali for classes in the afternoon. So I contacted them through letters at short notice, asking the Lich at home to take the lead. Otherwise, it would be easy to run back to class. If a reception official arrives, but he is not there, or if he rushes back temporarily, it will be difficult to explain to others no matter what the situation is. After the progress of his algorithm had advanced a lot, the reception officials from the Elf Kingdom arrived belatedly. He was a guy who looked a little out of place with the beautiful elves. His protruding belly and short and fat figure made this official look more like a well-fed landlord among humans than an elf. As soon as he appeared, he did not hide his physical flaws, patted his belly, and greeted, "Hee, Sir Tripwood, I am Wild Walker Feuden. On behalf of the Kingdom of Amalan, I am responsible for receiving you. If there is any, please feel free to ask me if you have any needs. We will try our best to meet your needs." It is late today. So let's have dinner first. And then I will take you to the cave to rest. Someone who had lost his temper said politely. Then I'll trouble Mr. Fu Tongue. Hey, there's no need to call me sir. I'm not at that level yet. Just call me Fu Tongue. Your Excellency. Please come with me. The fat elf who was used to dealing with humans showed a smile that was not annoying, and said diligently greeting someone. On the first day of my stay in the Kingdom of Armenia, I had dinner in a high-end restaurant with a lustful atmosphere. From the small box on the second floor, you can see the performance on the stage. In the pink light, the elves in gauze and light clothes danced in various suggestive dances. Someone can be considered resistant to such a performance. Think about the hometown-style pole dancing and strippers. They are more glamorous and exciting. It will take another 100 years for the fandom to develop. It's just that before time travel, I had only seen it in movies or some larger-scale TV series. In addition, this time I went out alone, without the lich and annoying apprentice following me. Let me look at this with appreciation. A performance. The meal that was served was also different from the elegant elf-style delicacies that someone had tasted before. The food here is heavy on salty, sweet and flavorful, as if all kinds of spices are sprinkled directly on your taste buds for free. Although the taste is pungent, it is not disgusting. In other words, these dishes have achieved a very delicate balance in the strong taste, which is acceptable. The wine served at the banquet was also different from the elven fruit wine that Lin drank in the past. The wine served here was very strong. If you take a sip, it will burn your tongue and throat, and then cause heartburn. This made someone strongly suspect that this should already be classified as distilled liquor. And it was also highly alcoholic. You must know that the wine in other places in the Lost Land is still mainly brewed wine. And distilled wine is the first time someone has seen it. After a meal, not only the guests and the host are enjoying themselves, but for someone who is used to eating local dishes at home, it is a very enjoyable thing to occasionally try different delicacies. But what's going on with this kind of reception style that's not elfin at all? If he had ignored the other party's pointed ears and looked at the handsome men and beauties running around in the street, Lin would have thought that he was being entertained by some human noble or wealthy businessman. So after finishing the dessert and still not leaving this restaurant, the next step is probably what you want, right? Just then, the curtain of the small box was opened, and a row of elf beauties in hot clothes walked in, looking like they were ready for you to choose. Someone suddenly had the illusion that he had traveled back to his hometown, having been in Midi for so many years. Although I can't be called a know-it-all in Midi, I have really never been to such a professional place. Most of the prostitutes I encountered in the past were part-time maids in taverns. In some larger towns, you can occasionally encounter wandering girls soliciting customers in the dark streets. Later, I dealt with nobles, and all I met were unattainable social butterflies. These women only care about status. Money comes second. Not everyone is qualified to climb into their bed, and a certain magician is certainly not qualified. Those who have seen these people selling themselves and performing arts have never seen such a serious place of feasting and feasting. Speaking of which, being brought here by this fat elf was a first for a man who was born in a fat house and was a magician before and after time travel. The people who entered the small box were all elf dancers who had performed on the stage. Ing yin yin. If this were placed on Earth, there would be a row of supermodel-level beauties. It's just that they are far more silent than one could imagine. The fat elf, who was in charge of entertaining, selected a beauty that he liked and quickly pulled her into his arms. The otaku magician, who had never had such an experience, was not frightened to the point of being stiff. But he still had trouble making a choice. Finally, under the urging of the fat elf, Lin chose a relatively familiar beauty, who was the first elf beauty that someone had seen seriously during the previous performance. Because he had no similar experience, someone hesitated for a long time, not knowing how to start. It seems weird to imitate that fat elf. In the end, Lin could only hold back one sentence. Well, what's your name? It was obviously a very simple question, but the beautiful elf sitting next to her just widened her eyes, looking confused, and had no intention of answering. The fat elf next to him chuckled and said, "Why do you want to ask them questions? My habit is to cultivate feelings first. If you only care about your own feelings, how is it different from getting a piece of dead meat? Don't they speak common language and only speak Elvish?" Someone said something plausibly, but it only made the fat elf feel even more funny. "Now I can believe that your excellency has never been to the Kingdom of Armenia." He picked up the beauty in his arms, grabbed her chin with his hand, pinched her mouth open, and said, Look! This is why they can't speak. Reason. At first, Lynn didn't understand the reason why the fat elf did this. But upon closer inspection, someone could see clearly that the elf beauty in his arms had no tongue in her mouth. To speak the language of elves, the flexibility of the tongue is very important. But since there is no tongue, many sounds cannot be pronounced. And of course, there is no way to speak normally. Maybe just don't say it at all. Lynn looked at the beauty beside him in astonishment, pointed at the woman hugged by the fat elf, then pointed at his own mouth, and asked, "Are you the same?" This time, the beauty beside him understood what Lynn meant. She forced a smile and nodded, with a mixed expression on her face. In someone's fantasy, elves are a beautiful race with good moral character, and can almost be regarded as a representative noun opposite to human beings. But seeing a female elf suffer this kind of thing today really broke someone's outlook. Lynn's face was full of shock and confusion. And he asked, "Why? The women sent here are all sinners, or the wives and daughters of sinners. This is their way of atonement. As for pulling out their tongues, it is to prevent them from praising them when they do unclean things. The name that came out of his mouth." When the fat elf was talking about what was considered a normal thing in the kingdom, the expressions of the two women in the small box became much darker. Knowing that this was an approach that belonged to the opponent's national policy level, Lynn stopped talking. Even in the history of the Xia kingdom, the family members of prisoners were assigned as official prostitutes, which happened in all dynasties. At least this was considered a lighter punishment than outright execution or exile. Just the matter of pulling out the tongue is equivalent to a lifelong mark. Official prostitutes in the history of their hometown still have the opportunity to become good people. But in the elf kingdom of Armenia, after pulling out her tongue, it means that this identity will follow her for life, even after death. Or will the elves use the magic of limb regeneration to make the tongue grow back? No matter which one it is, with the kind intention of saving a lost woman or aiding a helpless girl, someone has a rare indulgence. Of course, another more high-sounding reason is to relax the official vigilance of the group of elves in front of them, no matter who is standing behind the fat elf wild walker fooding. The next morning, Lynn woke up in a place other than his familiar bed for the first time in more than 2 years. The first question we have to face today is how long will it take for the minions of the Kingdom of Armenia to meet their king and discuss business? Looking at this attitude of treating guests to dinner, drinking and playing with women, it feels like it will be a long-term struggle. Before he could finish his thoughts, someone banged on the door and said, "Your Excellency Tripwood, are you awake? Is this a greeting or a wake-up call? If I were really lying in bed now and knocked on the door like this, I would wake up even if I didn't wake up." Lynn opened the door and took a look. And sure enough, it was the fat face with a sly smile. Wilder Walker Fu-Tung smiled and said, "Sir, did you have a good time last night?" "It was a wonderful night," Lynn said politely. "If your Excellency is satisfied, that's fine. I'm afraid that if we don't entertain you well, we'll lose the kingdom's face." The fat elf responded in the same polite manner, smiling attentively. After he stepped aside, he revealed the dining cart pushed by the waiter behind him, with a sumptuous meal on it. Wilder Walker Fu-Tung said, "Would you like breakfast?" Of course. Of course. Please come in." Lynn stepped aside and allowed the fat elf and the waiter to enter the high-end room in the guest house. If this room were placed in my hometown, it would be at the level of a 5-star hotel or a presidential suite. It has its own small dining room and bar, probably everything except the kitchen. The waiter moved neatly, but without making a sound. After placing the dishes on the table, he left. It's just that the richness and portions of the food in front of me don't seem to be enough for one person to eat. Just when Lynn was thinking this, he saw the fat elf unceremoniously pulled out the chair opposite the dining table, sat down, and said, "Oh, I'm starving. I'm starving. I haven't eaten breakfast yet. You don't mind? Let me dine together." The fat elf, who was talking, reached out his hand to attack the big lobster on the table without waiting for anyone's consent. The movements were as skillful and smooth as the hand that caught the girl last night. Suddenly someone figured something out. I dare to say that the ones last night and this morning are actually this guy's personal interests. I'm just using myself as an excuse to report to the public account. Chapter 787, Playing. 10 days. During these 10 days, except for finding excuses to hide in the afternoon, and then returning to the Kabamba Academy in the holy city of Starry to attend classes, a certain person spent all his time in the elf kingdom of Armenia, in the royal city. Apart from eating well every day and being a groom every night, there is no progress at all on serious matters. Whenever he mentioned it to Wilder Walker Footing, he would evade it with various reasons. I don't know if this means coming from a higher level, or if this fat elf wants to use his own convenience to enjoy this rare and luxurious life. However, for a certain house, who is used to living a simple life, it is really hard for him to live like this all day long. But when he wants to bring up business, the smooth fat elf always has a way to wander to other places. And then he can't get back. Not to mention a few keen ones in the family. They have noticed that someone's life in the Elf King city is not so pure. And Lin himself can no longer tolerate such a life. Although the so-called homebody does not necessarily have social phobia, but they prefer to be alone rather than living in a place with many people, most of whom have different interests than their own. In order to lure the other party to reveal his true purpose, Lin planned to do something he had never done before, which was to pretend to be drunk. I used to drink alcohol, even if it was strong alcohol. Someone with this seemingly weak constitution could actually drink 1,000 glasses of wine. For those who plan to pry out information from themselves, if they are not drunk enough to talk nonsense, they will not be able to come up with anything useful. Perhaps it was precisely because nothing was detected that all subsequent work was stalled. Lin could only cooperate with the other party's unstated request and try to see if things would progress. In fact, during these 10 days, Lin also witnessed the prosperity of the Armenian elf kingdom. At least Wilder Walker Footing, a fat elf, can take himself to new places and experience new tricks every day, and none of them are repetitive. It really opened the eyes of a certain magician born in a fat house. Dinner on the 11th day was at a high-end tavern with music and singers. The music of elves is more feminine, and they all sing in falsetto. But the singers on the stage sing music that is different from the music of ordinary elves. The singer's voice is relatively low, a little hoarse, and he sings the lyrics like a narrative poem, word by word, clearly and deeply. This kind of singing brings a more familiar feeling to a time traveler, and already has the flavor of singing in the 1980s on Earth. In addition, the wine here is a sweet wine with a strong stamina, but it is smooth and easy to swallow. So Lin took advantage of this opportunity, and his own emotions to drink one glass after another of the sweet wine. When the fat elf saw the opportunity, of course, he couldn't help but persuade him to drink. At the same time, he followed someone's gaze, and looked at the female elf singer on the stage. Wild Walker Fu-Tung asked tentatively, "Your Excellency, is the target tonight set on this person?" "Well, she is not mute." "Right." Lin did not refuse directly, but just asked a question. "Ha. As long as you have needs, there is nothing we can't do," the fat elf said confidently, and the implication was quite obvious. "Even if I want your princess, is there no problem?" Lin she asked. "That old woman is a bit difficult to deal with. If your taste is so unique, there is no way to solve it." Wild Walker Fu-Tung was completely unfazed and responded with a smile. Rolling his eyes, Lin continued to drink and listen to the song. Wild Walker Fu-Tung cleverly asked for a pot of sweet wine and helped someone pour one cup after another. By the way, he told various gossips about the people on the stage, trying to arouse someone's interest. After Lin heard this, he just wanted to say, "Your circle is really chaotic." But now he can only show interest, but pretend to be serious and won't let go easily. It's just oh, one sentence at a time. After drinking for a while, Lin pretended to be drunk and started talking more. In this case, of course, he pretended to take advantage of his drunkenness to complain and express all kinds of complaints in a string of words. No matter whether it was a strange system that brought inconvenience to people in any country during my travels, or it was a trivial matter, such as a broken nail or split ends, it was just catching a fat man complaining. Because of the other person's excellent acting skills, I followed someone's words throughout the night and kept nodding in agreement. But you can also hear the excitement that cannot be concealed in the other party's words. As the night progressed, someone imitated the way a drunk person talks, and his speech was as slurred as a stewed egg. Of course, Lin does not consider himself an acting person, so he can only use exaggeration to cover up his shortcomings. It was like sweeping all the dishes, cups and plates on the table to the floor with a wave of his hand, and then lying on the table talking nonsense. Or he would throw his head back and fall asleep regardless of the appearance, only to wake himself up again after a while, and so on several times, as if he knew that the Lord of Fire was almost done. Wilder Walker Footing did not continue to persuade him to drink. Instead, he served hot soup that had the effect of sobering up. After all, if you continue to pour it down, you will be drunk directly, so there is no need to ask anything. This half-drunk and half-awake state is just right now. After delivering a bowl of hot soup, Wildwalk asked tentatively, "Sir, how can you, a human being, obtain the identity of a core member of the Turtle Dove Alliance?" The first question is quite profound. Under normal circumstances, a core member represents a person who is appreciated by the Alliance's high authority, and has directly faced the world tree that appreciates him. Only then can he obtain such an identity. In most cases, this person will be an elf, not a human. Therefore, even under normal circumstances, it would not be strange for Wildwalker to ask this question. Lin pretended to be proud and complacent, patted his chest and said, "Hey, I helped World Tree Waldwo advance. Do you think this merit qualifies me to be a guest of the Alliance's high officials? I'm not showing off. But if I hadn't been here, there would be one less World Tree in Lost World today." As soon as he started talking about what happened at the beginning, Lin grabbed the fat elf and kept talking. All kinds of proper nouns and professional terms seemed to be free of charge, and they shook the fat man's face. Finally, the expression of this acting elf official changed, and he no longer had the leisure and good looks before. "But no matter how much you talk, your mouth will be dry." Pretending to fumble around with the drinks on the table, the fat elf promptly brought a glass of water, and then asked as if nothing had happened, "Then how did you become the messenger of the kingdom? Is it possible that there will be someone in the kingdom of Pia Jamie recently?" "Big move? Being a messenger is just because I know the people inside, so I can send a message to their king. As for the big move, no one knows this better than me." This sentence is quite true. "You know, recently." "Hey, wait a minute." After stopping the drunken magician, Walker Fu Tung asked doubtfully, "Don't you have to keep these things a secret? Just tell them. When many people find out, it's not me who will be troubled." Someone continued to tell the truth. Of course, the biggest benefit of the collective improvement of World Tree is the big bosses. Lin is just a paid worker. Success or failure, in fact, is not that important to him. It's just that the longer this matter is delayed, it may not be beneficial to you. Such an attitude made Walker Fu Tung even more vigilant. This represents several possibilities. 1. The content in the credential is really not important. 2. The content in the credential is important, but not important to this magician. That's why he could face it with such a nonchalant attitude. 3. This drunkard is telling lies. In other words, the part he knew was also the part that was misled. Speaking of which, for Wildwalk and the people behind him, they just wanted to find out the general direction of the content of the letter of credence. After all, although the two countries are called brotherly states, they are far apart and have not been in contact for a long time. Suddenly a human messenger came, ready to deliver a formal document. Everyone was curious about the content of the letter, but they were given the opportunity to know the details. But they had concerns. After all, it was an official letter to the king, not something little people like them should know. If he was really that unfortunate and knew some secrets that he shouldn't know, just like the magician's threat at the city gate, he would definitely not be the one to kill him, but the person in charge of him. For various reasons, Walker Fu Tung decided to drop the topic in this direction and asked instead, "Let's not mention those national events. Did you keep the letter properly?" A heavy slap on the fat elf's back seemed like an act of intimacy, but in fact it was an act of mocking the other person for not having the guts to finish listening. Lin said with a pretending to be profound, "I put that letter safely on the desk in the guest house room." "What? Your Excellency didn't take it with you and keep it safe?" Walker Fu Tung asked in surprise. "Aren't you afraid that things will disappear?" "Hey, are things so easy to disappear in your territory? Isn't this because I trust you? So I put things in the room. If I carry them with me, I'm afraid of breaking them or losing them. How inconvenient would that be?" "Yeah. Or is it true that there are a lot of thieves in the kingdom? Even if you put it in a guest house with high-level security, you can't stop the thieves from visiting?" "That's not true." The fat elf, who was a little embarrassed by what he said, wiped the sweat from his forehead in embarrassment. Lin couldn't tell whether this action was true or not. He stood up with an embarrassed look on his face and said apologetically, "Sorry, Your Excellency. I drank too much, so I went to take a break." After raising his glass, Lin looked at the back of the fat elf as he hurriedly left, and murmured in a low voice, "Life is like a play. Everyone is acting. Turn around and return your attention to the stage. The singer has left for a while, but there is still an orchestra playing soft and pleasant music on the stage. Not only does it make people relax, But they also forget to drink wine cup after cup. Chapter 788 Night Visit. At night in the guest house. It was rare for someone to have no bed partner by his side. Because today I am playing a drunkard who is drunk to the point of unconsciousness. Regardless of whether the elf sees through it or not. Of course it saves the effort of pimping. And Lynn is happy and relaxed. Regardless of whether it was a show or not. As soon as Lynn touched the pillow, he decided to have a good sleep and not care about anything else. In fact, this is also the case. Once someone is put on the bed, lying on a comfortable bed with a soft pillow, someone will soon pretend to be asleep and actually fall asleep. In the middle of the night, several uninvited guests came to the guest house. They did not disturb other guests or guest house employees, but followed familiar routes, heading in a specific direction, and finally stopped in front of Lynn's door. The guest house door magic lock made by elves is definitely a nightmare for all thieves. But for visitors, unlocking is a piece of cake. As soon as his hand passed by, the door lock opened, sneaking into the room quietly. The three elves may not have night vision like their gray-skinned cousins, but they still use the faint moonlight outside the window, and the route they memorized to accurately reach their target. One person confirmed the kingdom's letter tucked away in a silk bundle on the desk. One person confirmed the location of the magician, and another ensured an escape route in case of emergency. After confirming the situation, the three of them did not make any unnecessary moves, but gathered together to confirm each other. They communicated in elvish language in inaudible voices. What about the magician? Both eyes were closed. Where's the letter? It's exactly where the intelligence says it is. Magic traps and escape routes? There are no magic traps set in the room. Everything is safe. The elf who spoke last had a much more frivolous attitude than the other two. He did not abide by the sneaking rules of walking in the dark as much as possible and keeping his body low to reduce the possibility of being discovered. He didn't even pay much attention to the sound of his own footsteps. It also made noises from time to time, which was particularly conspicuous in this silent night, and also attracted the angry looks of the other two people. The leading elf didn't want to quarrel in a place like this. He said, "Follow the original plan." After taking away the letter, we left from our position outside the window. Don't do other unnecessary things. What do you mean by superfluous things? The frivolous man walked to someone's bedside, looked at the defenseless sleeping face, and said, "This is still a magician. If he is easily touched by me, taking his life is just a matter of a thought on my part. Maybe I should make some preparations for my title of Killer God? Just like the Dharma Saint is to the magician. The Killer God is the highest honorary title for assassins. One of the conditions for achieving the seal is to assassinate the magician in the magic tower, although the person in front of him is not in the magic tower. Assassinating a magician is still a considerable achievement for the assassin profession that walks in darkness. So when the leader picked up the letter, the young elf was eager to give it a try. It was too late. But it was too soon. The young elf drew out the dagger quickly, before the other two companions could stop him. The whole room fell into a different kind of darkness. Countless white rays of light crisscrossed, cutting those with evil intentions into countless pieces of meat, and their flesh and blood was scattered all over the ground. At the same time, countless eyes were opened in this space, and the white destructive light was emitted from these eyes. After killing the first elf, these eyes made no other movements and just stared at the backs of the remaining two people. Look! Because as early as the moment it happened, they gave up the idea of rescuing their companions and broke the window to escape without hesitation. The moment they crashed out of the window, the two people who escaped noticed the changes in the room and the gazes of countless eyes. It wasn't until they escaped a considerable distance that the two people, still frightened, stopped and gasped for air. The leader even complained about his subordinate, who confirmed the magician's condition, saying, "Both eyes are closed? Why do you think confirming just two is enough? Ah, boss, on your hand." The two elves looked at the letter from the kingdom of Pia Jamie that they forgot to put back in the leader's hand. The two bared their teeth and gasped. What should we do with this hot potato now? No matter what. They didn't want to see that weird magician again. The death of the dead elf was really miserable. Who knows what will happen to them after they return. On the second underground floor of the military department of the Kingdom of Armenia is the most mysterious intelligence office in the entire kingdom. The two people who survived followed the principle of emergency evacuation and returned to the uninhabited intelligence office through the tunnel from the far entrance. Along the way, they didn't see many living people. In fact, there are many elves walking here. They just hide their traces. Some are hiding in dark rooms with no visible door, each doing work that should not be revealed to each other. The two people who escaped back walked into a room with nothing else except a simple table and chairs. In the room, an older elf, who looked quite experienced, was already waiting. As soon as he saw one person missing, he asked, "You have failed. What's going on?" "Elder, we have not completely failed. We brought this back." The leading elf took out the letter from the kingdom of Pia Jamie and spread it flat on the table, because the situation was urgent at the time. The letter was slightly wrinkled by his grip, but the old elf who saw the thing didn't appreciate it at all and said, "If you are exposed, this thing should not be taken back." "What's wrong? What's wrong? Did I miss something good?" The belatedly fat elf, Wild Walker Footing, walked in from another secret door. He didn't know what was going on. When he saw what was on the table, he naturally said happily, "Isn't this a perfect completion of the task? What's there to be unhappy about?" They were exposed and lost a man's hand. The old elf poured a bucket of cold water on his face and said, understanding the meaning behind this sentence. Wild Walker Fu Tang's expression immediately collapsed and asked, "What's going on? Explain the entire process clearly." It was then that he discovered that the stolen letter was not in perfect condition. Even they would have to work hard to find a way to restore this thing to its original state. The two elves who escaped told each other their experiences in detail. Of course, it also includes the person who died, whose body is not available and cannot be recovered. When the two of them finished talking, the old elf said with an ugly face, "I didn't expect that rumor to be true." "Rumor? What rumors? Is there anything I'm missing?" Wild Walker Wu-Tung asked. The Thieves Guild took the initiative to withdraw the assassination bounty related to the magician, and will no longer release related bounties in the future. This is the kind of treatment only a Dharma saint with a magic tower would receive. It is beyond my comprehension to use it on a white magician. According to rumors, the reason why the Thieves Guild did this was because there were at least 300 people who had received a bounty on the assassination of the magician and were missing. It is speculated that he was most likely killed at the hands of the magician or the lich following him. Among them were at least 2 master assassins who had received the title of God of Killing. Strong men who even dared to break into the magic tower. After declaring that they were going to kill the magician, there was no further progress. So, you actually ignored such important news, and they delivered it to your door stupidly. Wilder Walker Fu Tung showed a completely different look from the honest look he had during the reception, and said angrily, "You asked for it, and the rumors are so exaggerated. Anyone who listens to it will only regard it as a joke at the wine table. How can they believe it?" The old elf tried to argue. But, now it seems that those rumors are not exaggerated at all, because the facts are even more shocking. If what you said is right, the magician used extremely powerful magic in his sleep, and in an instant cut the kingdom's standard magic equipment, including people, into thin pieces, leaving no resistance. If you people are the elites that the kingdom relies on, and you make things like this, I will be very disappointed. Tell me, is there anything exaggerated that I should know? But you just treat it as a joke. The old elf, who was scolded by a junior, had a sullen face, dissatisfied, and said nothing. A pair of sharp eyes glared at the fat elf, but the other party stared back without any fear. The old and the young, who belong to different units and have different status, are in tit-for-tat confrontation. It was so painful to be caught between an old man and a young man, but they were inherently close to the old man, and they also had to clean up the mess in front of him. So the elf, who took the lead, had to ask, "Elder, so what should we do with this letter and the remains of the newcomer?" The old elf gave instructions decisively, saying, "There is still time before dawn, so send someone back to deal with the aftermath. According to what you said, the rookie was attacked only after he drew his weapon. Until then, nothing happened. In other words, everyone who goes there, please pay close attention to your weapons. Don't collect corpses for one person instead of 2. As for this letter," the old elf didn't think about it for long and said, "Find someone who specializes in repairing it. At the same time, prepare to use magic to unlock the fire paint seal of the letter." Wild Walker Fu Tung saw that the other party was planning to open the letter. He did not stop him, but he also did not express his approval. He just took a small step back. The old elf knew that this young man also wanted to know the content, but did not intend to take responsibility. So he acted like this. But for him, for this letter of credence, he has already lost a man, even though he is just a rookie. If you don't think of a way to get some chips back, then you are really sorry for holding this letter in your hands. The lacquer seal on the national letter will be a big difficulty for ordinary people, but for an official intelligence organization like them, It can only be regarded as routine. In addition, the letter was sealed in a very formal way, without any additional trap design. So the old elf quickly opened the letter, and he also used a method that could easily restore the original appearance. When he opened the letter and read it, at first glance, he froze and did not dare to say anything. Chapter 789 Elf Creed. One of the two young elves affiliated with the kingdom's intelligence department was experienced. So when faced with the unusual situation of the old officer, he just remained calm and waited for instructions. But the other person is a rookie. Although his training results are excellent, when faced with emergencies, his reaction is not as good as other capable members. Like the situation before him, the young newcomer wanted to ask his superior directly. What was the content of the letter? This made the old elf freeze on the spot as if he had a stroke, without saying a word. But before he could speak, he was stopped by his team leader and another fat elf. Wilder Walker Footing, aware of the possible situation, asked using the sign language used internally by intelligence personnel, "Is there surveillance magic on the letter?" Just blink once. The old elf blinked naturally, and the others immediately understood the situation they were facing. In the magical world of mystery, there are many kinds of magic to protect letters. In addition to trap magic that targets viewers, there is also surveillance magic that records viewers, powerful. It can even record environmental conditions to make more judgments, including where the letter went, what organization it fell into, etc. The old elf who took the initiative to reveal the letter must have been exposed. So what others can do is to minimize the exposure of other things, including their own existence. Therefore, including Wilder Walker and Fur Tin, they all remained quiet and did not go to the front where the letters could be viewed. At the same time, the personnel responsible for repairing the special letterhead were blocked from the secret door to avoid making too much noise. As for the exposed old elf, he read the contents of the letter seriously. Anyway, I have already been exposed. If I don't see it in vain, I might as well look at it carefully and understand it clearly. The problem is that it's better not to look at it. The more you look at it, the more confused you become, and the more clearly you think about it, the more frightened you become. Finally, after confirming that he had not missed a word, he closed the letter, took a long breath, and said, "Let the restoration crew come in." Before handing over the official letter, the old elf emphasized again, no one is allowed to read the contents of the letter, nor is it allowed to open the letter. Just fold it up and find a way to restore the letter. Although the instructions were weird, the elves in the intelligence department had also encountered even weirder instructions. Therefore, the personnel responsible for restoring the special letters naturally followed the order and found a way to complete it. Wilder Walker Fuden was more concerned about its content than the recovery of the letter. He asked directly, "What is that little king doing?" The credentials actually use special magic. This is not in line with the conventions of communication. In fact, the reason why these elves dare to be so negligent is because King Ridden III of the Kingdom of Pia Jamie is just a child in their eyes. So naturally they don't pay much attention to him. And it is not diplomatic behavior for a child to make some small moves in his formal correspondence. Not to mention sending a human as a messenger. That would be even more confusing. Especially the magician who is the messenger is also a big problem. Although the other party looked like a core member of the Turtle Dove Alliance, no one recognized which high seater the three-feathered bird icon on his body belonged to. But even if the other party is a fake, they shouldn't punish him. This delay was also because I wanted to find allies to encounter this magician and then deal with this liar. It's just that this matter didn't go so smoothly, because the core members of the Ikaruga Alliance seemed to have disappeared during this period, and no one could be found. So this matter can only continue to be delayed. But the old elf, who had read the content, looked solemn. After sorting out his messy thoughts, he shook his head and said, "It's not that little king. And the things mentioned in the letter have nothing to do with him. No, this matter is too important. I must meet with His Majesty immediately." He grabbed the old elf and pushed him back to his seat. When this action was completed, Wild Walker Fuding realized what an incredible thing he had done. The strength of the person in front of me couldn't be beat by 10 of me put together. How could he be controlled so easily? He returned to his seat. The fat elf said, "Don't tell your majesty in a hurry. You tell me first." "It doesn't matter. It's very important. What is going on? Also, who discovered you?" The discovery that Wilder Walker Fuding was referring to was naturally who cast the surveillance magic in the credentials, and whose vision the old elf in front of him fell into. As long as you know the target, there are no ways to counterattack, whether it is through public opinion or means. The old elf's eyes were dull, and he said regretfully, It's the Holy Seal. The Holy Seal of the World Tree. World Tree. The surprising answer made the fat elf couldn't help but change his mind. If the object is the World Tree, things can be complicated or simple. Because what the big boss cares about is in a different direction than what ordinary people care about. As long as you grasp the other party's thoughts accurately, you can benefit from it. But why is that magician related to the World Tree again? Seeing the fat elf's squinting eyes, the old elf knew that this young elf, who had gained power, might be planning something. He didn't mind seeing the fat man make a fool of himself. But the matter before him was too big. If he couldn't handle it well, it wouldn't mean that he would make a fool of himself and be unable to step down. So he said, "Throw away whatever thoughts you have. You can't afford to mess with this." "Oh." The fat elf smiled and said, "Is there anything you can't afford to do to Mr. Iron Mask?" This is one of the great anecdotes of the kingdom. The Holy Seals I just saw total 21. You're so brave. What do you think you're going to do? The old elf kicked the ball out unceremoniously to see how the fat man was going to take the move. Sure enough, after hearing the number, the fat man froze. As for the World Tree, it is not an unattainable existence for powerful people of their level. But when the order of magnitude increases, the qualitative changes caused by quantitative changes cannot be sustained by people with small bodies like them. The dumbfounded fat elf said, "Is the matter so exaggerated? This kind of thing can't happen." "Who just said that no matter how outrageous things are, they must be told completely?" The old elf retorted. Wilder Walker Fu Tung, who was rendered speechless by the refutation, calmed down and rethought various possibilities. "It's just, I remember that there are only 19 high-ranking officials in the Ikaruga Alliance." Wild Walker Fu Tung asked uncertainly. "There is the Holy Seal of His Majesty fastens inside." The fat elf was startled and said, "The second ancient one. There is also a new Holy Seal. Although I have never seen it before. It has interlaced mimosa on it." Staggered mimosas? Could it be the World Tree belonging to the kingdom of Pia Jamie? The fat elf asked himself in confusion. It seems so. Also listed on the certificate of credence is, of course, the Little King, and the mark of a three-headed monkey. Of course, as an official of the intelligence department, I had some knowledge about the visiting envoy. On the forum, as the magician who created the forum, and as a master of mathematics, he is more or less a celebrity. So the basic data is still there. Three-headed monkey? That magician? What qualifications does he have? The fat elf raised his voice and said questioningly, "Regardless of whether the magician is qualified or not, the most important thing today is that the 21 holy seals are true. I must see your majesty immediately to clarify this matter." The old elf made up his mind, stood up and said, "Wait a minute. What does the credential say?" Faced with Wilder Walker Fu Tung's persistent questioning, the old elf said impatiently, "If His Majesty thinks you are qualified to know, he will naturally summon you to ask about the opportunity. I am not your subordinate, and have no obligation or need to tell you anything. Now, don't get in my way, or I won't be the only one unlucky." As he said that, the old elf waved away any movement that Wilder Walker Fu Tung tried to stop him. As he stood up, he ordered his subordinates, "After the repair of this letter is completed, return it properly to its original place. I also packed away all the things that shouldn't be in that room. Even if we have been exposed, I will make things flawless and maintain the most basic dignity. If you cause His Majesty any embarrassment in the future, you will not be able to live well for the rest of your life." After saying harsh words, the old elf left in a hurry. Having to go into the palace to wake up the old king is not a job that can be done happily. On the way out, a figure came out of the darkness and followed exactly 3 steps behind the head of the intelligence department. Without leaning to either side, he said, "You shouldn't let a group of new recruits do this. The leader has completed 10 missions. Who would have known that he still couldn't suppress people and would make such a mistake? It seems that your juniors haven't practiced enough, which is why we lost face in front of the Internal Affairs office this time." The old elf said dissatisfied, "That's all. Whatever you want to say, just say it." The old elf's words were still full of dissatisfaction. "I have already said that we should pay attention to that magician. He is more dangerous than you thought. And yet you just think of him as a liar," said the voice hiding in the darkness walking behind the old elf. "There is no point in emphasizing this point now. It's better to think about how to deal with the aftermath. Do you think that after making such a mistake, what position do we have to make suggestions before His Majesty? Whatever that magician wants, please consider it seriously?" The voice in the shadow raised its tone and said tentatively, Who do you think would accept a coward who doesn't even dare to carry out his mission and proposes such talk of surrender? Surrender. I would like to ask, which one of the things you did forcefully because you didn't admit failure was actually accomplished? I believe this, and you know it better than I do. However, for the sake of the kingdom's reputation, even if irreparable losses were expected, one had to go ahead with it. I just don't understand. Is the kingdom's face really more important than anything else? Because this face consolidates the people's confidence. And confidence is the most important foundation for maintaining this kingdom. Can you imagine what happens next when the people no longer have faith in the kingdom? Believe me, when that day comes, rebellion will be the most trivial thing that happens to you. And my mission is that this kind of thing will not happen in my lifetime. And there will not be any hidden dangers left for the next generation. And your job is to make sure the same mistake doesn't happen again. Go away and stare at those new recruits. If I let them make mistakes a few more times, I feel like my mission in this life will end early. The footsteps hidden in the darkness disappeared. For the old elf, the night had just begun. For those who are about to be disturbed by him, or those who disturb others, this night will be a sleepless night. Chapter 790 Meeting. After spending a rare quiet night, someone wakes up feeling refreshed. Take a deep breath. The air smells so good. It smells like air purifier. Sure enough, people who are used to living a plain life will be uncomfortable in various ways if they suddenly eat heavy salty food. It was all a hallucination. And I thought I was on Earth. The first face I saw in the morning was still the familiar fat elf. The reception was equally warm. And the breakfast was equally sumptuous enough for 2 people to eat. But Lynn still felt a slight difference. What are the specific differences? But I can't tell why. After finishing the meal, Wild Walker Fooding did not arrange the adult version of the dark itinerary with a smirk on his face, like he had done in the past few days. The fat elf said sternly, "Your Excellency Tripwood, my king has free time today to receive you and accept your credentials. If you have no questions, then follow me to the castle. There will be a ceremonial officer there. Tell you what you should pay attention to." Lynn smiled heartily and said, "Oh, I'm finally free. Of course, I have no problem with it. Guests can do as they please. So, let's set off now. Well, let's go now." Lynn is ready. Bring the letter of credence. As soon as I left the guest house, I saw a luxury carriage waiting at the door. Although I also had a car to ride in when I went out a few days ago. It was not at the level of the car in front of me. 2 pure white horses wearing vests pull the cart. And the body of the cart is mainly sky blue, the representative color of the royal family. In terms of luxury and style, it is definitely not inferior to the travel expenses of human nobles. It doesn't look like it's the kind of car that would take you to a slaughterhouse or execution ground. But no matter how luxurious it is, it's still just a carriage. And it's still a carriage without shock absorbers. So as usual, after a few polite compliments, someone got in the car and set off to the palace. In the past few days, someone has seen enough of the streetscapes, terrains, and various characteristic buildings along the way. No matter when the fat elf is following him, or when he sneaks out to obtain information about the terrain and features, including the most mysterious and beautiful royal palace complex in the mouth of the elves. In addition to its historical origin, all structures and secret room locations have been discovered by someone long ago. I even took some time to visit. When I came in for the first time this time, Wild Walker Fooding was like a competent tour guide, introducing the characteristics and history of each building. Of course, in the words, "Don't forget to praise your own country," whether it is following the tradition that has been passed down for thousands of years, and where is the innovative features made by the ingenuity of today's people. This part is quite interesting to someone. But the next part is just a toss-up. At the etiquette officer's office, someone's behavior that he thought was appropriate was severely corrected from beginning to end. When meeting His Majesty the King, there is a set of rules that are so complicated that one cannot even remember how far away one has to stand, how high one can hold one's head, how one should salute, and how low one has to bend. But the elves took the trouble to remind and guide them again and again, as if they were trying to train these movements into muscle memory. Fortunately, what I wore this time was a Xuanwu robe made of silk. After using magic to clean, the elves were speechless. Otherwise, if someone has strong suspicions, he may be stripped naked by the elves on the grounds of indecency, and then put on the costumes provided by them that are no different from clowns. Just from the first sight, someone would have thought that it was a costume designed to embarrass the guests. Of course, weapons and the like cannot be brought into the palace, and Lin carried the box-cut version of the Limbo knife that he had kept obediently silent for the past few days all over his body. This short dagger with a strange shape was left at the guard's office, and could be taken away when leaving. When the group of elf guard knights guarding the palace heard that this strange-looking short dagger was actually the legendary weapon Hikiri, they all showed surprised expressions. Even after someone left, he picked up the Shikiri and played with it without permission. The brave ones reached out and touched the blade directly. It was okay if I didn't touch it, but I was disappointed when I touched it, because it was just a dagger without a blade, and it didn't look like a weapon that could be used to cast spells instead of a wand. Simply put, even the pocket knife carried by a married girl is more useful than this thing. The elves couldn't help but look down upon the human magician. Lin had no mental barriers at all about walking into the palace unarmed, because the so-called unarmed is only the cognition of those elves. When you need it, Shikiri can't be summoned at any time. In other words, Hikiri actually prefers this method, using the flash technique to summon him when he needs it, instead of being carried around with him all the time, because every flash is an opportunity for Hikiri to accumulate energy. So naturally the more the better. However, following a certain magician, in addition to seeing the world, can also greatly satisfy Hikiri's desire to peek into people's hearts. So it's really hard to choose for it. In the huge palace, the footsteps were unexpectedly crisp and loud. This is because the elf knights leading the way are wearing full armor. They packed themselves like iron cans, and even their boots were made of iron, walking on the marble-paved floor. With their unique steps, the tapping sound of the iron boots was actually somewhat pleasant. The fat elf accompanying him was familiar with all matters in the palace. On the way to the audience, he did not forget to remind, "Your Excellency Tripwood, the occasion when His Majesty will receive you is at a formal government meeting. All the ministers of the kingdom will be present, so don't be frightened." "Oh, what a big scene!" Lin smiled, but was not worried at all. No matter how strong their aura is, a group of old elves can't be as scary as the hundreds of magicians in math class. Even if the latter takes the academic route, he is still vicious and cruel when he starts to attack. As for the ruling class of a kingdom, if there are only 1 or 2 out of 10 who can fight, that is considered a lot. When most powerful people kill, they kill with their power rather than with their own hands. This is true for humans. As for elves, based on what he has seen and heard in the past few days, Lin also believes that it is not much different. Although someone is allowed to have an audience, he is not allowed to break into the kingdom's political meetings at any time. So Lin Xian stayed in the reception room next to the government affairs hall, waiting for the summons. After finally waiting for the messenger summons, it was already close to noon, and someone happened to feel hungry. Also, there is no tea or snacks in the reception room next to the government affairs hall in the palace to prevent people from eating and drinking too much and pooping and peeing during formal meetings. So someone was hungry and called into their territory by a group of old elves. As soon as you enter the door, a magnificent hall jumps in front of you. Art-quality lighting, statues and pictures fill every corner. The windowsill shines in the warm sunshine in winter, and combined with the refraction of the floor-to-ceiling mirror, the indoor lighting is good. Even if the magic lampstand is not turned on, the room is still bright. It can be imagined that the designers of the palace put a lot of ingenuity into it. The government meeting of the Elf Kingdom is held on a long table in the center of the hall. The old king sat on the main seat, and the minister sat in 2 rows. There were no young people inside. Everyone had longer beards, but the skin of both men and women is smooth and translucent, with no wrinkles, and the skin quality is incredible. It is estimated that if the ants of the earth see it, they will not be envious and jealous. First of all, according to the previous etiquette officer's guidance, Lin performed an awkward and weird salute. Not only was it embarrassing for me, it was probably also embarrassing for others. Then he knelt down and said, "His Majesty, the great and wise king, the magician from the holy city of Estali, Gabrash Tripwood, would like to send you my regards. On behalf of the king of the kingdom of Pai Jamie, His Majesty Nachkin III greets you." In fact, Lin has forgotten all the etiquette he was forced to learn before. What I am doing and saying now are just etiquette that should not be so bad in my mind. The king of the kingdom of Armenia, Andrei Kirill, saw this and did not blame him too much. The magician in front of me is not the point. "Sir Tripwood, please convey my regards to His Majesty Ridden." Okay. Standing up straight again, Lin held the letter of credence, which looked the same as the original one, in both hands and handed it to the young courtier who was walking towards him. "This is the letter of credence that His Majesty Ridden requested from me. The certificate of credence sent by the king of another country will naturally be checked and confirmed by specialized people, and the fire seal will be removed and opened. But in terms of procedure, it still has to be presented to the king, and only after obtaining the king's consent can any subsequent actions be taken. After all, refusing to accept letters of credence in front of the envoy is also a means of making a political statement. Of course, Andrei Kirill had no reason to refuse a letter of credence from a friendly kingdom. So he nodded to the letter of credence presented by the courtier, and it was considered that he had gone through the process. The court magician was waiting aside, preparing to break the spell. Andrei Kirill asked casually, "Your Excellency Tripwood, do you know the content of the letter?" Although he did not express it clearly, the temptation was strong. Lin had the same casual attitude, nodded and said, "Of course I know, because that plan was proposed and led by me. Asking the little king to write that letter just gave me a chance to meet His Majesty. Otherwise I came here casually and said that I hope to meet you. But I probably have no hope of actually meeting you." "Right." Someone told the truth. But the elves were stunned and didn't know how to answer. Even the calm king couldn't keep his expression. Seeing everyone's stunned expressions, someone felt resentful for the treatment he had received for more than 10 days. Although it was said that they were well fed, used, and slept well, there was no lack of attentiveness in the hospitality. But it doesn't mean that I am willing to waste time in places that are not in line with my interests. Besides, he wasn't the only one who was wasted time. For the group of people behind him, even if they were not face to face, Lin could feel that their patience had reached the critical point. "I just hope that the moment when it breaks out is not directed towards me, but that it is like Amitabha to someone." Chapter 791: The Disadvantages of the Kingdom. The certificate of credence that lifted the spell and unveiled the fire paint was placed in front of him by Andrei Kirill. He did not open the letter and read its contents. After regaining his composure, he asked directly, "Since the content in the letter is a plan led by Your Excellency, can you please directly explain the purpose of visiting our country?" The seemingly random action was actually the result of careful consideration by the king, Andrei Kirill. He already knew the content of the letter, so he followed the magician's words and skipped reading the letter to avoid seeing the 21 sacred symbols of the world tree. This is of course not because they are afraid of being exposed, but to avoid the political pressure brought by the 21 sacred symbols. If the opponent in the negotiation is just a magician, it will be much easier to deal with. But if it is a magician endorsed by the 21 world trees, the negotiation pressure will be different. If you haven't seen the content of the letter, you can pretend you don't know about it. Although he was tortured by Onagashima's political commentary program, he is not an outsider in politics. But compared to a king who has been immersed in this art all his life, and who can master all kinds of sexy tricks at his fingertips, as if he were born in heaven, someone is still too young. Therefore, Lin had no clue about the deep meaning behind the king in front of him. Since the other party asked, he would answer it. "The main purpose of visiting your country is to hope that your country will give up its behavior of suppressing Yggdrasil's will and liberate it," Lin said bluntly. "The elves and the world tree have a symbiotic and co-prosperous relationship. This is something everyone knows. Why do you say that our country has suppressed the will of the world tree?" Andrei Kirill said seriously. "Ha, Your Majesty. It's okay to deceive ignorant outsiders with these words. I think everyone here knows what the truth is, so don't hide it. I would suggest this, not without reason, because it is related to the future survival and development of your country. Do you know that your country has reached a critical point of life and death? And if it does not change, it will eventually be swallowed up by the human kingdom." In the spirit of the Three Kingdoms military advisor, to offer advice, start with the tradition of scaring people. Lin exaggerated the facts as much as possible. Just threatening words seemed unable to sway the king. He smiled with a contemptuous expression and said to the ministers in Elvish, "We seem to be perishing. And then a human comes to worry about us. I don't even recognize when the world became so crazy. A frog being slowly cooked in warm water will only feel the water temperature is very comfortable, and has no idea that it is about to die. Then I am here to ask Your Majesty, is the current water temperature still suitable?" Lin used Elvish and told fables that were not new in his hometown. In the Lost Lands, there are no humans who can speak Elvish, but they are quite rare. The magician's performance in front of them certainly did not shock the experienced elves among the group of elves. But the warning behind his words still made them think seriously about whether there was really a hidden and unknown crisis in their own country. Maybe they don't have the term authoritarian fans, but that doesn't mean they don't understand this situation. Although he was a little disapproving, Andrei Kirill's curiosity was aroused, and he wanted to hear what this magician had to say. using the common language of Huimi land. The Elf King said, "Your Excellency has stated at the beginning that this trip is to liberate the World Tree, and how it is related to the fate of our country. I cannot accept that this is just casual talk. So please come up with a convincing statement. If it is consistent with the facts, I won't be able to consider it." Andre Priel spoke conservatively, and seemed to be giving in. In fact, he just wanted to get information from the magician. On a practical level, he made no promises. Although Lin was aware of this, it was better to have the opportunity to speak than not being able to fart at all. So he reached out and pinched the clothes in front of his left and right waists. Pulled hard, pulled the upper body of the robe flat and straight, and said, "Your Majesty, please don't think that I am being alarmist. There is indeed a causal relationship between the two. Elves have always advocated equality and freedom, and believe that the feudal system of human countries is actually just a glorified slavery system. In this regard, I don't object. But maybe you don't know it. Or you know it, but you choose to remain deaf and dumb. There has already been a privileged class among the elves that you despise. Human, you should understand that this is a very serious accusation." Andre Purrier said displeasedly. Lin was not afraid of the king's anger, and said, "I believe you all know what happened in the kingdom of Piet Jamie. Their World Tree Lottie was liberated, but the process was not smooth. I don't intend to accuse anything. I just participated in the whole process, and predicted the possible future development based on what I observed. Regarding matters in other countries, especially what happens in the Elf Kingdom, everyone here is of course concerned. Previously, it was because the Elf Kingdom was relatively closed compared to other countries, so it was difficult to obtain first-hand detailed information. Now there are people claiming to be participants who have something to say. No one is not curious, and everyone is listening attentively. Seeing such an opening, it really attracted the attention of the elves, and they immediately felt like they were attending a class in an academy." Len cleared his throat and said, "No matter what the master-slave relationship between the elves and the World Tree is, in order to protect the World Tree, a team will definitely be sent in. And the mission of this team, in addition to protecting the World Tree, is also there will be regular tasks to collect materials. In this regard, your country should be the same as the kingdom of Piet Jamie." Andre Priel simply nodded, indicating that what a certain magician said was correct. Len continued, "However, the most precious thing about the World Tree to the elves is not the various magic materials prefixed by the World Tree, but a symbiosis ritual called blessing. The elves who receive the blessing of the World Tree, the ability to have a longer life, a stronger body, and even get closer to nature. Some people call it a talent. It can be said that there are elves who are blessed and elves who are not blessed, which can be regarded as two different levels. Life. This is why you classify wood elves into a separate category. This is correct." In Andre Purrier's thoughts, people outside actually don't know much about the blessings of the World Tree. But considering that the magician in front of him has reached the status of a core member of the Ikaruga Alliance, it is not surprising to know this. So the Elf King didn't ask any more nonsense, but simply nodded and agreed with the other party's statement. "But has your Majesty ever thought that the members responsible for guarding are the elves closest to the World Tree? Originally, because they had high enough merit, they could serve as the guards of the World Tree and receive the blessing, which became a blessing ceremony, monopolized by this group of guards. And how long has it been since there was no new blood to join the guard group, making this most sacred and glorious position the preserve of a few people? Of course, this is me and Piet. The situation seen in the Jamie Kingdom may be different from the situation in your country. Although someone just stated the situation in another country, it also made the elves present think deeply. Are there any differences between their situations?" Ling gave the elves a short time to think, as if they were brewing, before continuing. "There is a very arrogant saying in my hometown. That is, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Why do people with greater ability feel that the greater the responsibility? Isn't it because these people think that others can solve the problem? Only he can solve the problem. So he must step in and help others solve the problem. And the way to solve it is of course to use his own method. To put it nicely, this is called nosy. To put it worse, this is ambition. When did other people's problems become his problems? And when did others become his responsibilities? If this person hadn't taken the initiative to take these things on him, wouldn't most of them be related to him? Ambition? Then I don't know what ambition is. The biggest difference is whether this person, who is capable and ambitious, helps people solve problems after the fact, or hopes to prevent problems before they happen. The latter. What will this person do?" After asking a question, Lin noticed that many elves' expressions became unnatural. But whether he felt that his deeds had been exposed or that something bad was going on, he couldn't feel it. However, he did not allow anyone to think about it for too long and continued. Take the kingdom of Piajami as an example. The Shinmu guards, who have mastered the world tree. As long as there are questions related to them, the most common answer given to their young king is, "Your Majesty is too young and does not think well. In this matter, just follow what we are used to." And the matter about the world tree seems to have become a taboo for the Shinmu guards. And the royal family is not allowed to interfere. So here comes the question. Will the situation always remain limited to matters related to the world tree? Or will it one day extend to the affairs of the entire kingdom? Just because the king is too young and not as knowledgeable as them, the elves in the kingdom are not as powerful as them. So that I feel the need to stand up. All for the good of the kingdom. Your Excellency, you underestimate the loyalty of elves. This kind of thing will not happen. As the king of a country, Andre Priel directly refuted. Sometimes, the other party does not necessarily have a betrayal mentality to do these things. They just choose a method that they think is good for the kingdom, and good for everyone. They believe that they are standing on a righteous side. Do the right thing. This kind of rebellious behavior is more terrifying than anything else. Because you can't shake the opponent. I believe that His Majesty Andre's ability is definitely the best among the elves. And the kingdom under your leadership. It is prosperous. But can you guarantee that your descendants can maintain the same situation? And the future army or Shinmu guards will not have any ambitions. They don't even need ambitions when their ideas and interests are different from those of the royal family. What position do you stand on? And for whose sake? Do you do this? So the best way is to get World Tree out of their control. Or even out of the control of everyone in your country. In a way that is different from the past. Get along with it. And there will be no worries for the privileged class among the elves. Chapter 792, Poor Picture. The little king of Piajami hastily ascended the throne after his parents died in the war. Fortunately, several veterans assisted carefully to maintain the stability of the kingdom. If something goes wrong in this process, the kingdom will suffer. A disaster. I believe it is not difficult for those who rule a country to imagine such consequences. Once again, using another elf kingdom as an example to first reduce the other party's resistance, Lin said back to serious matters. The maintenance of a country and the establishment of a system do not exist for any good, but to avoid the worst situations. Under this premise, your country currently suppresses the consciousness of the world tree and is protected by the Shinmu guards. The system of domination is a system that must be modified, and it must be done without delay. Some elves fell into deep thought about someone's truth, while others cursed and said it was ridiculous. But Lin was not afraid and said loudly, "Your Majesty, I also understand the truth between World Tree and Wood Elf. Because the number of people who can receive blessings is limited. The population of every Wood Elf tribe is used by World Tree. It is a good thing that the Elf Kingdom wants to get rid of the shackles through various, even cruel, methods. But have you ever thought that according to the existing methods, the elves just get rid of the World Tree shackles, but they are put on shackles called Shinmu guards, like boiling frogs in warm water. You don't know when the shackles around your neck will tighten, making you breathless. All these shackles are not in His Majesty's hands." Seeing the anger among the ministers, even the neutral factions, or the good old people who were dedicated to fighting against him couldn't help but criticize the words of a certain human magician. And Andre Priel had to take a stand. The Elf King raised his hand, and a large number of knights guarding the palace came rushing in. The king said, "Sir Tripwood, you should know that for a person or a kingdom, there are always some taboos that cannot be touched. Because if those things no longer exist, the foundation of the kingdom may be shaken. Although it is regrettable, I can only decline your request and hope that you will leave my kingdom before anything bad happens." Andre Purrier's attitude calmed the anger of the ministers, and the elf-style graceful curses gradually subsided. Also under the king's instruction, the elf knights serving as palace guards stepped forward, preparing to get someone or throw them out, depending on the other person's attitude. But Lin calmed down and lost the passion when he spoke before. He stood up straight and said with a condescending look, "Your Majesty Andre, you have misunderstood something. Today I am here to make a request that cannot be refused. I will explain so much to you. But I just want to tell you that this is a win-win." "Oh, no. It's a change that includes a win-win for us. You and Yggdrasil. This will make it easier for everyone to accept the coming changes. I and the people behind me will not accept a rejection. I don't know who is behind you. Even His Majesty Ridden. He is not qualified to interfere in the affairs of my kingdom. And as a king, considering that you are standing on my land, in front of my soldiers? Excuse me. I think I am still qualified to ask you, a magician, to leave. Andre Poirier continued to act stupid and stated a fact calmly. But just before the palace guards captured Lin, an exaggerated bench appeared out of thin air, separating the elf knights from their target. Lin sat down and said in a cold voice, "Since His Majesty mentioned that under the front of the army, everyone should listen to whoever listens, then do you want to reconsider the answer you want to give me now? From my standpoint, I just need your world tree to regain its consciousness and cooperate with my plan. It has nothing to do with the top and bottom of the Aemon Kingdom, so I have no intention of changing your country's regime. To maintain stability, the kingdom still needs your rule. We can't separate our efforts, whether it's suppressing or managing this place. In addition to the world tree, the peace and stability of the region are also one of our needs." Just when the 2 rows of elven ministers were about to sneer, they unexpectedly discovered that there were countless figures in the government hall, and they put their blades on everyone's necks. This silenced them instantly. The elf knights who guarded the palace were even more miserable. Although their full armor had gaiters to protect their necks, the enemy directly pierced their bodies, including the armor. Although he did not take any lives, he deprived all the guarding knights of their ability to move. In fact, the Wood Elves have a tribal taboo against using edged weapons. Even if you use skinning knives, kitchen knives, etc. when hunting prey or processing food, it is the most basic requirement not to use them as weapons. Even some Wood Elf tribes controlled by World Tree go to extremes and do not even allow metal things. The only tribe that does not have such taboos is one of the ancients, the Dark Elf tribe of World Tree fastness. Based on the principle of if you can be stronger, there are no restrictions on any means. This group of Dark Elves can use whatever is convenient, without any restrictions. Perhaps the overall strength of the Dark Elves, who were given holy robes and joined the mobile unit, is on par with another ancient, a member of the World Tree Yggdrasil. But in terms of visual intimidation ability, the sudden appearance of Dark Elves will be much stronger than that of Wood Elves. Therefore, the Dark Elves led by my heirs on were selected by Lin to join him in the team to invade the Government Affairs Hall. After receiving a summons from someone, the Dark Elves who had already become familiar with the Kingdom of Amal-Lon in many exercises, and the Dark Elves in the Administrative Hall of the Palace, immediately took control of most of the elves and the guards in the hall as soon as they appeared. Strength. In addition to retaining the dignity of the king and not directly placing the knife on his neck, the other elves were either holding their knives or aiming their arrows. In addition to the Dark Elves, the other 20 Wood Elf tribes, including the special forces of the Kingdom of Pyajani, with a squadron of 100 people, controlled all the key points of the palace. In an instant, alarms rang loudly throughout the palace. But the palace guards, who were surrounded by divisions, did not dare to act rashly, because the force confronting them was absolutely powerful, and it only took a blink of an eye to destroy them. All the invading enemies were wearing holy robes and holding weapons, exuding powerful power and pressure. Each of the equipment and accessories on the body has its own origin and power, and none of them is purely decorative, compared with their level of luxury. The fine gold armor of the elite elf knights, who guarded the palace, can only be described as poor. More than half of the members of each team are extraordinary, or at least 1/3 of them. Nearly 5,000 people, half a legion of fast mobile troops. More than half are extraordinary people, and the rest are elves who have received the blessing of the World Tree. Such power, even on a frontal battlefield, is enough to fight 100,000 troops, let alone in the palace of a kingdom. The situation took a sudden turn for the worse. Andre Priel looked at the palace that fell in an instant in surprise. He couldn't figure out how the enemy appeared. Maybe he couldn't see beyond the government hall, but at least he could hear, listening to the fleeting warnings everywhere. He was not naive enough to think that anyone else could come to the rescue. The palace guards, if they are not dead, they are useless. In other words, the enemy is not just the Dark Elves in front of you. As the messenger of fastness, Melson moved lightly, walked towards someone coquettishly, and said, "Master, the palace has been suppressed, and the palace door has been closed. He also took control of the Ministry of Magic and opened the protective barrier of the palace. It's impossible for people from outside to break in within 3 days and 3 nights. Well, that's if they don't look like you. What kind of monster am I? I'm still an ordinary human being." After replying with a smile, Lin straightened his face and asked the Elf King, who was still free, "Your Majesty, now you are in my army. According to your previous logic, should you reconsider that answer?" Even though the opponent showed his fangs, he still didn't bite him to death. So Andre Poirier is weighing the chips of both sides and thinking about countermeasures. But there were still some ministers who couldn't sit still. They were not afraid of swords and swords. And they cursed passionately. Ignorant human beings! Do you think that this level of intimidation can make us surrender? You expect peace in the kingdom. And the liberation of World Tree must rely on our nod of agreement. Threats are really the stupidest behavior. Let these ignorant grayskin guys get out. Maybe we will still have room for negotiation. Otherwise you will see. How firm is our determination to resist to the end? Faced with such abuse, Lin didn't wait for the reaction of these bad-tempered dark elves, and appeared behind the old elf, who was scolding him freely. He stretched out his hand and pressed down, completely disrespecting the elderly and the young, and directly let the other person's cheek come into close contact with the long conference table. At the same time, Hadakiri summoned. The blue wave blade was close to the opponent's neck, and the cold feeling of the metal conveyed a silent intimidation. Lin said coldly, "Perhaps what I said before has caused you to misunderstand. I am very sorry. That I solemnly say it again. I do hope that the Kingdom of Armenia can maintain the existing peace and stability. And there is indeed no unnecessary to manage such a big stall. It doesn't mean that everyone here is indispensable in my plan. Everyone has only two choices. One is to cooperate, and the other is to stand aside. Go cool. You understand. Lord Tripwood." Well, halfway through pretending to be bad, he was frightened by the sudden call. Someone's hand slipped, and the blue wave knife sliced across the neck of the unknown elf minister like cutting tofu. I saw that hot blood splashing all over the sky, spraying all over the body and face of the old elf sitting directly opposite. Fortunately, everyone present was a veteran who had seen the world, or was a warrior who was used to watching life and death. So no one screamed hysterically. Only one person looked helpless, looking at the tragedy he had caused. Chapter 793 The King Meets the King. So, do you want to start the third phase of the plan now? Master. Dark Elf Meyer was the first to break the deadlock, even though she called her a master. It was quite harsh to the ears of other dark elves, but those who could come were those who had been treated until they had lost their temper, and those who still had tempers were recovering at home. So the dark elves turned a deaf ear with a tacit understanding. On the other hand, the person who was asked by name said calmly, "If I say that I have slippery hands, would you believe it?" As he said that, he couldn't help but blame the thing in his hand and said, "I said, why are you so good today? Cut off your head. There's no feeling at all. I've always been so good, and you didn't know that today. Besides, what kind of feeling does it take to cut something? Are you a pervert?" Hakiri, who finally opened his mouth, retorted, knowing that now was not the time to chat about this knife. Lin of course wanted to find the culprit who had shocked him. Turning around, he saw that the team of elves sent by Lottie, belonging to the kingdom of Pai Jamie, left the area assigned to them and ran into the government hall. Just when he was about to have an attack, someone saw a childish face that he had a vague impression of. He said doubtfully, "Your Majesty Ridden?" "Yes, it's me, Lord Tripwood." Ridden 3 could only smile bitterly at what happened after he called out, "Young King, do you know that when someone is holding a knife, something will happen if you suddenly startle them?" Since the person who came was a king, Lin couldn't blame him too much. So he said casually, "It was just that a person had died, and his head was still in his hand." Lin looked around and tried to put the head back on his neck. "Anyway, the incision is so beautiful. Maybe the resurrection technique can come in handy? But after all, I was not a professional in this area, so I gave up after just a few attempts." Putting his head on the table, he casually inserted the box-cut blue wave knife back into the sheath under the small shawl. Lin asked, "Such a young king. Why did you call me? And you shouldn't show up at this place. Your Excellency, I hope you can give me some time to talk to His Majesty Andre alone. I will do my best to persuade him to agree to your request. This is also the reason why I am here." Although Lin didn't filter the list of mobile troops united by various wood elf tribes, at least he made a request. And it was the most basic thing to be able to plan, for some special people whose identities are too important. Don't mess with it. After all, no one knows whether this tactic will encounter any restraining magic. Also, what emergencies may occur during the suppression process. Whether this young elf king can fight or not, someone doesn't know. But he clearly belongs to the category of special people. And the result happened anyway. For such variables, Lin doesn't care at all. He has always believed that his destiny is his own. If he doesn't cherish it, why should others help him cherish it? Regarding the behavior of a pig teammate who is holding back, Someone will definitely sit back and watch that person destroy himself. At the end, maybe there will be some applause. The two apprentices who had been tricked by him several times were now very conscious of self-preservation. However, the young king in front of him, who shouldn't appear, is trying to do his part. And it will be a positive help to the peaceful development he hopes for. So Lin can't dampen his enthusiasm. So Lin agreed to Ridden 3's request without thinking. He said, "Okay, I will give you time to talk to His Majesty Andre. Miles, please clear the hall. If you are willing to cooperate and go out obediently, let them go out first. If you are unwilling to cooperate, your legs will be broken. Drag them out if they refuse to leave. Just kill them and throw them out. They have already been killed. So a few more will die. What about the ones who are already dead?" The dark elf asked in a timely manner. With a helpless expression on his face, Lin looked at the elf minister who was accidentally killed by him and said, "Let him go for now. Then they will naturally find his family to collect the body. By the way, can he be resurrected like this?" Melson pretended to be surprised and said, "The head has been cut off, so there is no way to resurrect him. Maybe if you ask your majesty Finn to come down, you can give him a second life." As he walked out, Lin sighed with emotion. "You can only become an undead creature." Suddenly remembering something, Lin stopped and turned around and asked, "Your Majesty Ridden, you won't use any excuse to chat with His Majesty Andre for 3 days. San, just delay. I don't have that much time." "No, Your Excellency. I will just take up some of your time. If I can't convince you, I will retreat." The young king said. The casual conversation between the two people can be regarded as excluding some elves from procrastinating. The government hall of King Amelin's palace was quickly emptied under the urging of the dark elves, leaving only 2 kings, one old and one young. Regarding the rude actions of the dark elves, Lin could not stop so many people. Nor did he want to. The chance to negotiate politely with Yin Yuesa was given up by these old guys. Now that they have all fallen out, you still have to pretend to be elegant and save face for the other party. If you don't want to be kicked in the nose, you will be like that dead old thing. Don't waste your time doing things. To be honest, Lin didn't feel much guilt about the dead elf, because he originally wanted to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. But the old guy was unlucky and was really killed. Furthermore, if there is no blood on the sheathed sword, then drawing the sword would be in vain. Right. It seems that my mentality is different from the past. Someone walking out of the hall was reflecting, seeing his ministers being kicked out by the evil guests. Andre Priel did not have any angry attitude. His calm expression made it impossible for anyone to detect his mood. In comparison, the shame on the young king's face and his apology for the deceased made him far less powerful than the old king. As a landowner and an elder, Andre Priel dominated the conversation and took the lead in speaking in elegant Elvish. "I never expected to meet His Majesty Ridden under such circumstances. Please take a seat. Please." In response, Ridden 3 sat at the head of the guest table. As for the bench conjured by a certain magician to face Andre Priel, he did not dare to sit on it, because he recognized that it was the high seat of the Turtle Dove Alliance, and he was not qualified to sit on it. As soon as he sat down on the chair, Ridden 3 was keenly aware that there were not only 2 kings, him and Andre Prior, but also other people in this hall. The chief assassin of the Internal Affairs Department and the assassin leader of the Intelligence Department emerged from the secret passage, one on the left and one on the right, blocking all the young king's escape routes. At the same time, one of them said, "Your Majesty, I can capture this young king alive at any time." For such an unfavorable situation, Ridden 3 did not panic at all. He sighed with regret and said, "Your Majesty Andre, do you know what mistakes you and others have been making?" "Oh, what is it?" "You just naively think that 1 king or 2 kings are very important to the existences outside. Such reminders are enough for an experienced king." He yelled directly, "Get out of here, you guys. It just appeared now, and is of no use at all. What's more, you can intervene in the conversation between me and His Majesty Ridden." The aura that was still entering the government affairs hall changed directions and left quickly. Andre Priel did not look back, but looked at the young king, frowned and asked, "How many sires are here?" "Your Majesty Andre, the high officials of the Turtle Dove Alliance are all here. Not one is left behind." Ridden 3 replied seriously. The old elf king felt his teeth sour and gasped. Of course, the main body of World Tree cannot move at will. So the old king asked about the clone of World Tree. Although they both refer to each other as Your Majesty, the weight between the two is completely different. It's just that he can't figure out what the reason is for the other party to work so hard. Seeing this battle, their own side didn't even have the intention to resist, although he thought about whether it was a lie. But looking at the hopeful expression on the young elf king's face, Andre Priel simply asked directly, "Your Majesty Ridden, do you know the reason why they did this? For such a long time, I have only heard of world tree tribes attacking each other, but never of cooperation, let alone liberating other world trees. If there weren't too many trees coming, I would have thought they wanted to burn down our country's world tree as the basis for advancement." Ridden 3 said in surprise, "You have been spending so many days with an alliance leader, and you haven't asked any questions?" Immediately, the young king remembered something and said with a wry smile, "That's right. I think His Majesty Hideli kept that one in the dark for a long time. No wonder he had free time and was able to make a detailed map of the palace and an attack plan." Alliance High Seat? Who? Hydri Poirier is completely out of shape. That's the magician. His Excellency the Magician Gabra Shulin Tripwood. A human being? Yes, he is still a human being. Is he also the High Seat of the Ikaruga Alliance? Yes. Pointing to the long back chair directly opposite the old king's seat, Ridden 3 said, "That chair is the High Seat of the Turtle Dove Alliance." The old elf king rubbed his temples, and after recovering from the drastic changes he had suffered, he asked again, "Is that human magician the leader of the Turtle Dove Alliance? How can this be?" At the end of the story, my voice couldn't help but get higher. Faced with such a gaffe of the old king, Ridden 3 could only smile bitterly and said, "When I first discovered this matter, my performance was no better than His Majesty Hideli. But whether we believe it or not, that magician was indeed recognized as qualified to be on an equal footing with the Yggdrasil Majesties. How can this be?" Ignoring his own gaffe, Hydrapril murmured, "It is such an incredible thing. How can a human being be recognized by the world trees? If someone can help World Tree advance and propose a solution to the bottleneck problem faced by World Tree that Your Majesty also thinks is feasible, I believe that achieving such a status is not a problem. If you put yourself in someone else's shoes, if someone can solve your long-standing big trouble, it wouldn't be a big problem to treat them like a state guest. But why is it a human being who solves the problems of the world trees?" Andre Poirier began to feel how difficult this matter was. Chapter 794 The Strength of the Coalition Forces. After explaining someone's identity, the young elf king showed a helpless expression. "As for the matter in front of me, I also know about it. And he is probably the one who knows the most besides the Alliance High Leader. So you have asked the right person. If you ask the wrong question, I don't think anyone will give you the answer. Because no one knows, and the high officials never explain it to others. But let me state first that what I know is probably not the entire plan. So at most I will tell you the part 1 no. Okay, please speak." For Andre Poirier, the situation he is facing now is a serious lack of intelligence. We don't know the other party's purpose. We don't know how many chips the other party has. And we don't know how determined the other party is. The answers to these questions will affect his position in the negotiation. You know, I have made many mistakes before because I misjudged the identity of the magician. Putting aside the issue of making amends, how to ensure that mistakes are not made again is the most important task at the moment. It just so happened that the little king in front of him wanted to be the peacemaker. Then ask some questions yourself, and the other party will not resist answering, and will even tell you what you know in detail, so as to gain your trust and complete the other party's purpose. So in this situation, just ask. Didn't look at the young king, who was eager to tell everything. Does His Majesty Andre know about His Majesty Wadwa's promotion to the World Tree? He is the only World Tree that has successfully advanced in the past 100 years. Yes, it is said to be related to that magician. For such a big event as World Tree's promotion, as long as the strength reaches a certain level, you can feel the earth-shattering changes. So this matter is a certainty. But as for the detailed content, there are various rumors circulating, and most of them are fake. However, from the news back from the Internal Affairs Office and what the little king said today, it is possible that this matter is really related to the magician. Ridden 3 did not have as much thought as Hedrapril. He just continued, after solving the problem that there is no need to devour other world trees to achieve promotion. What the Tripwood magician has to do now is to solve the problem. The bottleneck problems that world trees have encountered or will encounter. Bottleneck? What's going on? It is difficult to advance in World Tree. Hydrapril is aware of this. But he has never heard of the so-called bottleneck in World Tree. Ridden 3 explained, this matter starts with the two ancient majesties. In addition to their status as ancient beings, His Majesty Yggdrasil and Fastnath are undoubtedly one of the most powerful creatures in the land. But in His Majesty's memory, have you ever heard of any ancient being who successfully advanced? Is there even relevant information in the records kept by the kingdom? The little king's question reminded Hydrepuril that he had indeed never heard of similar rumors, or even read relevant records. It seems that these two world trees have been at the top of the powerful since their existence. It's not that the two ancients don't want to advance. It's just that they can't advance. And this bottleneck is not exclusive to the two ancients. Under His Majesty, the world tree will continue to advance, and will encounter that bottleneck sooner or later. The magician proposed a possibility. A transformation plan. So that all His Majesty, the world tree, could see the light of day, and be willing to cooperate. It is conceivable that this is not a trivial plan. Andre Poirier asked curiously, what is the content of the plan? According to Lord Tripwood's theory, the location of the world tree on the lost continent, combined with the direction of the mountains and rivers, formed a super huge primary meditation array. However, because each world tree has different strengths and weaknesses and different conditions, the operation of this super magic circle is a failure in the eyes of a magician. So they decided to change the geographical location of the mountains and rivers and redeploy this continent-level giant magic circle to set up this new formation. The cooperation of all 25 world trees still alive at this stage is required. And if we want this cooperation, we cannot be in the state of being under the kingdom. Well, His Majesty Hydra should also be aware of that situation. Although he understood that this could not be a small fight. When the matter was so serious, Hydroper was dumbfounded for a moment. If he were to lead a plan with such a structure, the resistance of just one or two countries would definitely destroy it. Because if you can't even do this small thing of removing obstacles, let alone the subsequent reconstruction plan of the mysterious land. Suddenly the Elf King felt tremendous pressure. Regardless of the opponent's purpose or determination, it seems that no mere elf kingdom can resist it, even if the political pressure of 5 human empires is combined. There may not be a way to make them succumb. The only way to stop their actions is through superior strength. Because of this, the old Elf King showed sharp eyes and asked, "How many of you have come back this time? Want to know the limits of flash teleportation magic?" Ridden 3 smiled bitterly again, shook his head and said, "Let me put it this way. This magic was invented by that magician. So far, the only ones who have mastered it are himself, the former demon King Finidiker, and the 21 Yggdrasil majesties. It is not safe to use this magic to teleport. If the protection measures are not perfect, it will be corroded by alien energy. It may range from death to death, or it may be replaced by life from another plane. The best protection measure is this elf holy robe. As the most powerful equipment of the elves, the holy robe made of the world tree is very famous in the Lost Land. Of course, the old elf king is familiar with this holy robe. It was precisely because of the familiarity that he felt inexplicably at ease. He smiled and said, "With such a high threshold for use, you can't transmit many troops at one time. The elf holy robe is at the highest level among all the equipment in the Lost Land, both in terms of physical defense and magic defense. In addition, it is light and unlike armor-like equipment, which will affect the wearer's flexibility. But the manufacturing method has long been lost. Taking the Armenian elf kingdom as an example, there are only 16 sets of elf holy robes as national treasures, which will be given to elves who have made great achievements. However, after his death, the kingdom will take back the holy robe and will not allow his heirs to inherit it. Even as a king, he was only allowed to travel in holy robes at certain times. But half of these 16 sets are in the hands of the Shinmu guards. For such a precious thing, perhaps the Wood Elf tribe that backs the world tree will have more reserves, but the total amount cannot be large. In other words, his palace will be suppressed just because the opponent is a Wood Elf wearing a holy robe, and the elf knights guarding the palace cannot defeat it. But the opponent's number is not large, which is a flaw and an opportunity for him. As long as the group of elves guarding the palace are smarter, they can find an opportunity to counterattack. Of course, the above is just a wishful thinking in the mind of a king who did not leave the government hall and saw the fighting outside. Ridden 3 did not know the rich and colorful psychological activities of the old elf king in front of him. He simply stated, "We only sent about 5,000 troops this time, because after calculation, this is the saturated force to suppress your palace. No matter how much, you won't be able to let it go." Andre Priel was shocked again. He asked, "Wait a minute. His Majesty Ridden, are you saying that all these MMM troops are wearing holy robes?" "Yes." The young elf king did not understand such a question. Although he answered, he still tilted his head to look at the frightened elder in front of him. Andre Priel asked sternly, "How could you have so many holy robes?" "The problem is here. Today." Ridden 3, who smiled bitterly for an unknown number of times, said, "His Majesty Andre, how do you think the holy robe is made?" "You have revived ancient crafts and found a way to make holy robes," the old elf king, with an eager face, said excitedly. "If you can master this method, it won't be a loss to let World Tree liberate its consciousness. It's just that it will be more troublesome to collect materials in the future." But Ridden 3 shook his head and said, "We have not found a manufacturing method. Because from the beginning, the elf holy robe was woven by World Tree himself. Personally, weaved. What do you mean?" "As the name suggests, it is woven by World Tree using its own materials according to some secret technique. No elf has mastered this method. The reason why there is a saying that it has been lost is just because the Yggdrasil Majesties did not do this for a long time. Because this was a reward that was only given to high priests or high druids in the past, and to elves who had made great achievements. That's why the number was so rare." "Then what's going on with the number of half the legions today?" The old elf king had an inference in his mind, but he didn't dare to admit it, so he had to ask. "In order to achieve their goal, which is to liberate all the world trees under the control of the elf kingdom, your World Tree Majesties have anticipated that things will develop to the point of using force. In order to avoid interference from magic towers and cross-border problems, using new flash magic is the only way to transport troops. To deploy enough troops, a corresponding number of elven holy robes are needed. However, there is no upper limit to the strength of the World Tree's support in this regard." Andre Poirier asked shakily, "What do you mean there is no upper limit?" "As long as we can gather as many troops as we can, the World Trees will provide enough holy robes to allow these troops to teleport in a flash. In other words, the key to restricting military strength lies in the population of elves and the number of warriors, not the number of holy robes." At this point, Ridden 3 smiled mockingly and said, "Yes. When I heard His Majesty Lottie say this, my expression was probably similar to His Majesty Andre's. There are no holy robes anymore. They are all over the streets. What's the matter?" The last thought of resistance in the old elf king's heart was shattered. When there is a powerful army that can appear anywhere at any time, is there any way to resist such an army? Not to mention an elven kingdom. Even the 5 most powerful human kingdoms in Lost Land would have to kneel down in front of this army. Chapter 795 4 Stages. But this fact also ignited a glimmer of hope in the old king's heart. If this power can be mastered, restoring the glory of the elf empire is not an unattainable dream like a mirror in the mirror. So he asked, "Your Majesty Ridden, you said that you can't master this, flash teleportation magic. So how do you use it?" What was supposed to be a military secret, Ridden 3 did not think of hiding it, and said frankly, "Each squadron will have a messenger, carrying a teleportation staff made of split parts of the World Tree. But activating magic, selecting destinations, and consuming power all come from the World Tree itself. The person holding the staff is more like a flag officer, who only uses the flag to rally the troops. No way to control the destination of teleportation?" The old elf king asked slightly disappointedly. "Perhaps the stick holder can try to make suggestions to His Majesty World Tree, but it is unknown whether he will accept it. After all, this is a legion-level teleportation, and the consumption is quite considerable. It is impossible for the World Tree to obey the orders of the elves, even if it is the king of a country like you or me." No matter how honest the young elf king's words were, the old king would be disappointed. In the end, this power that all rulers and military commanders dream of is in the hands of plants. Disappointment is not enough to describe how I feel now. Is it easy to dominate the decision-making process of Yggdrasil? Looking at history, most elves had to go through specially selected priests to communicate with the World Tree. It is not uncommon for priests who have passed for several generations to receive an oracle from this giant tree, which is regarded as the mother of life. After all, this group of almost constant plants doesn't care much about the changes in the world, since neither the left nor the right seem to be getting the benefits he wanted. Andre Priel, the Elf King, regained the majesty of the lord of a country, without considering that he was already under the sword of others, and said, "Son, your majesty Dan, if you cannot offer a good enough price, it will be difficult for me to convince my people that it is acceptable to go to World Tree and let the kingdom lose its protection. If you are holding the butcher knife to the side of my neck just because you have taken control of the palace, this is not a good reason. You are also the leader of an elf kingdom, and you should also understand that our crown is not given by heaven or God. Only with the support of the people can we have power. What Andre Priel said is exactly the uniqueness of the Elf Kingdom's political system. Although it looks like a monarchy, in fact within the kingdom, archdruids, elf elders, etc. also have considerable say. Even if a national policy does not have the consent of these people, and is merely arbitrary by the king, it may not be implemented in the kingdom. The elves have a lot of fun with their resistance to chaos. So seriously speaking, the system of the Elf Kingdom is closer to a republic. It's just that the position of speaker is called king, and is hereditary based on blood. Under this system, all national policies need to have a reasonable and righteous name to convince all the people, and make the elves willing to abide by them. Using coercion to force the king's head to nod does not mean that the entire kingdom will surrender. If the purpose of the alliance leaders is to maintain the stability of the kingdom, and restore the consciousness of World Tree, and to cooperate with it, they will definitely need their support. Under this premise, the exchange of interests will be more beneficial than the coercion of weapons. That's what Andre Poirier meant in his words. And it also implies a threat. For a king, even if he agrees temporarily, there are not many ways to hold back later. As long as 1 or 2 moves are effective, the World Tree side will have to run exhausted. Although Ridden 3 was not as sophisticated as the king in front of him, and could not understand the deep meaning, it did not mean that he was insensitive, and could not even understand the superficial meaning. But all he could respond was still a wry smile, and said, "Your Majesty Andre, do you know that this attack has a 4-stage plan?" Although he had heard the other party mention the stages before, the old elf king didn't care much, until the young king in front of him mentioned it again. Andre Poirier just said, "I would like to hear the details, but I just wanted to listen to it for now." Ridden 3 could still hear the perfunctory tone in his words. It's just that if you don't say it if you want to do it, it seems that it will lead to very bad results. So for the experienced king in front of him, the young man still said, "Regarding the World Tree, the plan for the Kingdom of Amon is divided into 4 stages. The first stage is for Magician Tripwood to negotiate directly with your country and reach an agreement on relevant matters. This stage is too idealistic, and basically no one thinks that it is possible to solve the problem so easily." Andre Poirier nodded as well. It is unreasonable to let oneself give up control of the World Tree with just a few words. In fact, the magician also understood that such an action was just a formality to rationalize the next action. The second stage is to deploy troops and control the palace. It is hoped that the use of force will be limited to achieve the goal. The minimum degree of harm is allowed, and self-protection is the main focus in the process. Overall, we do not want to end up in a situation where there is no end to the fight. Hearing this, Andre Poirier couldn't help but frown. If the current situation is only the second stage, what will be the arrangements for the next stage? The third phase of the plan is to eliminate hostile people and support friendly people. After taking control of the kingdom's top officials, if the other party still refuses to cooperate, he or she will be killed. But under the principle of not wasting manpower on other countries, we will not send any manpower to the kingdom. Besides, if outsiders want to control a country, they have to spend 10 or 100 times more energy and troops. This is obviously not the focus of our goal. Then the best way to control the kingdom is to select friendly people from the families of the murdered princes and ministers who are willing to accept our conditions and support them to succeed to the vacant position. In this way, the purpose of World Tree can be achieved, and at the same time, the kingdom's external conflicts can be turned into internal conflicts. Reduce the difficulty of maintaining the stability of the World Tree by consuming the kingdom's internal strength. Upon first hearing the plan for the third phase, Andre Poirier had to admit that it was indeed feasible. If the second phase of the plan does not work well, the invaded country can completely play hide and seek with the invader in a shady way. For the kingdom, it is easy to integrate all the people if the whole country is united in facing the outside world. But by the third stage, the kingdom's power will shift from dealing with external forces to dealing with internal traitors. And because it is a civil strife, it is inevitable that there will be neutral factions who do not want to offend both sides, or who want to please both sides. If you want to fight against the invaders, you will have to pay a higher price. But Andre Poirier also thought that the prerequisite for the success of the plan at this stage was that someone would betray him. His face was expressionless, but his words showed disdain. And he said, "Your Majesty Ridden, you are also the leader of a country. Can your subjects betray you so easily? Not to mention selling out the World Tree that belongs to our country. Just proposing such a plan is an insult to our country." "Yes, Your Majesty Andre. I originally thought the same way. But the reasons given by Lord Tripp would made me think about the possibility of completing the plan at this stage. Oh! What did the magician say? For people who are quite low in the succession line, and may never have the chance to get close to these thrones in their lifetime, let them exchange things that do not belong to them in exchange for the opportunity to sit on those thrones. I agree to do this. There really aren't any elves. What if it is those elves who have ambitions in the first place? The person also said something that impressed me deeply. It's not that men won't betray. But the price is not enough. It's not that women won't cheat. It's just that the temptation is not enough. Can His Majesty Andre guarantee that there are no people with such thoughts among his subjects? As if he was infected by the young king's wry smile, Andre Priel couldn't help but grimace. Thinking about this thing that was really possible. His control over the kingdom is not yet pervasive. Therefore, ambitious people are bound to exist. And whether they will easily bite this seemingly sweet, but actually poisonous bait is beyond their control. Suddenly Andre Priel thought of something. This plan has 4 stages. The 3rd stage was played to this extent. So the 4th stage should be? The 4th phase of the plan is that if no one can be found to fill the vacancy of the kingdom's ruling class, and the people are not afraid of force, and will resist resolutely, His Majesty Yggdrasil will choose. Written 3. A little sympathy could not help but appear in his eyes. Tugwa! Sure enough. This is it. The old king let out a long sigh, as if he wanted to let out the depression in his chest. In fact, from the words of the magician, Andre Priel could feel the attitude of disregard for life. Because the opponent treats everyone as pawns from the beginning. And they can give up at any time. Of course the old elf king also knows how to play chess. And is even a good player. When he noticed the magician's attitude, he also wanted to take the opportunity of rejection to find time to warn the magician that not everyone was qualified to be a chess player. Unexpectedly, the opponent flipped the table and wiped out his good game. What's more, when you look up, you can see that the opponent's chess pieces are all around you. And you have no chess pieces left to play. Where is the limit of the other party's determination? No matter who the opponent is, those who are on the opposite side will be at a disadvantage from the beginning when negotiating with others with the intention of killing an entire country. As for whether the other party has the ability to do it, Andre Priel doesn't even want to ask. 21 world trees, and half an elite legion wearing elven holy robes. If such a power wants to dominate an area, there are many factors that must be considered, but if they want to destroy a place, it is easy for them. This negotiation was indeed, as the magician said. The kingdom of Armenia did not have the capital to sit on the negotiating table from the beginning, so it could only listen to others' orders. But at the beginning, I had a chance to negotiate. At least the other party was patient, and wasted 10 days. But such an opportunity was missed due to various misjudgments on his part. Looking at the letter of credence on the table that has not yet been opened, even if the 21 holy seals belonging to the world tree are not seen, the ending does not seem to have changed. Andre Priel sighed again. Chapter 796 Secret Attack. A person's indifference to life may not be known to him, but it is not without reason. Playing the TV or computer games that the child played will only bring about numerical changes, regardless of whether the decision is made correctly or incorrectly. There is always an endless supply of enemies. If the protagonist of the operation dies, it is just a matter of restarting the game or loading files. It is rare for someone who grew up in the video game generation to realize the weight of life. When he comes to the Lost Land, he may come into contact with living creatures, but in this place where the weak prey on the strong. When I walk outside, if I don't kill someone, they will kill me. When he was weak, someone thought that he could not afford to fight, but at least he could hide, and carefully preserved his own life. When there is no step-by-step approach, he almost jumps to another level, starting from the planning stage, whether it is a war or a street gang fight. He unknowingly gets involved in playing war chess, or myself during a strategy game. The addition or passing of each living life is just an increase or decrease in his habits. Perhaps this is the best state of being a commander-in-chief of an army. But such a person is always inevitably subject to cruel and ruthless comments. But it's weird for otaku to worry about other people's opinions. As a professional keyboard warrior and internet troll, I have always been afraid of real people piking after the meat search. Comments and evaluations are just fleeting. So someone who was kicked out of the government hall gathered with the clones of World Tree. At the same time, of course, there were also the Wood Elves who were holding their majesty like a treasure. They were also the main liaisons between the tribes of the coalition this time. Although each Wood Elf tribe has different suppression areas, everyone will still make adjustments according to the situation. And each main contact person is free. and there are no restrictions on how they want to act. But the main thing is to follow a certain magician, so that if any situation arises, you can discuss and make decisions as soon as possible. In war, plans always change. This is true of the Earth. And so is the Lost Land. The reason why someone is not arbitrary is, of course, because Lin has never really been the commander-in-chief of a war, no matter how much you play the game. It is just another version of the game on paper. In this regard, he had to consult experts with real experience in large-scale combat. As for the long-lived elves, and even longer-lived elves, it is not difficult to find those who have actually fought in wars and led troops. Of course, Lin and the people and trees gathered together discussed the pros and cons of this offensive operation as a reference for attacking the next elf kingdom. This time, the flash teleportation tactic was exposed. Unless all information about the elf kingdom of Aimlon is blocked from leaking out, other countries will definitely be alert, and the difficulty of the attack will be different from this time. But this situation was originally expected. Rather than spending manpower to block intelligence, it must be watertight. It is better to look for the shortcomings of this attack to prepare for the next attack. The most difficult part of this tactic is not to prevent the other party from knowing that we are going to sneak attack. It is that the other party knows it. But without knowing the time of our sneak attack, they can only be prepared all the time and be on guard all the time. You can set out when you are in a good mood, and harass you when you are in a bad mood, take a rest when you forget, and look for trouble when you remember. Such a difference between active and passive can be said to be a natural strategy to weaken the army. So someone hopes that all the elven kingdoms will know that there is such a sword of Damocles hanging over their heads. Maybe it will make future negotiations with the elf kingdom much easier. But someone doesn't want to go through the first phase of this plan again. Anyway, the tactics have been exposed. And then we have to fight. After exploring the target terrain, we can directly attack in a flash. Without further ado, put the sword on the opponent's neck first, and then see how to discuss with the elves. However, it was a discussion. In fact, someone and the world trees listened more, and the group of elven leaders talked more. After all, this is a review of details. And details are what combat experts like them are best at. Someone put it nicely. It's called having a big picture view and being good at macro layout. To be honest, it means that I can only talk and have no real material at all. So at this time, it is better to listen attentively than to come up with some bad ideas and let people see through them. Just because someone stays out of the conversation, other spirits have the opportunity to intervene. The person who came up to chat was a familiar face in the past few days. The fat elf Wilder Walker Footing appeared out of nowhere, walked lightly to someone not far away, and slowly approached. There were no guards around Lin and others to separate the crowd. And even the elves of the kingdom of Aimlon did not restrict their freedom of movement. So the fat elf successfully approached someone and greeted with emotion. "Your Excellency Tripwood, you are hiding so well. In the blink of an eye, the situation changed. My king, you were caught off guard. Oh, Lord Wildwalker." Leaving the discussion group, Lin walked towards the elf, who had been quite friendly in the past few days. "I'm not hiding anything deliberately. And haven't I told you a long time ago that the longer things drag on, the worse it will be for you? These elves and I have been waiting in vain for 10 days. And we are not as patient as the high officials in the Alliance. The waiting time can be calculated in years. So how did you detect the layout of my palace? When did you do it?" The fat elf asked directly with a shrewd look different from the previous days. From the moment the magician in front of him entered the royal city, he was under the surveillance of several units in the kingdom. However, judging from the success of this attack, the opponent has a considerable understanding of the layout of the palace. Although the Kingdom of Armenia's national policy is open to the outside world, it does not mean that the palace can be explored by people of other races, or elves from other countries and tribes. Under this premise, the only suspects are the guests who have visited the kingdom in recent days. Of course, Lin also knew that he was under the other party's surveillance. But the interesting part is that the other party trusts his own magic technology. So all monitoring actions are done using the magic arcane eye. Regarding this magic that he has already mastered, the elf wants to rely on the arcane eyes to monitor himself, which is simply a trick in front of Gong Gong's door. Whether it's cracking or masking, it's too low-end. Lin simply transmitted the false surveillance results back, and then he was free and happy everywhere. In comparison, the old-school methods of real-person surveillance are more disturbing. This was also the reason why Lin had to spend a lot of effort and stay up all night if he wanted to go out to detect the terrain when there was always someone next to him while he was singing every night. after falling into a deep sleep in the second half of the night. I was busy with these sneaky things, which made me sleepless all night. Even though he was not in good spirits during the day, he was often laughed at by Wild Walker Fooding at that time. However, this part falls under the category of commercial secrets, and Lin does not want to reveal the secret casually. So for the fat elf's question, he just smiled and replied, "Putting a magician under your nose doesn't mean that you are ready to meet the challenge. You can't blame the more skilled party." Such an answer made Wild Walker Fu-Ting's face full of bitterness. I thought the other person was just a plate of food for anyone to manipulate, but after taking a bite, I realized that it was like a plate of Devil's King chili. Not to mention having a toothache. It was basically like holding your stomach and unable to find the toilet. It's too late to say it, but it's soon. The magician with a relaxed face looked at something seriously, and at the same time, under his raised right hand, a human head appeared out of thin air. The next moment, an arrow shot through the air silently and accurately hit the head. The powerful magic power explodes in an instant, swallowing up everyone present. As soon as you release your hand, a spherical space barrier confines the human head, arrows and explosions to a visible but untouchable limited space. Looking at the strange blue-white flames that should have been burning with all the elves and humans present as fuel, they were confined within the scope of a sphere and difficult to escape. All the elves were angry and surprised, two different emotions filling their chests. The only human being present calmly looked at the flames rolling under his hands in the spherical space. This is a different application of space techniques than the flash technique. It originated from the result of his own dream tower, which was originally a dream tower, but later ran into the dimensional gap and opened up a secondary dimension. Basically, someone doesn't have a good way to use it yet, because everything is set into this created space. It will be corroded by the different flow rates of time and physical rules, which is even more unsolvable than the alien energy dilemma faced by the flash technique. However, throwing large-scale indiscriminate attack methods such as explosions, poisonous gas, and arrow rain into this unique space will have fewer sequelae than the other dimensional exile techniques used in the past. At least there won't be a situation where people whose homes are littered will suddenly come out to protest. As for the head that just blocked an arrow for him, it was actually the archer. The opponent was not far away, and they were just aiming at themselves from a tower 300 meters away. Because the opponent did not attack at the beginning, Lin treated the opponent as a bystander. After all, there are many such people. Looking at the attitudes of the elves around him, Lin asked, "Well, do you all know the elf who just died? Gatugobes, the pillar of the kingdom, the general of the first legion of the kingdom of Armenia, deeply trusted by my king. He was granted the use of the national treasure, the bow of the elf emperor. This was the first godlike person in the era of the elf empire. The artifact crafted by the 8th emperor is also a treasure inherited from the empire." The answer was the fat elf, Wild Walker Fooding. He recalled the accusation made by a general just now, and asked himself how he allowed the magician to leak the layout of the palace under his own surveillance, and asked himself to come and inquire. Now it seems that the other party hopes that he will become a bait. After luring the opponent out, let the general, who is the pillar of the country, kill him in one fell swoop. But everyone underestimated this magician, including those sources on the forum and in the Thieves Guild who claim to be omniscient and omniscient. If this human being is as everyone thinks, an elf transcendent, a general attacking from a distance, in the blink of an eye, his head will be used to block his own weapons. Either you are blind, or the world is crazy. Chapter 797, The Bow of the Elf Emperor. For a fat elf who revealed information so cleanly and neatly, Lin looked at him with surprise. Wild Walker Fu-Tung certainly knew the meaning of this look, and shrugged nonchalantly and said, "Since the person is dead, it doesn't matter if he says it. At least leaving a name in your heart is better than dying as an unknown person. Besides, the characteristics of that bow are so obvious that 9 out of 10 people here will recognize it. Even if I don't say it, someone else will tell it. So it doesn't matter." Hearing that the elves emphasized the bow so much, Lin couldn't help but become curious, flashing twice in a row. When he appeared in front of the elves again, he already had a crystal clear amber long bow in his hand. It looks like a gem, shining brightly. However, the shape of the bow body is very simple, like a long stick that has been bent and then stringed. When this bow appeared in Lin's hand, the attitude of the surrounding elves was not so much surprise as full of desire. It's like the look in a human's eyes when they see a treasure and want to possess it. After all, it is an important treasure passed down by an empire, so it is not surprising that the elves have ideas. They are not creatures without desires. Ignoring the scorching eyes around him, Lin, holding this bow, felt the overflowing mana and power from above, almost to the point of scalding. Although the hand holding the bow did not burn or even leave any burns, Lin could feel the damage to his hand slowly occurring. Although I have heard that some powerful magical weapons and even artifacts will select their users, this is not like Hagakiri, where the weapon itself has consciousness and will find a suitable owner. But just like the bow in your hand, the power contained in it has been so concentrated that it can be called poison. Most people cannot use it at all, and only those who are strong enough can use it. This was Lin's first time seeing such a weapon, so he would naturally be curious about the secret of this bow. Without saying a word, he lightly threw the Elf Emperor's bow upwards. The weapon that was frozen in midair was wrapped in or penetrated by the magic circle from front to back, up and down. All the formations were turning like gears, and the mysteries contained in them began to be analyzed. If only one person was doing such an action, it would take at least 7 days and 7 nights to get preliminary results. Not to mention the wrong situation. But what are the things around us? 21 world trees. Lin directly called on the computing power of the trees, preparing to thoroughly analyze the inside and outside of the Elf Emperor's bow. During the process, the calculation of a certain tree progressed by leaps and bounds, as if there were no obstacles at all. Lin looked at the elves surrounding him, holding the ancient Yggdrasil, and asked about the water bottle with withered branches in his hands. Your Majesty, you seem to be very familiar with this weapon? The analysis progress is faster than everyone else's. Much faster. Without communicating through others, the dead branch in the water bottle directly said, "Of course it is familiar. That little guy came to me and asked me to provide easy-to-shape materials to make a weapon. I asked someone to give it to him. A bucket of resin and some ideas for use. This is the first time I've seen the finished product." Once you hear it's an acquaintance, there must be gossip, Lin asked casually. "Oh, your Majesty Yip knows that. The 8th Emperor of the Elf Empire? Yes, he was a good young man. He became a god through his own efforts and a few opportunities. It's a pity that he died in the end," the ancient man said with nostalgia. "Dead? What's going on?" Lin Bai asked intently. "Killed by the Demon King in the Dark Ages." Only then did someone realize what a stupid question he had asked, considering that the Demon King is now living in the same place as him. Someone changed the subject and asked before getting burned, "Since His Majesty Yuk is willing to give away his own materials, I think he has a good relationship with that emperor." "That's right. So when he lit the divine fire, I helped him by the way. However, his successors were not very good at it. They directly used their ancestors to become gods and demanded that everything in the world submit to the Elf Emperor. I refused, so he sent a legion to look for trouble. After being annihilated by me, I temporarily cut off the tribe's contact with the outside world and fell into a deep sleep. When I woke up, the young man in the Golden Dynasty no longer existed. There was no contact with me in the Kingdom of God. When I heard news about him again, it was the news that he was killed by the Demon King. The Kingdom of God was destroyed, and his godhood was shattered." When this incident was brought up again, someone could only pass it off with a smile. But for the official of the kingdom, Wilder Walker Wooding, who was familiar with the history of the elves, he seemed to have heard an unsolved mystery in the history of the empire, and asked tremblingly, "Your Majesty Yggdrasil, may I ask you at that time? Which legion was it that was annihilated?" Although it seems that many elves are interested in this question, but the question was asked, but there was no answer. Feeling angry, Wilder Walker Wooding suddenly realized one thing. The other party was not a common people or a foreign visitor who needed to kowtow to him, but to be able to be on an equal footing with their own king. No, even that wise king is not even qualified to be on an equal footing with them. The fat elf couldn't help but cast his eyes for help on the human who could talk to the world trees. Of course, the person being watched knows the intention. This level of small favor is just a small effort and not a big favor, but if you don't do it, you may be remembered for the rest of your life. So Lin still opened his mouth to help and asked, "By the way, Your Majesty Yuk, did the legion you destroyed back then have any special symbols or flags?" Lin considered that one of the possible reasons why the fat elf's question was not answered was because the question was not clear. From the perspective of World Tree, if an enemy invades and is killed, who will care about the origin of the other party? But if you asked about the characteristics, you should be able to name 4 or 5 or 6. If you really want to talk about special signs, there is a flag that is very special. It is made of special gold. The additional magic is a constant, and gives various powerful auxiliary effects to the marked creatures within a certain range, at least including divine speed. Giant magic effects such as strength, stone skin, and sharp eyes. The flag is about 2 people high, and the top is an eagle with spread wings. If it is arranged according to time, it should be within 1,000 years. No one has touched it, and I don't know if the magic effect has become useless due to exhaustion of power. One of the 10 unsolved mysteries of the Golden Dynasty of the Elf Empire is the collective disappearance of the powerful Golden Eagle Legion. This legion gathered all the strong men in the Empire, and could be said to be the most powerful group force in the land at that time. However, it disappeared without a trace during its heyday. The reasons vary. Some said he had rebelled. Some said he had failed in his expedition to another dimension and was living in a foreign land. And some even said he was involved in the disputes among the kings at that time, laying hidden dangers for the future feud between brothers and the division of the empire. In order to silence them, the entire elite army was buried. But if the entire legion was annihilated due to the failure of the attack on World Tree, it is indeed necessary to conceal the truth. Because for the Elf Empire, the ancient Yggdrasil, the World Tree, is the guardian of the empire. His strongest legion was killed by his own guardian. How could such a scandal be made public to the world? And this can also explain why in the history of the elves, with the disappearance of the Golden Eagle Legion as a turning point, the empire's national fortunes turned from prosperity to decline and began to decline. Losing a strong man from a legion is not just a matter of this legion. Behind all soldiers there is a family, even a clan. These elves lost trust in the empire because they could not get the truth about their missing relatives. Because there is no trust. The lack of cooperation with national policies has almost delayed the political affairs of a small half of the empire, and also laid hidden dangers for subsequent divisions. On the other hand, of course, is the parting of ways with the guardian, Yggdrasil, the World Tree. Even if the empire does not need the protection of the World Tree, the various materials prefixed with the World Tree are all top-notch magic materials in the land. When the sources are reduced or even eliminated, the impact on a country is not insignificant. At least some of the top props or equipment have been discontinued. When Wilder Walker Fuden realized that what he heard might be the hidden history of the Elf Empire, he only felt a toothache. For a moment, I didn't know whether I should tell her. Even if I did, should I report it through formal channels? Or should I just treat it as a joke in the pub? But even if this is the truth that the Elf Empire doesn't want others to know, it was already thousands of years ago. Even if elves belong to the long-lived species, the lifespan of extraordinary beings is longer than that of ordinary elves. There are no people left from that era today. So the problem of face does not exist at all, compared with the face of the empire in the past. Another top priority was in the hands of that human magician. The national treasure, the bow of the Elf Emperor, became that magician's trophy. How to speak and how to redeem things became the problems at hand. In any case, there was no way that he would let the kingdom's treasure be taken away by that magician. But under the watchful eyes of a group of wood elves, Wilder Walker Fuding had no confidence at all that he could leave behind this treasured bow inherited from the former empire. Compared with the inner activities of the fat elf, someone who is not very familiar with the history of elves does not have so many and complicated thoughts. Lin only listened to World Tree's statement about past history as if it were ancient, and concentrated all his energy on analyzing the treasure bow in front of him. With the help of the 21 World Trees, the analysis work was completed in a short time. The treasure bow floating in midair slowly fell into Lin's hand. However, someone held the hot Mountain Dew in his hand and threw it directly to the fat elf beside him without even thinking about it. "Come on! Put your things away by yourself!" Wilder Walker Fu Tung, who was unprepared for the sudden, fast and urgent hit of happiness, directly hugged the bow to his chest, and then bared his teeth and cracked his mouth. Oh my God! This hurt so much. But no matter how painful it was, he didn't dare to throw things on the ground. Whether you throw it away or not is a secondary matter. If someone is disrespectful and is reported by colleagues or juniors who covet his position, he will have to go to the mine. Therefore, no matter how vicious the power emanating from the Elf Emperor's bow was, Wilder Walker Fuding could only grit his teeth, carefully hold it in different hands, and try his best to resist the strong and devouring energy. Chapter 798 Treasure Bow. Someone's actions are both reasonable and surprising. Wild Walker Fuding, who suddenly took over the bow of the Elf Emperor, was tortured to death by this bow and was speechless. But others did not have this problem. The only thing that worries them is that the relationship between most of the people present and the magician is not close. so it is difficult for them to take the initiative to talk to him. The Wood Elf of the Wadwo tribe, the super brother level Kalimahari, is someone's old acquaintance. But it's just acquaintance, and speaking anything still requires some skills. Just when he was thinking about how to speak, another elf, who was closer to someone than him, had already posted. Coming from the Dark Elf tribe under the ground, my Erzhan unceremoniously put a leg on someone's waist, drew a circle on his chest with one hand provocatively, and said softly, "Master, look at it. Since I left the tribe, I haven't had any handy weapons. That bow is quite suitable. What do you think?" Pushing the thigh of a certain dark elf away, Lin looked at the beautiful face in front of him and said, "That's the reason again. Didn't I agree to let you use the rifle before? What's the point of having that bow? This is different. As long as you are an elf who has never dreamed of wearing a holy robe and carrying the bow of the Elf Emperor, defeating impossible enemies one after another. In your words, this is the romance of elves. Overview in the entire history of the elves. All those who have such an opportunity are the heroes of the past empire. Well, if I remember correctly, the Dark Elves have never joined the Elf Empire and become a part of it and defeat the impossible enemy. This inexplicable saying. Have you considered learning it from me again? Logic. Or the grammar of the common language of Mini? Lin said as he looked at the Dark Elf who was almost in estrus. Hey, for the Dark Elves, apart from His Majesty Fastness, the only objects worthy of worship are the strong. And in the history of the elves, every hero worthy of being praised. The holy robe and the bow are the standard. What about the equipment? Do you think your loyal little slave doesn't deserve such equipment? I told you a long time ago that I don't treat you as a slave. Every time you call yourself this outside, the people in the Turtle Dove Alliance look like they are red-eyed and intend to kill me as a slave owner. How much saliva have been spent on this? It's not troublesome for you to explain this kind of thing. Besides, you said it. This is the standard equipment of a hero. Is there any hero like you? You don't get tired of it. And I find it too hot. But after all, that bow is their national treasure. Do you know what it means? My Erzhan bit her head, not understanding the meaning of someone's question, so she could only answer uncertainly. Is Baolong very strong? You're so strong. The meaning of a national treasure is that whoever dares to take it will dare to risk his life with you. If you don't risk your life with you, it only means that you are not only strong enough, but also shameless enough. Only then can you use various words plausibly. It seems like a legitimate and reasonable reason to take something for myself. Even if I am shameless enough, I can't bear to deal with such troublesome things. Looking for trouble? The fat elf listening next to him nodded desperately. Even if he couldn't express his pain, he was afraid that a certain magician would change his mind and use his national treasure to please others. At least if you have the chance, and you don't have to worry about being late, there is a high possibility that you will do so. However, Wild Walker Futun never expected to hear the next words. Lin continued, "What's more, you want an immature semi-finished product. What's the point? Immature, semi-finished product? What do you mean? Isn't this bow not powerful enough?" Melson no longer used a coquettish tone, but asked in surprise. "Strong? Of course. But the strength of hurting yourself first before hurting others makes people confused whether it is killing the enemy or one of your own. Then why do you say it's immature?" Listening to the dark elf in front of him, he stopped calling master and didn't even use honorifics. Lin he didn't know that this person's normal behavior was all acting, but he didn't take it seriously. But explain? Master Wild Walk just mentioned that this bow was an artifact given by the 8th Emperor of the Elven Empire in the past, when he was conferred as a god. The key points to mark here are it's the time of becoming a god. That is to say, the one who has just obtained the power of a god. However, during my analysis, I found that the magic pattern inside this bow is complicated, which can be described as a complete mess. To describe it best, using the whiteboard technique, the form of the Elf Emperor's bow appears in midair. With another wave of his hand, magic patterns were drawn on every corner of the bow in the form of an explosion, using at least 3 methods. After waving, he claps his hands together. The originally monotonous and complex formation is like a student test paper marked by a teacher, with red reminders everywhere. There are those who only need one channel to meet the needs of 3 nodes, but they use 6 times the amount to inject more power energy than needed. There are also arrays carved randomly, making it seem like a dead end, and the power will only continue to accumulate, but couldn't be used normally. I didn't know where to direct the power, so I just found a nearby channel and jumped in. causing a mutation that had completely different effects from the original design. I have made almost all the mistakes that God has made before, so I am familiar with this mentality. It is almost like using very expensive materials. It is hard to make something, but I can't bear to throw it away or dismantle it, so I just find someone to do it. If you give it away, it will make people feel grateful. In fact, this thing is like a child's practice work. If it were me, it would be no different from Black history. All the elves were dumbfounded by a certain magician's brazen comments, including Wild Walker Footing, who was in dire straits. He almost forgot that he was being tortured. My Erzhan was also stunned and asked without any image, "Don't you think that the power of the Elf Emperor's bow is down to you?" Suddenly remembering something, the Dark Elf cursed. "Oh, damn, little cricket." However, a man who is not an elf will certainly not be able to understand the feeling of having his 3 views destroyed and his values collapsed. He said nonchalantly, "Of course I'm not looking down on the Elf Emperor's bow. This bow is indeed not weak in terms of power. Otherwise I could just avoid it without using magic to avoid it. But whoever holds this kind of bow will be unlucky. It's obviously not in a finished state, so it's hard for people to really praise this weapon. Even if I want to use it for you, as long as I have the materials, I can make it a finished product rather than using this semi-finished product." "You can perfect the treasure bow?" My Erzhan asked in disbelief. "What's so difficult about this? Many people here can do it." "Oh, they are not human. But this little thing is not a big problem." Lin pointed at the analyzed magic formation of the Elf Emperor's bow in midair. Said, "To perfect an item, the most difficult part is to know what needs to be corrected. Now that the defects have been found, modifying it is just a matter of calculation and thinking. Like this one with redundant channels. Part of it, of course, is to boldly reduce a few minor magic lines." Someone seems to be addicted to being a teacher. Or maybe he has conducted too many discussions with the world trees these days, and is used to explaining his own ideas and exchanging opinions with everyone. As he explained, he modified the Elf Emperor's bow presented in an exploded diagram. And of course, he mobilized the computing power of the world trees to do so. The world trees present were not idle either, and started discussing with someone inexplicably. Just like in the past 6 months, they have cooperated many times to correct the core magic pattern of the world tree itself, and even corrected the wrong modification method proposed by someone several times. This is mainly due to Lin's unfamiliarity with the material resin, which leads to some fallacies. Who knows these materials taken from the world tree better than themselves? Therefore, they not only corrected the errors raised by someone, but even provided some very novel ways that they themselves had not thought of to solve some of the problems raised by Lin. What's more, there is also World Tree that directly modifies the attack attributes. The original Elf Emperor's bow was used for setting fire, and once the special flame is contaminated, it is difficult, even impossible, to get rid of it. However, the magic pattern at the core of the attack attribute formation was found. The Leisure Tree changed the attributes of this part, using earth, water, wind, ice and thunder explosions, and all kinds of weird attack methods. This is certainly not a bow with multiple attack attributes attached to it. Instead, these core magic patterns are made into a modular design to seamlessly connect to other formations. During the production process, whatever attack method you want this bow to use, just put a certain module on it. In a short time, the entire magic pattern embedded in the Elf Emperor's bow had been modified beyond recognition by a magician and 21 world trees. Someone seemed to have stopped talking because his mouth was dry, and while he was rubbing the stubble on his chin, he was looking at what he had just revised. After a while, he said, "Let's just modify it to this extent. The most troublesome part is the flaw that ordinary people can't grasp. After such modification, it should no longer exist. The theoretical power is the original 3.67 times, and the power consumed has also been doubled. The utilization efficiency has been improved, but the power that the bow itself can store is a big problem. According to calculations, the original full power state and maximum output state can shoot 10 times 5 arrows, but after the modification, it can only shoot 6 arrows. After it is exhausted, it will take at least 3 days for the power to be restored. During this time, it can only be used as an ordinary bow to shoot ordinary arrows. Arrows or magic arrows. But with this bow that has been strengthened by magic effects, even if it shoots ordinary arrows, it can have several times the power and shooting distance." Someone was talking to himself, not noticing it all, or in other words, he was aware of it, But he didn't care what the elves next to him were thinking. At the end, he added, if you were given some time, how many bows could you make? Of course, this question was asked by all the world trees. Chapter 799 Mass Production. Someone's question. The elves, who were mentally shocked, couldn't wrap their heads around it for a while. And they couldn't understand the meaning of the words at first glance. But how could the world trees, who have always been calm and have always stayed outside the world, not know the meaning of the words of this human being who has been working closely with them recently? Although in the eyes of outsiders, the world trees accept all suggestions given to someone. But in fact, every time he came up with an idea, he would give a seemingly reasonable reason. It's just that these reasons may be affected by their position, or they may be limited by someone's own vision. No matter what, he would not ask others to blindly trust him or blindly follow his instructions, because he himself does not want to become a tool for others to use without knowing anything. Even if you give a reason and get a reply of disagreement, there is still room for discussion, and you can make concessions on the methods and distributed benefits. It is this personality of negotiating everything that makes some Yggdrasils, who originally didn't appreciate him as a human being, willing to cooperate with him. The 21 world trees represent 21 different wills. Not all trees are willing to cooperate unconditionally with a human magician. Respecting the wishes of these trees also gave Lin room for conversation. And this time, the question raised by Lin, as a professional naysayer to someone, World Tree McKinnon asked, do we need to mass produce this kind of weapon? Considering the exposure of flash tactics, no one would think that the subsequent problems are only related to the 3 elven kingdoms to be attacked next. Lin raised a question. Oh, is there anything else we haven't thought carefully about? Please explain. Your Excellency, a neutral world tree said, as a competent receiver. What kind of ripples do you think the flash tactic will cause in human society after it is exposed? Human society? We have no plans to attack the human kingdom. What does it have to do with them? World Tree McKinnon continued to ask. Preparing for a rainy day? Before your majesties get mad and send troops to attack the human kingdom, we must first eliminate threats like you. Or is it greed? The advantages of being able to master this set of tactics are self-evident. You will definitely not know which one if the king or emperor has a wrong intention to master this technology. He will destroy it so that others will not have the chance to master it. So I suggest that you should make the best preparations. Worst case scenario. But what does this have to do with making weapons? Our tribe uses the flash technique to support each other. Just like one body. No country has the ability to attack us. Not even the 5 major empires in the human world. You, Yggdrasil said. The problem is, people don't know. Besides, in the history of Lost Land, the Yggdrasil tribe has not been conquered by Homo sapiens countries other than the Wood Elves. There are precedents. And others don't know how you support each other. Ability. Or they actually knew and guessed it, but selectively ignored it. In this case, instead of slowly slicing the flesh with a knife, it was better to hurt the opponent in one go. There is no doubt about the individual strength of the Wood Elves. But in terms of numbers, disadvantage will always make people have unnecessary delusions. If you want to break this delusion, you must have the strength to make a final decision on the battlefield. Only by making people feel desperate can they give up any unnecessary ambitions without seeing the coffin. But there is no sentence that best represents human resilience. At the same time, the high tower where the elf general of the Kingdom of Armenia made a sneak attack with arrows emitted a slight explosion. A cloud of dust rose from the top of the tower and the windows. It seems that the Wood Elf squadron responsible for suppressing the area has cleaned up the inside of the tower. Ruthlessly, Lin looked at this movement and continued. Besides, with powerful enough weapons as bargaining chips, we can minimize resistance in the subsequent attack on the Elf Kingdom. As long as the other party realizes that the gap between us and the enemy is too big to make up, to the extent that we are not making too unreasonable demands, they should be relatively easy to accept. Your tone is still full of uncertainty. Human, McKinnon said contemptuously. People's hearts are so different from each other. How can I completely guess what others are thinking? That's why I need to make the best preparations to deal with various possible situations. Aren't you afraid that after the elves master this power, they will counterattack human society? McKinnon asked provocatively. In response, Lin laughed and asked, Are you afraid that after the elves master this power, they will enslave you? How is it possible? Even if the power of this bow has been modified, it is not enough to shake our bodies. Why do we need to be afraid? That's right. Human society relies on the magic tower to block the steps of the elves. The power of this bow is also superior among weapons. but it can only be used against humans, not as much as a siege weapon. It cannot deal with magic. The tower cannot threaten human society. In addition, the social structure of the Wood Elves is not conducive to rule. The basis for their expansion lies in the scope that the World Tree can take care of. Under this premise, I don't have to worry about this kind of thing. Isn't it? As for the Elf Kingdom, Lynn looked up and down at the graceful sword dancer Lena Tidov, who was wearing an improved elf holy robe. She is not only the full-time envoy of the World Tree Lottie and Lynn, but also the general of the Elven Kingdom of Piet Janie, although he was promoted not long ago. Let's not discuss the political system of elves and humans. Which one is better, and which one is more conducive to rule? They want to rely on this new force to counterattack the human world, provided that other Wood Elf tribes are willing to lend them troops. Otherwise, they will just rely on pulling troops. Hetty's power is just a small fight. So the question is, are you willing to lend troops to something that is not beneficial to you? Or do you think there will be any benefit in supporting the elves to attack humans? Come and let me hear it. In the eyes of outsiders, the actions of World Tree are difficult to predict because most people bring their own concepts to these plants with almost unlimited lifespans. Just like men can't understand women, animals whose instincts are eating and mating have a hard time understanding the thoughts of plants. It's just that most plants can't speak and don't know how to protest, but the World Tree can not only speak, but can also fight back. So what is the instinct of plants? Lynn summed up the growth toward the sun in 4 words. It's just that the World Tree does not need the sun to carry out photosynthesis. The direction of their efforts to grow is to explore their branches into more dimensions and draw the nutrients they need from them. All their actions are in service of this project. It can be said that the World Trees are indifferent to things that have nothing to do with their own growth. If the Wood Elves assist their fellow elves in the name of the Turtle Dove Alliance, as long as there is no World Tree as an aid, the difference in strength between the two will be huge, and there is no need to worry at all. Therefore, World Tree McKinnon, who was asked such a rhetorical question, also remained silent. Arguing is all about arguing. These plants are not willing to say something against their will or make impulsive remarks. As if to break the embarrassing silence, one of the ancients, Yggdrasil, asked, Magic, when do you plan to launch the next attack? After pondering for a moment, Lin Jingsa replied, I personally hope that the sooner the better. If we solve the World Tree of the 4 Kingdoms as soon as possible, we will no longer have to worry about this matter. But this is unreasonable, because the main thing the troops are provided by you. How long it takes to rest after each battle depends on your soldiers. Not me. After all, the initiative to launch the attack is in our hands, and we do not need to use overdraft soldiers. Of course, it is unreasonable to wait until everything is ready before attacking, because it would waste too much time and drain the morale of the soldiers, which would be detrimental. A certain magician kicked the ball back again. Yggdrasil did not continue to evade, and said directly, This time, apart from the 10 days of waiting, the soldiers were quite depressed. The actual battle process was not too difficult. We need to restore them to their full strength. In the current state, 3 days is enough. But if I want to equip a new type of bow, I can prepare about 100 of them in 2 Sabbaths. It will take at least half a year to equip them. Of course, it will take more time. Will be longer. As the leader of the Turtle Dove Alliance high seats, the ancient Yggdrasil spoke, and the other World Trees just told you a number. Basically, they are based on 2 Sabbaths. That is, 14 days. 21 World Trees were gathered together to form a large team, which was about 1,000 people. During the process, all the elves who were listening remained deathly silent. Half a year ago, in their understanding, the Holy Robe and the Treasure Bout came together in one body, and it was only the chosen heroes who had such an opportunity. In other words, one must possess both to be qualified to leave a heroic name in the history of elves. Today, half a year later, according to His Majesty's wishes, the Holy Robe and Bow will become standard equipment for all members of their army. Moreover, the elf bow that is about to be obtained is an improved weapon that is more powerful than before. Logically speaking, if you can fulfill your childhood dream, you should be able to wake up from the dream with a smile. But now all the elves have bitter faces, mixed feelings in their hearts, and can't say anything. The saddest thing among them was the fat elf, Wildwalker Footing, who was tortured by the elf emperor's bow and listened to the whole process. If this bow had not been taken out to snipe the magician, General Gatakobes would not have died, and the secret of the bow would not have been exposed to his eyes. If the secret had not been exposed, The 21 Yggdrasil majesties would not have vowed to equip the entire army with precious bows if the generals of their own kingdom knew about this. I don't know if they would regret it, or if they would regret it so much that their intestines would turn green. The originally exclusive national treasure, the weapon that all elves yearned for, is about to become a commodity on the street, regardless of whether those stubborn old men regret it later. Wild Walker Fu-Tung just felt that the bow in his hand no longer smelled good at all. I just want to put it away far away, so as not to let the strong power emanating from this bout continue to burn my hands. Chapter 800 Alliance. When the young elf king, Ridden 3, pushed open the door of the government hall of the palace, what he saw was a sight he had never imagined. All the elves, regardless of whether they were friends or foes, looked like they were mourning for their heirs, the ministers of the Kingdom of Armenia, who were driven out of the government hall, of course heard the entire discussion between a certain human magician and the world trees. They just didn't have the ability to strike up a conversation in front of the magician like Wild Walker Fu-Tung. But the despair was the same as that of the fat elf. Of course Ridden 3 did not know the psychological activities of this group of people, as he was the losing party anyway. It's normal to have an ugly face. But the Wood Elf Alliance also had the same expression. What on earth is going on? The young king looked incomprehensible. Lin, who had been paying attention to the government affairs hall, saw the door open and knew that there was a conclusion inside. So he stepped forward to greet it. Ridden 3 quickly put away his confused expression and said to the people outside, Your Excellency Tripwood, Your Majesties, and all the lords of the Kingdom of Armenia. His Majesty Andre has made a decision and will publicly report it to the people. Everyone, please come in. The old elf king sitting on the throne still had that solemn face. Even if he is at a disadvantage, he is still awe-inspiring and shows no sign of wavering. The ministers of the Kingdom of Armenia and the Wood Elves holding World Tree clones stood in 2 rows on both sides of the long conference table. Ridden 3 stood on the side of the Wood Elves and accompanied him to the last seat. Even Laina Tidov, who was holding Lottie's clone, was 1 seat ahead of him, who knew that this little king was an uninvited guest in the original plan. Lin was sitting directly opposite the old king on the long back chair that had been moved from the high seat meeting. Anyway, those who lead troops to invade homes are already arrogant enough, so there is no need to continue pretending to be grandsons. Seeing the 2 parties sitting down, they were all waiting for their answer. Andre Purrier used his native language and said in a deep voice, Gentlemen, I have made a decision. In principle, I agree to liberate the Yggdrasil tree from the bondage of Chloe. But a twist and an emphasis temporarily suppressed the commotion that might have arisen on the minister's side. I have 2 conditions. If you cannot agree to these 2 conditions, then I can only regretfully reject your request and continue the fight. In order to express caution, the elves returned to their native language. Although Lin can speak well, he doesn't want to follow the trend on this occasion, which will in vain weaken his momentum. So he waved his hand and said in Midi Common, which is actually the language most commonly used by humans, Your Majesty Andre, please speak. You all know what the kingdom's ban on World Tree is. My first condition is that after liberating World Tree, even if we cannot continue to maintain a coexisting relationship, I hope that we can maintain a minimum level of friendship. I don't want you to support World Tree Chloe and launch any revenge against the kingdom of Aimlon. With just a flash of thought, Lin reached a consensus with all the World Trees in the space of the high seat meeting. Said, We can agree to this condition. Maintaining a peaceful state will also help reduce the variables in our plan. There is no reason to disagree. The old king raised his hand, continued to suppress what his ministers wanted to say, and stated the second condition he proposed. In fact, I cannot decide what to do with World Tree Chloe alone. The elders and the Shinmu guards will not obey my orders. So I agree with the attitude of the Kingdom of Armenia, but you have to convince the Shinmu guards yourself. This condition is a bit like passing the buck, leaving troubles that cannot be solved by oneself to those who want to take over to figure out how to solve them themselves. However, if you don't ask clearly about the degree of this, it may cause other troubles. Therefore, Lin asked tentatively, Your Majesty, is it okay for us to use any method to persuade? Rather than using any method, it is better to simply say that you must be prepared for battle. Those old stubborns are not as easy to talk to as I am, and there will definitely be a battle between the 2 sides. At this time, the corners of the old king's mouth raised slightly, as if they had lost control. If you don't look carefully, you can't see it, but the gloating attitude is self-evident. However, people here are not afraid of being beaten. What they are most afraid of is the various conditions that tie their hands and feet, so that they can only use their abilities, but cannot display them. Therefore, no World Tree expressed any unnecessary opinions on the conditions proposed by the old elf king. The attitude between World Tree and World Tree has always been a fight, with the winner devouring the loser. Like now, discussions are rare. Therefore, World Tree and the Wood Elves are not afraid of being threatened with a fight. It can even be said that without a fight, it would not be like a conquest and exchange between World Trees.
Okay,
Len agreed.
Does His Majesty Andre have any other requests?
No. Just these 2 points. When the kings are on the march, raising too many conditions will appear to be unreasonable. In fact, if these 2 conditions are not met, the covenant between us will be equivalent to non-existence. I really don't want to say this.
It's a covenant.
Len turned his eyes towards Ridden 3. The little king was a little shy and evasive at first. In the end, he simply sat up straight, looking straight ahead, as if he was a dead pig that was not afraid of being scalded by boiling water, but did not dare to make eye contact with anyone else. The discussion was completed in an instant in the high-seat meeting space. Len said on behalf of all the World Trees,
in order to protect the World Tree and allow our plans to proceed smoothly, it is imperative to form an alliance with your country. Therefore, on behalf of your majesties, I recognize this alliance and form an alliance with your country.
As a country of brothers, your country will have the same status as the kingdom of Piajani and all the Wood Elf tribes. But this also means necessary sacrifices. According to the spirit of mutual assistance of the Turtle Dove Alliance, no one can ask for it unilaterally. No one has any need to grant it unilaterally. Is it possible for His Majesty Andre to accept it?
I agree, and I will do my best to convince the elders of the kingdom. Andre Purrier stood up, put his hand on his chest, and bowed. This is the etiquette established by the elves. There were no hugs, no handshakes, kisses on the cheeks, etc. This is because the elves' interpersonal relationships are relatively distant, and they are not willing to get too close to those who are not close enough. Even touching the body of a king or a noble person is an offense. Although someone is not familiar with the etiquette of elves, at least he still understands some taboos in advance. To prevent yourself from committing the absurd tradition of if you reveal your mask, you have to marry the person back or be hunted thousands of miles away. As for what the etiquette officer of the Elf Kingdom taught before, it has long been thrown out of the sky. So Len only responded with the etiquette of a magician, which he was most familiar with and the most appropriate. After the salute, Len returned to his usual relaxed posture and said,
since we have decided to cooperate, please let your majesty inform you about the location of the World Tree. We will finish the matter as soon as possible.
The old king was a little puzzled by the anxious attitude of a certain magician, and said,
Your Excellency Tripwood, it will take several days to march from the royal city to the location of the World Tree Chloe. You are not in our royal city. Spend the whole day practicing. Get ready. And start again early tomorrow morning?
Regardless of whether the other party plans to use delaying tactics, they will raid the resting Wood Elf coalition at dawn tomorrow to solve their big trouble in one fell swoop. Len could only sneer at the old king's remarks. How many days will the march take? Even if it takes a few years, it's just the same thing. However, the other party has been so cooperative, so it doesn't make sense to want to disrupt the situation in person. So Len restrained his urge to complain about the other party, and instead appeared beside the old king in a flash, and smoothly pulled out the Hakakiri from under his small cloak. The blade of the box-cut limbo knife is not mirror finished, but has a stone-washed non-reflective surface, which is restrained and looks more threatening. Drawing a knife next to a king would have caused a lot of bad associations. Fortunately, the people who could enter the government affairs hall were all people with a certain status or above. Those impulsive guards or young people were still blocked out. Andre Purrier was thinking about who would win between him and the magician if he took action. Len threw the box in his hand, caught the blade, and held out the handle. The hilt of the knife was brought to him, and the old elf king reached out and took it without thinking. But what's the intention behind this magician's actions? Is it to give a knife as a symbol of peace? Or it could be... Before Andre Purrier could think clearly, Len summoned him in a flash, took Hakakiri back into his hand, and then inserted it back into the scabbard under his small cloak. At the same time, he turned to everyone and said,
I already know the location of the World Tree Chloe. I will go over to establish the reference coordinates first. You can follow later.
After saying that, someone who was about to leave suddenly turned his head and looked at the old elf king. Without thinking for a long time, He put his hand on the old king's shoulder and said, "Since this is the world tree of your country, I would like your majesty to go and have a look together, in order to avoid any problems in the future. Your majesty, it's not good if the people of the country mistakenly think it's us." Without waiting for Andre Priel's consent, Lin took the old king and disappeared from the eyes of the elves. In addition to the disappearance of the victim and the king, the allied forces of the Wood Elves and the kingdom of Pyat Jamie scattered throughout the palace were also in chaos. Everyone gathers in squadrons near the staff holding the staff of transfer. There were constant sounds of counting and confirmation. As soon as all the members of a team arrived, the person holding the staff would strike the ground with his staff and instantly transfer a squadron of hundreds of elves. Just like they suddenly appeared. As the teams flashed and moved, the palace returned to its original tranquility. All the elf ministers were left looking at each other in confusion. Only traces of battle proved that there had been an invasion of Wood Elves here. Chapter 801 Attack. The ministers of the Kingdom of Armenia who were left behind. After losing the threat, they were relieved and couldn't help but blame each other for a while. The belated arrival of the generals became the target of everyone's curse. Although it was not stated explicitly, the arrow fired at the human magician with the elf emperor's bow would also be affected by them standing outside the government affairs hall. If the magician hadn't blocked it, the powerful ministers would have been dead. Let's not think about whether we should be grateful or hate humans because of the failed sneak attack, the subsequent leakage of Bao Gong's secrets, and possible subsequent developments. The angry elf ministers exploded like a volcano erupting when they saw the general who planned all this regardless of their lives. Except for the two sides not having a big fight. Various elf-style battles were staged behind closed doors. And in the distance, somewhere in the forest that the elves said was unnamed, Lin Zheng stood outside the domain, waiting and analyzing the wonderful space where the world tree was located. Observation from this angle has never been done before. In the past, I had directly entered the realm of the world tree and observed this plant that could subvert geophysics up close. But outside the realm of world tree, this towering plant cannot be seen. The reason is not because of the deception caused by illusion, but because although the tree itself is rooted in the mysterious land, it has been growing towards the multidimensional world since it sprouted. Therefore, in the mysterious land, the world tree becomes a strange individual that both exists and does not exist. Only when you are close to them at a certain distance and are within the influence of the power of the world tree, can you be cognitively aware of the existence of the world tree and see these huge trees. Observing this strange phenomenon from outside the realm of world tree actually gave a certain time traveler some different perspectives and gains, compared with the comfort of someone immersed in academic research. The old elf king who was forced to perform flash teleportation for the first time, Andre Priel, was dizzy, in addition to a bunch of messy things that seemed to be stuffed into his mind. He was also holding on to the tree trunk beside him, bending over and retching, taking the elf king to flash. Lin of course attached a magical shield for protection. However, the protective magic is not as comprehensive as the holy robe, so the person being transported will inevitably feel some slight discomfort. Lin also attributed the old king's violent reaction to the influence of age. It's as if someone had symptoms of 3D dizziness before traveling through time because he was getting older. As a result, someone can only play some side-scrolling, pixel-style, or chess-style strategy games. Action and shooting games that use the latest technology are completely useless, and they cannot make money from an older player, regardless of someone's feelings. The old king, whose nausea subsided a little, stood up straight. He happened to see the phalanx of 100 people appearing in the open space one after another. Not only was the army that appeared out of thin air surprising, but the sight of dozens of neatly arranged phalanxes occupying the open space outside the forest, with flags covering the sky. And the majestic appearance of the army was also moving. This was also the first time Andre Priel saw the full strength of the Wood Elf Alliance. Even if the entire army of the Kingdom of Armenia is assembled, the number will be greater than the coalition forces in front of him. But the King of the Elves, Andre Priel, was also a soldier, and was not incompetent in martial arts. He had to admit that the military in front of him was much more powerful than the elite he was proud of. Just the uniform color of the holy robes, which almost blinded others, made him, a knowledgeable old elf, feel pressured, light, flexible, and with excellent defense. The holy robe is not only of far-reaching significance to the elves, but is also the top defensive equipment in the land. Every holy robe is the most precious treasure in the elven inheritance. But if this kind of thing becomes bad on the street, unlike the two people who were stunned at the military appearance in front of them or immersed in research, The wood elves who gathered behind a certain human magician all looked like they were facing a formidable enemy. Perhaps in their eyes, the peaceful scene in front of them is different and dangerous. The conquests between the world trees have gone far. But there are many elven transcendent people who have experienced those brutal conquests. Their attitudes suppressed the atmosphere of the entire coalition army, and no one dared to underestimate the coming battle. These battle-hardened warriors were following behind the 21 holy envoys, who were holding avatars of the world tree. Their experience will be the most important reference for the coming wars. Holding a water bottle with a dead branch in his hand, the messenger of Yggdrasil is also a person with high strength and seniority among the elves. On this occasion, he spoke to a certain human magician on behalf of the elves and said, "Sir Tripwood, how do you plan to start the next battle?" Regarding this coalition, someone neither thought that the military system of the earth was more advanced. So he forcefully demanded the elves to use it, or he used chicken feathers as command arrows to randomly direct the actions of the entire army. Instead, let the elves discuss and direct on their own. After all, no matter what, he is a human being and is an outsider in the eyes of elves. Lin had no intention of changing the minds of the elves, and was happy to leave the trouble to them to deal with on their own. Anyway, I am already busy enough. If I can do one less thing, I will have less responsibility. However, regarding the general direction, including the timing of war, the coalition will still ask for the opinions of human magicians. After all, this person's status in the world is on the same level as his own big boss, so he has to take into account the others' opinions. This time, Lin did not let the elves decide how to attack on their own. Despite the 10 days of waiting time, they had made a complete plan and deduced it several times regarding the possibility of attacking the World Tree domain. Taking out the pocket watch from the inner pocket of Xuanwu robe, popping open the cover, Lin looked at it seriously. First, I was hungry. The king had left him alone all morning without food or water. Maybe my current mood is not good, and it has something to do with being hungry. Secondly, there is not much time left before the afternoon mathematics class at Kabamba College in the Holy City. If the Wood Elves attack, I don't know how long it will take to finish. It is definitely impossible to count on today, and how many days it will take is uncertain. Click! There was a sound, and as soon as the watch cover was closed, Lin turned to the elves who were surrounding him and said, "No, I don't have to rely on you. I can just go in by myself. I have something to do in the afternoon, and I have to catch up on some time." Because he wasn't instructing others to do things, Lin didn't explain much. Without waiting for a response, he turned around and asked, "Your Majesty Andre, do you know how many elves are inside?" Although he didn't understand its intention, the old elf king still thought about it. And after a while, he replied, "It should be 463 people. Okay, wait." After someone finished speaking, he disappeared in a flash. For a human to act like this, many elves who had only met this human a few times felt angry. Of course, there are those elves who have been hiding in the world for a long time. They complain to the leaders of their respective tribes, "Elder, is it possible that the human magician wants to attack a world tree field alone? Who does he think he is? Spirits walking on earth?" Because the task of liberating World Tree, which was enslaved by the elf kingdom, was too important. These elves were invited out by their respective bosses. I hope to use their rich experience to ensure that this matter goes smoothly. It can be said that the actual battle planners are the ideas that this group of elves gathered together and brainstormed. But in response to the indignation of these veterans, the elves who serve as holy envoys and are responsible for taking care of the World Tree clones seem a little calm and indifferent. Maybe he was thinking about the wording of his answer. Or maybe he didn't know how to reply. When the holy envoy of Yggdrasil felt that he needed to speak and could not remain silent, a human head fell out of thin air and landed on the in front of the elves. This is how the same thing. Also, who is this? Then came the second, third, when the rain of heads began to fall. Even the military formation a little further away began to waver. The elves with excellent eyesight could certainly see what was left behind where the leaders of their respective tribes gathered. If the enemy attacks with human heads, they have to hit the people anyway. But the rain of heads was like a demonstration, falling only in front of the military formation, outside the edge of the World Tree domain. Some sharp-eyed people noticed that the old king of Armenia, who had always maintained a majestic appearance, now had an expression mixed with surprise, regret and pain. Such a mixed attitude reminds people of a possibility. An elf asked, "Could these people be?" Although the words were not finished, all the elves thought of the same possibility. These heads were the sacred wood guards belonging to the kingdom of Amon.
This situation made everyone wonder what happened inside. Some elves even thought of breaking in and finding out. At this time, the messenger of the ancient Yggdrasil let out a long sigh. How could he not understand that humans plan at his age? In addition to quickly solving the resistance surrounding the World Tree Chloe, he also planned to let the elves of the coalition take a closer look at what level of strength he had achieved, as he was looked down upon by most elves. The height of. But there is nothing you can do about mistaking that man. Among the extraordinary people in the coalition army, which one is not the pride of heaven? They have overcome all obstacles in the past years to achieve their current status. As for that person's reputation, besides not being obvious, there is also a rather dazzling existence beside him. That is, the Lich. So when there were rumors that this group of people encountered some difficulties and were later solved, everyone's first thought was that the former Demon King would take action. No one would have thought that it might be the man next to the Demon King who did it. It was only when we met by chance before and entered the secondary plane created by that man in the dimensional gap that we realized that the other person was always happy to hide his strength. Although he didn't say it explicitly, he asked everyone to help him hide his identity that was more dazzling than the title of Dharma Saint. So among the elves present at that time, who dared to do anything to help him promote it, if they were worried about it, no one would have a good sleep just because of the elusive teleportation magic. Now he no longer plans to hide, and he still uses bloody heads to prove his strength. As the envoy of Yggdrasil, the veteran World Tree in the coalition, the old elf couldn't help but said, "Put away your contempt and hostility. A secondary plane lord deserves everyone's respect. Or do you think that any human being can walk side by side with your majesties? Are you belittling that human being? Or are you belittling our lord?" The pungent smell of blood was like a slap hitting everyone's cheeks. It was hot. Not very painful, but extremely humiliating. Chapter 802 His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. When the magician, who no longer looked like a human, appeared in front of the elves again, he was still holding a living elf in his hand. The one who was alive was so weak that he could not speak. There were no obvious injuries or signs of bleeding on his body. Then the reason why he is so depressed is that the magic rope tied to his body exudes powerful power. Carrying the young elf's collar, Lin directly placed him in front of the old king and said, "This is His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. After all, he is His Majesty's biological son, and I am not easy to deal with. Fortunately, he is so strong that I have to use more forceful means to capture him. So I will leave it to your Majesty to make your own arrangements." After saying one thing, Lin pointed to the forest behind him with his thumb and mentioned another thing. "In addition, I want to complain. There are not only the more than 400 elves your Majesty said, but 691 people within the scope of the World Tree. Because as soon as they saw me, they screamed, came over. So I fought back. Now there is no one left. Your Majesty won't mind." Judging from the resistance of the Shinmu guards within the World Tree, Lin was actually vaguely reminding two things. The first thing is that the suppression of the Aemon Palace was immediately known to the Shinmu guards stationed here. That's why when they see a human being, the elves here don't even say "Lo," and just come over to kill them. Regarding this point, if there is a reporting mechanism within the kingdom, as soon as something happens in the palace or royal city, various communication methods will be used to notify the Shinmu guards stationed in the World Tree. Saying this is more like praising the other party. Respond appropriately. After all, under normal circumstances, when the royal capital is attacked, the Shinmu guards can become a powerful reinforcement. So reporting is the right thing to do. But if there is no good reporting mechanism, and the intelligence of the royal capital is known to the troops guarding the World Tree so quickly, then the intentions behind it are very negotiable. But another point that was made was purely to sow discord. As far as the king knew, there were only more than 400 elves stationed here. But there were actually 600 to 700. If it's just a fraction of the difference, there's still something to say. But the number was nearly half the number. The extra people were stationed within the World Tree without the king's knowledge. This only proved that the royal power had been isolated. But what happened to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? Looking at the only living person brought out within the scope of the World Tree, Andre Priel's expression was quite complicated. When he saw the rain of human heads falling, he once thought that sooner or later his child's head would appear in the pile of human heads. A sense of despair deeply eroded his soul. But when the person was brought out and saw his appearance, in addition to pity, there was also an indescribable feeling of disappointment. But no matter what, when people come out, they still have to explain something. Looking at his sluggish son, the old king asked, "The weakness of the dog is probably caused by your magic.
If it can be lifted, please lift it.
Lin didn't bargain much about this kind of thing. He just flicked his fingers and released the magical rope that bound the crown prince, losing all kinds of debilitating magical restraints. The young elf jumped up, pointed at the only human present and yelled, "Butcher! Do you know who you are offending?" "Elves, my subjects. Kill him. Kill this human. Whatever reward you want, I will give it to you. I am the crown prince of the kingdom of Armenia, and I can agree to any request. Kill him. Revenge for all elves." When the young prince saw a bunch of people with pointed ears next to him, he subconsciously distinguished them from the only human beings, and tried to use his identity to order his subjects. As you can imagine, no elf paid attention to this jumping young prince. In fact, the wood elves who were watching, even if they broke away from the enemy's position, they did not want to be enemies with the magician. Unexpectedly, the mountains of human heads are piling up, silently describing the threat of this magician. This is a sacred tree guard formed by the selection of elites from an elf kingdom, and it is also a battle that takes place in the realm of the world tree. The tragic situation of these elves in the kingdom of Armenia threatens all wood elves. Even if you run back to your tribe and are covered by the world tree, you are not safe at all. If you were brave before, go in and take a look at the magician's methods, and maybe think about ways to deal with it. But it was due to military regulations before, so no one did it. These people all regretted it at this time. Even if you know the opponent's methods, you may not have a way to deal with them. But the feeling of knowing nothing is very uncomfortable, especially before. I thought that this human being was just a clown who was trying to impress people and make the world trees happy, but I didn't expect that the other person was actually a big shot who could really stand on an equal footing with his majesty. That feeling was all kinds of sour and refreshing. And there was also indescribable pain. In this case, no matter whose order you follow, provoking this magician is really the same as seeking death. Not to mention listening to the orders of a son of a defeated army and challenging one of the commanders of his own coalition army. But when the young prince saw that the elves were unmoved, he seemed to have transferred his resentment and cursed at the elves. How can anyone not be angry at such a change? It's just that the elves who participated in the coalition forces and were qualified to command the front line were not that young and frivolous. How could they care about an unarmed child? But if these outsiders can endure it, how can the father endure it? What this stupid son is losing is his own face. André Poirier punched his own son in the chin with a solid punch, knocking him unconscious in one blow. After straightening his sleeves, the old king said with dignity, "Can anyone please help me tie up this stupid son with ropes or vines? I will discipline him well after I go back." After all, it was a request made by a king. Naturally, someone among the wood elves came forward and used the vines summoned by druid spells to tie up the unconscious crown prince and plug his foul mouth. One can imagine how resentful this man's unscrupulous remarks were. At this time, the old king lowered his head for a rare moment and greeted Lin.
"Your Excellency, thank you for your magnanimity in sparing my son's life."
Lin turned sideways and bowed his head humbly, saying,
"I said, I'm not here to kill. I'm just fighting back against all unfriendly behavior. Well, I have also found the heart of the world tree Chloe. District location. Go and liberate this person's consciousness as soon as possible. And everyone, except your majesties, can repair where they are."
After someone finished speaking, he put his hand on the old king's shoulder and said,
"Since it is your world tree, it would be better for you to be here. So let's go together."
Without waiting for the old king's response, a certain person the man took the king, who had no time to refuse, and left in a flash. The heart of the world tree Chloe is not hidden in an area that uses space folding technology like the heart of Phasnos. This place is similar to the heart of the Lottie tree that Lin has been to before. Everywhere he sees is covered with magic circles used to kill gods. Evil spirits full of resentment were floating around, constantly consuming the weak consciousness in the tree's heart. Judging from the intensity of this resentment, a blood sacrifice must have been held not long ago. After all, after following a lich for several years, even if Lin couldn't use undead magic, he still had some basic eyesight. In addition, this god-slaying magic circle had been used on World Tree. So Lin went to find out more about it. A closer look at the 6 blood pools around the heart of the tree revealed that, as expected, there were still broken limbs floating on them. As for where the blood sacrifice people came from, Lin didn't want to delve into it at all. After all, before seeing the scene here, the group of Shinmu guards had already been slaughtered by him. We can't kill them again to avenge the dead here. It seemed that this was not the first time the old elf king had seen such a scene.
so his behavior was far more calm than when the young king-ridden three saw the heart of the World Tree Lottie. But compared to Shu Xian's situation, he was more concerned about who was being sacrificed to blood by the members of the Shenmue Guards. If the members of the Shenmue Guards had escaped from his control to such an extent, then it would be debatable whether the objects of the blood sacrifice were those they had told him about. So he tried to identify the identity, or race, of the deceased from the remaining remains. The only people who entered following someone's flash were 21 holy envoys holding World Tree clones in their hands, and another king who came with the army. The tragic situation in the heart of Cloishu cannot move these experienced elves. The World Trees will not have any special emotions just because of how their fellow humans are treated. If they really cared about the situation of other World Trees, all the Wood Elf tribes would have turned against the Elf Kingdom long ago. But the fact is that before someone proposes a plan to transform the land, all the World Trees do not care about each other. Even if there is a Turtle Dove alliance that becomes the link between the trees. But since the World Tree Chloe is to be liberated, the scene in front of her must be dealt with. It's just that everyone has thought of many ways to restore the consciousness of the World Tree, but none of them is about what to do after a blood sacrifice ceremony. Therefore, all the World Trees remained silent, and the Elf Holy Envoys were already outside the situation. Of course, they could only look at each other at this time. As the magician most familiar with the god-slaying magic array among those present, Lin was pushed out to take charge of solving the problem at hand. A certain magician with a home background was more interested in communicating with people, fighting, and solving magical problems, so he accepted this temporary task without hesitation. According to Finn, the god-slaying magic array is very old. Therefore, unlike the era when all kinds of magic knowledge was relatively complete, the array patterns were organized and standardized. Therefore, it is a little more difficult to interpret. However, with the support of the computing power of the 21 World Trees, all the magic circles in Midland are edited in clear code according to procedural terms, without any encryption processing. So the cracking work is not as difficult as imagined. Coupled with the preparatory knowledge obtained from Finn, Lin soon understood the working principles of the god-slaying magic array. Chapter 803 Chloe E. In fact, the name of this magic circle, as god-slaying, is a bit exaggerated. This is just a spirit-gathering array, and then strengthens the resentment of the resentful spirits, so as to kill the consciousness of the trapped people. Then some additional magical effects are added to suppress the consciousness of the trapped people, so that the work of the resentful spirits can proceed more smoothly. It's just that because the object being dealt with is quite high level, the power of the magic and the complexity of the formation are also quite high. As for the solution, considering that he didn't have much time to grind slowly, Lin planned to use a sharp knife to cut through the mess and violently break the effect of this magic circle. In fact, this is also the best way to deal with it as suggested by Finn. Instead of removing the lesions and allowing the patient to return to normal naturally, it is better to impose stimulation or adequately supply his needs so that the patient can free himself from the locked state. Use the thread of life to stimulate the other party to explode. Considering that the big bosses around you are all World Trees, it is better to use this method sparingly. On the other hand, for a World Tree, someone has no idea how to determine the balance between life and death. If you overdo it, so abandon this method. Then, there is only one option left, and that is to milk the other party. Let the other party have the strength to break this method of suppressing him. This option is actually very easy for someone who has mastered the flash technique. World Trees' demand is nothing more than dimensional tides of this level of alien energy. They can only open space gaps in the process of promotion, and accept baptism for a short time. But it cannot last too long, lest it be overwhelmed by this tidal energy. However, Lin is free to open this gap. Although it is short-lived, and is only used for flashing, it is already a rare nourishment for World Tree. Coupled with the fact that someone moved to the sub-dimensional tower in the dimensional gap, the World Trees integrated their clones into the base of the tower, which is equivalent to opening a small water pipe and drawing nutrients from it day and night. Although it is not as good as directly connecting to an alien world, it is also a rare source of nutrients for these trees that are eager to grow. And this is also the biggest bargaining chip for someone to be qualified to talk to these big guys. Of course, direct milking is not possible. The god-slaying magic array still has to be destroyed. However, if this magic circle is destroyed, the resentful spirit will not disappear directly. They just lost the source of their strength, and then gradually weakened through mutual consumption, and even disappeared completely. But being able to target gods or the World Tree, the power of these resentful spirits is unimaginable. Therefore, even if the magic formation is destroyed
and these resentful spirits lose their source of support. They still have to find a way to replenish the energy of the world tree to help their consciousness become strong enough to break free on their own. Either we need to find a priest to purify it. Otherwise we will have to wait until the world tree recovers to the point where it can break free. This is also the reason why the elf kingdom dares to use this method to control the world tree. Precisely because the time between blood sacrifices was quite long. This matter was concealed and not known to most people. If rituals have to be held frequently, they may be exposed faster, and the image of elves will collapse in the minds of most people, and they may even become public enemies. Because of the character of the elves, it is estimated that they would not use sinners of the same race as blood sacrifices. So which clan is in the pool is worth exploring. But this is not the focus of today, and Lynn has not thought about delving into it. Anyway, saving the world tree by yourself can be regarded as eliminating the possibility of the other party continuing to perform blood sacrifices in the future. Besides, the execution guards are all dead. Who do I want to pursue? If you want to destroy the magic circle, you don't just tear it down when you see it. You just do it casually. You have to be particular about it. The god-slaying magic array is basically divided into 3 parts, creating resentful spirits, suppressing the target's consciousness, and restraining the resentful spirits within a specific range. Basically, the first 2 are to be destroyed, but the last one is not to be dismantled. After all, the consciousness of the object of the blood sacrifice was combined to create a powerful spirit that could fight against the gods. If it was not limited to a specific range, no one would know who was creating this thing to cause trouble. For a certain magician, instead of releasing the resentful spirit and causing trouble for himself, it is better to keep it locked in and serve as a pressure point for the recovery of the world tree's consciousness. The best way to wake someone up is never gentle words, but a storm. Give him a few slaps, and those who don't wake up will either be in a vegetative state or dead. But be careful when you wake up angry. This is also the reason why someone wants to keep the resentful spirit in place, so that the ghost thing can dissipate the anger when the world tree just wakes up. Anyway, there are so many big guys here, and they can't kill that tree. And another important reason is that someone's strongest method at this stage, the use of various flash techniques, cannot deal with incorporeal existences. To put it simply, you can't fight ghosts. For all spiritual bodies and conscious bodies, what maintains their existence is not the connection between flesh and blood, but a kind of conscious cognition. But there is no physical explanation for this. This type of existence itself is in the same position by chance, but jumps and appears between different dimensions. So even though they seem to stay in one position, from someone's perspective, these spirits and ghosts are constantly moving between different dimensions. In order for a moving object to be locked by the flash technique, the exact location of the target when the flash is to be performed must first be predicted. It is a pity that when the target's speed reaches a certain level, Lin cannot accurately lock on the opponent, and naturally cannot use various variant attack methods of flashing. At the same time, this is also the reason why Lin cannot deal with the Demon Prince Azad. The opponent's talent causes the Demon Prince to enter a state between reality and reality when moving at high speed, and the flash technique cannot lock it. When someone is forced to fight this big trouble, he can only use the most basic speed and combat skills. In any case, none of the world trees present, except for the Ban Chloe, disagreed with the way the resentful spirits and the god-slaying magic array were dealt with. So after a certain magician gave an order, the elves who accompanied him flashed to the heart of the tree, rolled up their sleeves, and destroyed the god-slaying magic array as instructed. All the elves seemed to be very familiar with things like demolishing walls and floors in the heart of the tree, so they moved very quickly. On the one hand, it is also the clone of the world tree held by the elves, which greatly suppresses the various abilities of the world tree Chloe. As for how to breastfeed each other after the demolition is completed, without thinking much, someone put his right hand under the left shoulder of the small shawl, pulled out the box cutter, and shot it towards the giant tumor-like heart of the tree. The box-cut version of the blue wave knife was nailed to the giant tumor with a unique shape without any hindrance, until it penetrated into the handle. After getting along with each other these days, the Wood Elves certainly knew how terrifying that strange-shaped dagger was. Now that we are nailing it to the heart of the world tree, can we still survive? All the elves were shocked. But Haggery is not just a weapon. It has become the most powerful magic item in the land, even more powerful than many other divine objects with the name of artifact. Although the 2 parties involved did not know about this matter and did not care. The point is that it only requires the cooperation of Hagiri and a slight modification to the magic circle on his body.
and it becomes a temporary space bridge. Although it is not big enough to pass through any entity. The aura leaking from the other end has already made the elves present tremble with fear. But for World Tree, it is an intoxicating aroma. Suddenly, the giant tumor-like heart of the tree seemed to come alive, beating like an animal's heart. But he is actually sucking the breath leaking out of Akiri, and through the heart of the tree, turning it into the most basic nutrients needed by the World Tree, and then flowing throughout the body. For such a picture, someone has the immediate feeling of seeing a baby sucking a bottle, and it makes a loud sucking sound. In fact, not only one person, but even Sagittari, who is being used as a makeshift milk bottle, noticed something was wrong around him. It seems that there are more than 20 spiritual consciousnesses, looking at me up and down, inside and out, in the mysterious land. For the Hagiri clan, the thoughts of Homo sapiens are easy to pry into and very interesting. In comparison, the minds of plants are very simple. So simple that even noticing what these plants want to do would frighten Hagiri, because their minds are very simple and clear. Just like this time, the thoughts revealed by all the World Trees are, this knife is very useful, and I want to get one and stick it in, and suck it every day. Although Hagiri doesn't like to be treated as a pure weapon, being treated as a milk bottle is not a problem. If it had legs, it would have wanted to run away on the spot. It's a pity that the cry and request of a certain blue wave knife in the consciousness space were completely ignored by someone. Lin's purpose is very simple, which is to nurse Chloe, the World Tree, until she wakes up. Because if you don't do this, you really don't know how long it will take for the tree's consciousness to wake up. He even said that it was possible that he woke up, but still pretended to be asleep. After all, World Tree Chloe still doesn't know the purpose of her group. In this case, disguising yourself is a very reasonable course of action, regardless of whether World Tree Chloe has woken up at this stage, or is still seriously injured and sleeping. The resentful spirit, which was restrained in the magic circle, and was responsible for consuming the spiritual consciousness of the World Tree, was the first existence to react violently after detecting the changes in the heart of the tree. It's like action and reaction. When the consciousness of World Tree prepares to resist the resentful spirit, or even kill the opponent in turn, the resentful spirit cannot of course be captured without restraint. Although they lost the support of the magic circle and no longer had the supply of bloody power, the resentful spirit still tried its best to knock down the plants that showed signs of recovery. It even discovered that the initiator of all changes was the dagger inserted in the heart of the tree. Therefore, the resentful spirits, large and small, all tried to pull the dagger out from the heart of the tree. Even though Hagiri is not a dead thing in the sense of a normal weapon, it has no arms or legs after all. Most of the time, behaviors and actions are performed passively. Therefore, when a bunch of resentful spirits want to uproot it, Hagiri is powerless. I could only feel myself being pulled out inch by inch. What's more annoying than snatching food from your mouth? At this moment, World Tree Chloe seemed to come alive. Countless vines sprouted out from the walls, ceiling, and floor, carefully entangled the wandering resentful spirits, and then dragged them into the blood pool. At the same time, all the walls, ceilings, and floors in the center of the tree were like waves, constantly rising and falling, destroying all the magic patterns originally carved on them. The World Tree, which had been sleeping, officially woke up. Chapter 804 The Second Negotiation. The awakening of the World Tree is certainly cause for joy. But the people around it are also extremely vigilant. After all, His Majesty's original situation was not sleeping peacefully on a soft and comfortable bed with someone beside him to protect him. Rather, he was trapped in a nightmare, threatened and tortured by nightmares. So no one can guarantee what he will do after waking up. The reason why the previous awakening of World Tree Lottie ended peacefully was because, on the one hand, the sister of Ridden 3, who in the eyes of the Shinmu guards was the culprit who caused the World Tree to wake up early, was comforting her. At least this one knew that a certain human magician was coming to rescue him. So naturally, he wouldn't have any overreaction. But World Tree Chloe doesn't know these things. Not to mention anything else. Just from the fact that this one can throw out vines and catch all the wandering ghosts back into the blood pool, you know that he has woken up. But he has not come forward. What is filling the air now is not a breath of goodness. It's a scent that makes people feel nervous after smelling it. However, only the veteran elves who are used to fighting notice this tense atmosphere. Someone's research on smell is still at the understanding stage, and he hasn't even entered the door yet. Staying in the middle of the tree, his nose was filled with the smell of blood, and he couldn't smell anything else. But that didn't mean that Len didn't know what he was going to face. What is brewing under the blood pool is gradually taking shape from Lin's unique perspective. What World Tree Chloe is doing is to condense an avatar that walks within the realm. Its strength is infinitely close to the original body within the scope of the World Tree, which is much stronger than the World Tree clones carried by the Wood Elves. Just looking at the quantity, this product is still only suppressed. But Lin can also understand why Chloe did this. On the one hand, the main body of the tree cannot communicate with others. On the other hand, under the suppression of other world trees, the main body's combat power is almost negligible, and the incarnation can only fight for it. It's just, this guy has been holding it in for so long. Is he planning to bring out a dinosaur? Lin has seen several incarnations of the world tree in the domain, and at the high-level meetings of the Ikaruga Alliance. They mostly appeared using the same incarnation, not talking about the appearance that he has not yet seen. Lin also knows a lot about the incarnation form of the world tree. As for the incarnation that Chloe is trying to condense in front of her, all indicators are below the lower limit of other world trees. Is this because he is not familiar with the method of making an incarnation? Or the accumulated energy is actually not enough? But this person just squandered it all after waking up and made a second-rate product. The blood pool where the world tree's incarnation was suddenly brewing sputtered with water half as high as a man. But there is no following. When there was movement again, the water surface of the blood pool swelled and moved forward, as if a creature was moving underneath, heading straight to the edge of the blood pool. But the thing in the pool did not come ashore. Instead, it dived back into the depths at the edge of the blood pool. And there was no movement again, just as everyone was holding their breath and paying attention. The pool on the side also splashed with water half as high as a person. Then another foreign object moved under the water, this time in a circle. After a while, the pool calmed down again. Like this several times, each of the 6 blood pools has been visited more than once, and the changes are irregular. Lin didn't know if other elves noticed it, but in his vision, maybe at the beginning, Chloe Yi's incarnation was indeed creating suspense under the water. The reason why he appears in different blood pools is simply because this is his domain. Of course, he can appear wherever he wants. However, the subsequent changes in the blood pool were actually just disguised manifestations. Chloe was actually moving slowly under the motionless pools. When the elves were accustomed to chasing the rising traces of the blood pool, Lin noticed that the incarnation of the world tree was actually hiding at the bottom of the blood pool closest to everyone. Is this planning to attack the east and the west? Because someone is used to looking at the small map window in his field of vision. It prevents him from chasing the target in reality. This turned out to be a good disguise. And no one noticed the strangeness of the human magician, because he looked like his eyes were dull from the beginning to the end. When a blood pool in the distance splashed again, attracting the attention of all the elves, a white beast emerged from the pool in the opposite direction. Like a hungry tiger attacking a sheep, it pounces on the elves from behind. Chloe had the advantage of the location, so his incarnation movements were silent, and no elf could detect it immediately, except for the human, because he was also within the range of being attacked. It was certainly impossible for Lin to ignore the giant beast coming towards him. It's easy to dodge with the flash spell, but it's too ruthless, and it's equivalent to selling all the elves. The world trees lost at most 1 clone, and none of the elves who were knocked down would survive. So Lin fought back. The most proficient magic, most of the time used to move heavy objects and do engineering work, the Bokamashu giant palm technique, was shot directly. With one slap, the white lion that jumped out was slapped back into the blood pool. By the way, he scolded, "Why don't you use it? You want to use the most useless of carnivorous animals. The male lion who only knows how to eat and mate all day long. The only time he can fight is when he fights with other male lions for the female lion." When, this time, the water splash was extremely high. Almost everyone standing by the pool was splashed with the smelly blood, except for one person. Of course, compared to the embarrassment of being soaked all over, all the elves had the same thought: he is gone. You really hacked me. Even if he has just woken up, and no matter how weak his strength is, he is still His Majesty the World Tree. Compared with the various discomforts of the elves, Lin was as indifferent as other world trees, looking at the blood pool where Chloe was photographed. But there was no movement in the pool. From someone's perspective and the perception of world tree, the image of the white lion just now is nestled at the bottom of the pool. Maybe he thought that no one would find him, so he just stayed there quietly. But Chloe could afford to hide. But others were not so patient. The ancient fastness bypassed his own messenger and said directly, "Humans, it seems that this little tree has no intention to talk to us.
let alone help. Maybe we should implement the 5th phase of the plan and directly burn him. Leave the ashes behind. Even if Yuck and I can't use it, the other world trees can use his beacon. Your Majesty fastness. Don't think about burning it as soon as you open your mouth. It will be demolished. Although we have filed a record. You mentioned that you want to give Chloe's sign to other world trees. No matter who you give it to. There will be, I guess it's unfair. After all, it's only used by one tree. It's useless if it's taken apart and given to everyone. And it might cause internal disputes. So is there any other better idea?
Lin said with a smile. This is like saying it to Chloe at the bottom of the pool. Sure enough, the white lion that heard the conversation popped up. Only when it was confirmed that no one was chasing him to cut him. He was completely out of the blood pool. Shaking his mane in a pretentious manner, the white lion stood majestically and said in the common language of the above land,
Human, what do you and the people of my clan want? Tell me.
Lin is not polite. Or in other words, if you say polite words to these plants, they will take them seriously. So it is better to just show the carriage and horse and throw out a piece of bark. The above is the transformation plan of the lost land recorded using the special inheritance method of the world tree. Knowing such a plan for the first time, World Tree Chloe couldn't help but be shocked by the generosity of her own race and human magicians. But he quickly judged his position in it and said at the same time,
Human, since you want me to cooperate with this plan, you must agree to my conditions before there is the possibility of cooperation.
Frowning, although Lin was a little unhappy, he still said patiently,
Then please make your request. Your Majesty, I want those elves to pay for what they did to me.
The white lion Chloe stared at the old elf king, Andre Priel. Although this king was quite inconspicuous after entering the heart of the tree, the aura that belonged to him could not be easily forgotten by the persecuted world tree. He even wanted to take revenge on the entire elf kingdom. But at the first request, Lin shook his head and refused, saying, We are saving your Majesty not to start another war, but for the great cause of the entire Yggdrasil community. Besides, after your Majesty wakes up, we still need to the elves who are most familiar with his Majesty and regard you as a believer are the best targets. If you really kill them all, do you think it is possible for the wood elves from other tribes to come here? Serve you? You are thinking too much. Human, this matter is non-negotiable,
Chloe said with a threatening tone. Lin still shook his head and said,
There is indeed no need to discuss this matter. But I can say one thing. The members of the Shinmu guards, who were originally guarding your Majesty, are all dead.
Lin snapped his fingers, and the rain of heads that had fallen outside the forest fell again here. Lin transferred all the heads of all the members of the Shinmu guards in.
If there is any hatred, I think it is enough to limit it to these elves. Most of the tree elves in the kingdom actually don't know your Majesty's true situation. It is really unjustifiable to blame them for this. Human, you are not sincere.
Chloe expressed her dissatisfaction loudly, although continuing to explain and try to convince the other person is the best thing to do. But any being who is blinded by hatred may not understand what restraint means. So Lin didn't intend to continue to argue with the other party, but turned around and asked,
Well, have you decided who will accept this person's guide? If not, I will give you an opinion. I made it a long time ago. I want to thoroughly study the heart of the world tree, but I feel a little embarrassed about using yours to dissect it. So, how about giving it to me today? It's hard to decide.
Chapter 805 Conditions. A mere human magician uttered naked threats. How could World Tree, the top biological group in the land, swallow such a breath? The white lion Chloe completely forgot who slapped him back to the bottom of the blood pool before, roared again, and flew out. If you can slap me once, you will feel less psychological pressure the second time. Lin used the giant palm technique again, and slapped the white lion against the wall without any resistance. In fact, someone himself was surprised by such a result, because in the past, I had no experience of slapping a beast away. Is it because Chloe is too weak now that she can do it? Or because her magic effect has increased? I am used to using flash technique and hagiri, so it has been a long time since I checked my various physical data and the effect of adding auxiliary magic. Maybe after going back this time, it's time to do a comprehensive inspection. But the person who put his hands away didn't show much emotion. He just put his hands behind his back, pretending to be sophisticated, and looked down at the white lion incarnation, who was getting up with difficulty. Said,
Your Majesty Chloe, I must say that although the plan requires 25 living world trees, and of course there are no substitutes, it does not mean that there are no candidates. Without you, We can still plant the second and third trees are coming. You don't have much leverage to ask for freedom from the constraints imposed on you by the Kingdom of Armenia. This is the greatest help we can provide.
I wonder if a simple incarnation of power will cause dizziness and physical discomfort. But Lynn watched Chloe, who had transformed into a white lion, shake her head after getting up, and move forward with unsteady steps. At the same time, she looked at the only human being present herself. In Croy's understanding, World Tree's pride is destined that their family will not obey the orders of a human being, even the unreasonable demands he made before. So he couldn't help but place a little hope on the more than 20 avatars of the World Tree. But the Wood Elves standing behind the human, holding the World Tree clone in their hands, just asked,
Sir Tripwood, if you have a tree heart, what can you discover? I don't know,
Lynn replied bluntly, and then said with a smile,
It is precisely because I don't know that it is called a discovery. If I already know what I am looking for, then it is just to verify whether the hypothesis is true or not. It's not a discovery. Of course, I know that what you care about is whether the research results will be helpful to you. I can't guarantee that, but I can guarantee that all my research results will be shared with you. There may be areas where you need your help during the process. Please feel free to offer your help.
Lynn and the high officials of the Akaruga Alliance, in front of a certain World Tree, began to discuss things that would make the still dazed Chloe feel collapsed. Roaring at the top of his lungs, Chloe's white lion incarnation directly interrupted the discussion between a human and other World Trees and said,
Human, stop your meaningless discussion. I agree to your conditions.
As he spoke, countless vines either whipped, flung, or dragged all the elf heads that had been moved to the heart of the tree into the blood pool. It seemed that he had revealed the matter with his actions. But then he said with great aggrievement,
Humans, not all elves here are here. I know. One is missing. But that one is the king's biological son. For the sake of a good cooperative relationship in the future, sparing this one should be helpful. Besides, I want to help you kill so many elves and seek justice. It shouldn't be too much for you to ask for an elf,
Lindsay said, which sounded reasonable, but was actually an unreasonable thing. As if knowing that he was the one who was wronged. Lynn added,
Let's do this. Your Majesty Chloe. In exchange, if you have any other requests, please put them forward, as long as it is not too much. I will try my best to fulfill it.
The originally sluggish white lion almost swung its tail like a dog. Chloe said,
Then the thing on my body, just give it to me. I don't want the others.
As she said that, without waiting for someone's consent, the giant tumor in the heart of the tree began to squirm and deform, as if it was trying to pull the box out of the box, cut inward and wrap it into the heart of the tree. But just after she finished speaking, Chloe's white lion incarnation was suddenly so painful that she rolled on the ground and howled miserably.
Pull it out! Pull it out! It's okay for anyone to pull that damn thing out of me!
Suddenly, Lynn summoned the box-cut version of the blue wave sword back into his hand, without even thinking about it, then stared straight at it, as if he didn't notice someone's resentful look. Hakiri said directly,
You're talking nonsense! Boy, if you want to have me, you are not good enough. When I was summoned to the Lost Land by your ancestors, you're not even a seed yet. So you don't need to show off in front of me because of your age. I hate wearing clothes the most in my life. If you want to wrap me up, you have to be millions harder than you are now. Times, I will have a chance to do it. I haven't tried my best yet, and I will slice you into pieces in a matter of minutes.
The white lion lay on the ground, looking at the strange-shaped dagger in the hand of the human magician with lingering fear. The other clones of World Tree had their own thoughts. However, the Wood Elves present were not so surprised, because in their understanding, this was considered a normal operation. And someone sighed and said,
As for that, the sword gave birth to this wish, to travel across thousands of mountains and rivers, see all kinds of colors, and hear all kinds of life. I am most afraid of loneliness. Secondly, dead people. And thirdly, plants. It was previously used by a lich demon king for his dead subordinates. A bunch of gods who don't know what they are called are fighting against each other. And there is no living person to talk to. It can be said that this is my darkest era. You are so stupid that you want to lock me in this lich place where birds can't lay eggs. I won't follow you now. If you fight hard, the rest of my life will be ruined.
The dagger in someone's hand said angrily, Throw it away casually, and send the Hakiri to the subdimensional tower first. In fact, this guy's pretense is also a lot of acting. On the one hand, he warned other World Trees not to take it as their own, But on the other hand, he was really afraid that he could only communicate with one plant for the rest of his life. So he behaved like this. Lin also knew what it was thinking. So he simply sent Hakakiri away first, keeping both sides out of sight and out of mind. However, from its words, Lin confirmed one thing. That is, this Hakiri and Feng were indeed old acquaintances. It's just that the Lich, who was the Demon King at the time, threw it to one of his undead creatures for use. The experience at that time has become Hagiri's nightmare, and he is reluctant to even mention it. Today, he blurts it out in anger. Things have changed, and there is no point in pursuing them. The white lion who lost his milk bottle suddenly became like an old and dying lion. Seeing this, Lin said,
Your Majesty Chloe, let's talk somewhere else. I think you will feel uncomfortable with so many outsiders staying here. As for the things here, we probably don't need our help to clean them up.
Bar.
As if he had aged for countless years. World Tree Chloe said feebly,
Human, where are you taking me? The high seat meeting space of the Ikaruga Alliance. In fact, it is not the original one. It is a new place. Inside my magic tower. Close your eyes. Your Majesty, I will use the World Tree to provide you with the necessary knowledge. This knowledge is what you need to know when you participate in this plan in the future. So I will explain it until you understand it. No matter how much you can absorb for the first time. Try to understand it. Come with me.
Lin's slow tone carried the power of hypnosis, coaxing the newly awakened World Tree incarnation to relax his mind. At the same time, using a frequency band that is inaudible to humans and elves, and higher than dragon language, the inheritance magic pattern used by the World Tree tribe is compiled, and the required knowledge is transmitted to Crow through a special sound wave vibration method. This set of methods is the highest achievement of someone's recent private life. The inheritance content of the World Tree is not simply recorded on paper, but includes images, smells, sounds, and even inheritance materials that allow the recipient to feel immersed in the scene. How much you get out of it depends on how much detail the recipient is able to observe and write down. The reason why we study these is because the inheritance method of World Tree itself has two data characteristics, compression and encryption. The computer system created based on the 8 magical powers has a very high upper limit of computing power. None of the encryption methods Lin had designed before could stop several women at home from using the first coffin, combined with exhaustive and circular brute force cracking methods. This was also the reason why Lin didn't work hard in this area. He could only lament that he was not an information major. However, the inheritance technology of World Tree has made up for the shortcomings of MIDI programming language in this aspect. It can be said that unless it is interpreted by other World Trees, or holds the secret key to open it, it is basically impossible to crack it. At least I can't do it myself, nor can several people in my family. Of course, the reason for using it at this time is not to keep it secret, but to transfer a large amount of knowledge. When receiving a large amount of information, and even the main body has no time to process it in real time, the incarnation of the World Tree will become like an ordinary statue, without any extra actions or expressions, just frozen in place. But in the space at the center of the tree, it is obvious that the environment, including the giant tumor in the center of the tree, is undergoing drastic changes. First of all, the remaining traces of the god-slaying magic array were completely erased. The 6 blood pools kept bubbling, gradually subsided, and were filled up. The cave style that was originally a natural landscape has become much smoother, as if it had been cut by artificial axes. Regarding the changes in World Tree Chloe, Lin did not interrupt rashly because he was in a hurry. He just waited quietly, as if he were an insignificant bystander. For World Tree Chloe, the first bottleneck of change came faster than expected. So he exited the state of accepting inheritance, and the process of changing his body. When he opened the eyes of his incarnation again, he was no longer on the lost land. In a high stone tower, everything is filled with the most wonderful atmosphere for World Tree. Chapter 806 High Seat Meeting Space. The white lion Chloe woke up and sniffed greedily, as if she wanted to suck all the energy contained in the environment into her chest. For a moment, he was intoxicated in this environment and could not help himself. Welcome, Your Majesty Chloe, to our sub-dimensional tower. Lin interrupted Yggdrasil's eating, and did not care about the angry look of the white lion, and continued, I am the local lord. If please forgive me for the poor reception, but please follow me to the high conference hall. The environment there is more suitable for the Yggdrasil community. Only then did Chloe realize that the elves who also came here were looking at him blankly like they were fools. even though he had just woken up, or had only been conscious for a short time in the past. The pride of being a world tree he inherited from his inheritance still made him straighten himself up, hold his head high, and imitate the domineering and heroic posture of the Lion King. Walk behind the human. In fact, what Chloe thinks of as looking at fools is just a misunderstanding. Not to mention the two kings who had just arrived. Even the Wood Elf emissaries, who had been here once, were surprised by the changes in the subdimensional tower. Today's subdimensional tower is not as shabby as when it first left the dream world and came to the dimensional gap. Not only the world trees gave up their clones and became the basis for building towers. This action makes the tower dotted with greenery everywhere. They even directly moved the original high-seat meeting space and integrated it into the subdimensional tower. It can be said that the world trees also contributed greatly to the establishment of the subdimensional tower. It certainly pays off. In addition to having another stable source of nutrients needed by the world trees, the high-seat meeting space that they originally had to work hard to maintain has, to a certain extent, turned waste into treasure and become part of the subdimensional tower. And it has been greatly improved. The original high-seat meeting space was actually an abandoned plane fragment that the ancients accidentally found. In order to give all the world trees a place to communicate, the ancient Yggdrasil opened up this place so that the world trees can project their own consciousness clones. And through the teleportation magic circle, specific people can also appear here and meet the high officials of the Ikaruga Alliance. However, this fragment of the plane has been abandoned, and it will not be surprising when it turns into debris. Even if this fragment is also floating in the dimensional gap, the world trees can still draw the energy they need from outside the meeting space. But after this energy returned to itself, spitting out 8 kinds of powers, and then used it to maintain this fragment. The energy obtained before had been exhausted, and even a small part of the main body was needed to support it. Simply put, it means living beyond your means. The new high-seat conference room is located on the mirrored first floor of the 3-story magic tower, which can also be said to be the first floor underground. The 2 secondary planes are connected in a ground-to-ground manner. When either side looks at the other, it is like looking at the reflection in the water. As long as both parties pass through a rotating mirror channel, the direction of gravity will be reversed 180 degrees. In the new high-seat conference room, the circular table and long back chairs remain the same. But there was a gap in the original ring table, which was connected to a small room equipped with a teleportation magic circle. The visitors will use teleportation magic to walk through this gap, come to the center of the ring table, and see all the high seats of the Alliance. Now there is no such gap, and the room where the teleportation magic circle is set up. The rotating mirror passage leading to the subdimensional tower also takes on the job of teleportation magic circle. All visitors will be sent directly to the center of the ring table to meet all high seats. In addition to the small changes in the tables and chairs, the appearance of the entire meeting space has undergone a major change. Walls with uneven height simply separate the meeting space and dimensional gaps. The original ceiling was empty and unprotected. Everyone who comes to the new high-seat conference space can see the colorful and weird scenes in the dimensional gap as long as they look up. If you are not strong enough, you may even be distracted by the magnificent and strange pictures and lose yourself. The world trees don't care about flaws of this level. The open design allows their high-seat incarnations to attend meetings to better absorb the alien energy from the dimensional gaps. The reason why the previous design was a closed conference room was because that was the most reasonable shape to maintain the integrity of the plane fragments. The world trees are not willing to pay extra to support the bizarre energy consumption of the secondary plane space. Nowadays, all consumption of the new high-seat conference space comes from its mirror-connected subdimensional tower and the new energy pool set up on the 3rd floor. Compared with what this new energy pool can provide, the consumption is almost negligible. Of course, the world trees will do whatever is beneficial to them. As for the owner of the subdimensional tower, Lin certainly never thought about charging electricity bills with the world trees, because this piece of plane fragment not only fills in the shortcomings of the original Dream Tower when it was transformed into a subdimensional tower, it is also an excellent research material in itself. It can be said that someone has taken advantage of it first. In addition, the energy here is endless, and it is only necessary to convert these alien energies into usable power. No matter how low the conversion efficiency is, it is still unimaginably huge for a magician. So why worry about such trivial matters? Therefore, the world trees, who no longer need to bear the extra cost, are happy to have one of their incarnations permanently stationed in the high-seat conference room. Discussing things nearby is secondary.
being able to bathe in the gap of this dimension all the time. The sea of chaotic energy from different worlds is a great pleasure. Through the mirror passage, Chloe, the white lion, came to the high seat meeting space for the first time. She jumped up and down excitedly about the situation here, jumped left and right, and even swung her tail unnaturally. Someone watching from behind had an idea. In fact, Chloe's incarnation was not a lion, but some kind of long-maned mastiff breed. That is, a dog. It's just a dog. The rumbling sound interrupted the white lion's silly performance. With the joint efforts of other alliance high seats, the space of the high seat meeting was slightly expanded through a small expansion of space folding technology, and became slightly larger. At the same time, the power is mixed with the materials that can be collected in the gaps of this dimension, and they continue to aggregate to create a new long back chair. Only then did Chloe realize that the original 21 benches all had the incarnation of the world tree. Depending on the shape, you can sit or sit. The extra long back chair seems to be just for me. It's just that the chairs next to the circular table are not arranged in a coordinated manner. There is an obvious gap, one space away from my position. Lin pointed to the newly transformed chair and said to the white lion, "Your Majesty Chloe, as long as you are willing to join us, that top chair is yours. From now on, Lian Shan has another hero." "Lian Shan? A hero? What is that?" The white lion, who put on a straight face and pretended to be serious, asked confusedly at someone's words. Lin laughed and said, "Don't pay attention to me. Just talking nonsense. If you decide, please take a seat, or turn around and leave. Pass through the mirror, and your Majesty can return to your place. It's just that you do this if you make this choice. You won't be as polite as you are today when you see us again." Too lazy to explain allusions related to the water margin to a dog, or to plants from another world, Lin walked to the empty space that Chloe found strange. With a flick of his fingers, he used the flashing technique to move it to the high-seat long-back chair in the government hall of the Kingdom of Armenia, then moved it back to him and sat down. Although the words of a certain human being were unpleasant and threatening, but plant life, like the world tree, is not as good-looking as humans. It is normal for them to make whatever choices are beneficial to them. So Chloe jumped onto the new long-back chair without even thinking about it. The large chair allows you to sit firmly on it, even in the posture of a lion. So Chloe moved her butt, picked the most comfortable position, and sat down. As the initiator of the Turtle Dove Alliance, one of the first two ancients, Yggdrasil, the world tree that ranks first in terms of seniority and strength, has the shape of a dead tree with 8 fruits hanging on it. He made a voice and said, "Chloe E, since you agreed to join, we will once again state our plan. This time, the content will be more and more detailed. If you have any questions during the process, just bring it up." Fastness, who is also an ancient and appears in the form of a ghoul tree, said in a special language belonging to the inheritance of the world tree, "Afterlife, you should understand that this matter is dispensable for other ethnic groups, but it has nothing to do with the future of our generation. At stake, there is no room for betrayal here. So keep this in mind. I'm done." The white lion lowered his head and agreed with what the trees said and did, and once again accept the inherited knowledge provided by the trees. Seeing all this in someone's eyes, it's quite an incredible feeling. If a human being is treated inhumanely, when he first wakes up, his mind will be filled with no other thoughts except revenge or escape. But the group of plants in front of them were able to abandon their prejudices so quickly, sit at the round table, and discuss major issues for the future of their own tribe, as if everything they had suffered before today did not exist. This reminded Lin of those 4 words, "Born to the sun." Other than that, there's not much else going on with this group of plants. On the other side of the mirror passage, on the first floor of the sub-dimensional tower, the wood elves and the 2 kings who were left behind looked at one person and one lion walking into the mirrors spread on the ground like stairs. Maybe they have never seen this kind of arrangement, but the wood elves present are all holy envoys holding world tree clones in their hands. Of course, they will learn what they should know from their respective masters' oracles. As for the 2 old and young kings, they seemed a little at a loss. He planned to follow the footsteps of the man and the lion and walk into the mirror passage. "Your Majesty, please stay. At the other end is the high-seat conference room of the Turtle Dove Alliance. Please do not enter unless you have to. If you don't know what to do, please come to my place, drink some wine to calm down, and enjoy what you are doing now. Where you are." The person who said this was, for some reason,
The incarnation of Fat Man still existed after leaving the dream. Wearing a black and white waiter's outfit, he stood behind the bar, shaking a cocktail shaker in a dignified manner. The box-cut version of the blue wave knife is soaked in a large beer glass, using the golden liquor and white foam to wash away all the discomfort stored in the sheath. Chapter 807 One-Day War. In the winter of 732 Aramaic, at the end of the year, a major event occurred that could not be stopped by the winter weather. It was a war action that was called the One-Day War by later generations. The elves, who were almost forgotten in the top circles of power in the land, have once again become the protagonists of everyone's discussion, whether they are princes, nobles, or ordinary people. Although there has been no large-scale battle in Lost Land for 100 or 200 years, small conflicts on the border are still inevitable. The largest number of casualties, including civilians, was not impossible, with over 1,000 casualties on both sides. But at the level of hierarchy, no matter which country or superior lord, there is restraint. Even if they support their own vassals, they always transport troops or supplies secretly, instead of showing off his name and going into battle shirtless. There is no doubt that one of the major reasons why the noble lords are so restrained is the magic tower set up everywhere by magicians. Originally, the magic tower was used as a regional defense war fortress, which could effectively resist attacks from nature, monsters, wild beasts, etc. The noble lords were happy to have magicians share their responsibility for protecting civilization. At that time, they never thought that when the number of magic towers reached a certain level, the mages would in turn affect the implementation of the policies of the local lords. This is not to say that the lords will interfere with the lords' management of a territory without overestimating their capabilities. Rather, it means that when a lord wants to suppress a rebellion or send troops to seize water sources or minerals due to the implementation of wrong policies, it is best for these troops to march around the magic tower. If you don't have enough righteousness, the masters don't mind acting chivalrously. In essence, the owner of the magic tower is more like an adventurer than a lord. Anyway, it is natural for the magic tower to attack the army, and the Magician Association will not come forward because of this, unless the magician uses the tower's strategic magic to massacre and coerce ordinary people and commit anti-civilizational acts. However, a battle with only 813 casualties recorded in history using new digital counting, and the number of casualties did not even exceed those fought over water sources or minerals in large towns, was recognized as a war. And the most important thing was a battle. The level is too high. The deceased with the highest military level was a general of the Elf Legion, and he was also a veteran on the battlefield and a master of archery. Climbing to the position of general is not due to blood or nepotism, but to fighting in battle. In terms of government affairs and beliefs, there are even more high-level deaths. Druid elders, archdruids, elf elders, and families with ancient heritage. These named elves were included in the death list in droves. In fact, some of them were killed by the old elf king, and then he conveniently wrote the names together with the list. Of course, compared to the number of casualties and scale, the tactics used in this one-day war were the most discussed. The beheading tactic is no stranger to military strategists. Targeting and protecting the king and coach is an important part of a war. Therefore, in some chess-like games, the difference between victory and defeat is not to capture all the opponent's pieces, but to capture the king. The idea of using teleportation magic to suppress an area accurately, beheading and then evacuating, is also a tactic that all military strategists dream of. But on a practical level, it is impossible to enforce, because as long as someone thinks about it, someone will naturally think about defensive methods. There shouldn't be too many magics like dimensional anchors, space disruption, and perception misdirection that can cause teleportation to fail. As long as one works, the entire army can be wiped out. As for the layout of the palace, it is even more important. Even if there is no army invasion, assassins must be guarded against. Therefore, all countries have tried their best to protect and keep the royal palace confidential and do the best they can. After all, everyone is afraid of death, especially those who stand at the top of power. But even with all the best preparations and all the highest standards, a country's royal palace was still invaded, and it was suppressed instantly, without any resistance. In particular, the one who did this was the coalition of Wood Elf tribes affiliated with World Tree. You must know that the Wood Elf tribes are scattered throughout the land, not gathered in one place. In other words, even if the coalition forces are not assembled in advance, there must be a way to quickly contact and coordinate
so that the troops can appear in various parts of the palace at the same time. In short, this military operation, from beginning to end, was so incredible in the eyes of those military experts that it was hard to believe that it was all true. Thanks to the speed of information circulation in the forum and the chaos of information circulation, a lot of true and false information flooded various chat areas of the forum in an instant. Everyone wants to confirm whether it is true or false. The best way is to ask the person involved. On the early morning of the second day after the World Tree, Chloe was liberated. Someone who stayed at home for breakfast for the first time in more than 10 days became the object of other people's attention. The two apprentices who had been following him for a long time were relatively calm and did not ask noisily about things that had nothing to do with them. But the other young man doesn't have this level of certainty. Leonardo was restless, wanting to speak but not daring to speak, which was hilarious. Just because young people don't know how to ask doesn't mean that everyone is afraid to ask. The demon prince suddenly appeared and grabbed the kitten Lily, who was drinking milk without triggering the defense mechanism in the mansion. Ignoring the demon cat's protest, Azad walked towards someone while petting the cat. After sitting down on the seat next to him, he asked, "Is it true?" At the same time, he stuffed the little female cat into someone's arms. The little female cat loosened its restraints and jumped back to the ground. He glared at the demon prince with a dissatisfied look. But knowing that there was nothing he could do about him, he walked back to his breakfast to eat. It is said that these three little devil cats are used to being fed, and it is estimated that if they continue like this, they will be raised to death. Should we discuss it with Hardy, the gray cat, and train these three kittens? Someone thought so. As for the incomprehensible question of the demon prince, Lin didn't know if he was asking about what he was thinking about. After all, this dear man's mind was not easy to fathom. He simply replied from a high altitude, "It can't be fake if it's true. And it can't be true if it's false. Are you saying it's true or not?" What a nonsense answer. What I'm asking is, did you use Flash to teleport an army and capture the capital of an elf kingdom? Not only did you burn, kill, and plunder, but you also raped all the female elves in sight. Damn it. What kind of heavy flavor gameplay is this? Basically, the average lifespan of an elf is more than 600 years old. After 400 to 450 years old, their appearance will begin to age. If you are still alive at the age of 800, you are either a transcendent person, or you have returned to your ancestors, or you are so old that you are skinny and skinny, similar to the undead creature, which is what you are now. Regarding the demon prince's additional explanation, Lin smiled bitterly and replied, "The first half of your sentence is only half right. Where did you hear the second half of your sentence? Where did you hear the nonsense? Do you think if we really did that, would we be able to come back today? I don't know how long you can last, so it's normal to have reasonable doubts about this." Although Azad did not miss any opportunity to be sour, but he was still a guy who was loyal to his desires. So he said, "Actually, what I want to protest is, why don't you come to me if there is such a fun thing? My thoughts of cutting and cutting have not been relieved. What do you think will happen?" Someone said helplessly, "Your Highness, have you ever thought that this is why I don't dare to come to you? This time I plan to show off my muscles, scare the other party, and make them surrender readily. If you are really asked to come forward, I think it's going to be a bloodbath. Do I seem to be such a murderous person? Killing those incompetent people is not fun at all. At least I have to be like you to have the fun of the challenge." Azad calmly said very scary things, but someone who was used to it said without thinking, "Those who are killed by you are not killed. Right. They are too fragile. Things like that have never been the point." Azad looked thoughtfully at the dark elf Meyer, who was standing behind a certain human magician and serving him as if nothing was wrong. Said, "What I want to ask is, did you really send an army to attack others? Instead of the group of elves having a dream and telling some stories to attract others' attention and avoid becoming marginalized? By the way, if you stay in this home, your tone of speech will become more and more earthly. If the guy in front of me continues to stay here, wouldn't it be a surprise if one day he starts talking like a standard Beijing movie guy? But since this person asked a question, it would be very troublesome if he didn't answer. He will press for answers, no matter what. But sometimes, he doesn't care much. So someone has always felt that this person is difficult to serve. Since His Highness wants to know, just answer it. Therefore, Lin said, "First of all, the number of the attacking army is only half of the legion. Not one legion as rumored. The number is half the difference, which is still a lot. Secondly, to transmit such a huge number,
Of course, it is not maybe I can do it. If you want me to teleport more than 5,000 people, you can't squeeze them dry. So it's the world trees who did it. You taught those wooden flash techniques? Didn't you say that no one in the world can learn it? So you were too lazy to teach these idiots who didn't open their eyes?
When someone heard this, he almost jumped up. Explain.
Alas, you have to have evidence for throwing shit. When did I say this? Besides, another person who can flash is staring at you.
Then Sharp Eyes made the demon prince laugh and did not pursue it any further.
And the teleportation magic of flashing was originally learned from the world tree. They know how to, or have developed a new teleportation magic. It is not called it's surprising. The magic that teleports half of the Legion is a new teleportation magic they developed after gaining knowledge about the flash technique. It's called Rainbow Bridge.
Staring at a certain magician with suspicious eyes, Azad asked,
Are you telling the truth? Of course it's false. It's just an excuse to divert other people's attention. After listening to it just now.
Do you think it will be effective?
Lin asked.
It's okay, but it's pointless.
Azad commented seriously.
That's right. As long as there is a slight possibility, those people who are not very stable will want to find a breakthrough in me.
Chapter 808 Rainbow Bridge.
So, what words you say can be believed?
Demon Prince Azad asked the stirring question with his unique, gorgeous, unmanly expression.
Actually, except for the name of Rainbow Bridge, although other things are not completely correct, they are infinitely close to reality. There are only slight differences in details.
Someone said, frowning, and took the breakfast coffee from the hand of Meyer, who claimed to be a slave. To be honest, the current situation is neither cruel rejection nor acceptance. Although it is convenient to have someone to serve me, I really don't want to owe this unrealistically beautiful dark elf too much. What you owe today will be paid back sooner or later. By the way, is this considered forced buying and selling? As for the initiator of all this, through the mouth of my heirs Han,
he conveyed, Master, His Majesty Fastness said that the name Rainbow Bridge is good. So all your Majesty agreed to use this new name to call their flashing methods.
The Rainbow Bridge and the World Tree are just things in someone's hometown and in the same system. So they are mentioned casually. But now it seems that it will be realized in the Lost Land. Lin shrugged and said to Azad,
The most fake part is about to become real. But I still have to emphasize that the Legion-level teleportation was really not done by me, but by the full efforts of His Majesty, the World Tree, the result of cooperation. In other words, anyone who wants to have this method does not just consume a lot of rare resources, like a traditional magic circle, but must have at least an energy pool at the level of a magic tower. Otherwise, don't be wishful thinking.
The reason why the traditional teleportation magic array consumes a lot of rare resources when performing Legion-level teleportation is to build a space channel to protect the person being teleported. Based on the flash spell, the teleportation magic just named Rainbow Bridge does not need to protect the person being teleported. But as the range or number of teleported targets increases, the power consumed will of course increase. When it exceeds a critical value, the power required is even more than the traditional teleportation magic circle. This is also the reason why the World Trees will send troops in squadrons of 100 people. In addition to being more convenient in assembling personnel, it also avoids exceeding the critical value in quantity, which requires a lot of extra power to ensure that the transported person can be completely transported to the destination without losing anyone in the middle. Perhaps Azad still didn't understand the detailed content, but he understood someone's words and commented,
This means that the noble lords, who can use such a new teleportation magic are limited by the energy pool ban of the Magicians Association. So they don't even have the possibility to use it. And the Magic Tower Master who may be able to use it. But because there is no demand, can you research even more useless magic?
It is not only a ban of the Magician Association, but also the consensus of all magicians that energy pools should not be built in places other than magic towers, because of the need to restrain the energy pool and guard against various possible dangers. A non-magic tower-level war fortress cannot do this. Just opening an energy pool in the open air is a sign of seeking death. If it doesn't explode during the construction process, it will explode one day in the future. As long as the energy pool explodes, it will be a disaster for the surrounding area. Without exception, however, regarding Azad's comment, Lin smiled and said,
The so-called usefulness depends on how the user uses it. But I have no intention of improving this magic and making it popular. This is not something that everyone should have. It's a good thing. And the fewer people who have it, the better. But I can't imagine how useful this magic will be to you.
Do you plan to recruit troops to fight back to your hometown? I sincerely suggest that it would be better for you to go back alone than to bring a group. It would be better if the pig held us back." At this time, there was a familiar roar of the engine, accompanied by the sound of brakes, and the sound of chickens and dogs jumping outside. The Grand Duke of Galway personally drove his customized car from his own territory to the Holy City in one night. It takes almost 3 days to drive a truck from the Grand Duchy, whether transporting goods or troops. In order to speed up this process, Cogom also began to build roads to make the main roads connecting the two places more suitable for vehicle traffic. But the work isn't done yet. Even the speed and safety of customized vehicles are not comparable to mass-produced cars or trucks. But 3 days were shortened to 1 day. You could imagine how hard the old man stepped on the accelerator, and how fast the car went. After a while, the old man stepped on heavy steps and entered someone's home accompanied by an entourage. As soon as he saw the magician, he stepped forward excitedly and said, "Is that true? Why does someone feel like he has to repeat the nonsense he just talked about?" As a partner in the automobile manufacturing industry and a good collaborator, Lynn certainly couldn't turn his back on the Grand Duke. It's just that Mr. Galway is anxious to master the magic of the Rainbow Bridge. Or he is afraid that if this magic becomes popular, it will affect the development of the automobile industry. After all, after every household has an optional door, who will drive? No matter what the old man's thoughts were, Lynn still patiently told Duke Galway what he had just told his odd once. The Grand Duke, who had calmed down, after weighing the pros and cons of someone's words, thought of an important point that the other party ignored and asked, "Even if this magic cannot be mastered by others, there is still a world tree that has mastered it, and used this magic to win the battle. How can you be sure that the wood elves will not target the human world? Maybe there is no obvious confrontation between the elves and humans, but that is only when neither party really has the advantage. With the magic of the Rainbow Bridge you mentioned, even if they don't attack the king or the commander, the mobilization of the army alone is enough to make their opponents exhausted." The altitude pattern he was in was high enough, and Galway Gong could see the advantages of the Rainbow Bridge at a glance. But as a human noble, he still suffered from a limitation in thinking. Lynn replied, "It's very simple. Because the real speaker is not the wood elves or those elven kings, but the world tree. Is there any difference between the two?" Duke Galway asked with a frown. "Of course there are differences. Your Excellency the Grand Duke may have dealt with the wood elves and understand their ideas and styles to some extent. But these have nothing to do with World Tree. Although World Tree behaves like humans, it will only choose the direction that is beneficial to itself. Do it. But what you don't notice is that the needs of World Tree are very different from the needs of humans or elves. Meaning is, it means that unless you are forced to use offensive methods to defend, attacking any human country or gathering place will not be helpful to World Tree. So under this premise, will your Excellency think that World Tree is still a threat? Yes. The only people who think so are those who regard them as enemies from the beginning, no matter what their reasons are. I don't have to give up my good cooperative relationship with the World Trees because some people don't want to. If you want peace, then count me among your enemies." Someone showed his attitude towards the carriage, which made the Grand Duke very embarrassed. Maybe there is no such thing as people who are not of my race will have different minds, but as those with vested interests in the power class, they will instinctively be wary of all people and things that threaten their power. Cogong was quite dissatisfied with Lynn's choice of stance, but someone added at the end, "In short, whether it is the flash technique or the Rainbow Bridge, as a lord and the leader of a force, Grand Duke, I really don't think that is what you should worry about the most." "Oh, Your Excellency, are you saying there is anything worse than this?" Galway said with dissatisfaction. "Whether the Rainbow Bridge is used or not, and where it is sent to if used, is controlled by the World Tree. As long as it has nothing to do with the interests of the World Trees, they will not easily consume such a large amount of power. But this spontaneous flash, the shortcomings of the large-scale teleportation magic are actually the same and have not changed." After hearing the magician's prompt, Grand Duke Galway remembered that the reason why this man rarely used this magic to lead people, and later designed cars to improve the way of transportation, was because the flash technique was fatal. Defect: the person being transported is in an unprotected state, sent into a space full of alien energy, and then sent out again. During the process, people with weak physiques may even be eroded by this chaotic energy, and either die or suffer mutations. It is not easy for even a strong person to resist the invading evil force. At least the Grand Duke himself struggled to resist. So he asked, Does the constitution of the Wood Elves allow them to innately resist the energy of the flash process? Or do they set a scrapping indicator? Before they die to that indicator, troops will be continuously transported to destination.
Shaking his head, Lin pointed at my heirs on behind him and said,
Has your excellency the Grand Duke seen the elf holy robe?
The dark elf cooperated and turned around. Of course Duke Kalway had heard of the prestigious name of the elf Saint Robe, and he had suffered a lot in his youth. So from the moment he entered the door, he noticed what the dark elf was wearing. It's just that this holy robe has been altered by my heir's Han to the point where it's almost unrecognizable. So the Grand Duke couldn't recognize it for a while. The old man didn't know what the magician's intention was in bringing up the holy robe, so he looked puzzled.
The new elf holy robe is woven with protective magic that can pass through the rainbow bridge and flash. This is the basic equipment for transporting troops through the new teleportation magic.
From the original confusion, understanding to the look of astonishment, Grand Duke Kalway stood up excitedly and said in a voice as loud as a bell,
You are saying that there are half an army wearing elf holy robes, and can be teleported through the rainbow bridge at any time, anywhere in Lost Lands. It's true that there are half such legions, but they cannot be teleported to anywhere. First, someone must go there and determine the coordinates and parameters of the teleportation before subsequent actions can be carried out. But whether it can be teleported is secondary, because of this part of it is controlled by the World Tree. As long as it has nothing to do with those majesties, I find it hard to believe that they will be willing to send a large number of troops. But regarding the elf holy robes, will they be distributed during battles? It has become the basic clothing of the Wood Elves. I don't know. After all, each holy robe is woven by Yggdrasil himself, and each majesty's personality is different. I don't know what they will do. Cannot guess.
Wood Elves and even the Turtle Dove Alliance are not close friends to the leaders of human society. So when he heard that the equipment of these troublesome people had been upgraded, Kalway Gong felt stunned and was speechless for a moment. Seeing this, Lin was thinking about whether he should tell him about the Elf Emperor's bow. I feel that after hearing this, the old man is very likely to have a cerebral hemorrhage, a stroke, or just say goodbye. Chapter 809 Donbass Elf Kingdom. The aftermath of a one-day war may still be brewing, and someone may face less trouble than he imagines. This may also be another situation. That is, he was just being sentimental before, and no one would be fooled all over the world just because of his little actions. All in all, this is a good thing for someone who is afraid of trouble. However, when I went to Cabinby College to teach mathematics, I was inevitably asked about it by the students who came to class. It was just a casual chat after dinner, so I explained it again. On the whole, life remained peaceful until the second coalition expedition. In fact, as early as the second day after World Tree Chloe was freed, the old king of the Armenian Elf Kingdom sent letters of credence to the remaining 3 elf kingdoms, which also had the holy seals of the 23 Turtle Dove Alliance dignitaries. Of course, there is also the pixel version of the 3-headed monkey, standing in the position of King Andre Priel. Although he got rid of the shameful name of the defeated at the last moment, he acted as a new member of the alliance. But everyone still knows what the actual situation is. Therefore, Andre Priel actively wants to perform in the alliance and strive for real recognition, rather than simply being a vassal of World Tree Chloe. At least, not worse than that human being. Under such a premise, it is undoubtedly a great achievement to be able to persuade the remaining 3 elven kingdoms to surrender, and let them agree to let go of the World Tree that they each enslaved. Military operations have always been ancillary to politics. Moreover, the elves are also a group that is accustomed to discussing everything in advance, rather than directly showing off their muscles. Unlike orcs, there is room for negotiation only after a fight has been fought in advance. However, no matter which race of Homo sapiens they are, no one will easily give up the interest in their hands. And the elves, who are synonymous with kindness, beauty, and peace-loving, are not immune to this. Perhaps the blessings of the World Tree are monopolized by a few elven clans, but the various high-end magic materials prefixed by the World Tree still make the kingdom reluctant to give up. In order to emphasize the seriousness of the matter, King Andre Priel also stated the advantages of the Wood Elf Alliance in his letter of credence. The detailed description of these advantages also allowed the remaining 3 kingdoms to make targeted arrangements. Such a result cannot be attributed to the old king's ignorance. Perhaps it was his deliberate method. On the surface it's meant to help everyone, but in reality it's just holding back. It makes people hate it with itch, but there is nothing they can do about it. As for why the old king dared to do this, it can only be said that he is a master who is used to playing tricks and never mind causing trouble for his allies and opponents. Because only in this way can we have the opportunity to highlight our existence. Even though the outcome might be worse, it could also be better. Right? No matter what the old elf king's thoughts were. Maybe someone noticed it. Maybe someone was still kept in the dark. Maybe someone was a hindsight. But no one really cared about what the old king did. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy or trick is like a mirror in the mirror. Perhaps the Wood Elf coalition in the Lost Land is not really a top-level combat force, and cannot fight the peak battle of the gods. But if the opponent is at the level of the Elf Kingdom, it will be crushed without any suspense. After 2 uneasy Sabbath weeks, the Elf Kingdom of Donbass, located in the east of the Lost Continent, finally ushered in the allied forces of the Wood Elves and the 2 Elf Kingdoms. After receiving the letter of credence from the Kingdom of Armenia, the Kingdom of Donbass began a series of preparations for war, especially the increase in magical power, which raised the palace's guard level to a level that the kingdom could hardly bear. Finally, before the Kingdom of Donbass itself collapsed, the coalition forces appeared openly outside the city. The archer defenders on the watchtower were the first elves to notice something strange. Outside the city wall, in an open area cleared of trees and stones, an elven phalanx suddenly appeared. Because it was a winter morning, there was a layer of mist surrounding the royal capital. The elves stationed on the east watchtower thought it was a dark shadow caused by looking directly at the sun. But the more I checked, the more I felt that the black shadow was so real. Then came the second and third shadows. After a while, the open space outside the city was filled with dense military formations. As early as the third phalanx appeared, the team leader responsible for garrisoning that section of the city wall hurriedly sounded the warning bell. Warnings sounded one after another, and in a short period of time, the whole city was ringing. The defenders at the city gate hurriedly closed the newly opened city gate, lowered iron bars, placed crossbars, and used all kinds of defenses in order to block the city gate. However, the Wood Elf coalition that suddenly appeared and caught people off guard did not launch a surprise attack. They waited quietly, as if waiting for the Kingdom of Donbass to make all preparations for defense. The Wood Elf holding the white flag high walked slowly, but at a speed that others could hardly imagine, and arrived in front of the city gate, within the range of the bow and arrow. But no one in the defending army dared to shoot arrows. Not only because of the white flag of negotiation, but also because the skill just used was the shrinking technique among elven warriors. There are only a handful of elves who can use it to such an extent. A sneak attack with 1 arrow or 2 arrows will only irritate the opponent, but will not hurt them. Arriving at the city gate, the Wood Elf envoy headed towards the city and shouted in Elvish language, "My fellow elves, our army is not an invader. I came here today just to save the World Tree. I hope you can give the location of the secret forest and give up the act of harming the World Tree. We are also compatriots who can coexist peacefully, and we will have opportunities to fight side by side in the future." Of course, it was impossible for the general responsible for guarding the gate not to respond. But if he doesn't want to speak, he can choose to shoot an arrow to show his attitude. However, this arrow was not so easy to shoot. So he chose to respond and said, "Fellow elves, our country has not done anything to harm the World Tree as you said. The elves and the Mother Tree have always had a symbiotic relationship. If you came here for this, you can leave now. The location of the secret forest can only be known to the chosen ones. This rule applies to all elves, so you don't have any reason to make demands. So retreat quickly. The creatures protected by the Mother Tree should not kill themselves." The general guarding the city responded like this. Whether he knew the inside story and was just saying it to appease his subordinates, or he was also deceived and did not know the truth, others did not know. But what is certain is that every word and action of the elf general is under the instruction of his king. The old king of Donbass is hiding in the tower. The coalition forces appeared in a way he didn't expect, and they seem to be planning to attack the city head-on. Or is it that the other party wants to mobilize defensive forces from the palace, and then use the Rainbow Bridge they call it to break into the palace and capture themselves? No matter what the opponent's plan is, the king of Donbass plans to hide on the front line. It seems like this should be the safest approach. The envoy sent by the Wood Elves returned unhurriedly after receiving the reply. Such an attitude more or less aroused the indignation of the defenders on the city wall. The kingdom of Donbass still stands strong today, having withstood countless attacks from humans and other species of Homo sapiens. No matter how fierce the attack, all of them fell into the sand under the city wall. With such a record, the elves standing on the city wall can only be filled with pride. However, although the attack by the same elves was not the first in the world,
It was also unprecedented in thousands of years. In this world where the elf kingdom is struggling to maintain, most elves are actually angry about the wood elves' attack. If blood is to be shed in a civil war, why not shed it on the battlefield against foreigners? Especially the torture of preparing for the battle before, blindly waiting for the enemy, who didn't know when to appear. The psychological pressure was even more unbearable for most elves. Now that the war is finally about to begin, all the elves feel a sense of relief and relaxation. And everyone is looking forward to the next battle. The elf general was preparing to make a mobilization call on the city wall. But the Wood Elf coalition had already begun to take action. A large group stood out in a horizontal formation and advanced slowly. This was the posture of the bow and arrow array preparing to shoot. There was no time to mobilize before the war. So the general hurriedly issued defense orders. The garrison captains at each section of the city wall were shouting, instructing his subordinates to prepare for protection and shooting. Looking at the advancing brigade, none of the defenders on the city wall, old or new, were afraid. Not only were their numbers greater than those of the Wood Elf Alliance, but they also had an advantageous location, shooting down from the city wall. The range is much longer than the group of elves who need to shoot upward. In other words, before the enemy walks into the distance where they can shoot upward, they must first accept the baptism on the city wall. This level of knowledge made the defending elf army appear confident and morale high. Everyone was holding back a lot of energy, as if they wanted to release the tense emotions of the past few days in one breath. Just before the coalition's horizontal formation was about to enter the bow and arrow range on the city wall, the entire army stopped, leaving the elven defenders on the city wall confused. A tall elf walked out of the coalition formation, only a few steps away, holding a short bow that was less than arm length. Just look at the elf standing at a distance where it is impossible to shoot, setting up a short bow that is impossible to use, opening the bow like the moon, and shooting out. The arrow turned into a green-blue fire snake in the air, crossed this impossible distance, and accurately shot to the top of the city. The green flame splashed out and engulfed the defenders on the city wall. The elves contaminated by the fireworks all fell to the ground and rolled around, howling miserably. The characteristics of this bow are familiar to all elves. The old king, who was hiding in the tower and peeping at the battle, couldn't help but curse when he saw this. Damn it! That guy Andre even took out such a valuable treasure as the bow of the Elf Emperor. He still has some backbone. As an artifact-level magical weapon given by God, the bow of the Elf Emperor is not only powerful, but also has a farther range than ordinary strong bows. Fortunately, there is only one weapon of this level. The old king, who was just so rejoicing, looked at the wood elves at the forefront of the coalition forces, all with their bows and arrows ready. The commander's order to release arrows seemed to be carried in the wind. The volley of arrows turned into colorful fire snakes, so densely packed that they almost covered half of the sky, pointing directly at a section of the city wall. In an instant, the section of the city wall that was ravaged by various magical effects turned into AHL-like scene. The soldiers stationed on it didn't even have a chance to cry out, and were drowned by countless magic attacks. The effect of the attack magic did not last long. The magical flame dies immediately after losing all fuel to burn it. All that was left was the scorched blackness on the ground, and the ashes left behind by someone unknown. Only after countless battles, the elves of the Kingdom of Donbass are proud that the city walls with several defensive magic effects are still standing, just like before the war. Note, the number of 21 high seats in the previous article was mistaken and should be 22. With the addition of new members, it is now 23. Chapter 8:10 Negotiation. A round of volleys resulted in deathly silence on the battlefield, not to mention the mood of the elven defenders of the Kingdom of Donbass, looking at that section of the city wall that had been ravaged by powerful magic. Among the Wood Elves coalition, the 1,000-man brigade using the mass-produced Elf Emperor's bow had the same mixed emotions. When everyone has a hero-specific weapon, no one will be happy. The Wood Elf who was temporarily assigned to command this 1,000-man team felt the same way, but he had his responsibilities, holding high the wooden staff that the World Tree gave him the power to control. He shouted the order to attack, nick the arrow, raise the bow. Although the Wood Elves are a temporary army, in the face of the authority of the World Tree, they are more disciplined than a well-trained army. So as soon as the commander's call came out, the Wood Elf archers obeyed without hesitation, took out their exclusive magic arrows again, and put on the elf bows. The word Emperor was removed. There were no thousands of Imperial ones. Lift high to the sky. One to the right. Let go! The bowstring was loosened, and the second volley was directed at the section of the city wall where they originally attacked. and then moved one battle position to the right. In fact, this is the attack method of a conventional bow and arrow array, hoping to use a dense rain of arrows to cause maximum damage. But under the volley of elven bows, there was actually no living thing on this section of the city wall. Not even the rats and cockroaches hiding in the holes and cracks in the wall. If they really want maximum damage, the Wood Elf Coalition can target the next city wall section. The reason why they only moved one battle position was because the purpose of their trip was to intimidate, not to kill. The elven defenders, who were familiar with each other's tactics, also quickly moved away from the first wave of attack wall sections under the command of the garrison captain. Therefore, the second wave of salvos, apart from being huge, did not cause much damage. The seemingly useless second salvo was actually just an attempt by the Wood Elf Coalition to convey something to the Kingdom of Donbass. That is, since there can be a second attack like this, there will be a third or fourth time, until one party collapses. This message was, of course, accurately conveyed to the person in the Kingdom of Donbass, who could make the decision. The old king hiding in the tower witnessed everything. When the legendary weapon became the enemy's standard equipment, his first reaction was to suspect that he was still sleeping. His second reaction was, of course, to curse the person who should have kept it safe. This guy inherited this valuable treasure from the past elf empire. The generals he trusted also gathered around the king at this time. Although no one spoke, everyone's attitude was already very obvious. As the king of the elf kingdom, Mahalo 6 had to speak to break the deadlock. He asked, "Is there anyone who survived the attack on the city wall?" The general responsible for guarding the city wall shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, I have sent someone to confirm." Before the second salvo, no one was left alive. The old king asked again, "Generals, do you have any way to fight?" It is impossible for the other party to commission the fallen elf god to mass-produce artifact bows and arrows. Since it is a mass-produced weapon, its power is bound to be no better than the original artifact. Then, there should be a chance to deal with it. All the elven generals could only look at each other in shock. If they had known that they would face such an attack, they would have been able to make more preparations in advance and not be as helpless as they were now. Although I know that His Majesty the King is right, even if it is not as powerful as the original artifact. Have you considered the issue of quantity? A team of thousands of people armed with artifact-level weapons is a deadly weapon wherever they are placed. Perhaps, a young general said, we can send an army of magicians to fight against them? Then we'll lose this legion forever. A mature general answered the question, but it was full of ridicule. People who are good at shooting are also very sensitive to being shot. Finding the source of the attack and then fighting back is something that almost all elves can do. Using an army of magicians, the army is actually just the boast of the Kingdom of Donbass. In terms of numbers, this legion was not even 10,000 people in number. Not even a quarter to attack a brigade of elven archers. He must have done this because he wanted to be tortured in all kinds of ways. The attack speed and flexibility of the two are really very different. The only bad idea that was proposed was beaten to pieces in an instant. And the elves could only continue to remain silent. But everyone knows that it can't be delayed any longer. The opponent will also have a third and fourth wave of attacks to exert pressure. When this pressure reaches its limit, it turns from intimidation to massacre. Patience would be infinite without enemies. Father, let me go talk to them. The biological son of Mahalo 6 and the crown prince came forward and said at this time. But as a father and the king of a country, the old king just frowned and looked at his child without responding. Of course, the crown prince understood what his father's concerns were. He said bluntly, "Father, we are not surrendering. We are just giving them what the other party requires." What's more, didn't the coalition say from the beginning that as long as they get what they want, they will leave? They have no reason to stay. If we choose to go to war forcefully, only our people will be harmed. This is so unwise. Besides, what they want is the World Tree. So why not give it to them? When His Royal Highness the Crown Prince mentioned the World Tree, known as the Mother Tree, he had an unhappy expression on his face. This was of course because he knew the truth about the World Tree under the control of the Elf Kingdom. Especially now that the dominance of the tree is no longer in the hands of the royal family. This situation has been going on for a long time, and there seems to be no good solution. His ancestors once tried to replace it with a group of people to take care of it. But even if the first generation of elves were loyal to the king at that time, what about the second and third generations? How many elves can still inherit that loyalty? That is a big die vat. No matter how loyal the elf is, he will be the same as the original one. Either he will join in the evil or replace it. Without exception, and because the location of the World Tree is too far away from the royal city. Many times the royal family cannot take care of it at all, and can only let the Shinmu guards do what they want. Over time, the royal power of the Donbass kingdom has been unable to enter the domain of the World Tree Vera. Would it be a pity to give up something that is no longer in your hands? His Royal Highness the Crown Prince felt that it was not a pity at all, but rather relieved. But the old king, Mahalo VI, who understood the true relationship between them, knew that this was not that simple. I am a child who is very keen on small things, but always fails to see the big picture clearly. But this time he made a point that the old king would also admit. There is no loss for the royal family by giving up the world tree. On the contrary, the elf families who control the world magic will have different endings according to the method chosen by the Wood Elf Coalition. And I didn't give in at the beginning. I resisted. But was it humanly possible to resist? According to his children, he was not surrendering. He was just giving them what they wanted and sending them away. In this way, he has an explanation for his subjects. Otherwise, as a military layman, I can imagine that if the kingdom wants to win this battle, the biggest chance is to drag the opponent into an urban battle so that their mass-produced elf emperors cannot fire indiscriminately, significantly reduce the opponent's advantages, and then divide and encircle them. The opponents are a group of wood elves, not the surrounding human countries. The advantages that one's own elf army is proud of, the other side also has, or even is better. Therefore, Mahalo VI agreed to his child's proposal. He asked, in this case, who is willing to be a messenger and make this trip? No one, be it humans or elves, would take the initiative to take on such a great responsibility, or humiliation. Therefore, the elven generals present looked at their noses, and their hearts were as still as water. Standing still, however, the proposer was not so calm. The crown prince said eagerly, "Father, let me go!" After all, not all generals know the location of the secret forest. I will go with the coalition forces. I believe that this kind of sincerity is enough to make the other party stop and believe in us. Instinctively, he didn't want to put his heir in danger. But considering that the other party's goal was not the kingdom, but the world tree, after thinking about it, you should understand that it is meaningless to use a prince to threaten the elves who control the world tree. In addition, this matter is essentially surrender. But I don't want to bear that name. It should be the best choice for my child, the successor of this country, to come forward to reconcile this matter. So Mahalo VI agreed to this arrangement and asked his most trusted knight to personally protect the child he got only in his old age. Of course, the Wood Elf Alliance didn't know what was going on outside the royal city and inside the city tower. Seeing that after 2 waves of volleys, there was still no response from the opponent, the commander had to raise his staff and give the order. "Make an arrow! Raise your bow!" Just before the wooden stick was waved and thousands of arrows were fired, the elves with sharp eyes saw a white chest piece rising from the top of the city. The commander quickly retracted his wooden staff and shouted, "Retract the arrows!" I saw the elves on the horizontal formation, quickly and uniformly relaxing their bowstrings, collecting arrows and returning them to the quivers on their backs. All the elves looked towards the center of the military formation, which was filled with all kinds of strange flags. That's where the leaders of all the Wood Elf tribes and the generals of the Elf Kingdom are. And it's also where the humans are. But someone standing in the military formation, yawning in ignorance, first noticed the unusual behavior of the elves, and then noticed the white flag on the top of the city of Donbass Kingdom. The meaning of the white flag of Midi is the same as the original intention of the white flag of Europe on Earth, which is to cease the war first and let everyone negotiate. But it does not mean surrender. It is also possible that the two sides cannot reach a consensus and continue fighting, since the other party is willing to talk. This is of course a good thing. I had no intention of killing them all. So Lindy looked at the envoy of Yggdrasil, the World Tree. This elderly elf was also a transcendent. He was one of the few figures in the Wood Elf Coalition who could convince everyone, even if he wants to speak out. There are still many elves who don't take him seriously. Therefore, when it came to communicating with the elves, Lin, of course, entrusted the elder druid with full authority to take charge. And for some reason, the elf extraordinary, who was assigned several tasks, certainly knew what this human expression meant. He had no choice but to come forward and take care of various tasks in contacting other elves. Chapter 8:11 Peace Talks. In the center of the battlefield, both sides temporarily stopped attacking. In fact, it was just the archers of the Wood Elf Coalition forming a horizontal array to collect their arrows. Although the defenders on the city wall had a convenient location, Their weapons could not attack the enemy. It is possible to use war machines, but the number of war machines that can attack the enemy's distance is limited in one direction. It's too late to mobilize equipment from elsewhere. Besides, with the elves' eyesight and evasion skills, unless they adhere to the order of the military formation and never dodge, it is impossible to be hit. However, insisting that such a thing is impossible for the elves. The reason why the military formation must be maintained and cannot dodge even when being attacked is to prevent soldiers from blindly dodging, which will destroy the integrity of the entire military formation and cause the formation to collapse. But for elves, there is no such problem. Most of them have the skill to gracefully dodge the huge siege crossbow bolts or boulders thrown by trebuchets, and then maintain the integrity of the military formation. Therefore, as opponents of the same race, the defenders never thought of moving out that cumbersome thing. Faced with this situation of being beaten, I don't know which one is more demoralizing than being swept away by a large number of elf emperors' bows. When the crown prince comes forward to negotiate, of course, he will be followed by the necessary guard of honor. The red tape inherited from the elf empire is so numerous that it is difficult for ordinary people to understand. In contrast, the Wood Elf Alliance, represented by the Druid elders, went to the meeting alone. But he was wearing an elf holy robe and holding a staff of transfer made from branches of the world tree. In terms of luxury, he was not inferior to the prince of a kingdom at all. After the two parties greeted each other, the crown prince said directly, "Elder, I will speak frankly. If we can hand over the location of the secret forest, will the coalition forces withdraw?" Such a straightforward question reminded the druid elder of the rumors about his highness. He is just an energetic young elf, and there is no derogatory meaning whatsoever. The answer to the question was also very simple. The druid elder nodded and said, "Yes. As long as we know the exact location of World Tree Vera and your country agrees to liberate it, we will move to the secret forest and carry out follow-up operations. There will not be any further infringement against your royal city. Well, I'll tell you the location. But I have one request. That is, I also want to go together. I also want to know what the coalition forces will do next." The young crown prince made a declaration that made all his followers turn blue. Elder Druid was not surprised by such a request. It's just that this is not a decision he can make. He has to ask the human magician who, although he does not hold the position of commander of the coalition forces, no elf dares to ignore his ideas. With just one thought, it was conveyed from the tender leaf of the world tree on the staff of transfer to the people in the military formation. The next moment, Lin appeared 10 steps away from the negotiation office. In fact, if he wanted to, he could appear directly next to either of the two people in the conversation. But doing this is not only scary, but also a bit disrespectful. But someone doesn't want to be too pretentious and walk such a long distance slowly. So flashing 10 steps away is already his limit. For the druid elder who was used to it, the sudden appearance or disappearance of a certain magician was no longer enough to shake him. But for this elf, who was seeing it for the first time, someone's movement was quite scary. There was no movement, no warning, and the person suddenly appeared. Anyone who sees this scene will doubt the authenticity of what they are seeing. But as a person involved, Lin didn't care what other people thought. He looked at the young elf in front of him, who was obviously older than him, but could still be called a young man by him. In fact, he has always had a question. Even though the physical development of elves from childhood to maturity is longer than that of humans, the time passed by both parties is the same. A few years of social experience can turn a young man who knows nothing about the world into a smooth old man. What about elves? Even though they have to be 60 years old before their various physical functions reach maturity, the mental training of more than 60 years actually makes them still look like fledgling boys. Does this mean that their parents are too protective? Of course, it is impossible to say irrelevant complaints in person. Lin looked at the young elf in front of him, who said he wanted to follow, and the followers behind him, who looked a little panicked, and asked, "How many of you want to follow?" Of course, the crown prince of Donbass, who is in the opposing camp, would know a lot about the only human being in the coalition. It's just that there are too many rumors that are too bizarre, which makes the young elf couldn't help but be interested in this human being. The sudden appearance of the other party startled him. But more importantly, he looked at the other party curiously. Since the other party asked in the common language of Midi, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince did not pretend to be pretentious. Like other elven nobles, he insisted on the other party talking in elven language. He said in the same fluid common language, "If you can, please bring all my followers with you. Can you do it?"
The young elf's words were provocative. But Lin did not answer directly, but flashed twice. When he appeared in front of everyone again, he had several sets of folded robes in his hands. He handed the robe out and said, "Here, I'll lend you these clothes. Put them on. 1 piece for each person. Don't steal it. Don't break it. You'll have to return it later. Also, make an agreement first. Don't think about it. Take off these clothes. Wearing this holy robe means that you are under the watchful eye of His Majesty Yggdrasil. He can recycle this holy robe at any time and leave you where you are for rescue." The Elven Holy Robe is still called the Elven Holy Robe, unlike the mass-produced version of the Elf Emperor's Bow, which has been renamed, as long as it is made by World Tree himself. For the elves, it is eligible to be labeled holy, but although the name is the same, the core is completely different, and this is different from the situation of the Bow of the Elf Emperor. The mass-produced version of the Elf Emperor's Bow only allows you to choose to change the attack attributes and increase the power during the manufacturing process. However, the old Holy Robe and the new version can be said to be two different things. The additional magical effects are different. The functions are different. The protective capabilities are different. And even the fiber strength that is enough to withstand the sword is also different. The new version of the Holy Robe is infinitely better than the old version. The situation someone mentioned was the new function of the Holy Robe that he only learned about recently. The source of this new ability is, of course, Hagiri, who had an in-depth exchange with the World Trees not long ago. The positioning magic array pattern that someone carved on Hagiri's body was also used on the robes woven by the World Tree. That is to say, as long as World Tree is willing, he can recycle the robe at any time, or teleport the elves wearing it back, of course. It can also be used to rescue elves in crisis. It was just the last function. Since the World Trees didn't explain it, Lin never said anything to the elves. According to the opinion of one of the ancients, Vasnas, elves who have not experienced life and death are simply incompetent. If they knew that they were safe all the time, it would be equivalent to destroying this elf. As for the World Trees, who treat the elves like a voodoo, Lin believes that another group of elves will rebel and eventually establish a kingdom. It is not surprising at all. But someone would not use a dog to fight with a mouse to help the Wood Elves seek justice from the World Tree. The Wood Elves neither think that they have been wronged, but also regard this kind of life as a part of their lives. It is definitely a sign of arrogance to comment on the customs of a nation with an outsider's identity and vision. So it is estimated that not many people know about this matter. Even if he knew it, he only knew that World Tree could recycle the Holy Robe at any time and give up the elves who originally wore the Holy Robe. Another difference between the new Holy Robe and the old one was that the Crown Prince and his guards immediately noticed the difference after receiving the Holy Robe. The old-style Holy Robe is just a piece of clothing, but the new-style Holy Robe is more like a blouse, a robe and other clothing. In other words, it doesn't matter how you wear it inside. This saves the noble elves in front of him from the trouble of changing clothes on the spot. All you need to do is put the loaned Holy Robe on your body and tighten the belt. Even though he could dress so simply, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was still meticulous and put on the Holy Robe upright. When the young elf was ready for everything, Lin completely ignored the lost etiquette of not touching the body of a noble person at will, put his hand on the shoulder of His Highness the Crown Prince, and said, "After putting on the clothes, let's go!" "But Mr. Magician, I haven't told you the location of the secret forest yet." "It doesn't matter. I already know it." Someone said this and activated it in a flash. The reason why you know the location of the secret forest is actually because there is a sense between the World Trees, and you can know the approximate direction and distance. In addition, Hagiri wants to pry into a person's heart, and contact is not necessarily required. When the other person has strong emotions about something and is thinking about it, the matter will be detected by Hagiri. Ever since His Highness the Crown Prince appeared in front of him, his main concern was to lead the coalition forces to the location of the World Tree. Even the plans and strong emotions in his heart were captured by Hagiri. And some of these things were learned by a certain magician through Shakiri. The reason it's not everything is because someone doesn't want everything someone else thinks. So he asked a certain gossip-loving sword to screen the content and select the important ones to report to him. The best case scenario is to say nothing at all, because someone is really not interested in other people's privacy. Now that we know the target location, there's no need to talk nonsense. Just flash it. If you really want to talk about it, you will have time to talk nonsense after you have determined your destination. Just after a certain human disappeared with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and his entourage, the Wood Elf Coalition also took action at the same time.
The centurion holding the staff whistled to gather the troops. Once a centurion was assembled, he struck the ground with his staff and left in a flash. The coalition's phalanx was on the city wall, disappearing one by one under the eyes of the elves. The Wood Elf army arrived suddenly and left suddenly. If there wasn't a section of the city wall with mottled traces of attacks, all the elves would have thought it was just a daydream. Chapter 812 Secret Forest. Donbass Elf Kingdom. Outside the secret forest. In fact, the location of the World Tree is in a larger unknown forest, and the scope of its influence only accounts for a small part of it. There is a labyrinth magic set up outside the location of the World Tree. Occasionally, small animals or wild beasts will break in and leave under the influence of magic. If an adventurer or a monster breaks in by mistake, the magic warning prompt sent inside will allow them or them to stay on this land forever, becoming fertilizer or materials. Because it is in the forest, unlike the situation in World Tree Chloe, there is a large open space outside where troops can be stationed. Lin ignored the several elves around him, who were astonished because they had traveled a distance of several days and arrived at their destination in the blink of an eye. He concentrated on expanding his detection range for external environments other than his body. In an instant, he used a magic spell similar to the arcane eye to have a panoramic view of the situation within a kilometer of the surrounding area. The next step is to work with the World Tree to accurately locate the coordinate parameters of the flash destination to the individual level. Let the Wood Elves join forces with the two Elven Kingdoms. Each elf soldier can flash teleport to a nearby open space and keep his team roughly unchanged. This is something that traditional Legion-level teleportation magic arrays cannot do. In the traditional teleportation magic circle, if the teleportation destination is not cleared, it will be cleared. Either the teleportation function cannot be activated, or after teleportation, the person being teleported will merge with the debris at the destination. Like some old movie about Earth that turns into the fly. This usually brings illness, death. But in the eyes of other elves, what seemed like an easy thing was the result of the multi-party cooperation between the 22 World Trees and a certain human being who no longer looked like a human being. This kind of luxurious lineup at the level of the Manhattan Project is not something that any force can easily gather. So even if others learn the magic of going to the Rainbow Bridge or flashing, they can't do the same thing. When all the coalition forces were teleported over, the leaders of each tribe and the liaison officers from the two Elven Kingdoms also gathered around the human magician, together with the Crown Prince of the Kingdom of Donbass and his entourage. Everyone will discuss the next actions. Just before Lin was about to speak, the ancient Yggdrasil spoke first through his clone. Sir, are you still in a hurry this time? Although it feels strange to raise such a question at this time, it should not be a proposition. So Lin shook his head and replied, It's only morning now. I haven't rushed yet. What's wrong? Your Majesty? Then leave the attack to the elves. Please don't take action. Maybe some of the elves guarding Vera are willing to change their stance. Once you take action, you will have no chance. Oh, it's because of what happened last time. It seems like the killing was overkill. It's just that someone wanted to defend himself. The last time was not only because the afternoon math class was approaching, but also because he was forced to wait early in the morning, and then had no water to drink or anything to eat. However, he waited until he was thirsty and hungry. The unknown fire rushed from the tail vertebrae to the forehead, so the action was neither light nor heavy. I just wanted to end the matter quickly and go home to fill my stomach. This time I am not impatient yet. I will probably try to convince others with virtue. Although if I am rejected 3 times, there is a high possibility that I will regard the elves guarding the World Tree as diehards, who are stubbornly resisting. And then I will start cleaning again, no matter what. Having someone take care of troublesome matters is something I really hope for. But Lin was still a little worried and asked, Leave it to them. Is there no problem? If we attack by force, we can imagine there will be a lot of damage. It's almost 10 to 1. If this battle is still too ugly, humans, just kill them all and bury them at the roots of Vera's trees to make fertilizer. The same ancient man Phasis casually said shocking things. Yggdrasil did not refute, and followed the words and said, Indeed, with such incompetence, there is no need to stay around. I thought that the elves would feel depressed because of the words of the 2 World Trees. But unexpectedly, they seemed to be holding back a momentum of unwillingness to admit defeat. Everyone ignited the fire in their chests, wanting to burst out and prove it to others. With such high morale, as long as no big mistakes are made, there will be no problems in the next battle. A certain person has been in the Lost Land for more than 10 or 20 years, and has seen countless life and death situations.
as well as people who have experienced life and death situations. At that critical moment, what is most worthy of reliance is not skill or strategy, but morale. If the momentum is as strong as a rainbow, a group of rats can fight against a lion. If the morale is low, a strong army will be driven into a wolf rush. Moreover, high morale requires the most vigorous efforts. Otherwise, as the Zhuan from my hometown said, it will decline again, and it will be exhausted. So Lin made a humble gesture of waving his hands and bowing, and said, "In that case, it is as your majesty wishes." At the same time, he took a small step back and left the discussion circle. The elves who got the opportunity had no excuses. In other words, they have been waiting for this opportunity. They had practiced various plans to attack the palace complex and the World Tree domain countless times before today. In addition, the elves who can be selected into the coalition will not be young men who are just starting out. Nor will they be elves who have no intention of doing this and don't like fighting. Those who are selected to serve in the army are all guaranteed their enthusiasm and loyalty. Therefore, under the orders of the leaders of each tribe, all the elves followed the plan and sequence, and rushed into the realm of the World Tree from all directions with rapid momentum. If humans or other species of Homo sapiens dare to use such a pick-attack tactic to attack World Tree, then the defending side occupies the convenient location of World Tree and has many means to manipulate the invading enemy in the future. But when the opponent is also an elf, or a wood elf born for the war between the World Trees, most of the advantages that were once available have been reduced to nothing. The World Tree Guards, who belong to the Elf Kingdom, are accustomed to relying on the power of the World Tree to kill or repel all intruders. But if the World Tree is suppressed, the elves guarding the World Tree Vera will not know how to fight. For the attacking wood elves, it is not their duty to suppress the World Tree. That is what their majesty has to do. The power of the 22 World Trees emanating at the same time easily suppress the unconscious World Tree Vera. This makes all kinds of mazes, illusions, and traps in Vera's domain ineffective, allowing the attacking party to drive straight in. The elves are not a race that advocates single combat. Although personal bravery is equally admirable, they will still choose more reasonable tactics, just like the battle of attacking the position. Although it is difficult to maintain the integrity of the military formation, as soon as they come into contact with the enemy, the wood elves will surround them in large numbers. Some people parry, some use stumbling blocks. Maybe the wood elves don't stab them with knives, but use blunt weapons to hit them more fatally. A large enough wood elf coalition swept through every room, every hiding place, and every inch of land like locusts. Once they encounter the Divine Tree Guards of World Tree Vera, regardless of whether the opponent resists or not, they will just rush forward and defeat them. Those who can be captured will be sent back, and those who resist to the end will be killed. The reason why the wood elves use such brutal tactics is actually honed in countless battles with humans when they went on adventures as members of the Turtle Dove Alliance. The individual strength of humans is weaker than that of elves, but their numbers are far greater than that of elves. Therefore, in every confrontation, the elves always have to face more than a plurality of enemies and fight with difficulty. As long as the human military formation forms a whole, it will be difficult to deal with it. In this disadvantage, the elves' response is to find ways to divide the enemy and create a local numerical advantage, so as to eliminate the opponent in the shortest time. As long as the enemy can be eliminated faster, the pressure on oneself will be less and the battle will be easier. Under such a premise, except for some methods that are so despicable that the elves themselves cannot accept them, their fighting methods are unlimited, and those who are hostile to them will feel increasingly troubled, whether they are humans or the group in front of them. Elf. Such a result can be said to be forced by humans who have a numerical advantage. For the Shinmu guards guarding the territory of the World Tree Vera, the ferocity and quantity of the Wood Elf coalition are not the most deadly part. The real failure of this battle was that when they received news of the coalition attack from friendly people in the royal city, in the blink of an eye, the Wood Elf coalition had already arrived at the city. Knowing that the other party was coming for World Tree, how could the Shinmu guards not have preparations and arrangements? But all of this was reduced to nothing by the speed of the Wood Elf coalition. No matter how good the defense plan is, if you have to face the enemy before you have time to prepare, it is no different from not making any arrangements, not to mention preparing for defense. The news of the coalition's attack was still unclear to the members of the Shinmu guards scattered in the World Tree territory. When these elves realized that the World Tree domain had been invaded by the enemy, they were knocked on the head with a stick. The various attacks of the coalition forces were actually watched by the squadron leader of the Centurion. That is, the staff of the World Tree in the hand of the staff holder.
Then this information was gathered into the space of the high-seat meeting, and formed into a real-time miniature through the terrain map of the World Tree Vera territory drawn by someone. Then the World Trees used the situation on this picture to issue instructions to the leaders or commanders of their tribes. The content of the instructions may be about the elves who are hiding and have not yet been discovered. It may also be about hiding in the blind spot, preparing to give the intruder a hard blow, regardless of whether the enemy is preparing for a sneak attack or simply hiding. The more than 50 World Tree transfer staffs protected by the staff holders are like more than 50 sensors, transmitting back all data within the detection range. Then, under someone's processing and restoration, it is transformed into an intuitive visual image, and then becomes the basis for subsequent battles. For someone who has not released the instant messaging software, seeing Yggdrasil using its clone to take on the responsibility of relaying and giving orders. Lin has an idea. I'll let you cheat and fight monsters. Right? Chapter 8:13, The Reactions of Various Countries. There is no doubt about the freedom of World Tree Vera. World trees such as Vera, Chloe, and Lottie, which are suppressed by the Elf Kingdom, cannot protect too many elves. And there are only about 500 people in the sky to be like the two ancient ones, protecting a large tribe with tens of thousands of elves. It takes who knows how many years of growth. Even if there are unblessed elves who can become members of the Divine Wood Guards, it is destined that the number of these people will not be too many. That is to say, if the Donbass Kingdom Shinmu Guards guarding Vera could number close to 1,000 people, it would be very impressive. But in fact, there are not so many elves staying in the domain of World Tree Vera. The total number of people killed and captured is only 377 elves. And the coalition army used 5,000 men to attack more than 300 people who had lost their position. It was exactly what the ancient Phasmas said. If the victory was too ugly, the entire army would be buried under the roots of Vera. It's good as fertilizer. In the end, the Wood Elf coalition resolved the battle in one morning, with no one on their side injured or killed. It was considered a beautiful victory, although the handling after the war is a bit confusing. When you think about it seriously, it makes sense. The Kingdom of Donbass once again became the guardian of the World Tree Vera and joined the coalition. The elves of the original Shinmu Guards, who were still alive, were expelled from the Donbass Kingdom. Those who died died, and no one was resurrected, even if it could be done. However, the Kingdom of Donbass, which joined the coalition, has a much lower profile than the Kingdom of Melon. Perhaps it was due to the fact that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was very curious about everything, that he was able to let go of his arrogance and humbly ask others for advice due to his strong thirst for knowledge. This made the Wood Elves who came into contact with him lament that the other party was not like the stupid teenager in the rumors. He did not hesitate to answer his questions, even if those things were as commonplace to elves who did not live in the royal family as air and water. But the bigger gain should come from the remaining two elven kingdoms that control the World Tree. And they finally responded with formal credentials. One side sent a Griffin Beast Knight, and the other side sent an Osprey Knight to send a letter of credence in reply. Delivering letters to these two flying monsters is almost the same as the 800-mile express service in ancient times back home, in modern times on Earth. That is also the concept of limited time registration. One of the Elven Kingdoms expressed a fully cooperative attitude, and even came with a map of the location of the World Tree they had. The coalition forces can send people there at any time, no matter what they want to do. The local Shinmu Guards and the kingdom to which they belong will cooperate. The only request is that the alliance leaders of the coalition can mediate, hoping to continue the cooperative and symbiotic relationship with the awakened World Tree. After all, for an elf kingdom, losing the supply of materials from the World Tree is equivalent to cutting off the source of all healing elixirs in the country, not to mention the ones that prolong life and preserve youth. The reason why the Elf Kingdom can still survive strongly under the protection of the Human Kingdom is that the healing elixir made from the materials of the World Tree is a very important key. These medicines maintain the combat effectiveness of the Elven army and effectively reduce the Elven casualties in the war. Letting go of World Tree may cause a reduction in production, but it is better than cutting off supply. As for the Rebel Coalition, they continue to occupy and suppress the World Tree under their control. A volley of the Elf Emperor's bows, as many as 1,000-man brigade, is enough to break any elf's delusions. How proud we are of the history of the elves. How much we admire the heroes who were once active in the history of the elves. How shocking the fact that 1,000 bows fired in volley. And this shock, of course, also extended to places outside the Elf Kingdom. So I won't mention it here. What really puzzles and interests someone is the second letter of credence. The Elf Kingdom of Belzans from the north. The content is,
asking for help, according to the description in the certificate of credence. In fact, a long time ago, the world tree controlled by the Burzins kingdom had been captured by an unknown enemy. The guards stationed at Shinmu are all gone, and they still can't recapture it. In the dimensional gap, on the opposite side of someone's subdimensional tower, which is the high seat meeting space of the Turtle Dove Alliance, Andre Priel, the elf king of the kingdom of Aimlon, was invited here for the first time. The reason was, of course, the letters of credence he received from the other two elf kingdoms. Also present were His Majesty King Jidon III of the Kingdom of Pyajami and His Royal Highness Crown Prince Hekmaki of the Kingdom of Donbass. As a member of the Alliance's high seat, Lin was of course sitting steadily on the long back chair behind the circular table, receiving envious looks from the elves. He himself was completely unaware and carefully read this official letter of credence from the Kingdom of Burzins. Although other high seats have animal images, they don't need eyes to see, so naturally they don't have to pretend to hold letters in front of them and watch them. Although Lin was the only one reading the letter, the high officials could still know its contents. Elvish is a relatively difficult language in the Lost Lands, and some even think it is more difficult than Draconic. This is because Draconic is only language, but Elvish includes words. In other words, to learn dragon language, as long as you can listen and speak, you will be considered qualified to learn elf language. In addition to being able to listen and speak, you must also be able to read and write. In terms of requirements, it is indeed more than dragon language. Relying on the various program functions of the subdimensional tower, translating Elvish language is not a problem. The most difficult part for someone is to understand the different styles of writing of the elves. Elves from different regions will show the styles of their respective birthplaces, and the handwriting of different elves will naturally be different. At this time, Lin had to admire Qin Shi. Writing the same text is truly a feat that will last forever. In short, this letter of credentials from Burzins was read and read by someone for a long time, just when the other elves or the world tree thought that the human was seeing flowers inside. Lin asked,
"As a result, our king of Belzins has no idea who the enemy who captured the world tree is, or who he is."
"What? So what happened to the world tree? Did they still send people to recover it? Or did they give up on treatment until today? So they just asked us for help?"
After a series of questions, the ancient Yggdrasil slightly shook the 8 wonderful fruits on the dead branch, and at the same time made a voice.
"I can only answer the first question. I am sure that Gaius is still alive. But what is the situation? How? But there is no way to know. As long as he closes his heart, we cannot get in touch with him."
The first question was answered, and Lin couldn't help but turn his attention to King Andre Prior, who brought the 2 letters of credence. The old elf king regretted that he could not bring the messenger here. He was not clear about many things, but he still replied,
"As far as I know, the messenger who sent the credentials said that the kingdom of Burzin sent several crusaders. Team, but no one can come back. No one knows what happened to them, including the fate of the Shinmu guards, who were originally responsible for guarding the world tree. Because of the heavy losses, they did not make these things public until the coalition forces began to save the world tree, and showed enough strength. They can neither resist nor hand over what no longer belongs to them. So there is this letter asking for help. If you want to know more details, I can't tell you. I have told you all that I know."
This statement makes sense, but it's just too reasonable. So it makes someone intuitively feel that this is a trap, even if it wasn't a deliberate design by the other party to trick people. A matter that couldn't be solved by the Elf Kingdom was just thrown onto a group of people like him. It felt like 10,000 grass-mud horses roaring across the grassland. Tapping his fingers on the table, Lin thought about the various possibilities behind this matter. It's just that there are too few clues, and it's impossible to come up with a conclusion no matter how much you think about it. He scratched his messy hair as he became more and more irritated. And then he caught a glimpse of the road map about the world tree Gaius that came with the Belzinci Kingdom's credentials. He simply stood up and said, "I'll go check out the situation first." As he said that, he disappeared in a flash. Several kings and the crown prince were a little uncomfortable with the magician's resolute actions. After all, not everyone dares to leave right away in front of him. But none of the big guys present who really had the weight to speak had any objections to the magician's actions. What kind of treatment would he receive in exchange for speaking out? None of the 3 noble elves thought of giving it a try. Ridden 3 had some friendship with Lin, so he didn't care about it. Andre Purrier still remembered the tragic situation of his Shinmu guards, so he didn't dare to care about it. Although Hekmaki was the crown prince, The two kings before him had not spoken, so it was his turn to speak. Therefore, he wanted to care but had no place to care. Just when the three elves were wondering or secretly complaining, the disappeared man appeared again, with a dusty appearance. The huge and weird head he held in his left hand was placed directly on the ring table. At the same time, he put the weird and strange short dagger in his right hand back into the scabbard under the cloak on his left shoulder. All the elves and world trees present raised their necks to look at the head that was brought back. The more they looked at it, the more they felt that it looked like something. Lin brushed his messy hair and said directly, Gaius's territory is now controlled by the devil. He doesn't seem to be sleeping or sealed. But he hasn't come out to see him either. Me. After I identified the devil, I was ready to leave. But this devil caught up with me based on his talent. I wanted to say that I came back empty-handed. And I couldn't win anyone's trust with empty words. So I cut off his head and brought it back as evidence. Don't you think that I just found a demon's head and cut it off? But what I told you is still a lie. Devil. Creatures other than humans and elves suddenly appeared. All the beings in the high-level meeting pondered the possible reasons behind this. Vasquez asked more directly. So this time, Gaius is controlled by the devil. Or are these demons simply caused by him? Lin was shocked when he heard this and asked, will the world tree also attract demons? Otherwise, how do you think the lost land is connected to the abyss? The ancient Vasquez replied. Chapter 8:14 Demon Up-Bang. The world tree and the devil. Someone murmured. Before that, he couldn't imagine what it would be like to use these two terms together. But Vasquez said a very ruthless thing seriously. If one of the affiliated ethnic groups is no longer trustworthy, then replace it with another. Is it any wonder? If my consciousness was controlled by the elves in such a crude way, then after my consciousness can be briefly revived. Sometimes, it is normal to summon helpers from other ethnic groups, whether it is to wipe out or expel the original ones. As for whether the summoned ones are demons, orcs, or goblins, what does it matter? Well, the reason is so strong that one cannot refute it at all. From the perspective of World Tree, this is completely reasonable. Anyway, the bad ones are the elves who try to suppress and control the World Tree. And the tree just fights back. Lin also understood that there would be no results if the discussion continued in this direction. In their situation, there was only one thing that needed to be discussed. So they asked, so let's assume that these demons have joined forces with His Majesty Gaius. Then what should we do next? Send people directly to Gaius? Is it possible to get in touch with His Majesty C to formally discuss cooperation? So, is it possible to suppress His Majesty Gaius from the original elf to the current demon? So our original mission of liberating the World Tree from the Elf Kingdom has been upgraded. Liberate the World Tree from the hands of the devil? With insufficient information, we can't give an answer. It would be great if you could bring back someone who knows the details. Vasquez said regretfully. You have to ask someone. Lin pointed to the demon head placed on the table and said, then just ask him directly. Anyway, he is still alive. I don't know how much he knows about the situation there, but it must be better than we have more. The trees were silent. On the contrary, several elves present, the young crown prince asked in surprise. The head has been cut off. Mr. Magician, do you think that demon is still alive? Well, at least according to my observation, his brain waves are still active. If he is not still alive, there are other beings who plan to follow this head and invade us. No matter which one it is, it should be. Can anyone answer our questions? Lin said optimistically. Maybe he was exposed. So he simply stopped pretending. The head resting on the round table flew into the air amid arrogant laughter. He flew to the central clearing in an instant, and tentacles that were either blood vessels, nerve bundles, or demonic versions emerged from the incision under his neck. And he caught the three weakest elves present. The devil said, human being, you discovered my secret, but it's useless. If you don't want these elves to die, then Lin teleported in a flash, then moved the devil's head in front of him, stretched out his hand, and pressed it firmly. The severed tentacles also lost their support and became loose from the entangled three noble people. With stunned eyes, the demon watched helplessly as the human magician took out the strange-shaped dagger again and stabbed it hard. The dagger pierced the demon lord's so-called indestructible skin without any hindrance, pierced half of his head, pierced his upper and lower jaws and tongue, and nailed himself directly to the table. For a moment, the supposedly noble and powerful demon leader could only whimper. After releasing the hand on the devil's head, someone suddenly felt a ridiculous feeling in his heart. There was a demon in front of him,
pinned by him. If this was the case when he first traveled through time, this kind of thing would have been unimaginable. But this is not the time to sigh. Lin asked.
How? Can you read the devil's mind?
Of course, it was Hagakure.
It's a piece of cake. He's just a demon, not a brainless dead person. As long as he can think and come into contact with me, he can't escape from my grasp,
Hagakure said confidently.
Can you even know his real name? In common language, his name is Ubenfudo. If you pronounce his name in abyssal language, that's it.
Shikiri spit out a difficult and complicated tone. The moment he finished speaking, the demon let out a painful wail. There were more curls of white smoke rising from the top of the head, condensing into the appearance of a small man, and then falling into the head again. Someone who had been receiving all kinds of surprised looks with various actions that were beyond the common sense of the mysterious land, now looked at Hagakure with the same expression. Although Lin was not entirely sure what the scene just represented. But one thing is for sure. It's not going to be good for this demon. Lin couldn't help but said,
That's okay.
A weapon with the appearance of a blue wave sword, he said with satisfaction.
Otherwise, do you think that from the past to the present, Hagakure is a weapon that only heroes use in legends, and few evil people use it? Use us. This is because those who have too many secrets in their hearts dare not use us. Those who are controlled by the real name regard us as a taboo. Bad people who dare to use us are not crazy people like Azad. Yes, it's so bad that it has pus and sores and doesn't care about anything.
Seeing that this broken sword was so proud that it almost raised its tail to the sky, Lin Man said nonchalantly.
Okay. Now should I ask you to answer it for him? Or should I let him answer it himself? Why don't you praise me first?
Hagakure said eagerly. But after waiting for a long time, I couldn't wait for someone to open Chrysostom. He was a little bored and said,
If you are in a hurry and don't want to listen to too much nonsense, you might as well ask me. Now his mind is full of greetings to you, your mother, your family, and your ancestors. Something about the 18th generation. Or do you want to hear how bad the devil's vocabulary talent is in this area? Forget it. Just tell me. What's the situation at World Tree Gaius now? It's probably a mess. No, it's definitely a mess.
Regarding Haguru's answer, except for the three elves who still didn't know the details, the world trees and someone were convinced. But believing does not mean that it is understandable. So Lin still asked,
Why are you so sure that they must be in a mess now? The original one?
Hagakure called someone, following the fat man in the sub-dimensional tower.
Who do you think this demon you brought back is?
Lin was naturally impatient and asked,
Why? Is he the son or father of some big devil? If you make trouble for him, other big shots will come to me.
Is it troublesome? There is indeed a big figure in the devil's side of his father's generation who is related to him by blood. But it is impossible for the other party to care about this kind of thing. After all, the devil's blood relationship is confusing, and he can be related to him no matter what. But what is important is his current identity. What is his identity now that we need to pay attention to?
Lin asked puzzledly. Hagakure revealed the answer and said,
It is the demon leader who is currently entrenched in the territory of Gaius, the world tree.
So? Someone asked again, as if his response was slow.
You are a pig. When something happens to the leader of the demons, what do you think will happen?
Regarding the question of Hagakure, someone looked confused. A certain weapon that loves to spy on people's hearts has confirmed one thing. It turns out that this man is not an insight into the world. Omniscient and omniscient. Therefore, he explained with some pride,
the devil maintains its rule by violence and fear. When the upper devil is weak, the first thing he has to guard against is not the enemy, but the devil brothers who have been following him. So the question here comes, what happens when the superior demon dies? Well, do you want to talk about this one? Isn't he still alive?
Lin asked, pointing to the demon's head nailed by Hagakure.
Although a banged soul is still in his head, the body left in place is 100% dead. If this happens, it is estimated that the demons in Gaius's territory have already tried eating the remains of a bang would be a huge fight. Eating the flesh and blood of higher-ranking demons is one of the shortcuts for demons to grow. This is really miserable. Your head was cut off, and your body was eaten by your own brothers. You didn't burn incense when you went out today.
Someone said to himself that only people from his hometown can understand. It's a joke. Although Demon of Bang didn't understand the joke, he very much agreed with the fact that he was miserable today, because the smell of humans suddenly appeared in his territory. He chased after him, because the opponent was not slippery, He used his most proud talent to catch up with the opponent. Seeing this ignorant human being, he took a strange-looking little dagger and dared to stab himself. My idea at that time was to ignore the knife, give the other party a hard blow, and the matter would be resolved. What he never expected was that the knife, with a somewhat conspicuous shape, could easily break through his skin, which had at least 16 or 7 layers of protective magic barrier, cut through his flesh, and cut off his bones. The head is separated from the body on the spot. Seeing that the opponent succeeded in one blow and wanted to continue running away with his own head in his hand, Abang simply pretended to be dead and lurked down, wanting to see who the mastermind behind the opponent's actions was. Not to mention the discomfort caused by his weird teleportation magic. There were no fewer than 20 World Tree Holy Spirits where he was brought. I have also been hanging out with Gaius for 100 or 200 years. So of course I am familiar with the aura belonging to the World Tree. At that time, I just wanted to escape. The World Trees couldn't be offended, and the human magician couldn't be offended either. The remaining 3 elves, who looked and felt very weak, should probably be able to offend them. In the end, after controlling the 3 old and young elves, he was teleported in front of the human again, and nailed his own head with that extremely weird dagger. The mere wounds and pain were nothing. What really killed the demon was that the dagger seemed to be corrosive, eroding his head and soul from the wound. Of course, there is also the matter of having your real name known, which is by no means a pleasant experience. Compared with this series of unlucky things, having his body eaten by his little brothers is nothing. Cereal wanted to cry loudly, but because his mouth was nailed by the box cutter, he couldn't cry. Chapter 8:15 Quick Counterattack Action. It turns out that Gaia's territory is in a mess now. So how did the 2 sides get connected? And what happened to the sacred wood guards of the Belzinchi kingdom? Someone who originally wanted to ask a question noticed something was wrong. So he lowered his head and pondered. Said, if the demons are in civil strife, wouldn't now be the best time to attack? Thank God. You weren't stupid enough not to notice this. Hakiri complained mercilessly. After lowering his head and pondering for a moment, Lin raised his head and said to all the World Trees, then send out the coalition forces to suppress Gaius' domain in one fell swoop. It doesn't matter whether he is held hostage by the demons or the 2 parties are in a cooperative relationship. Let's defeat him first. Humph! Human, when you send out the coalition forces without any preparation or plan, have you considered that my vassals have just experienced a big battle, and now is their time to rest? Don't do it because it is not your manpower, so it doesn't hurt to use it. Despite the suppression of the royal palace of the Armenian Elf Kingdom or the display of firepower outside the city of the Donbass Elf Kingdom, the Wood Elf Coalition did not suffer much losses. But attacking the realm of World Tree Vera and fighting the Shinmu guards stationed inside was a real head-to-head encounter. Although judging from the ending, the victory was easy, but that was a real sword fight. The need for rest after a war is not only for soldiers to rest, but also to restore their physical strength and spirit. It is also an opportunity to repair equipment, replenish consumables, and redeploy strategies, thereby restoring the army's combat effectiveness. This is true whether in ancient times or now, on the earth or in the lost land. So the World Tree McKinnon sang the opposite tune again. But how could such a level of counterargument possibly convince someone? Lin stood up and looked at all the incarnations of the World Tree, and said, since we know that civil strife may occur in Gaia's territory, there is no more suitable time to raid than now. Besides, if the various Wood Elf tribes want to conduct joint defense in the future, they may ask the enemy to wait until you are ready and then attack when you are able to cooperate. When the initiative rests with others, the only thing you can do is to quickly mobilize troops and launch rescue operations. Although the matter at hand seems urgent, it is not really that urgent. To fight or not to fight is still a matter of choice. So Lin knew that he would have to make a plan for this situation in the future. Otherwise, every time there is a surprise attack, even if the World Trees are willing, the physical and mental strength of the Wood Elves actually fighting may not be able to survive. So he continued, in fact, the more ideal method is to set up a rotating rapid response combat readiness force. That is, a team that can be mobilized at any time and can be dispatched to any place to carry out tasks at the first time. And because this team is on rotation, there is no need to hold back the freedom of movement of all the Wood Elves. If an accident occurs, this combat-ready force can handle it directly. Even if it doesn't work, they can at least survive the follow-up force if they provide immediate assistance or delay. There is a window period for the assembly to be completed. However, I don't think your majesty has set up a team of this nature yet. So let's treat it as a test to see which of the wood elves under your command can be more adaptable to this kind of war preparation life.
For this reason, not only the world trees were convinced, but also the representatives of the 3 elf kingdoms present, the 2 kings, and the crown prince. If there could be such a quick reaction combat-ready force, combined with the magic of the Rainbow Bridge, it could be said that the Elf Alliance would become a whole. Anyone who wants to attack the World Tree Tribe or the Elven Kingdom will have to face the wrath of all elves. However, not all existences are lost in the beautiful vision painted by someone. World Tree McKinnon used a cold voice, as if pouring a bucket of cold water on everyone, and said,
Although it is well said, the matter in front of me, there is still a premise.
The matter in front of me, of course, refers to the civil strife among demons in the domain of Gaius, the World Tree. Of course Len knew what the other party's concerns were. So he continued,
Your Majesty is worried about whether the demons have really started killing each other. Right.
In fact, it is not only McKinnon who is worried, but Len himself is also worried, because what Aguirre said is just a more likely inference, not a fact that has happened. But he didn't want to show cowardice in his argument. So he said with a smile,
So, I will take the first step and go to investigate like I did in the past. If the other party is really in chaos, the follow-up troops will follow up. That's no problem. Come on. I understand. We will gather as many troops as possible and wait for your report before deciding whether to send them out.
The ancient Yggdrasil came forward to set the tone. From the perspective of the world trees, perhaps this time can be said to be unprepared, but it can also be a good time to train troops. However, the more dangerous it is, the more stability they require, so they cannot rashly send the unprepared Elven coalition to an unknown battlefield. The flexibility of the person in front of you is the key to this battle. In other words, this human being has always been the most important key. Without him, none of this would be possible. No matter what the thoughts are, and no matter what the position is, even if it is McKinnon who likes to find faults, the level of trust the world trees have in a human being has reached an unprecedented height. After someone disappeared in a flash, the high seat conference space fell into an atmosphere of unspeakable silence. The world trees were waiting, and the only 3 elves were standing awkwardly. The demon of Bang wanted to say a few words and complain harshly, but he was pinned by Hagri and couldn't even let out a fart. Probably only Hagiri, who has no psychological burden whatsoever, can sing a few songs in a leisurely manner. However, it was not blind enough to sing on such an occasion. Instead, it was madly complaining about a certain unlucky demon in Abang's consciousness. Suddenly, with a sudden surge of energy, Hakakiri said loudly,
Here we come! The central government will clear the place.
The 3 elves with noble blood still didn't know what was going on, let alone the meaning of Hakiri's words, when they realized that they had actually moved their positions. In the empty space in the center of the original circular table, countless lines began to build something. At this time, the elves had to admit one thing. In this place, they were no better than the roadblock. But when the things built by countless lines gradually took shape, they were so surprised that they were speechless. In fact, this is someone's old way of playing, using the arcane eye and the first coffin to create a miniature of a certain place. It's just that someone personally went into battle and replaced the arcane eye, and the first coffin was replaced by 23 world trees. The level of precision and computing power are not the same. In this real-life miniature, the territory of Gaius, the world tree, is depicted in great detail. They even use lines of different colors and shades to recreate indoor scenes, tree holes, and even some secret rooms. All the activities taking place in it are also vividly fighting. The headless corpse of the demon Abang is specially marked with dark red lines. Surrounding this corpse was the most intense part of the battle. Countless demons are marked as enemies with red lines, and their fist-to-flesh fighting style has been reproduced in real-life miniatures. In particular, the magical effects they used during the battle were analyzed one by one through someone's observation and the back calculation of the world tree. And notes were left. Also marked are the strength, race, and characteristics of each demon. The more intense their battle, the more information will be exposed. At this time, Yggdrasil shook the fruit on the dead branch of his clone, showing his excitement, but said in a calm tone,
Let's do it. Agreed.
Fastness, who is also an ancient, seemed to have moved a little bit when the mummy wrapped in the ghoul tree moved. With Fastna's agreement, the world trees also expressed their opinions. Without the presence of that human being, the communication among the trees was more concise. There were endless voices of agreement, But no objections. When the first blue square appeared in the real-life thumbnail, the only 3 elves knew what had happened, and the coalition forces joined the war. More and more blue phalanxes are participating in the battle. After these phalanxes entered the domain of World Tree Gaius, they dispersed into smaller teams, attacking in all directions and supporting each other. Sometimes a red-marked demon is entangled from the front by a blue team, and another team will make a detour and attack from the rear to resolve the battle in a short time. In terms of individual strength, the demons are still above the wood elves blessed by the World Tree, except for a few extraordinary beings who could challenge the demons alone. The rest of the elves could only struggle to find a way to survive in a one-on-one situation. But under the siege of many elves, the demonic forces were wiped out one by one like a ravage. It's just that in such a beautiful picture, there are still incongruous scenes occasionally. The blue team mistakenly entered the battlefield where many demons were fighting, and was in turn overwhelmed by the red-marked targets. Although the surrounding teams led by the staff holders received the holy message from their majesty at the first opportunity, sometimes they were able to rescue in time, and occasionally they were not able to rescue in time. In these critical moments, a bystander becomes a fire brigade. Go in and out quickly to rescue the seriously injured elf. Sometimes when business is too good and there is still no time to rescue, at least the body is snatched out and the body is kept intact to prevent it from being desecrated by demons. Because as long as the corpse remains intact, the resurrection elixir can be used later to take it back from the hands of death. This happened several times, which made Phasis think about something seriously and ask other world trees for their opinions.
Perhaps we should popularize small or even micro clones to the level of squads, or simply let everyone have one of our clones. In this way, there will be no gaps in command and contact.
One of the world trees replied.
I agree. The feeling of being able to observe the situation, but not being able to convey it smoothly is really uncomfortable.
The trees discussed the gains and losses of this battle with each other. Consider it from their perspective. And the old elf king, Andre Priel, who witnessed the whole process, understood clearly why his palace was suppressed so easily. At first, he attributed his failure to the fact that the individual strength of the wood elves was higher than that of the palace guard knights, and that the enemy had an elf holy robe. Of course, there was also a numerical gap. Now it seems that it is useless even if the palace guards are superior in number and strength to the Wood Elf coalition. What is happening before our eyes is how the coalition forces defeat the strong with the weak and the many with the few, commanding the battle from this perspective like a god looking down. Even a group of rats can defeat cats, not to mention elves who are good at fighting. Not unfair. Chapter 816 Gaius. World Tree Gaius faced the attack of the coalition forces, and his performance was far calmer than someone imagined. In other words, give up treatment? It's not that he didn't try to help the demons resist. It's just that the demons in the civil strife didn't have the fine tradition of facing foreign enemies and acting unanimously. To them, it's just one more group of enemies. You have to fight when you should. You still have to kill when you should kill. Individuals working independently are no match for the elves as a whole, coupled with the suppression of power by countless other World Tree clones. The auxiliary effects of geographical advantages and blessings brought by Gaius and other World Trees can be said to cancel each other out. What the two sides are competing against is the most basic individual combat ability and the commander's commanding ability. However, the latter, for someone in World Tree, was like cheating, which also caused the demons to be defeated like a mountain. As for the creatures of the abyss, there are no prisoners in Lost Land. If the opponent doesn't take action, that's fine. If he does, he'll be killed. As the number of Wood Elf coalition forces entering the realm of World Tree Gaius increased, the demons' defeat became more obvious, until it was irreversible. After all the demons were wiped out, Lin, who had been serving as the fire brigade, followed the emissaries of the World Tree to the heart of Gaius's tree. The incarnation of Gaius is an old man, with a stooped back and leaning on a cane to stand. He looked at the elves. His eyes stayed on the only human body for a while, and said in a pale and weak voice,
Victors, here you are. Unfortunately, it seems that the prize cannot be divided equally. So, who wants it?
Lin surpassed the elves and threw a magic stone as soon as he came forward. That was the magic stone originally given to World Tree Chloe, which contained the outline of the plan to transform the mysterious land using the inheritance method of World Tree. Although there is only a rough outline of the content, it cannot be explained in just a few words. The most important thing is the supporting data and calculations of each step. This part is the most important. This is because to convince Yggdrasil, you can't just paint a big pie. For companies on Earth, If a plan is to convince the big boss, at least a feasibility assessment report must be prepared. And it cannot be dismissed with a few briefings. The briefing is just a stepping stone to attract people. When someone convinced the world trees, these big guys didn't invest all their resources at once and get started. It took a lot of time to arrange the specific plans and verify the feasibility. At that time, someone showed up in Fascination and conducted on-site investigation. Fortunately, I am not walking with my legs. Otherwise, I would have broken my foot. The current situation is that Gaius's lifeline is already in his hands. There was no need to attract his attention, no matter what the coalition brought out. He had to see clearly for his own sake. This world tree is not like some human beings, who are petty and don't care about anything. It was effortless for Gaius to analyze the inheritance belonging to the World Tree clan. The amount of content is not that much considering World Tree's ability to process data. But he still took some time to verify the evidence and calculations presented in it. After a moment, Gaius released the magic stone in his hand and said,
"This is what you want me to do?" "Yes. This plan requires the cooperation of all world trees. In other words, it requires the cooperation of 25 world trees to be possible. From the beginning, we just wanted to talk. And of course, we did not have to kill His Majesty. But they didn't seem to be willing to negotiate with us. So we eliminated them all as a last resort."
After giving the fair reasons, Lin inevitably gave some personal reasons. Don't always sing high key and expose some selfishness or shortcomings appropriately. On the contrary, it will be easier to win the trust of some people who think highly of themselves, including Yggdrasil.
But selfishly, I don't want there to be uncontrollable elements like devils in this plan. After all, the reputation of their tribe is really bad. If because of their participation, other people are interested in the land transformation plan, there are unnecessary associations and objections. This is undoubtedly a problem for us. The implementation of this plan is already quite difficult. I don't want too many interfering factors to affect the plan success, so things like this should be avoided if possible. What if I say, I won't participate? What will happen? Your plan only says that you need 25 world trees, but you don't specify who you need.
Gaius asked tentatively.
That's right.
Lin smiled inexplicably and said,
but in this way, whether His Majesty plans to bring the Lost Land and the Abyss closer, or I am afraid that when establishing the Luoshu formation, other living world trees may cause interference, no matter what the reason is. I can only ask Your Majesty to die. Eliminating uncontrollable and unnecessary variables is a shortcut to success. Oh, you discovered something about the Abyss. Human, how did you see it?
Gaius thought that something secret was discovered. But he didn't show the same angry feeling as when human deeds were revealed. Instead, he asked calmly where he showed his flaws. Lin showed an expression of admiration and praise.
I have always thought that in order for the world tree to grow, it must grow its branches towards different dimensions and different worlds, and draw nutrients from there. But I never thought about it. It seems that you can do the same thing by taking root in another world. But it seems to be more difficult. So Your Majesty Gaius chooses to take root in the Abyss, because the connection between the Abyss and the Lost Land is already very close, and you need to take root. It is much easier to explore into the Abyss than to go to other places. But whether you don't know it or you know it but choose to ignore it, Your Majesty, you have started to rot from the root. If this continues, there will only be two results: death and death, or transform into the Abyss and become a member of the devil.
Ignoring the sideways glances of others, Lin walked to the west corner of the tree center area. The inherited magic pattern of the world tree actually also contains their growth code. Just like the DNA sequence of living things, it records the mystery of life in the most primitive and simple way. This also means that someone who knows the inheritance method of world tree has also obtained the method to control world tree. But the premise is that the other party doesn't resist. Once resistance arises, it will be a war for dominance. For someone who is just starting out, losing is an inevitable result. But this time, Gaius didn't stop a certain human being from doing something. Let the other party uncover the red-black tree veins hidden under that wall. If it were any other normal world tree, these veins, which are almost as thick as an adult's thigh, should be as clear as crystal amber, with streams of light flashing from time to time. But Gaius's tree veins were not only red and black, but also contracted and pulsated like a living thing, and emitted steam. It was as if a water pipe connected to a pump was pumping hot magma intermittently from somewhere. This reminds someone of a phenomenon called demonization. In the Abyss, there are no native species of demons belonging to the Abyss, All demons or foreign species that came to the abyss were infected by the local atmosphere, and then changed into demonization. Just like no matter what kind of animals or plants enter an environment with severe nuclear pollution, they will definitely mutate. Even the little devil who claims to be born from the abyss is actually like a grain of sand falling into the body of a pearl clam, and then being covered by the secretions of the clam, turning it into a pearl. Those little devils born in the abyss are in a similar situation. Only a very small number of powerful individuals can conceive and then give birth to children through sexual intercourse like normal organisms. Otherwise, the so-called devil is born in various messy ways. The most common ones are normal creatures degenerating into abyss and demon. What will happen if the world tree becomes demonized? If someone hadn't been promoting a plan to transform the land, Lin would have really wanted to see what Gaius, the world tree, would look like in the end. Will he turn into another demon king, ready to destroy the peace of the world, or even destroy the entire mystery? And then it will be the same old story of a brave man defeating the demon king. It's a pity that someone still knows how to prioritize. It was impossible for Lin to let go of his already planned plan to transform the land and see what Gaius, the demonized world tree, could ultimately accomplish. And even if these two things are not contradictory, it is not certain whether they will interfere with each other. In order to ensure the success rate of the plan, the right way is to eliminate unnecessary variables. So Lin asked,
"Then, Your Majesty Gaius, what do you decide to do? Do I have a choice? Human?"
Gaius said coldly, changing the subject. He added,
"But it's not impossible for me to join your plan. But I have a condition. If you don't agree, nothing needs to be discussed. Please say, keep those damn elves away from me, including that damn kingdom. And the ones behind you. Just let you carry the other Tree King's clones. Human. Or you can talk to me alone. Anyway, it looks like now, you're not the kind of person who can't make up your mind. Anyway,
get those disgusting pointed ears out of the way.
Now, before the Wood Elves could protest, more than 20 elf envoys carrying their majesties' avatars disappeared on the spot. The Wood Elf coalition outside also gathered and left under the command of the staff holder. Just as they came in a hurry, they left in a hurry. A certain human being was left alone, face to face with Gaius, the world tree, eye to eye. There is quite a desolate feeling in the wind, especially without the suppression of other world tree sacred objects. Their clones, Gaius's power gradually recovered. Lin smiled and said,
His Majesty Gaius doesn't want to deal with me specifically after driving away the other world trees.
Right? Are you afraid?
Human. I can't hear the feeling of fear from your voice.
Gaius returned to his calm tone.
Well, should I be scared? You're really going to deal with me? No. Human. I don't have any good way to deal with you. The magician who claims to be the best at escaping. I didn't expect that your Majesty would also know my not-so-resounding self-portrait. Should this be said to be an honor or a trepidation? It is precisely because I am paying attention to you that I have room to talk today.
Gaius said without hiding his purpose.
Well, His Majesty Gaius should know that even if I don't say it, the 20 or so people who are paying attention here can probably hear it.
Someone said something that was half truthful and half false. The more than 20 big guys left completely and basically didn't pass on the message themselves. They wouldn't know the content of today's conversation.
It doesn't matter, as long as those pointed ears are gone.
I said, brother, how deep your resentment towards the elves is. Chapter 817 Gathering. On the opposite side of the sub-dimensional tower is the high seat meeting space of the Ikaruga Alliance. 26 long back chairs are arranged at equal intervals around a circular table. All the surviving world trees in the world were present and gathered together. If someone has a Leica and sends a photo as a souvenir, it will be a legendary picture for future generations. However, the gathering of world trees was not to reminisce about the past, but to plan for the subsequent transformation of the land. During the process, there was some dispute over the details and various filings. The point of conflict lies in the persistence of the new friend, Gaius. To put it bluntly, the descendants of the world tree are used to attack other places instead of immovable plants. With the defensive strength of the world tree itself, it is almost impossible to attack it as long as it is not suppressed by other world trees. But as long as it is suppressed, the dependents will be the last line of defense of world tree. The powerful empires in history were able to burn down the world tree because their collections contain sacred relics left behind by other world trees, making it possible to fight against them. During the defensive battle, the main force must be the world tree, and the dependent races are only used for miscellaneous tasks. Only when the battle extends beyond the realm of the World Tree is the time for the dependents to show off. After a long period of cooperation, the World Trees chose elves as their dependents because the elves have excellent physical qualities in all aspects, as well as magic perception capabilities. And their intelligence is also not bad. The comprehensive evaluation ranks it at the forefront among all Homo sapiens races, and even ranks first among the outstanding races. It was only after the big waves dug out the sand that they established a symbiotic relationship with the World Tree. But Gaius, who had been treated cruelly by the elves, was unwilling to trust this group anymore. Not only did he secretly summon the demon, but he also killed all the elves who came to his domain and belonged to the Belzinci kingdom. When the two sides have reached this point, it is really difficult to imagine that other world trees can be reconciled like the elf kingdom. Of course, Len had no intention of persuading him to do so. Of course, the race originally chosen by Gaius as his dependent race, the demons, would not be accepted by the trees, regardless of alignment or issues of good and evil. Do demons understand what it means to cooperate obediently? And how to ensure that elves and demons don't start fighting when they cooperate? Gaius did not persist. In other words, even if he wanted to persist, there was nowhere to persist now that all the demons had been killed. So he made a decision that puzzled all the world trees. He would not protect or take in any dependence. This is equivalent to giving up the only offensive ability of the world tree. After being suppressed by the power of other trees, Gaius will be defenseless and at the mercy of others. When Len discussed this decision alone with Gaius, he did not express his opinion, but only respected the other party's ideas. But when it came to the high seat meeting, the other world trees all opposed it. The main force of opposition is, of course, McKinnon, who loves to play the devil's advocate. He said, "You should know that we have an agreement to protect each other. If any party is attacked, you will send troops to help. But you don't have any troops in your hands, which means you are protected by us without paying any price. Isn't this right? The attitude that equal collaborators should have." Although what McKinnon said seemed a bit pretentious, it was a valid point. The 25 world trees have strong and weak powers. It is inevitable that the strong will pay more, and the weak will pay less. But if you are like Gaius, you don't have to pay anything and enjoy the rewards. If things go on like this, it will easily lead to the beginning of disputes, which is not a good thing. However, for matters of this level, Len and Gaius had already discussed their words. World Tree, incarnated in the image of a rickety old man, said, "Gentlemen, although I cannot provide troops, I can provide everything except troops. Do you think this price is enough? Except for military strength?" McKinnon asked doubtfully. "Anything can be done? Do you want the foundation for advancement? Okay, come and get it yourself. Anyway, don't put discussing things like elves in front of me. Everything else can be discussed." Gaius did not hide his likes and dislikes. It seems that this dear friend was indeed disgusted by the elves in the past. At this time, Lenny helped this new partner and said, "I know that your majesty will hope that every participant in the plan can play the same value. But there is no fairness in things in this world. You are powerful, there are weaknesses. If everyone's contribution is unified, whether it is labor, military strength, or other project standards, will it become a situation where the strong have it too easy and the weak cannot do it? What if the strong pay more and the weak pay less? How can I represent that you are on an equal footing? If you all pay less, why don't we just pack up and go back to sleep?" What someone said was neither serious nor serious. Although the world trees are plants, they don't understand people's hearts or don't understand the truth. They just ignore it sometimes. Len raised it here, which certainly aroused their thinking. Having said that, of course it's not over yet. Len continued. Besides, do you hope that when anyone still has some energy left, they should contribute their energy without reservation? What's wrong with this? Human being? Yggdrasil asked in confusion. What's wrong is that when the one who has the spare power is you. Are you willing to put all your efforts into the plan to transform the land? This requires completely giving up what you have done or are doing. Work hard. Are you willing to be forced by other beings with the same status as yourself? Human, you have many bad ideas. What do you think about this matter? Yggdrasil asked to smooth things over. Is the so-called contribution just a rigid standard of the number of troops supported? I don't think so. In our plan, there are countless things that everyone has to do. In these things it is even more wrong to ignore it easily. So if you really care about this kind of thing, then make a mathematical model according to the types of contributions. Give them upper and lower limits. And finally get something. Completed expectations. Lin used whiteboard techniques to demonstrate several simple economic models with annotations. Lin didn't even have the desire to explain something of this level. Rather, it talks about the precautions for constructing the model and how to use the model. Finally, he said, I think this matter should be easy based on your Majesty's ability, especially regarding the quantification of each task. I believe there will be no one who has a more say than the parties involved who actually run the matter. And after getting this model, I believe you can figure out how the increase or decrease in each person's contribution will change our goals, so as to make the most appropriate choice. What is the most suitable choice? Human being? Yushu asked. It's very simple. It's about respecting your Majesty's wishes. Under this premise, what is the best expectation that can be obtained? Maybe this is still far from the best expectation that you can get if you try your best. But there is a gap between. Is the gap acceptable to you? If you still can't accept it, how do you adjust it? Or do you have to sacrifice your own will and put all your efforts into the plan? And you must complete everything in the shortest possible time. Human, have you ever thought that the reason why we are so urgent is that we hope to complete all our plans in your limited life? The lifespan of a human being is really too short. Especially now that you are among humans. Not even the younger generation. I don't think the gods can tell when their destiny will end. Facing Yggdrasil's straightforward words, Lin Wei could only smile bitterly, not knowing how to answer. In the end, he could only say with embarrassment, no one in this world is still running. To be honest, even now that the MIDI transformation plan has been completed, I don't think my importance is as important as it was at the beginning. And the really troublesome part, it's all preparation in the early stage. The waiting in the later stage is just waiting for the moment when things will come true. So without me, as long as the foundation laid in the front is strong enough, your Majesties can complete it by themselves. Unless you don't plan to continue playing. Give up on your own. Regardless of whether the previous remarks about someone's lifespan were artificial or sincere, the World Trees had no intention of continuing this topic. Instead, they began to discuss and deduce the mathematical model mentioned by a certain human magician. And of course Lin participated in it. With the computing power of more than 20 World Trees, the model was quickly established. But whether it is correct or not, someone dare not make a judgment. However, the mathematical model constructed shows that the World Trees, which are ranked lower in strength, are all in a state of resource imbalance. The most powerful World Tree has plenty of resources. This illustrates the phenomenon that the strong become stronger and the weak become weaker. Because while the strong one makes a lot of contributions, he also has the energy to do other things, while the weak one not only has to dig out his family and capital, but even needs blood transfusions in order to catch up with the contribution of the strong one or two. At this time, as Gaius did, simply being a logistician and providing necessary resources and assistance would be a good help to those World Trees who are at the lower end of the spectrum. Let them obtain more useful results, or focus resources where they are more needed. As for those strong ones, like the two ancient ones, of course they don't need Gaius's assistance. For Gaius, his contribution in doing so was no less than those who sent troops to fight and kill. The main reason is that the 4 elven kingdoms have been solved. And for World Tree, there is no target worthy of their active attack. The next war will only be a defense of a certain World Tree to deal with attacks from the human kingdom or other Homo sapiens races. Since the war may not be fought, compared to the materials or services Gaius can provide, they are all fixed. The opportunity cost between the two can be figured out by anyone who is not too arrogant. Therefore, the World Trees agreed to Gaius' arrangement for them. The incident of hating elves has come to an end. Chapter 8:18 Pause. Solving the problem of the World Tree controlled by 4 elven kingdoms within 1 month was something that someone could not have imagined at the beginning. It was originally thought that it would take at least a year and would require lengthy diplomatic negotiations in addition to a surprise attack. In the end, everything was resolved in just 1 month. And the first 10 days were still wasted waiting for the Kingdom of Armenia. I thought that the following days would be like the first palace battle to suppress the Kingdom of Armenia, which did not attract too many people's attention. But the mass-produced elf bow and the original elf emperor's bow were too shocking for thousands of people to fire. People who were originally indifferent had to turn their attention to this shocking rumor. The value of strategic-level magic lies in large-scale and wide-area destruction. But its disadvantages are the consumption of high-level human resources and the long preparation time. A magician who can use strategic magic together cannot just pick up a few cats and dogs on the road. The average magician team can achieve a large number of kills. But in fact it is only to the extent of a magic volley. But when there are mass-produced weapons that can achieve the attack power of strategic-level magic and have the ability to continuously attack, any resistance will pale in front of it. As long as you are the leader of the force, it is impossible for you not to care about this rumor. These people tried their best to confirm that the news was just a way for the elves to attract attention. Most people blindly thought that this was a means of sensationalism. But they never thought about why the elves would create such false news and spread it. To scare people? Should the human kingdom not dare to attack the elves? Without using such means, the Wood Elf tribe continues to this day like the Elf Kingdom. So what is the purpose of not leaking such news until today? It is a pity that the closed nature of the Elf Kingdom makes it impossible for spies, or formal diplomatic envoys, to easily obtain any information from the top and bottom of the kingdom. As for another source of information that should be reliable, of course, it is the Wood Elves of the Turtle Dove Alliance. But at some point, this group of Wood Elves, who were core members of the Alliance, seem to have disappeared. They cannot be seen in taverns on the streets, or in semi-public gatherings of the Adventurers Guild and Ikaruga Alliance. Therefore, if anyone wants to ask, there is no way to ask. At this time, the magician who was somewhat related to the above rumors came into everyone's eyes. Even though that magician was an untouchable taboo in the underground world dominated by thieves' guilds, his whereabouts were extremely easy to grasp. Maybe the unique new weird teleportation magic makes it impossible for others to track him. But that person can definitely be seen in the mathematics class of Kabamba College. Even if it's impossible to get to him by other means, his students certainly can. And among the hundreds of students, you can always find someone close to you who can ask for such information on your behalf. Perhaps there are too many such things. And there are always some masters who come to the mathematics class for further study without knowing the so-called connections. Please ask them to ask the lecturer something. Maybe they are also interested in this matter. Or maybe the reward is very generous. So the masters will not refuse such a commission forcefully. After several different people asked the same question in private, Lin simply opened up 15 minutes after class to answer private questions that students were interested in. Answer in a unified manner to avoid having to tell the same answer countless times. Of course, I also have the right not to reply or to retain some privacy regarding these private matters that have nothing to do with mathematics. As long as you make this choice, even if others ask you privately, you will get the same answer. Besides, talking about these gossip issues won't waste anyone's extra time. Leaving after 15 minutes is also a good way to restrain the students below from endlessly asking nonsense questions, if they are really not interested in intellectual questions. Secondly, whoever wants to ask questions, and what they ask will naturally be solicited and coordinated. After all, time is limited. There are over 100 great magicians, or the older generation of magicians, who have been famous for a long time. But they can't help a young man who can leave whenever he wants. Considering their age and vision, it is quite cheap to talk about it. But everyone has a tacit understanding not to mention this matter, because everyone is equally embarrassed. No one is exception. As for the Elf Emperor's bow, it was a fairly easy problem for Lin to solve. To put it simply, it's just one push. 2, 5, 6. Everything has nothing to do with you. Not many people know how deeply they are involved in the Wood Elf Alliance. So they blame the Wood Elf and World Tree for the matter. They don't know anything and can't do anything about it. With this statement, everyone immediately believed it. And Lin felt that even if he told the truth, everyone would probably not believe him. Speaking of which, this is an interesting thing. The great sage, Duke Wei of Looting, once said that the most brilliant lie is 9 truths and 1 lie. In fact, after you get out of society, you will realize that these are purely the words of a novelist. The best lie is to tell others what they want to hear. Look at those fraud syndicates, who are always telling the truth. 9 out of 10 sentences are true, except for the identity information at the beginning. Everything is false. But some people will believe it. Maybe they are taking advantage of people's greed. Maybe they are taking advantage of people's panic. But they can always follow the other person's words and say what others want to hear, and then lead them in a direction that is beneficial to themselves. Likewise, with regard to the bow of the Elf Emperor, what everyone wants to hear is that this matter is pure fiction. Even if it might be true, it would not be something done under the leadership of a human being. Even if someone has all the enchanting methods and magic pattern diagrams of this elf inheritance treasure, there are still versions with various attributes. Unless the same thing is done in front of these people, no one will believe it. Regarding this ostrich mentality, Lin was happy to follow everyone's tone and say what they wanted to hear. It not only satisfies others, but also saves you the trouble. So why not do it? In addition, After the Wood Elf Alliance solved the problem of the 4 world trees, they did not attack any force again, let alone made any drastic moves against the human kingdom. So this matter came to an end very quickly. The winter of 732 Aryan calendar came to an end just like that, including some people. At the end of the year, they spend more time at home than in the previous half of the year. The main reason why someone can be so leisurely is because the world trees are in a state of rest. All 25 world trees that have revived are adjusting their core magic patterns and rearranging the layout of their respective fields, mainly according to the grouping of the Luoshu formation. The world trees in each group must form interconnected power exchange channels. And in order to better support and defend each other, the world trees are preparing to turn the Rainbow Bridge into a facility. That is to say, it is made like a traditional magic circle, with ground-level array facilities that can be responsible for transmission and reception. And because the coordinates of all Rainbow Bridge transmission destinations were temporarily calculated by someone before this, and then conveyed to the world trees, in order to achieve mutual support between the world trees without someone's calculations, the relevant parameters are recorded in this fixed Rainbow Bridge magic array. As long as you select a certain set of parameters, you can transmit to the specified destination. The first destination to log in is, of course, the locations of other world trees. The main purpose of Lin providing this flash magic to the world trees is to allow them to send troops to support each other. In this way, the use of the Rainbow Bridge is getting closer and closer to the traditional method of transmitting magic circles. It's just that the core is completely different. And when necessary, you can fill in new parameters at any time and send it to a new location. In addition to the 25 living world trees, the work of marking the 20 dead world trees is all done by the Wood Elves, who allocate their own personnel. The most troublesome part is actually designing the relevant magic formations. But this part has already been completed by Lin and the world trees. All that's left is to find the remains of the dead world tree and carve the magic pattern on it. There are a lot of talents among the elves who can complete this part of the work. They can do it separately. The efficiency will be easier than asking someone to do it in person. Secondly, it is also a concern that Yggdrasil has expressed. The proportion of one person in the entire plan is too high. So high that once he falls, the entire plan may be stalled or even abandoned. From Yggdrasil's standpoint, of course, I hope someone can replace them, lest their hope of growth and advancement be annihilated. But it's not that easy to find a replacement. The knowledge someone possesses is unique in Lost Land, although the overall plan is the result of someone's discussion with the world trees. The world trees remember all the calculations, formulas, and various causes and consequences in the process. But it doesn't mean that the world trees can exclude someone and complete the entire plan alone. The biggest difference between this group of plants and animals is their lack of groundbreaking thinking and their ability to adapt to unexpected situations. Therefore, the world trees could only settle for the second best, and began to let their dependent groups join in, and consciously cultivated backwards. They would choose elves as their dependents, not because this race performs very well in all aspects and has strong learning ability. Maybe they can't replace someone at the moment, but it doesn't mean that if they continue to learn, they will never be inferior to a human being. For these focused elves, the first step is to get involved in the facilitation of the plan. Through the implementation process, you will deepen your knowledge step by step, and then understand the entire plan and be able to take charge. Ultimately, I hope that someone among the elves can enter the inner circle dominated by World Tree and participate in the discussion. In order to achieve this goal, Lin was asked to let go of the most basic and simple tasks and let the elves do it. In addition, what is in front of me is a stage in the plan. So someone unexpectedly has nothing to do. And when a man sits at home with nothing to do, it becomes an eyesore. The apprentice who was responsible for cleaning someone's room in the attic complained, "Teacher, why don't you just stay at home all day? It's not convenient for me to clean. I don't have to stay at home all day. I will still go to class in the afternoon." "That's good," someone muttered. Chapter 819 New Goal. In the new year, a morning with nothing to do, but the sun shines very comfortably on it. Someone sitting on the roof was looking at the street scene of the holy city of Estali. The place where I live can be considered a high-end residential area on Earth. So there is a certain distance between the houses. There is no way to walk directly on the roof to reach a distance, like a certain assassin game on Earth. The houses are not high. The most common ones are two-story buildings with at most an attic under the roof. Buildings above 3 floors are rare. In the Lost Land, those with 3 floors or above are either military fortresses, castles, or magicians' magic towers. so someone sitting on the roof could see several magic towers scattered throughout the city at a glance. The reason why a 50-year-old black and white terrier sat on the roof was not because he was in a leisurely mood, but because he was kicked out by his apprentice, who wanted to clean the house. It is said that those two girls are becoming more and more unscrupulous, and they're as good as those two little devils and 3 kittens. Find an opportunity to teach them a big lesson. In just over a month, the world trees were busy with the first and second stages of changing their core magic patterns, and the finishing work of integrating the 25 world trees on the lost world into a whole. And they could not take care of themselves. Therefore, during this period of time, there was no summoning or sending out their respective holy envoys, whispering in their ears about what should be done and what should be done. The Dark Elf Mire also stayed at this home, doing similar things to the 2 apprentices. It was as if she had been forgotten by the ancient Fastnas, and she did not receive the oracle from the world tree during this period of time. I just don't know if she has a good attitude or has been warned in advance. In short, she is calm about the current situation. By the way, the White Sword Master William Greco left long ago. Ever since he learned about his physical shortcomings from someone, he left the holy city and looked for opportunities to break through. Although continuing to stay and becoming the Lich's experimental subject was also an option, he still chose the path that might not necessarily lead to results. The Demon Prince Azad is still there, but the person who originally accompanied him to feed him was changed from William Greco to the former commander of the guards of the Dark Legion, Rockstone, who regained his body. According to Finn, the stone had just acquired a new body and needed some rehabilitation exercises to allow him to better adapt to the new body and get rid of some previous bad habits, such as exchanging injuries for injuries. According to Azad, the 2 of them had interactions with each other, and there was no victory or defeat. If you just refuse to fight after losing the fight, it can be regarded as a failure. There is indeed no winner between the Demon Prince and the former captain of the Imperial Guard. For Stone, the only instruction given by Finn was to fight back. So as long as Azad stops, he will not pursue him. According to Finn, making a good sandbag is not easy. It was broken immediately. Who will be unlucky next? The words have been spoken to this extent, and if someone has an opinion, his mouth will be closed. However, this also shows the gap between 2 strong men from different eras. Azad is a well-deserved strong man in this peaceful era, but he is still far behind compared to the strong men born in the war era when even the gods fell. Sure, Dong's evaluation of this opponent was that he was too used to dealing with people weaker than himself, but he didn't know how to fight with opponents stronger than himself. It sounds reasonable at first glance, but it actually makes no sense when you think about it. This group of people are already among the few powerful people in the world. If they didn't chase gods all day long and take pleasure in killing gods, how many of them would be able to find a being who is more powerful than themselves to fight with? This is not to find excuses for Azad, but because there are too many flaws in what Sherdong said. As for the new members, they seem to still retain the habits and personalities from the Suture Corps era, and are dull to the point of being dull, except for physiologically necessary activities. Basically, if Finn doesn't speak, he won't do anything unnecessary. It can be regarded as a different kind and very easy to raise. Everyone else is still the same. Although this is a world without much entertainment, everyone is still working hard to survive. The only one who was free, except for the 2 hours of math class every day, was living a somewhat hazy life for a while. And his own magic apprentices all live on their own. Even the new one is not doing his job properly. Anyway, no one goes to someone, their teacher, for magic problems. But just during such a lazy time, basking in the warm sun, someone suddenly became inspired. Learning is like rowing upstream. Such a word suddenly appeared in his mind. This is a lost place where one could die at any time. Not a home with good security. Besides, no matter how peaceful my hometown is, there are still many accidents in life that can kill people, such as car accidents, kidney dialysis due to eating too much, high blood pressure due to abnormal daily routine, and even strokes. In short, continuing to live lazily is definitely not an option. Someone sitting on the ridge opened the window directly in his field of vision and browsed the to-do items recorded in his memo. Look at what you want to do, but haven't done yet. After one of the items came into view, someone couldn't take his eyes away and looked straight at it. It is said that this period of time happens to be a window period, which should be suitable for making stargazing plans. A regular and fixed life is used to collect a large amount of observational data. By the way, how long ago did it take for me to take a good look at this starry sky? Lin raised his head and looked at the sky. although his eyesight was not as abnormal as 17.0. It was not difficult to stargazing during the day by putting a few filters on his vision, turning off redundant calculation and comparison functions to avoid taking the initiative to display data such as the relative distance between the object and himself, and the characteristics of the object after his eyes are on something. Lin looked at the sky seriously. The same blue. The same changes of wind and clouds. And the same twinkling stars. Except for the different positions and distances of the stars. There is no difference between this sky and the one observed on the Earth. What about looking up from the abyss? After accepting the commission from the Demon Moth King and entering the abyss to rescue that annoying kitten, the sky of the abyss has always been in my mind. I still remember that when I was walking in the abyss, I saw a gray sky, as if a volcano was erupting nearby and the entire sky was covered in volcanic ash. At that time, I only had the mission in mind and didn't think much about it. But when he came back, the gray cat Hardy's reminder made him recall that sky again. What does it look like behind the gray mist? Is it a sky full of bright stars like the Earth and lost lands? Or is it another scene that I have never seen before? That raises another question. Where is the abyss? Are they in the same universe as the Earth and the lost land? Or is it in a different plane? Or even different dimensions? Although the possibility of the latter is low. Living in a high-dimensional world and living in a lost land are completely different things. And then the last question is, what is the abyss? Although I don't think it is possible to find the answer to this question. The abyss is obviously a world with different characteristics from the Earth. As for MIDI, it's hard to say. The most important gap is the existence of what I call Gaia consciousness. The Earth has no subjective consciousness. The so-called counterattack of nature is actually the inevitable result of certain human actions, or certain climate phenomena. Setting a fire in the woods can cause a forest fire. When a typhoon comes, it's either a wind disaster or a flood. But no matter what happens, the Earth is silent and soundless. But MIDI doesn't seem to be so quiet. At least, someone has seen in the Lord of Guardians, more than once, evidence that the gods are connected to the mother they call him. He even said that he was not killed on the spot by the Guardian Lord. The mother goddess whom he had never met was a big help. Otherwise, he would have said goodbye long ago. The lost land is like this. But what about the abyss? After coming to this world that is similar to the Earth but different, I will have this question from time to time. What kind of existence is the abyss? It is not like H.L. on Earth, but a figment of the imagination. The abyss does exist. And so do demons. So what is the relationship between the two worlds? Coupled with the fact that World Tree Gaius took root in the abyss a while ago, it made someone even more curious about how the two worlds are connected. Maybe I will never find the answers to all these questions. But what's the harm? The process of exploration is the most interesting. Isn't it? Just do it. Lin began to plan what he wanted to do. And the centerpiece of it all was of course stargazing in the abyss. There are many approaches surrounding this destination. One way is to use Flash to come and go every day. One way is to find an unowned fixed base and semi-settlement there. Another way is to borrow other demons' territories and obtain a stargazing base through cooperation. Each approach has its pros and cons, requires different preparations, and of course is suitable for different observation plans. Strictly speaking, this is another option with no correct answer, considering that the environment of the abyss is harsher than that of the lost lands, and whether it is necessary to move our own observation equipment around. Finding a local and powerful demon to cooperate with seems to be the best choice. At least someone can protect and keep the observation equipment after you leave. As for the price, Lin certainly couldn't pay his soul for such a thing. With him now, there are many ways to get the devil to agree to free services. Even if I can't do it myself, I still have fun. The former Demon King, intimidating the devil and squeezing his labor, etc. He will not have any psychological burden. Who calls the other party a devil? Then the first suitable person that I thought of was a familiar face. The Demon Lord Sabin. That is, in the mission of rescuing the kittens. The big demon occupies a vast territory on the other side of the abyss passage guarded by the Demon Moth King. As the saying goes, if you don't fight, you don't know each other. I had a hearty fight with him once. So if I go over this time and make a small request, it should be easy to agree to it. If you refuse, just try again. Creatures like demons are just like little kids. It's easy to negotiate whether it's a tie-up or not. Chapter 820 Preparing for the Abyss. To make a formal observation record is not something that can be solved alone. Especially the place we are going to is the abyss. Even if we make all the preparations we think we can, there may still be unexpected emergencies. Therefore,
Observing and processing a large amount of data in a short period of time is the key this time. It is not a place where you can leisurely stargazing. To meet such requirements, sufficient equipment must be available. However, we must take into account the situation where we may need to evacuate quickly. So we should not have too many equipment to avoid becoming a burden when escaping. This is another dilemma. Considering various factors, Lin decided to find someone for help. At the same time, during the previous trip to the abyss, a certain former demon king once complained that she was not asked to go with him. It was not a tourist attraction. So if he wanted to go there, he would have to find a companion. But since she had mentioned it before, of course she couldn't leave this lich, who didn't know what he was thinking again this time, and at least asked her, regardless of whether she agreed or disagreed later. So at the small gathering after dinner, Lin asked,
"Fun, are you very busy recently? Come with me to a place."
Lich, who was used to rubbing his feet on the sofa, cast a lazy look and asked,
"Where are you going? Do you want to go on a date?"
"Dating? Where did you learn the term?" Someone ignored him and complained in his heart. But he still explained,
"We are going to the abyss. Didn't you say you wanted to go before? So I asked to see if you are free." "What do you mean you are going to the abyss? What about you? What are you planning to do this time?"
Then asked instead of answering someone's question.
"I plan to observe the stars. If there are stars in the abyss,"
Lin said bluntly. He added,
"because this is official stargazing, I will bring some equipment. Of course, I will bring the astronomical telescope in my room. I also hope to temporarily remove the coffin and take it away. Celestial observation data collection and calculation. The program in the first coffin is the most complete. Use it first, and then consider improving the equipment when there are stars in the abyss, so as not to make too many extra preparations and end up working in vain. The abyss is such an unsentimental place, isn't it?"
Then turned to complain to the two girls. It was said that 3 women were acting together, and they seemed to have a tacit understanding, tilting their heads in agreement. Let a certain teacher just want to reward each person with a chestnut. As for the fact that the lich can't be defeated, ignore it. Fortunately, the former demon king did not forget about the opera, but still asked someone,
"Since you are not going on a date, what are you going to do with me?"
Lin replied,
"You said you wanted to go before, so I asked. On the one hand, I also need help moving things this time, as well as manpower to arrange and operate the equipment. If the situation is not good and I have to run, I hope we can recycle the equipment as much as possible without losing too much. So besides you, the 2 girls also have to help."
Someone habitually named 2 of his magic apprentices for help, but he didn't expect that now everyone in the family would look at him expectantly, as if they all wanted to do their part. But no one thought about it. This time, they were not going out to play, but to risk their lives. Looking at Leonardo, a young man who wanted to show his masculinity, Lin directly fired and said,
"With your little ability, let alone help, you might not be able to adapt to the abyss. So don't think too much.
Gu family. Because the ordinary life is too boring. The dark elf Meyer is also eager to try." Lin looked up and said,
"You can go and help. Then help take care of those 2 girls. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to adapt to the environment of the abyss." "Protest. Why don't we take care of my Erzhan? But let my Erzhan take care of us."
Halloumi protested. Lin said bluntly,
"You 2 girls are not even worth an arm to others. It's not that teachers look down on you, but that you need to practice more."
After ignoring the protests of the 2 girls, Lin turned to look at the word small, including the 2 big fat boys, Ezio and Kish, and 3 kittens. Someone shot directly and said,
"Don't even think about it. Anyone who tries to follow up secretly in various ways, regardless of whether they succeed or not, will have their legs broken, recuperate at home for a month, and be grounded for half a year. If the legs heal early, then I'll interrupt you again. It's your own business to say this once. Don't bet on whether I dare to do it or not."
Someone's threat is real. Maybe not to the extent of breaking a leg. But when it comes to beating a child, it's a real beating. But it's not about hitting someone if you don't like it. It's about drawing a red line in your heart and hitting it if you dare to step on it. Before the red line, someone was indifferent. So it became a strange daily routine for a few boys and kittens to test someone's limits. The old black dragon Augustus has the kind of character that can't be moved. Of course, I never thought about helping someone and going to the abyss to fight the devil. However, taking care of several children and kittens was the most meaningful and fulfilling period in his daily life. This time, The human black dragon Augustus, under the guidance of someone's eyes, stretched out his hand to pull several children to his side and said,
"Be good. Just stay with Grandpa. Let's play games together."
As if their attention was attracted by the word game, the children and kitten suddenly forgot about going to play in the abyss. Not only did Lin let out a sigh of relief when he saw Yilao leading the big and small children away, but even Kish's mother Wana, who was serving beside him, also cast a grateful look. If children don't understand the dangers of the abyss, will adults not? It would be even more troublesome if the magician in front of him relied on his own skills and wanted to lead the children into the abyss, thinking that he could protect them. Fortunately, that didn't happen. Then, an unexpected person came up. The demon prince Azad wore this period of time, entangled in the silk clothes that someone had made for him. Although it is not made of the top materials, it is still the second or third level top materials to make a bright red, phoenix robe. Even if someone explained more than once that this was a woman's wedding dress, she still wore it, although Lin has not seen many transvestites. It's not like he has never seen them before. But there are really no ones wearing bridal clothes. In short, Azad is wearing a phoenix robe, and he happily wears it as daily clothes. Considering this man's unstable character, someone didn't bother to argue with him. Anyway, there is no custom of wearing such clothes in Midi, and no one will feel the same sense of disobedience as someone else. As for what was going on in Azad's heart, someone didn't even dare to ask. It feels like asking about this kind of thing will open a forbidden door. At this time, the best way to deal with it is to act stupid until the end. As for the magic attached to this phoenix robe, the first thing Azad named was the protective magic that could resist alien energy from different dimensions. It seems that he is determined to pester people. As for what other magic should be added, Azad's answer was casual, in line with the principle of rather making mistakes than making garbage. Lin added magic to this set of phoenix robes. In addition to the protective magic, the self-purification technique used on the clothes is considered a must. This is a magician who is too lazy to wash clothes. Great invention. A magical pattern that someone can use to locate a blink spell. Of course, this was a backup secretly left on Azad for emergencies. There is also a whiteboard-like pen technique that can concretely manifest the animals, plants and minerals imagined by the user, and act according to his thoughts. This magic was named Phantom Kue Puppet Technique by Lin. It is not lethal in itself, but it has a strong ability to confuse people. Moreover, people with stronger willpower can control more phantom puppets at the same time, and there is basically no upper limit. The phantom puppet spell was added because someone didn't want to create some garbage, nor did he want to help Azad increase his strength too much. So he chose a spell that had nothing to do with combat power. Besides, this magic is rooted in human imagination and willpower, which is not so easy to use. When Fin first started using the whiteboard technique, the lines didn't form lines and the circles didn't form circles, so the imaginary objects looked different when they appeared. It was only after a period of practice that I mastered the technique of making the lines drawn on the whiteboard appear exactly as I imagined. The difficulty of using the Phantom Kue puppet technique is even higher than that of the whiteboard pen technique. But the conclusion is that someone completely underestimated the heroes of the world. Azad had no practice at all, so he was very good at the phantom quirk. Sometimes it can be a dancing beauty. Sometimes it is a fierce confrontation between two swordsmen. And there are all kinds of jackals, tigers, leopards, birds and beasts, which are so lifelike that they scare the two fat boys into crying. All in all, the demon prince was quite satisfied with the phantom quirk technique and played with it endlessly. Anyway, it was just a magic that had no actual lethality. So Lin let it go, so as to save the demon prince from being too idle and always causing trouble for him. To this day, as soon as I heard that I could travel to the abyss, this guy fell back into his old ways. With that handsome face, he put on an expression that didn't deserve a beating and said,
"Do you plan to find a relative or return to your hometown in glory? Your Highness, do you mean that I look like a demon? With my current appearance? If you tell others that I am from the undead tribe, more people will believe it."
Lin laughed at himself.
"Indeed, this is my fault."
Azad readily admitted his mistake, which really surprised someone. But he changed the topic and said,
"What you have done is beyond the reach of the devil. Those who have done all kinds of evil should be allowed to come and worship you."
I knew that I could go on and on with this person for 3 days and 3 nights. So Linji asked,
"Your Highness, do you want to follow me to the abyss? I didn't go on an outing in the past. Besides, aren't you afraid that I will just throw you over there and go back to the abyss by yourself? Hey, I used to help you promote the power of the great Scientology. Are you willing to just leave me over there? Science has no God,
Lin muttered.
Don't you think this is why you don't have a sense of awe?
Azad criticized.
When I heard the word awe from your mouth, I felt something was wrong. Your Highness, do you think it is really appropriate for you to say these two words?
Someone continued to murmur.